24/7. More immoral and cruder than the political general strike, akin to a blockade, is the strike by doctors, such as several German cities have seen. Here is revealed at its most repellent and unscrupulous use of violence, which is positively depraved in a professional class that for years, without the slightest attempts at resistance, secured death its prey, and then at the first opportunity abandoned life of its own free will. More clearly than in recent class struggles, the means of nonviolent agreement have developed in thousands of years of the history of states. Only occasionally does the task of diplomats in their transactions consist of modifying legal systems. Fundamentally they must, entirely on the analogy of agreement between private persons, resolve conflicts case by case, in the name of their states, peacefully and without contracts. A delicate task that is more robustly performed by referees, but a method of solution that in principle is above that of the referee because it is beyond all legal systems and therefore beyond violence. Accordingly, like the intercourse of private persons, that of diplomats has engendered its own forms and virtues, which were not always mere formally ties, even though they have become so. Among all the forms of violence permitted by both natural law and positive law, not one is free of the gravely problematic nature, already indicated, of all legal violence. Since, however, every conceivable solution to human problems, not to speak of deliverance from the confines of all the world historical conditions of existence obtaining hitherto, remains impossible if violence is totally excluded in principle, the question necessarily arises as to what kinds of violence exist other than all those envisaged by legal theory. It is at the same time a question of the truth of the basic dogma common to both theories: just ends can be attained by justified means, justified means used for just ends. How would it be, therefore, if all the violence imposed by fate, using justified means, were of itself in irreconcilable conflict with just ends, and if at the same time a different kind of violence arose that certainly could be either the justified or the unjustified means to those ends but was not related to them as means at all but in some different way? This would throw light on the curious and at first discouraging discovery of the ultimate insolubility of all legal problems, which in its hopelessness is perhaps comparable only to the possibility of conclusive pronouncements on right and wrong in evolving languages. For it is never reason that decides on the justification of means and the justness of ends, fate-imposed violence decides on the former, and God on the latter. An insight that is uncommon only because of the stubborn prevailing habit of conceiving those just ends as ends of a possible law that is, not only as generally valid, which follows analytically from the nature of justice, but also as capable of generalization, which, as could be shown, contradicts the nature of justice. For ends that in one situation are just, universally acceptable, and valid are so in no other situation, no matter how similar they. 248. Situations may be in other respects. The non-mediate function of violence at issue here is illustrated by everyday experience. As regards man, he is impelled by anger, for example, to the most visible outbursts of a violence that is not related as a means to a preconceived end. It is not a means but a manifestation. Moreover, this violence has thoroughly objective manifestations in which it can be subjected to criticism. These are to be found, most significantly, above all in myth. Mythic violence in its archetypal form is a mere manifestation of the gods. Not a means to their ends, scarcely a manifestation of their will, but primarily a manifestation of their existence. The legend of Niobe contains an outstanding example of this. True, it might appear that the action of Apollo and Artemis is only a punishment. But their violence establishes a law far more than it punishes the infringement of a law that already exists. Niobe's arrogance calls down fate upon her not because her arrogance offends against the law but because it challenges fate to a fight in which fate must triumph and can bring to light a law only in its triumph. How little such divine violence was, to the ancients, the law-preserving violence of punishment is shown by the heroic legends in which the hero, for example, Prometheus, challenges fate with dignified courage, fights it with varying fortunes, and is not left by the legend without hope of one day bringing a new law to men. It is really this hero and the legal violence of the myth native to him that the public tries to picture even now in admiring the miscreant. Violence therefore bursts upon Niobe from the uncertain, ambiguous sphere of fate. It is not actually destructive. Although it brings a cruel death to Niobe's children, it stops short of claiming the life of their mother, whom it leaves behind, more guilty than before through the death of the children, both as an eternally mute bearer of guilt and as a boundary stone on the frontier between men and gods. If this immediate violence in mythic manifestations proves closely related, indeed identical, to lawmaking violence, it reflects a problematic light on lawmaking violence, insofar as the latter was characterized above, in the account of military violence, as merely immediate violence. At the same time, this connection promises to provide further illumination of fate, which in all cases underlies legal violence, and to conclude in broad outline the critique of the latter. For the function of violence in lawmaking is twofold, in the sense that lawmaking pursues as its end, with violence as the means, what is to be established as law, but at the moment of instatement does not dismiss violence, rather, at this very moment of lawmaking, it specifically establishes as law not an end unalloyed by violence but one necessarily and intimately bound to it, under the title of power. Lawmaking is power-making, assumption of power, and to that extent an immediate manifestation of violence. Justice is the principle of all divine end-making, power the principle of all mythic lawmaking. An application of the latter that has immense consequences is found in constitutional law. For in this sphere the establishing of frontiers, the task 249 of peace after all the wars of the mythic age, is the primal phenomenon of all lawmaking violence. Here we see most clearly that power, more than the most extravagant gain in property, is what is guaranteed by all lawmaking violence. Where frontiers are decided, the adversary is not simply annihilated, indeed, he is accorded rights even when the victor's superiority in power is complete. And these are, in a demonically ambiguous way, equal rights, for both parties to the treaty. It is the same line that may not be crossed. Here appears, in a terribly primitive form, the mythic ambiguity of laws that may not be infringed, the same ambiguity to which Anatole France refers satirically when he says, "Poor and rich are equally forbidden to spend the night under the bridges." It also appears that Sorel touches not merely on a cultural historical truth but also on a metaphysical truth when he surmises that in the beginning all right was the prerogative of kings or nobles, in short, of the mighty, and that, mutatis mutandis, it will remain so as long as it exists. For from the point of view of violence, which alone can guarantee law, there is no equality, but at the most equally great violence. The act of establishing frontiers, however, is also significant for an understanding of law in another respect. Laws and circumscribed frontiers remain, at least in primeval times, unwritten laws. A man can unwittingly infringe upon them and thus incur retribution. For each intervention of law that is provoked by an offense against the unwritten and unknown law is called retribution, in contradistinction to punishment. But however unluckily it may befall its unsuspecting victim, its occurrence is, in the understanding of the law, not chance, but fate showing itself once again in its deliberate ambiguity. Hermann Cohen, in a brief reflection on the ancients' conception of fate, has spoken of the inescapable realization that it is fate's orders themselves that seem to cause and bring about this infringement, this offense. 7. Even the modern principle that ignorance of a law is not protection against punishment testifies to this spirit of law, just as the struggle over written law in the early period of the ancient Greek communities should be understood as a rebellion against the spirit of mythic statutes. Far from inaugurating a purer sphere, the mythic manifestation of immediate violence shows itself fundamentally identical with all legal violence, and turns suspicion concerning the latter into certainty of the perniciousness of its historical function, the destruction of which thus becomes obligatory. This very task of destruction poses again, ultimately, the question of a pure immediate violence that might be able to call a halt to mythic violence. Just as in all spheres God opposes myth, mythic violence is confronted by the divine. And the latter constitutes its antithesis in all respects. If mythic violence is lawmaking, divine violence is law-destroying, if the former sets boundaries, the latter boundlessly destroys them. If mythic violence brings at once guilt and retribution, divine power only expiates. If the former threatens, the latter strikes. If the former is bloody, the latter is lethal without. 250. Spilling blood. The legend of Niobe may be contrasted with God's judgment on the company of Korah, as an example of such violence. God's judgment strikes privileged Levites, strikes them without warning, without threat, and does not stop short of annihilation. But in annihilating it also expiates, and a profound connection between the lack of bloodshed and the expiatory character of this violence is unmistakable. For blood is the symbol of mere life. The dissolution of legal violence stems, as cannot be shown in detail here, from the guilt of more natural life, which consigns the living, innocent and unhappy, to a retribution that expiates the guilt of mere life and doubtless also purifies the guilty, not of guilt, however, but of law. For with mere life, the rule of law over the living ceases. Mythic violence is bloody power over mere life for its own sake, divine violence is pure power over all life for the sake of the living. The first demands sacrifice, the second accepts it. This divine power is not only attested by religious tradition but is also found in present-day life in at least one sanctioned manifestation. The educative power, which in its perfected form stands outside the law, is one of its manifestations. These are defined, therefore, not by miracles directly performed by God but by the expiating moment in them that strikes without bloodshed, and, finally, by the absence of all lawmaking. To this extent it is justifiable to call this violence, too, annihilating, but it is so only relatively, with regard to goods, right, life, and such like, never absolutely. With regard to the soul of the living, the premise of such an extension of pure or divine power is sure to provoke, particularly today, the most violent reactions, and to be countered by the argument that, if taken to its logical conclusion, it confers on men even lethal power against one another. This, however, cannot be conceded. For the question, "May I kill?" meets its irreducible answer in the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." This commandment precedes the deed, just as God was preventing the deed. But just as it may not be fear of punishment that enforces obedience, the injunction becomes inapplicable, incommensurable, once the deed is accomplished. No judgment of the deed can be derived from the commandment. And so neither the divine judgment nor the grounds for this judgment can be known in advance. Those who base a condemnation of all violent killing of one person by another on the commandment are therefore mistaken. It exists not as a criterion of judgment, but as a guideline for the actions of persons or communities who have to wrestle with it in solitude and, in exceptional cases, to take on themselves the responsibility of ignoring it. Thus it was understood by Judaism, which expressly rejected the condemnation of killing in self-defense, but those thinkers who take the opposite view refer to a more distant theorem, on which they possibly propose to base even the commandment itself. This is the doctrine of the sanctity of life, which they either apply to all animal and even vegetable life, or limit to human life. Their argument, exemplified in an extreme case by the revolutionary killing 251 of the oppressor, runs as follows: "If I do not kill, I shall never establish the world dominion of justice." That is the argument of the intelligent terrorist. We, however, profess that higher even than the happiness and justice of existence stands existence itself. 8. As certainly as this last proposition is false, indeed ignoble, it shows the necessity of seeking the reason for the commandment no longer in what the deed does to the victim, but in what it does to God and the doer. The proposition that existence stands higher than a just existence is false and ignominious, if existence is to mean nothing other than mere life, and it has this meaning in the argument referred to. It contains a mighty truth, however, if existence, or, better, if words whose ambiguity is readily dispelled, like that of freedom, when they are used with reference to two distinct spheres, means the irreducible, total condition that is man. If the proposition is intended to mean that the non-existence of man is something more terrible than the, admittedly subordinate, not yet attained condition of the just man. The proposition quoted above owes its plausibility to this ambiguity. Man cannot, at any price, be said to coincide with the mere life in him, any more than it can be said to coincide with any other of his conditions and qualities, including even the uniqueness of his bodily person. However sacred man is, or however sacred that life in him which is identically present in earthly life, death, and afterlife, there is no sacredness in his condition, in his bodily life vulnerable to injury by his fellow men. What, then, distinguishes it essentially from the life of animals and plants? And even if these were sacred, they could not be so by virtue only of being alive, of being in life. It might be well worthwhile to track down the origin of the dogma of the sacredness of life. Perhaps, indeed probably, it is relatively recent, the last mistaken attempt of the weakened Western tradition to seek the saint it has lost in cosmological impenetrability. The antiquity of all religious commandments against murder is no counter-argument, because these are based on ideas other than the modern theorem. Finally, this idea of man's sacredness gives grounds for reflection that what is here pronounced sacred was, according to ancient mythic thought, the marked bearer of guilt, life itself. The critique of violence is the philosophy of its history, the philosophy of this history, because only the idea of its development makes possible a critical, discriminating, and decisive approach to its temporal data. A gaze directed only at what is close at hand can at most perceive a dialectical rising and falling in the lawmaking and law-preserving forms of violence. The law governing their oscillation rests on the circumstance that all law-preserving violence, in its duration, indirectly weakens the lawmaking violence it represents, by suppressing hostile counter-violence. Various symptoms of this have been referred to in the course of this study. This lasts until either new forces or those earlier suppressed triumph over the hitherto lawmaking violence and thus found a new law, destined in its turn to decay. On the breaking of this cycle maintained by mythic forms of law, on the suspension 252 of law with all the forces on which it depends as they depend on it, finally therefore on the abolition of state power, a new historical epoch is founded. If the rule of myth is broken occasionally in the present age, the coming age is not so unimaginably remote that an attack on law is altogether futile. But if the existence of violence outside the law, as pure immediate violence, is assured, this furnishes proof that revolutionary violence, the highest manifestation of unalloyed violence by man, is possible, and shows by what means. Less possible and also less urgent for humankind, however, is to decide when unalloyed violence has been realized in particular cases. For only mythic violence, not divine, will be recognizable as such with certainty, unless it be in incomparable effects, because the expiatory power of violence is invisible to men. Once again all the eternal forms are open to pure divine violence, which myth bastardized with law. Divine violence may manifest itself in a true war exactly as it does in the crowd's divine judgment on a criminal. But all mythic, law-making violence, which we may call executive, is pernicious. Pernicious, too, is the law-preserving, administrative violence that serves it. Divine violence, which is the sign and seal but never the means of sacred dispatch, may be called sovereign violence. Written in 1921, published in Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik, 1921. Translated by Edmund Jeffcott. The task of the translator in the appreciation of a work of art or an art form, consideration of the receiver never proves fruitful. Not only is any reference to a particular public or its representatives misleading, but even the concept of an ideal receiver is detrimental in the theoretical consideration of art, since all it posits is the existence and nature of man as such. Art, in the same way, posits man's physical and spiritual existence, but in none of its works is it concerned with his attentiveness. No poem is intended for the reader, no picture for the beholder, no symphony for the audience. Is a translation meant for readers who do not understand the original? This would seem to explain adequately the fact that the translation and the original have very different standing in the realm of art. Moreover, it seems to be the only conceivable reason for saying the same thing over again. For what does a literary work say? What does it communicate? It tells very little to those who understand it. Its essential quality is not communication or the imparting of information. Yet any translation that intends to perform a transmitting function cannot transmit anything but communication, hence, something inessential. This is the hallmark of bad translations. But do we not generally regard that which lies beyond communication in a literary work, and even a poor translator will admit that this is its essential substance, as the unfathomable, the mysterious, the poetic? And is this not something that a translator can reproduce only if he is also a poet? Such, actually, is the cause of another characteristic of inferior translation, which consequently we may define as the inaccurate transmission of an inessential content. Whenever a translation undertakes to serve the reader, it demonstrates this. However, if it were intended for the reader, the same 254 would have to apply to the original. If the original does not exist for the reader's sake, how could the translation be understood on the basis of this premise? Translation is a form. To comprehend it as a form, one must go back to the original, for the laws governing the translation lie within the original, contained in the issue of its translatability. The question of whether a work is translatable has a dual meaning. Either, will an adequate translator ever be found among the totality of its readers? Or, more pertinently, does its nature lend itself to translation and, therefore, in view of the significance of this form, call for it? In principle, the first question can be decided only contingently, the second, however, apodictically. Only superficial thinking will deny the independent meaning of the latter question and declare both to be of equal significance. It should be pointed out in refutation of such thinking that certain correlative concepts retain their meaning, and possibly their foremost significance, if they are not from the outset used exclusively with reference to man. One might, for example, speak of an unforgettable life or moment even if all men had forgotten it. If the nature of such a life or moment required that it be unforgotten, that predicate would imply not a falsehood but merely a claim unfulfilled by men, and probably also a reference to a realm in which it is fulfilled, God's remembrance. Analogously, the translatability of linguistic creations ought to be considered even if men should prove unable to translate them. Given a strict concept of translation, would they not really be translatable to some degree? The question as to whether the translation of certain linguistic creations is called for ought to be posed in this sense. For this thought is valid here: if translation is a form, translatability must be an essential feature of certain works. Translatability is an essential quality of certain works, which is not to say that it is essential for the works themselves that they be translated. It means, rather, that a specific significance inherent in the original manifests itself in its translatability. It is evident that no translation, however good it may be, can have any significance as regards the original. Nonetheless, it does stand in the closest relationship to the original by virtue of the original's translatability. In fact, this connection is all the closer since it is no longer of importance to the original. We may call this connection a natural one, or, more specifically, a vital one. Just as the manifestations of life are intimately connected with the phenomenon of life without being of importance to it, a translation issues from the original not so much from its life as from its afterlife. For a translation comes later than the original, and since the important works of world literature never find their chosen translators at the time of their origin, their translation marks their stage of continued life. The idea of life and afterlife in works of art should be regarded with an entirely unmetaphorical objectivity. Even in times of narrowly prejudiced thought, there was an inkling that life was not limited to organic corpora. 255. Ality. But it cannot be a matter of extending its dominion under the feeble scepter of the soul, as Fechner tried to do, or, conversely, of basing its definition on the even less conclusive factors of animality, such as sensation, which characterizes life only occasionally. The concept of life is given its due only if everything that has a history of its own, and is not merely the setting for history, is credited with life. In the final analysis, the range of life must be determined by the standpoint of history rather than that of nature, least of all by such tenuous factors as sensation and soul. The philosopher's task consists in comprehending all of natural life through the more encompassing life of history. And indeed, isn't the afterlife of works of art far easier to recognize than that of living creatures? The history of the great works of art tells us about their descent from prior models, their realization in the age of the artist, and what in principle should be their eternal afterlife in succeeding generations. Where this last manifests itself, it is called fame. Translations that are more than transmissions of subject matter come into being when a work, in the course of its survival, has reached the age of its fame. Contrary, therefore, to the claims of bad translators, such translations do not so much serve the works as owe their existence to it. In them the life of the originals attains its latest, continually renewed, and most complete unfolding. As the unfolding of a special and high form of life, this process is governed by a special high purposiveness. The relationship between life and purposiveness, seemingly obvious yet almost beyond the grasp of the intellect, reveals itself only if the ultimate purpose toward which all the individual purposivesses of life tends is sought not in its own sphere but in a higher one. All purposeful manifestations of life, including their very purposiveness, in the final analysis have their end not in life but in the expression of its nature, in the representation of its significance. Translation thus ultimately serves the purpose of expressing the innermost relationship of languages to one another. It cannot possibly reveal or establish this hidden relationship itself, but it can represent it by realizing it in embryonic or intensive form. This representing of something signified through an attempt at establishing it in embryo is of so singular a nature that it is rarely met with in the sphere of non-linguistic life. In its analogies and symbols, it can draw on other ways of suggesting meaning than intensive, that is, anticipative, intimating realization. As for the posited innermost kinship of languages, it is marked by a peculiar convergence. This special kinship holds because languages are not strangers to one another, but are, a priori and apart from all historical relationships, interrelated in what they want to express. With this attempt at an explication, our study appears to rejoin, after futile detours, the traditional theory of translation. If the kinship of languages is to be demonstrated by translations, how else can this be done but by conveying the form and meaning of the original as accurately as possible? To be sure, that theory would be hard put to define the nature of this accuracy and therefore could shed no light on what is important in a translation. Actually, however, the kinship of languages is brought out by a translation far more profoundly and clearly than in the superficial and indefinable similarity of two works of literature. To grasp the genuine relationship between an original and a translation requires an investigation analogous in its intention to the argument by which a critique of cognition would have to prove the impossibility of a theory of imitation. In the latter, it is a question of showing that in cognition there could be no objectivity, not even a claim to it, if this were to consist in imitations of the real. In the former, one can demonstrate that no translation would be possible if in its ultimate essence it strove for likeness to the original. For in its afterlife, which could not be called that if it were not a transformation and a renewal of something living, the original undergoes a change. Even words with fixed meaning can undergo a maturing process. The obvious tendentiousness of a writer's literary style may in time wither away, only to give rise to imminent tendencies in the literary creation. What sounded fresh once may sound hackneyed later, what was once current may someday sound archaic. To seek the essence of such changes, as well as the equally constant changes in meaning, in the subjectivity of posterity rather than in the very life of language and its works, would mean even allowing for the crudest psychologism confusing the root cause of a thing with its essence. More precisely, it would mean denying, by an impotence of thought, one of the most powerful and fruitful historical processes. And even if one tried to turn an author's last stroke of the pen into the coup de grâce of his work, this still would not save that dead theory of translation. For just as the tenor and the significance of the great works of literature undergo a complete transformation over the centuries, the mother tongue of the translator is transformed as well. While a poet's words endure in his own language, even the greatest translation is destined to become part of the growth of its own language and eventually to perish with its renewal. Translation is so far removed from being the sterile equation of two dead languages that of all literary forms it is the one charged with the special mission of watching over the maturing process of the original language and the birth pangs of its own. If the kinship of languages manifests itself in translations, this is not accomplished through the vague resemblance a copy bears to the original. It stands to reason that resemblance does not necessarily appear where there is kinship. The concept of kinship as used here is in accord with its more restricted usage. It cannot be defined adequately by an identity of origin between the two cases, although in defining the more restricted usage the concept of origin remains indispensable. Where should one look to show the kinship of two languages, setting aside any historical connection? Certainly not in the similarity between works of literature or in the words they. 257. Use. Rather, all suprahistorical kinship between languages consists in this: in every one of them as a whole, one and the same thing is meant. Yet this one thing is achievable not by any single language but only by the totality of their intentions supplementing one another, the pure language. Whereas all individual elements of foreign languages, words, sentences, associations are mutually exclusive, these languages supplement one another in their intentions. This law is one of the fundamental principles in the philosophy of language, but to understand it precisely we must draw a distinction, in the concept of intention, between what is meant and the way of meaning it. In the words brat and pain, what is meant is the same, but the way of meaning it is not. This difference in the way of meaning permits the word brat to mean something other to a German than what the word pain means to a Frenchman, so that these words are not interchangeable for them. In fact, they strive to exclude each other. As to what is meant, however, the two words signify the very same thing. Even though the way of meaning in these two words is in such conflict, it supplements itself in each of the two languages from which the words are derived. To be more specific, the way of meaning in them is supplemented in its relation to what is meant. In the individual, unsupplemented languages, what is meant is never found in relative independence, as in individual words or sentences. Rather, it is in a constant state of flux until it is able to emerge as the pure language from the harmony of all the various ways of meaning. For a long time it remains hidden in the languages. If, however, these languages continue to grow in this way until the messianic end of their history, it is translation that catches fire from the eternal life of the works and the perpetually renewed life of language, for it is translation that keeps putting the hallowed growth of languages to the test. How far removed is their hidden meaning from revelation? How close can it be brought by the knowledge of this remoteness? This, to be sure, is to admit that all translation is only a somewhat provisional way of coming to terms with the foreignness of languages. An instant and final rather than a temporary and provisional solution to this foreignness remains out of the reach of mankind. At any rate, it eludes any direct attempt. Indirectly, however, the growth of religions ripens the hidden seed into a higher development of language. Although translation, unlike art, cannot claim permanence for its products, its goal is undeniably a final, conclusive, decisive stage of all linguistic creation. In translation the original rises into a higher and purer linguistic air, as it were. It cannot live there permanently, to be sure, neither can it reach that level in every aspect of the work. Yet in a singularly impressive manner, it at least points the way to this region, the predestined, hitherto inaccessible realm of reconciliation and fulfillment of languages. The original cannot enter there in its entirety, but what does appear in this region is that element in a translation which goes beyond transmittal of subject matter. This nucleus is best defined as that element in the translation which does not lend itself to a further translation. Though one may glean as much of that subject matter as one can from a translation, and translate that, the element with which the efforts of the real translation were concerned remains at a quite inaccessible remove, because the relationship between content and language is quite different in the original and the translation. Whereas content and language form a certain unity in the original, like a fruit and its skin, the language of the translation envelopes its content like a royal robe with ample folds. For it signifies a more exalted language than its own and thus remains unsuited to its content, overpowering and alien. This disjunction prevents translation and at the same time makes it superfluous. For any translation of a work originating in a specific stage of linguistic history represents, in regard to a specific aspect of its content, translation into all other languages. Thus, ironically, translation transplants the original into a more definitive linguistic realm, since it can no longer be displaced by a secondary rendering. The original can only be raised there anew and at other points of time. It is no mere coincidence that the word ironic here brings the Romantics to mind. They, more than any others, were gifted with an insight into the life of literary works, an insight for which translation provides the highest testimony. To be sure, they hardly recognized translation in this sense, but devoted their entire attention to criticism, another, if lesser, factor in the continued life of literary works. But even though the Romantics virtually ignored translation in their theoretical writings, their own great translations testify to their sense of the essential nature and the dignity of this literary mode. There is abundant evidence that this sense is not necessarily most pronounced in a poet, in fact, he may be least open to it. Not even literary history suggests the traditional notion that great poets have been eminent translators and lesser poets have been indifferent translators. A number of the most eminent ones, such as Luther, Voss, and Schlegel, are incomparably more important as translators than as creative writers. Some of the great among them, such as Hölderlin and Stefan George, cannot be simply subsumed as poets, and quite particularly not if we consider them as translators. Just as translation is a form of its own, so, too, may the task of the translator be regarded as distinct and clearly differentiated from the task of the poet. The task of the translator consists in finding the particular intention toward the target language which produces in that language the echo of the original. This is a feature of translation that basically differentiates it from the poet's work, because the intention of the latter is never directed toward the language as such, at its totality, but is aimed solely and immediately at specific linguistic contextual aspects. Unlike a work of literature, translation finds itself not in the center of the language forest but on the outside facing the wooded ridge. It calls into it without entering, aiming at that single spot where the echo is able to give, in its own language, the reverberation of the 259. Work in the alien one. Not only does the intention of a translation address or differ from that of a literary work, namely a language as a whole, taking an individual work in an alien language as a point of departure, but it is also qualitatively different altogether. The intention of the poet is spontaneous, primary, manifest, that of the translator is derivative, ultimate, ideational. For the great motif of integrating many tongues into one true language informs his work. This language is that in which the independent sentences, works of literature, and critical judgments will never communicate, for they remain dependent on translation, but in it the languages themselves, supplemented and reconciled in their way of meaning, draw together. If there is such a thing as a language of truth, a tensionless and even silent depository of the ultimate secrets for which all thought strives, then this language of truth is the true language. And this very language, in whose divination and description lies the only perfection for which a philosopher can hope, is concealed in concentrated fashion in translations. There is no muse of philosophy, nor is there one of translation. But despite the claims of sentimental artists, these two are not Philistin. For there is a philosophical genius that is characterized by a yearning for that language which manifests itself in translations. Les langues imparfaites en cela que plusieurs, manque la supreme, penser étant écrire sans achis soirs, ni chucotement mais tacite encore l'immortelle parole, la diversite, certes, des idiomes empêche personne de proférer, es mots qui, sinon se trouverait, par un frappé unique, même matériellement la vérité. One, if what Mallarmé evokes here is fully fathomable to a philosopher, translation, with its rudiments of such a language, is midway between poetry and theory. Its work is less sharply defined than either of these, but it leaves no less of a mark on history. If the task of the translator is viewed in this light, the roads toward a solution seem to be all the more obscure and impenetrable. Indeed, the problem of ripening the seed of pure language in a translation seems to be insoluble, determinable and no solution. For is not the ground cut from under such a solution if the reproduction of the sense ceases to be decisive? Viewed negatively, this is actually the meaning of all the foregoing. The traditional concepts in any discussion of translation are fidelity and license the free dom to give a faithful reproduction of the sense and, in its service, fidelity to the word. These ideas seem to be no longer serviceable to a theory that strives to find, in a translation, something other than reproduction of meaning. To be sure, traditional usage makes these terms appear as if in constant conflict with each other. What can fidelity really do for the rendering of meaning? Fidelity in the translation of individual words can almost never fully reproduce the sense they have in the original. For this sense, in its poetic significance for the original, is not limited to what is meant but rather wins such significance to the degree that what is meant is bound to the way of meaning of the individual word. People commonly convey this when they say that words have emotional connotations. A literal rendering of the syntax casts the reproduction of meaning entirely to the winds and threatens to lead directly to incomprehensibility. The 19th century considered Hölderlin's translations of Sophocles monstrous examples of such literalness. Finally, it is self-evident how greatly fidelity in reproducing the form impedes the rendering of the sense. Thus, no case for literalness can be based on an interest in retaining the meaning. The preservation of meaning is served far better on literature and language, far worse by the unrestrained license of bad translators. Of necessity, therefore, the demand for literalness, whose justification is obvious but whose basis is deeply hidden, must be understood in a more cogent context. Fragments of a vessel that are to be glued together must match one another in the smallest details, although they need not be like one another. In the same way, a translation, instead of imitating the sense of the original, must lovingly and in detail incorporate the original's way of meaning, thus making both the original and the translation recognizable as fragments of a greater language, just as fragments are part of a vessel. For this very reason, translation must in large measure refrain from wanting to communicate something, from rendering the sense, and in this the original is important to it only insofar as it has already relieved the translator and his translation of the effort of assembling and expressing what is to be conveyed. In the realm of translation, too, the words nrk and hologos in the beginning was the word apply. On the other hand, as regards the meaning, the language of a translation can in fact, must let itself go, so that it gives voice to the intentio of the original not as reproduction but as harmony, as a supplement to the language in which it expresses itself, as its own kind of intentio. Therefore, it is not the highest praise of a translation, particularly in the age of its origin, to say that it reads as if it had originally been written in that language. Rather, the significance of fidelity as ensured by literalness is that the work reflects the great longing for linguistic complementation. A real translation is transparent, it does not cover the original, does not block its light, but allows the pure language, as though reinforced by its own medium, to shine upon the original all the more fully. This may be achieved, above all, by a literal rendering of the syntax which proves words rather than sentences to be the primary element of the translator. For if the sentence is the wall before the language of the original, literalness is the arcade. Fidelity and freedom in translation have traditionally been regarded as conflicting tendencies. This deeper interpretation of the one apparently does not serve to reconcile the two, in fact, it seems to deny the other all justification. For what does freedom refer to, if not to the reproduction of the sense, which must thereby give up its law-giving role? Only if the sense of a linguistic creation may be equated with that of the information it 261 conveys does some ultimate, decisive element remain beyond all communicati and quite close and yet infinitely remote, concealed or distinguishable, fragmented or powerful. In all language and linguistic creations, there remains in addition to what can be conveyed something that cannot be communicated, depending on the context in which it appears, it is something that symbolizes or something symbolized. It is the former only in the finite products of language, the latter, in the evolving of the languages themselves. And that which seeks to represent, indeed to produce, itself in the evolving of languages. Is that very nucleus of the pure language, yet though this nucleus remains present in life as that which is symbolized itself, albeit hidden and fragmentary, it persists in linguistic creations only in its symbolizing capacity. Whereas in the various tongues that ultimate essence, the pure language, is tied only to linguistic elements and their changes, in linguistic creations it is weighted with a heavy, alien meaning. To relieve it of this, to turn the symbolizing into the symbolized itself, to regain pure language fully formed from the linguistic flux, is the tremendous and only capacity of translation. In this pure language which no longer means or expresses anything but is, as expressionless and creative word, that which is meant in all languages, all information, all sense, and all intention finally encounter a stratum in which they are destined to be extinguished. This very stratum furnishes a new and higher justification for free translation. This justification does not derive from the sense of what is to be conveyed, for the emancipation from this sense is the task of fidelity. Rather, freedom proves its worth in the interest of the pure language by its effect on its own language. It is the task of the translator to release in his own language that pure language which is exiled among alien tongues, to liberate the language imprisoned in a work in his recreation of that work. For the sake of the pure language, he breaks through decayed barriers of his own language. Luther, Voss, Hölderlin, and George have extended the boundaries of the German language. What remains for sense, in its importance for the relationship between translation and original, may be expressed in the following simile. Just as a tangent touches a circle lightly and at but one point establishing, with this touch rather than with the point, the law according to which it is to continue on its straight path to infinity, a translation touches the original lightly and only at the infinitely small point of the sense, thereupon pursuing its own course according to the laws of fidelity in the freedom of linguistic flux. Without explicitly naming or substantiating it, Rudolf Panwitz has characterized the true significance of this freedom. His observations are contained in Die Krise der Europäischen Kultur, and rank with Goethe's notes to the W. Eastistlicher Divan as the best comment on the theory of translation that has been published in Germany. Panwitz writes, "Our translations, even the best ones, proceed from a mistaken premise. They want to turn Hindi, Greek, English into German instead of turning German into Hindi, Greek, English. Our translators have a far greater reverence for the usage of their own language than for the spirit of the foreign works. The basic error of the translator is that he preserves the state in which his own language happens to be instead of allowing his language to be powerfully affected by the foreign tongue. Particularly when translating from a language very remote from his own, he must go back to the primal elements of language itself and penetrate to the point where work, image, and tone converge. He must expand and deepen his language by means of the foreign language. It is not generally realized to what extent this is possible, to what extent any language can be transformed, how language differs from language almost the way dialect differs from dialect. However, this last is true only if one takes language seriously enough, not if one takes it lightly. The extent to which a translation manages to be in keeping with the nature of this form is determined objectively by the translatability of the original. The lower the quality and distinction of its language, the greater the extent to which it is information, the less fertile a field it is for translation, until the utter preponderance of content, far from being the lever for a well-formed translation, renders it impossible. The higher the level of a work, the more it remains translatable even if its meaning is touched upon only fleetingly. This, of course, applies to originals only. Translations, in contrast, prove to be untranslatable not because of any inherent difficulty but because of the looseness with which meaning attaches to them. Confirmation of this as well as of every other important aspect is supplied by Hölderlin's translations, particularly those of the two tragedies by Sophocles. In them the harmony of the languages is so profound that sense is touched by language only the way an Aeolian harp is touched by the wind. Hölderlin's translations are prototypes of their form, they are to even the most perfect renderings of their texts as a prototype is to a model, as can be aptly demonstrated by comparing Hölderlin's and Rudolf Borchart's translations of Pindar's Third Pythian Ode. For this very reason, Hölderlin's translations in particular are subject to the enormous danger inherent in all translations. The gates of a language thus expanded and modified may slam shut and enclose the translator in silence. Hölderlin's translations from Sophocles were his last work. In them meaning plunges from abyss to abyss until it threatens to become lost in the bottomless depths of language. There is, however, a stop. It is vouchsafed in Holy Writ alone, in which meaning has ceased to be the watershed for the flow of language and the flow of revelation. Where the literal quality of the text takes part directly, without any mediating sense, in true language, in the truth, or in doctrine, this text is unconditionally translatable. To be sure, such translation no longer serves the cause of the text, but rather works in the interest of languages. This case demands boundless confidence in the translation, so that just as language 263 and revelation are joined without tension in the original, the translation must write literalness with freedom in the shape of an interlinear version. For to some degree, all great texts contain their potential translation between the lines. This is true above all of sacred writings. The interlinear version of the scriptures is the prototype or ideal of all translation. Written in 1921, published in Charles Baudelaire, Tableaux Parisiens, Deutsche Obertragung mit einem Vorwort über die Aufgabe des Übersetzers, Van W. Alter Benjamin Charles Baudelaire, Tableaux Parisiens, German translation, with a foreword on the task of the translator, by Walter Benjamin, 1923. Translated by Harry Zahn. Notes for a study of the beauty of colored illustrations in children's books. Compare the dialogue on the rainbow. Point to the paint applied in watercolors there differs from the colors of painting, which make marks. What appears in the shape of marks addresses through the act of perception the entire metaphysical nature of man, and the imagination speaks in it inseparably from the authentic and morally tinged yearning of mankind. By the same token, where the color, the transparent or glowing brightness of the color, impairs its relation to the surface, painting, however delightful it may be, always verges on the empty effect, in which the imagination is unharnessed from the heart and races around aimlessly. A picture by Dasso Dossi springs to mind. Ella and the pictures in children's books, the object and the great autonomy of the graphic medium, woodcut or engraving, ensures that there can be no question of the kind of synthesis of heart and imagination which painting achieves with marks. On the contrary, here the imagination may and even must be allowed to roam free, so that it can produce in its own medium what the spirit of the drawing has in mind. Children's books do not serve to introduce their readers directly into the world of objects, animals, and people, into so-called life. Rather, if anything remotely similar to the Platonic anamnesis actually exists, it would take place in the lives of children, for whom picture books are paradise. By remembering, they learn, what you put into their hands should have, insofar as human hand can impart it to paper, the color of paradise, just as a butterfly's wings have their patina. Children learn in the memory of their first intuition. And they learn from bright colors, because the fantastic play of color is the home of memory without yearning, and it can be free of yearning because it is unalloyed. In that sense, the Platonic anamnesis is not quite the form of memory specific to children. For it is not without yearning. 265. And regret, and this tension with the messianic is the exclusive effect of genuine art, whose recipient learns not from memory alone but from the yearning that it satisfies too soon and therefore too slowly. If our painters nowadays again evoke these colors in their aquarelles, this should not seduce us into too great a pleasure, too liberated a joy, in looking at them, and where this does happen, it is rare for the painter, Richard Seawald, to be quite without guilt. A complete renunciation of the spirit of true art is the precondition for the imaginative use of color. Incomparable, however, is the feeling of calm that steals over us when we see such pictures modestly and namelessly dedicated to children. Paradise is as far removed from the apocalypse, though this apocalypse is a hesitant one, as the latter is from art. For adults, the yearning for paradise is the yearning of yearnings. Not the yearning for fulfillment, but the yearning to be without yearning. The grey Elysium of the imagination is, for the artist, the cloud in which he rests and the wall of cloud on the horizon of his visions. This wall opens up for children, and more brightly colored walls can be glimpsed behind it. Plan. Motto: a soft green glow in the evening red. Fritz Heinel. 1. Pure color and mark. 2. Space, color, and imagination. 3. Pure color and memory. 4. Paradise. 5. Children and the memory of paradise. Aspects of style in Heinrich Hoffmann's books for children. Fantasy and irony, both thoroughly romantic. But the imagination of Jean-Paul, not that of Tieck, extreme exuberance. 3. Furthermore, rejection of every synthetic principle. The strictest individualization through color. Gore's critique of bouquets. 4. Unable to find it. See the background in the watercolor illustrations in children's books, in contrast to those of pictures in Essence and Mark S. 5. Fragment written in 1918–1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Riddle and mystery. Riddles appear where there is an emphatic intention to elevate an artifact or an event that seems to contain nothing at all, or nothing out of the ordinary, to the plane of symbolic significance. Since mystery dwells at the heart of symbol, an attempt will be made to uncover a mysterious side to this artifact or event. In the case of profane objects in the narrower sense, however, this attempt is doomed never to reach its goal. If you try to capture its mysterious side in a description that relates to it as a riddle does to its solution, then the appearance shine of mystery will last only so long as that solution has not been found. In other words, since the solution exists objectively, the appearance is merely subjective. The only objective element is the intention that addresses a mystery, the insoluble aspect of the artifact or event, an intention that is ultimately disappointed. Nonetheless, the disappointment is not total, since in the last analysis there is an objective reason for the subjective appearance of the mystery inherent in an artifact or event. But that reason does not lie in the fact that the artifacts or events are a mystery, it lies in the fact that they, like all being, have a share in mystery, a share that, in the case of the profane, can never achieve an independent existence but is always bound to something else, to a solution in the case of a riddle, to a meaning in the case of a word. For precisely as word all being exists in a state of mystery by virtue of the symbolic force of the word, and in an ambiguous sense which is constitutive for the nature of a riddle, the key to the riddle Ratzelword is not only its solution, as the thing that thwarts it, but also its intention, its precondition, its foundation and the resolution of the intent to puzzle that is concealed in it. Since the words that are a riddle from the outset contain a symbolic core. Beyond the meaning communicated emit, a core that is the symbol of non-communicability. For this reason many riddles can be solved simply through an image, but they can be redeemed only through the word. In this context riddles such as word puzzles, homonyms, syllable puzzles, and the like, all of which are based on words and are relatively recent in origin, are less significant than the riddles of primitive peoples, which are often or indeed always based on situations that do not need to be rooted in words. The question they pose can be solved only in words that break in with their entire immediacy and are all the more potent in helping the concealed intent of the riddle to arrive at its redemption. For in the final analysis, mystery can be thought only in the acts of the living being that carries them out, not in things. It follows from this that the symbol which is a mystery can be thought only as the act of a living being that itself is completely at rest. This living being is always God. Adam's naming of the creatures in Genesis is intended as a repudiation of the mythical view that names are riddles that have to be guessed as, for example, in Theodore Storm's Regentrud, and in fairy tales. The Jewish name, in Hebrew, is a mystery. See Wolfgang Schultz, Rätsel, aus dem Hellenischen Kulturkreis Riddles, from Hellenic Culture. Collected and edited, 2 parts, B. Erlin, 1909–1912. Fragment written in 1920–1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Concept Essence Perception. Theorems on Symbolism. 1. No material objects as such correspond to God. 2. No material object and no symbol reaches God. 3. Certain material objects can be fulfilled only in an ascribed objective intention, and they then point to God. These are objects of the highest order. 4. The object of a symbol is imaginary. A symbol means nothing, but is, in accordance with its sense, the unity of the sign and the intention that fulfills its object. This unity is an objectively intentional one, its object is imaginary. Simple. 270. 5. We may not ask what the meaning of a symbol is, but may ask only how, in the realm of what objective intention and what signs, it has come about. 6. There is a great multiplicity of objective intentions. Memory, remembrance, fidelity, in portraying something, copy, philosophy, truth, penance, purification, and so on. Remembrance equals holy. Communion. Regarding point 4. Equivocations in the concept of symbol. We call symbol 1. The totality, e.g., the cross of Christ. 2. The sensuous part of this, e.g., the cross, now the actual material aspect of 1, and 2, coincide. We must therefore say that the symbol, as in 2, is identical with itself, 1, in the sense of what is meant. In other words, the cross is the cross of Christ. Or, as in Luther, the bread is the body of Christ. To say means instead of is would be even more false. What is the totality? Apart from the identity, nothing can be said about it. The imaginary nature of the object is shown by the way in which predicative mens just dry up. Therefore, in the last analysis the Greek symbolon is unimportant because it applies only to the actual materiality in the symbol. Correct terminology. 1. Symbol, the cross of Christ. 2. Symbolizer, a cross. 3. Symbolized, an imaginary object. Underscore 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 symbol. Underscore 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 perception. Underscore 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 knowledge. Fragment written in 1920 to 1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Language and logic. Sheet of paper has gone missing, must look for it at home. It contained 2. 1. The discussion of the concept of a system and the doctrine of the extinguishing of intention in the truth, explained in terms of the veiled image of Sais. 1. 2. Discussion of the concept of essence as the mark of truth. And so the characteristics of human beings are to be counterpoised as alien to one another, and so the harmony of the spheres resounds from their orbits, which do not come into contact with one another. Every essential being is a sun and relates to beings like itself, as suns in fact relate to one another. This also applies in the realm of philosophy, which is the only realm in which the truth becomes manifest, namely with a sound like music. And this is the harmonic concept of truth, which we must acquire so that the false quality of watertightness that characterizes its delusion vanishes from the authentic concept, the concept of truth. The truth is not watertight. Much that we expect to find in it slips through the net. The relation of these things to the forms of a system remains to be investigated. See, 2, the availing power of knowledge in the notes to the New Melusine. 2. The relation between concepts, and this relation governs the sphere of knowledge, is one of subsumption. The lower concepts are contained in the higher ones, that is to say, in one sense or another what is known loses its autonomy for the sake of what it is known as. In the sphere of essences, the higher does not devour the lower. Instead, it rules over it. This explains why the regional separation between them, their disparateness, remains as irreducible as the gulf between monarch and people. The legitimacy that characterizes their relations possesses canonical validity for the relation between the unity of essence and the multiplicity of essences. The unity of essence is of the same kind as the essence of whose multiplicity we are speaking. But it is not the unity of the essences. The relation between monarch and people makes very clear that in the sphere of essence questions of legitimacy are questions of authenticity and ultimately of origins. In this context, the question of origins is quite different from the pseudo-question of origins in the relations between concept and subconcept. For here the derivation is an illusion, since the mode and number of specifics of the concept that occur in the subconcept are a matter of chance. In contrast, every essence possesses from the outset a limited and moreover determinate multiplicity of essences, which do not derive from the unity in a deductive sense but are empirically assigned to it as the condition of its representation and articulation. The essential unity reigns over a multiplicity of essences in which it manifests itself, but from which it always remains distinct. A thoroughgoing system of control of this sort can be called the integration of manifestations into systems of multiple essences. The multiplicity of languages is such a plurality of essences. The doctrine of the mystics concerning the degeneration of the true language stands on false ground if it bases its argument on the dissolution into many languages. That multiplicity would simply amount to the contradiction of a primordial and God-willed unity, but the multiplicity of languages is not the product of decadence any more than is the multiplicity of peoples, and indeed is so far removed from any such decay that we might be justified in asserting that this multiplicity expresses their essential character. Therefore, this doctrine should not focus on the dissolution into many languages as the primary issue, but, rather, must speak of the fact that the integral power to rule becomes increasingly impotent. If we interpret this in the spirit of the mystics as pointing to a revealed unity of a linguistic kind, it will mean not just that this primordial language is the one originally spoken, but that the harmony originally created by those spoken languages was of incomparably greater power than any of the individual languages could possibly possess. 3. In a certain sense it may be doubted whether Plato's theory of ideas would have been possible, if the very meaning of the word had not suggested to the philosopher, who was familiar only with his mother tongue, a deification of the verbal concept, a deification of the words. Plato's ideas are basi. 274. Kali. If for once we may consider them from this one-sided standpoint, nothing but deified words and verbal concepts. Hermann Guntert, von der Sprache der Götter und Geister, the language of gods and spirits, Halle and der Sala, 1921, p. 49. In olden times the reputation of the priest and magician, the medicine man and shaman, was based in large measure on his knowledge and understanding of the formulas and magic words of the spirit language, and this higher knowledge was almost everywhere an anxiously kept secret. Druids, Brahmins, and shamans all understood exactly the basis of their own power. Ibid. p. 35. Nothing would justify describing such linguistic knowledge as a mere agglomeration of magic formulas. On the contrary, the power of these formulas was guaranteed by a knowledge, a theoretical knowledge, which is tied to language. That a pure type of such knowledge beyond the depths of magic can exist in truth as a system remains to be proved by an understanding of the relations of language and logic. The taboo that is placed on certain words can lead to their extinction. Ibid. p. 17. In olden times, in particular, names and words are something like a spiritual substance, at all events something real, actual, existing, something that was felt to have the same value as body and soul. From the old Indian and especially Buddhist philosophy, we have the expression namarupa, name and appearance, to designate the essence of a thing. 3. In the teachings of Mimamsa, we encounter a similar concept, namaguna. Name and attribute. For the well-known ambiguity and obscurity of the oracles is based entirely on periphrases which do no more than hint at what is meant, but do not express it sharply and clearly. In this sense the celebrated word El, which enigmatically greeted the stranger to the temple in Delphi, is symptomatic of the general practice of the Pythia. To say wooden walls instead of ships is then a stylistic peculiarity of sacred speech, and it is surprising that in Homer the emergence of special periphrases in religious speech, these sacred metaphors, begins in the speech of the gods themselves. The Lord to whom the oracle in Delphi belongs says nothing and conceals nothing, instead he signifies, remarks Heraclitus, Ibid. p. 121. The language of philosophers, too, is periphrastic in a certain sense, it steps back from the ordinary. And in this context, it is also significant that philosophical discourse cannot, by its very nature, allow itself to be drawn into providing examples by way of illustration. It does not speak the language of Mencken d. Fragment written in 1920–1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Theory of knowledge. The truth of a given circumstance is a function of the constellation of the true being of all other circumstances. This function is identical with the function of the system. The true being, which as such is naturally unknowable, is part and parcel of the infinite task. However, we have to ask about the medium in which truth and true being are conjoined. What is this neutral medium? Two things must be overcome. 1. The false disjunction: knowledge is either in the consciousness of a knowing subject or else in the object, alternatively, identical with it. 2. The appearance of the knowing man, for example, Leibniz, Kant. The two tasks facing the theory of knowledge are: 1. The constitution of things in the now of knowability, 1–2. The limitation of knowledge in the symbol. Regarding point 1. The sentence, truth belongs in one sense or another to the perfected state of the world, grows catastrophically to that other sentence, grows by the dimension of the know w, the world is knowable now. Truth resides in the now of knowability. Only in this is there a systematic, conceptual, nexus, a nexus between existing things and also with the perfected state of the world. The now of knowability is logical time, which has to replace that of timeless validity. Perhaps the concept of universal validity belongs in this nexus. Regarding point 2. Acts, like perception, enter only disjointedly, inauthentically, and without reality into the now of knowability. They become authentic and unbroken only in the perfected state of the world. Truth, too, is authentic and unbroken in the perfected state of the world, but it alone is also whole in the now of knowability. In other words, it contains unbroken only itself. An act is in connection with the perfected state of the world, not what happens now or soon. A demand cannot demand, or command, anything now. They enter disjointedly, in symbolic concepts, into the now of knowability, for this now is filled and governed exclusively by knowability. The now of an act, its authentic existence in the perfected state of the world, is not, like that of truth, also in the now of knowability. That existence in the perfected state of the world exists then without context, and even without any connections with this state of the world. Actually, however, it is erratic, disconnected, utterly unknowable. The symbolic concepts, primal phenomena. Fragment written in 1920–1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Truth and truths. Knowledge in the objective sense is defined as the quintessence of all acts of knowing. If the word all in this definition is taken in its strict and absolute sense, if it extends to the totality of knowledges in general and not just to all that is known of a particular subject, then the concept of knowledge marks an illusory point of intersection. Only in its multiplicity does the concept of knowledge stand up. Its unity cannot lie in its own sphere, it cannot be a summation, meant. If by unity is meant a unity not just of knowings but also as knowledge, then there is no such thing as a unity of knowings. Truth rightly occupies the systematic place that has been so frequently usurped by the illusory aggregate of knowledge. Truth is the quintessence of knowings as symbol. Yet it is not the aggregate of all truths. Truth expresses itself in a system or in its conceptual summary. Truths, however, can be expressed neither systematically nor conceptually, much less with acts of knowledge in judgments, but only in art. Works of art are the proper site of truths. There are as many ultimate truths as there are authentic works of art. These ultimate truths are not elements but genuine parts, pieces, or fragments of the truth. In themselves, however, they offer no possibility of interconnection and are not to be completed through one another. The instances of knowledge, in contrast, are neither parts nor fragments of the truth and therefore are not of the same nature as it. They are lower and, as it were, less well-organized material from which the higher portion is constructed, as though from its elements. The chimerical nature of the aggregate of knowledge should be shown. On the relation of knowledge to truth, see Goethe, Materialen zur Geschichte der Farbenlehre Materials on the History of the Theory of Color, Section 1, Greeks and Romans Observations. Since in knowledge, as in reflection, no totality can be created, because the first lacks the inner das Innere and the second the outer das Auf, we must necessarily think of science as art if we are to hope for totality of any kind from it. Moreover, we are not to look for this totality in the general, in the superabundant, but since art always constitutes itself wholly in every work of art, science, too, should manifest itself entirely in each application. He immediately follows this up by speaking of science in the sense of a work of art, whatever its content may be, like Werke Complete Works, Stuttgart, 1875, Vol 10, p. 361. An accurate judgment is described as knowledge. I may judge this knowledge to be correct. But I may not judge what I call correct to be true as well. If I call a judgment correct, I mean the judgment as a whole, unchanged, as it stands. But if I say it is true, I mean that it is true that this judgment is correct. The correctness of the judgment has a bearing on its truth, and this is what I mean when I say, this sentence is true. The correctness of a piece of knowledge is never identical with its truth, but every correct assertion has a relation with the truth. Moreover, all correct statements are of the same kind. The statement "a very fly has 6 legs" is correct in exactly the same way as the statement 2x2 equals 4. However, the truth of these two statements is different in each case. For the correctness of the second assertion has a profounder relation to truth than that of the first. Knowledge and truth are never identical, there is no true knowledge and no known truth. Nevertheless, certain pieces of knowledge are indispensable for an account of the truth. Fragment written in 1920–1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. The German language possesses no native term to describe the forms gestalten of the imagination. Only the word manifestation Erscheinung may in one specific sense be regarded as such. And in fact imagination has nothing to do with forms or formations. It does indeed take its manifestations from them, but the connection between them and the imagination is so far from being inexorable that we might rather describe the manifestations of the imagination as the deformation Entstallung of what has been formed. It is characteristic of all imagination that it plays a game of dissolution with its forms. The world of new manifestations that thus comes into being as the result of this dissolution of what has been formed has its own laws, which are those of the imagination. Its supreme law is that, while the imagination deforms, it never destroys. Instead, the manifestations of the imagination arise in that region of the form in which the latter dissolves itself. That is to say, the imagination does not itself dissolve, for where it attempts this it becomes fantastic. Fantastic objects arise where the process of deformation does not proceed from within the heart of the form itself. The only legitimate form of the fantastic is the grotesque, in which the imagination does not deform in a destructive fashion but destructively overforms Überstaltet. The grotesque is a marginal form in the realm of the imagination, it stands at the extreme margins where the latter strives once again to become form. All fantastic objects possess an element of the constructive or, as seen from the standpoint of the subject, of spontaneity. Genuine imagination, in contrast, is unconstructive, purely deformative or, from the standpoint of the subject, purely negative. The imaginative deformation of objects is distinguishable from the destructive collapse of the empirical by2 features. First, it is without compulsion, it comes from within, is free and therefore painless, and indeed gently induces feelings of delight. Second, it never leads to death, but immortalizes the doom it brings about in an unending series of transitions. The first of these features means that, through a pure act of conceiving, the objective realm of imaginative deformation, a world of painless birth, corresponds to the subjective conception of the imagination. Thus, all deformation of the world will imagine a world without pain that is nevertheless permeated by a rich flow of events. This deformation shows further as the second feature makes clear the world caught up in the process of unending dissolution, and this means eternal ephemerality. It is like the sun setting over the abandoned theatre of the world with its deciphered ruins. It is the unending dissolution of the purified appearance of beauty, freed from all seduction. However, the purity of this appearance in its dissolution one is matched by the purity of its birth. It appears different at dawn and at dusk, but not less authentic. Thus, there is a pure appearance, a burgeoning one, at the dawn of the world. This is the radiance that surrounds the objects in paradise. Point 2. Last, there is a third, pure appearance, the reduced, extinguished, or muted one. It is the grey Elysium we see in pictures by Maurice. Point 3. These are the three worlds of pure appearance that belong to the imagination. Deformation is not confined to the world of light, even if, as pure appearance, it is most obvious there. Deformation occurs also in the acoustic realm, so that, for example, the night can reduce noises to a single great humming, or the tactile, as when the clouds dissolve in the blue or the rain. All manifestations of deformation in nature must be surveyed, if the world of the imagination is to be described. Pure conceiving is the basis of every work of art. And it is always directed at two features, at the ideas and at nature in the process of deforming itself. This means that every work of art is grounded in the imagination. Perhaps, even probably, to varying degrees. However, imagination is always incapable of constructing a work of art because as a deforming agent it must always refer to something formed beyond itself, which then, when it enters the work, must itself become of fundamental importance for the work. Whenever such a formed element does not enter the work but is kept at a distance from it, for reasons of sentiment, pathos, or irony, such works regard the world of forms as a text to which they provide a commentary or an arabesque. Because they point beyond themselves, they are no more pure works of art than are riddles. This criticism applies to most of the works of Jean Paul, who had the greatest imagination and who, in this spirit of pure conceiving, came closest to the minds of children, for it was this that enabled him to become the outstanding pedagogue that he was in the expression of the work. Only language sometimes has the power to inspire the imagination, for only language is able, in the most fortunate case, to keep the deforming powers under control. They mainly eluded Jean Paul's grasp. Shakespeare is in his comedies their incomparable master. This power of language over the imagination stands in need of explanation. It would also be important to demonstrate that a chasm separates romantic irony from true imagination, for all the interaction between them in the shift from early to late Romanticism. The exact opposite of imagination is prophetic vision. Pure prophetic vision cannot form the basis of a work, yet such vision enters into every great work of art. Prophetic vision is the ability to perceive the forms of the future, imagination is the awareness of the deformations of the future. Prophecy is genius for premonition, imagination is the genius for forgetting. Their perceptive intention is not based in either case on a cognitive intention, any more than clairvoyance, but in a different manner in each instance. The imagination knows only constantly changing transitions. In the great drama of the passing away of nature, the resurrection of nature repeats itself as an act. Unrise, imagination plays a role on the last day of the world and the first. Pure imagination is concerned exclusively with nature. It creates no new nature. Pure imagination, therefore, is not an inventive power. Fragment written in 1920–1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Notes. 1. This purity of nature in the process of perishing corresponds to the destruction of mankind. 2. One is reminded of Otto Runge. Philip Otto Runge, 1777–1810. He and Caspar David Friedrich were the most important painters associated with Ger Man Romanticism trans. 3. Hans van Maries, 1837–1887, German painter trans. 4. Jean-Paul Richter, 1763–1825, wrote a series of wildly extravagant, highly imaginative novels that, in their combination of fantasy and realism, continue to defy categorization trends. Butya ndsem la nce. I. Every living thing that is beautiful has semblance ist scheinhaft. 2. Every artistic thing that is beautiful has semblance shine because it is alive in one sense or another. 3. There remain only natural, dead things which can perhaps be beautiful without having semblance. Fragment written in 1920–1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Philosophy of History of the Late Romantics. In a certain sense, the sterility that attaches to this philosophy of history, one despite this philosophy's important ideas, originated in one of its characteristic modern features. With many scientific theories of the modern age, it shares an absolutism of method. Since the Middle Ages, we have lost our insight into the complex layers that compose the world and its best features. These layers have in part an ontological status, which is to say they form a scale that advances from existence to appearance. The philosophy of history of the Restoration goes down in our esteem in proportion as it insists on the growth of history as the sole form of historical movement. And to the same degree, apparent insights take the place of insights into the appearances that also govern history. What has come to be seen as the problem of this philosophy of history can be formulated as the question of its treatment of the problem of growth. Its philosophical genius lies in the fact that its theoretical and practical stances were identical, lies in the only mode of behavior it acknowledged. This consisted in observation. For the Romantics, unlike modern thinkers, observation was not just a theoretical form of behavior. If we may distinguish between an early and a late Romantic theory of observation, we should discover at the theory's center, in the former case, reflection, and, in the latter case, love. What they had in common was a belief in the efficacy of observation. For the late Romantics, observation was a sun beneath whose rays the object of love opens up to further growth. But if its rays were withheld, the object of love remained in the dark and wilted. In the spectrum of variations in these modes of behavior, practical as well as scientific points of view were relevant. For the power that is ascribed here to observation is basically identical to the gaze of the father in education. The growing child must be conscious, not just of the 285. Vigilance of the paternal eye, but of what can ensue when that eye brightens or clouds over. This nonviolent control, which admittedly must start as soon as the child is born, has more influence on the child in essential matters than anything else, more than corporal punishment, and above all more than the much vaunted power of example. By the same token, it is much more important for the father, too, than reflection. For as his gaze follows, his eye learns to see what is appropriate to the child. And only he who has learned from the sight of many things possesses the power of contemplation. This defines precisely the stance of the scholars of the historical school. Nevertheless, the hypothesis that forms the foundation of their approach fails, the more the contemplation of history lays claim to a universality that goes beyond the obligations of a father's love. For the latter is in fact essentially, if not exclusively, concerned with growth. Its attitude to all human growth is exemplary. Contrast the historian. His pedagogic authority is all the more insecurely based because the scope of his investigations is incalculable. Moreover, they are by no means confined to the soil of peaceful growth but necessarily encompass the realm of bloody conflict. This realm should not be ignored. We may regard it as one of those regions whose particular sovereignty and the categories appropriate to it can no longer be grasped by modern thought, let alone that the latter might have been capable of bearing the entire universe of history, divided into its particular spheres. In the organic view of the world, too many things collapsed into one another. But ultimately this view betrays its own limitations when its preoccupation with the ideal of an unspoiled state of nature and its belief in the beautiful development of a nation leads it openly to abandon true historical, that is to say, religious and pragmatic observation, and lapse into a stance that oscillates helplessly between the ethical and the aesthetic, a lapse that no methodology can escape if it lacks the power to disentangle the various strata of the real world. The links between them can be clarified by theology, but only where the mediations of philosophy leave their natural tensions unresolved. On Chronicles. The system of categories outlined here applies to them. The relation between historical contemplation and historical construction. Fragment written in 1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. The meaning of time in the moral universe. It is customary to regard the legal institutions which permit us to establish the facts and judgments that obtained in times long past as nothing but the consolidated intentions of morality. What endows the law with this interest in the distant past and with power over it, however, is something very different indeed from the representation of the presence of morality in the past. The law actually derives these features from a tendency that sets it off sharply from the moral universe. This is the tendency to retribution. In modern law, retribution is confined to 30 years, a generation, even in the extreme case of murder, as if it were afraid to exceed the span of a human life. Yet we know from older forms of law that the power of retribution was able to extend its sway to succeeding, increasingly distant generations. Retribution is fundamentally indifferent to the passage of time, since it remains in force for centuries without dilution, and even today what is actually, at bottom, a heathen conception still pictures the Last Judgment along these lines. The Last Judgment is regarded as the date when all postponements are ended and all retribution is allowed free rein. This idea, however, which mocks all delay as vain procrastination, fails to understand the immeasurable significance of the Last Judgment, of that constantly postponed day which flees so determinately into the future after the commission of every misdeed. This significance is revealed not in the world of law, where retribution rules, but only in the moral universe, where forgiveness comes out to meet it. In order to struggle against retribution, forgiveness finds its powerful ally in time. For time, in which one pursues the evildoer, is not the lonely calm of fear but the tempestuous storm of forgiveness which precedes the onrush of the Last Judgment and against which 287. She cannot advance. This storm is not only the voice in which the evildoer's cry of terror is drowned, it is also the hand that obliterates the traces of his misdeeds, even if it must lay waste to the world in the process. As the purifying hurricane speeds ahead of the thunder and lightning, God's fury roars through history in the storm of forgiveness, in order to sweep away everything that would be consumed forever in the lightning bolts of divine wrath. What we have expressed here metaphorically must be capable of being formulated clearly and distinctly in conceptual form, the meaning of time in the economy of the moral universe. In this, time not only extinguishes the traces of all misdeeds but also by virtue of its duration, beyond all remembering or forgetting helps, in ways that are wholly mysterious, to complete the process of forgiveness, though never of reconciliation. Fragment written in 1921. Unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Christmas religion. A religion may be discerned in capitalism that say, capitalism serves essentially to allay the same anxieties, torments, and disturbances to which the so-called religions offered answers. The proof of the religious structure of capitalism not merely, as Weber believes, as a formation conditioned by religion, but as an essentially religious phenomenon would still lead even today to the folly of an endless universal polemic. We cannot draw closed the net in which we are caught. Later on, however, we shall be able to gain an overview of it. Nevertheless, even at the present moment it is possible to distinguish three aspects of this religious structure of capitalism. In the first place, capitalism is a purely cultic religion, perhaps the most extreme that ever existed. In capitalism, things have a meaning only in their relationship to the cult. Capitalism has no specific body of dogma, no theology. It is from this point of view that utilitarianism acquires its religious overtones. This concretization of cult is connected with a second feature of capitalism, the permanence of the cult. Capitalism is the celebration of a cult sans rêve et sans merci, without dream or mercy. There are no weekdays. There is no day that is not a feast day, in the terrible sense that all its sacred pomp is unfolded before us. Each day commands the utter fealty of each worshipper. And third, the cult makes guilt pervasive. Capitalism is probably the first instance of a cult that creates guilt, not atonement. In this respect, this religious system is caught up in the headlong rush of a larger movement. A vast sense of guilt that is unable to find relief seizes on the cult, not to atone for this guilt but to make it universal, to hammer it into the conscious mind, so as once and for all to include God in the system of guilt and thereby awaken in him an interest in the process of atonement. This atonement cannot then be expected from the cult itself, or from the reformation of this religion, which would need to be able to have recourse to some stable element in it, or even from the complete renouncement of this religion. The nature of the religious movement which is capitalism entails endurance right to the end, to the point where God, too, finally takes on the entire burden of guilt, to the point where the universe has been taken over by that despair which is actually its secret hope. Capitalism is entirely without precedent, in that it is a religion which offers not the reform of existence but its complete destruction. It is the expansion of despair, until despair becomes a religious state of the world in the hope that this will lead to salvation. God's transcendence is at an end. But he is not dead, he has been incorporated into human existence. This passage of the planet Achaemon through the house of despair in the absolute loneliness of his trajectory is the ethos that Nietzsche defined. This man is the Superman, the first to recognize the religion of capitalism and begin to bring it to fulfillment. Its fourth feature is that its God must be hidden from it and may be addressed only when his guilt is at its zenith. The cult is celebrated before an unmatured deity. Every idea, every conception of it offends against the secret of this immaturity. Freud's theory, too, belongs to the hegemony of the priests of this cult. Its conception is capitalist through and through. By virtue of a profound analogy, which has still to be illuminated, what has been repressed, the idea of sin, is capital itself, which pays interest on the hell of the unconscious. The paradigm of capitalist religious thought is magnificently formulated in Nietzsche's philosophy. The idea of the Superman transposes the apocalyptic leap not into conversion, atonement, purification, and penance, but into an apparently steady, though in the final analysis explosive and discontinuous intensification. For this reason, intensification and development in the sense of non-facit saltum are incompatible. The Superman is the man who has arrived where he is without changing his ways, he is historical man who has grown up right through the sky. This breaking open of the heavens by an intensified humanity that was and is characterized, even for Nietzsche himself, by guilt in a religious sense was anticipated by Nietzsche. Marx is a similar case. The capitalism that refuses to change course becomes socialism by means of the simple and compound interest that are functions of should. Consider the demonic ambiguity of this word. Point 2. Capitalism is a religion of pure cult, without dogma. Capitalism has developed as a parasite of Christianity in the West, this must be shown not just in the case of Calvinism, but in the other Orthodox Christian churches, until it reached the point where Christianity's history is essentially that of its parasite, that is to say, of capitalism. Fragment written in 1921, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Announcement of the journal Angelus Novus. The journal whose plan we present here hopes to create confidence in its content by giving an account of its form. Point 1. This form arises from reflecting on the nature of A.J. O'Ernle. A.J. O'Ernle should both make a program superfluous and avoid it as an incitement to pseudo-productivity. Programs are valid only when individuals or groups have particular, well-defined goals. A.J. O'Ernle that sets out to articulate the experience of a particular way of thinking is always far more unpredictable and unconscious than any expression of will, but by the same token it holds greater promise for the future and is capable of much greater development. Hence, such A.J. O'Ernle would be poorly placed to give an account of itself, no matter what terms it chose to express its position. Insofar as reflection is expected of it and in the right sense no limits can be set to reflection, it should concern itself less with ideas and credos than with foundations and governing principles, just as human beings should not be expected to have full knowledge of their own innermost tendencies but should be conscious of their vocation. The vocation of a journal is to proclaim the spirit of its age. Relevance to the present is more important even than unity or clarity, and a journal would be doomed like the newspapers to insubstantiality if it did not give voice to a vitality powerful enough to salvage even its more dubious components by validating them. In fact, a journal whose relevance for the present has no historical justification should not exist at all. The Romantic Athenaeum too is still a model today precisely because its claim to historical relevance was unique. At the same time it proves, if proof were needed, that we should not look to the public to supply the yardstick by which true relevance to the present is to be measured. Every journal ought to follow. 293. The example of the Athenaeum. It should be rigorous in its thought and unwavering in its readiness to say what it believes, without any concessions to its public, particularly where it is a matter of distilling what is truly relevant from the sterile pageant of new and fashionable events, the exploitation of which can be left to the newspapers. Moreover, for any journal that conceives itself in this way, criticism remains the guardian of the house. If in its infancy criticism was forced to combat commonplace viciousness, the situation nowadays is different. Formerly, the stage was dominated by products that were backward-looking and tasteless and by producers who were naive bunglers. Now it is confronted at every point by talented fakes. Furthermore, for over a century every grubby literary rag in Germany has advertised itself as an organ of criticism, so that redoubled efforts are needed to restore criticism to its former strength. Both critical discourse and the habit of judgment stand in need of renewal. Only a terrorist campaign will suffice to overcome that imitation of great painting that goes by the name of literary expressionism. If in such annihilating criticism it is essential to fill in the larger context, and how else could it succeed, the task of positive criticism, even more than before and even more than for the Romantics, must be to concentrate on the individual work of art. For the function of great criticism is not, as is often thought, to instruct by means of historical descriptions or to educate through comparisons, but to cognize by immersing itself in the object. Criticism must account for the truth of works, a task just as essential for literature as for philosophy. Such a view of the importance of criticism is incompatible with reserving a few columns for it at the end of each issue, as an act of duty. This journal will have no critical section and will not stamp its critical contributions with the mark of Cain by distinguishing them typographically from the rest of the journal. Precisely because the journal intends to devote itself to literature as much as to philosophy and criticism, the last named must not remain silent about what it has to say concerning the first. If we are not deceived, a dangerous and in every sense crucial period for German literature began at the turn of the century. Hutton's words about the age and the joys of living in it, three words whose tone seemed de rigueur in the program of every journal, are as difficult for literary artists to adopt as they are for anyone else in Germany at the present time. Ever since Stefan George's recent enrichments of the German language have begun to look obsolete, the first work of every aspiring young writer seems to consist of a new poetic thesaurus. And little as may be expected from a school whose most enduring monument may be seen in its vigorous exposure of the limitations of a great master, even less do the transparent mechanisms of their latest productions inspire confidence in the language of their authors. Even more clearly than in the age of Klopstock, many of whose poems sound as if they are what contemporary. 294. Poets aspire to even more completely than for centuries past. The crisis of German poetry coincides with the fate of the German language, a fate that will not be determined by knowledge, education, or taste, and that in a certain sense will be decided only once the crucial statements have been ventured. However, once the frontier has been reached beyond which a provisional declaration of intent cannot responsibly go, it is superfluous to state that contributions in prose and verse will bear the above in mind, and that the literary contributions of the first issue in particular desire to be understood as decisions in this spirit. Alongside these, there will be space subsequently for the work of other writers who, taking up a place in the shadow of the first group or even under their protection, but purged of the free-floating violence of our celebrated rhapsodists, will strive to tend a fire they have not themselves ignited. Once again, German writing in its current state stands in need of a genre that has always had a beneficial effect on it in its periods of great crisis: translation. In the present instance, however, the translations of the journal wish to be understood not just as providing models to be emulated, as was the case in earlier times, but also as the strict and irreplaceable school of language in the making. Where the latter is at a loss to discover a substance of its own on which it might feed, important works from other, related cultures offer themselves along with the challenge to abandon superannuated linguistic practices, while developing new ones. In order to make this the formal merit of true translation clearer, every work that should be judged primarily according to this criterion will be accompanied by its original text. The first issue will go into the question at greater length. The intellectual universality contained in the plan for this journal will not be confused with an attempt to achieve universality in terms of content. For on the one hand, it will not lose sight of the fact that a philosophical treatment confers universal meaning on every scientific or practical topic, on every mathematical line of inquiry as much as on any political question. And on the other hand, it will bear in mind that even the literary or philosophical themes of immediate interest will be given a welcome only because of this approach and on the condition that it be adopted. This philosophical universality is the touchstone that will enable the journal to demonstrate its true contemporary relevance most accurately. In its eyes, the universal validity of spiritual geistic utterances must be bound up with the question of whether they can lay claim to a place within future religious orders. Not as if such orders were already visible on the horizon. What is visible is the fact that without them, none of the things that are struggling for life can make their appearance and mark these days as the first of a new epoch. For that very reason, it would seem to be the right time to lend an ear not to those who imagine that they have already discovered the arcanum but to those who objectively, dispassionately, and unobtrusively give praise. 295. Zion to hardship and need, if only because the journal is not a place for the great. Even less should it be a place for the petty, it should be reserved, then, for those who have found by hard thinking as much as by soul searching that a renewal of things can come about only through confession. This, however, must be arrived at by an honest path. Spiritualist occultism, political obscurantism, and Catholic expressionism will be encountered in these pages only as the targets of unsparing criticism. And even though these pages will eschew the comfortable obscurity of esotericism, they will keep their distance equally from any easy expectation of greater elegance and accessibility for what they offer. Those qualities can only reward still greater hard, sober effort. Golden frits and silver bowls are not to be expected. 4 Instead we shall aspire to rationality throughout, and because none but free spirits are to discuss religion, the journal will feel free to go beyond the frontiers of our language, indeed of the West, and move to a consideration of other religions. It is a fundamental principle that only in regard to poetry shall we confine ourselves to the German language. Needless to say, there is no guarantee that the universality aspired to will be fully achieved. For just as in its outer appearance the journal will exclude every direct manifestation of the plastic arts, in the same way although less obviously it will keep its distance from all science, because there, far more than in the arts and philosophy, the topical and the essential almost always seem to part company. In the list of subjects to be treated in a journal, science forms a link to the problems of practical life, whose burden of true contemporary relevance is normally obscured beneath the surface and yields itself up only to the rarest philosophical scrutiny. These limitations count for little compared to the inevitable limitations of the editor. Perhaps he may be allowed a few words to outline his awareness of the boundaries of his own horizons and his readiness to acknowledge them. In fact, he makes no claim to survey the intellectual horizons of the age from on high. And, to continue with the image, he would prefer that of the man who stands on his own threshold in the evening when his work is done and in the morning before he sets out on his daily tasks, and who takes in the familiar horizon with a glance, rather than scanning it searchingly, so as to retain whatever new thing greets him there. The editor regards philosophy as his own special field, and this metaphor tries to express the idea that the reader will encounter nothing absolutely alien in the pages that follow, and that the editor will feel some affinity with whatever will be found there. But an even more emphatic implication of the metaphor is that to assess the degree and kind of affinity is not something which will fall to the public, and that nothing links the contributors with one another beyond their own will and consciousness. For just as the journal will refrain from attempting to ingratiate itself with the public, so too shall we resist the equally dishonest attempts of the contributors to curry favor. 296. Or create an atmosphere of mutual understanding and community. Nothing appears more important to the editor than that the journal should forego all appearance and simply express the truth of the situation, which is that even the purest will and the most patient labor among the different collaborators will prove unable to create any unity, let alone a community. The journal should proclaim through the mutual alienness of their contributions how impossible it is in our age to give a voice to any communality, even though this common forum might suggest otherwise, and should make plain to what degree even this connection remains on trial only, while responsibility to substantiate it rests entirely with the editor. This point touches on the ephemeral aspect of this journal, point that has been kept in mind throughout. For it is the fair price exacted by the journal's call for true contemporary relevance. After all, according to a legend in the Talmud, the angels who are born anew every instant in countless numbers are created in order to perish and to vanish into the void, once they have sung their hymn in the presence of God. It is to be hoped that the name of the journal will guarantee it contemporary relevance, which is the only true sort. Written in 1922, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Goethe's Elect v. Affinities. Dedicated to Julia Cohn. I. Whoever chooses blindly is struck in the eyes by the smoke of sacrifice. Klopstock. The writings we have on works of literature suggest that the minuteness of detail in such studies be reckoned more to the account of the interests of philology than of critique. The following exposition of elective affinities die W.A. Verwandtschaften, which also goes into detail, could therefore easily prove misleading about the intention with which it is being presented. It could appear to be commentary, in fact, it is meant as critique. Critique seeks the truth content of a work of art, commentary, its material content. The relation between the two is determined by that basic law of literature according to which the more significant the work, the more inconspicuously and intimately its truth content is bound up with its material content. If, therefore, the works that prove enduring are precisely those whose truth is most deeply sunken in their material content, then, in the course of this duration, the concrete realities rise up before the eyes of the beholder all the more distinctly the more they die out in the world. With this, however, to judge by appearances, the material content and the truth content, united at the beginning of a work's history, set themselves apart from each other in the course of its duration, because the truth content always remains to the same extent hidden as the material content comes to the fore. More and more, therefore, the interpretation of what is striking and curious, that is, the material content, becomes a prerequisite for any later critic. 1 May 298. Compare him to a paleographer in front of a parchment whose faded text is covered by the lineaments of a more powerful script which refers to that text. As the paleographer would have to begin by reading the latter script, the critic would have to begin with commentary. And with one stroke, an invaluable criterion of judgment springs out for him. Only now can he raise the basic critical question of whether the semblance/luster shine one of the truth content is due to the material content, or the life of the material content to the truth content. For as they set themselves apart from each other in the work, they decide on its immortality. In this sense the history of works prepares for their critique, and thus historical distance increases their power. If, to use a simile, one views the growing work as a burning funeral pyre, then the commentator stands before it like a chemist, the critic like an alchemist. Whereas, for the former, wood and ash remain the sole objects of his analysis, for the latter only the flame itself preserves an enigma, that of what is alive. Thus, the critic inquires into the truth, whose living flame continues to burn over the heavy logs of what is past and the light ashes of what has been experienced. Not the existence but for the most part the meaning of the concrete realities in the work will no doubt be hidden from the poet and the public of his time. But because what is eternal in the work stands out only against the ground of those realities, Every contemporary critique, however eminent, comprehends in the work more the moving truth than the resting truth, more the temporal effect than the eternal being. Yet however valuable concrete realities may be for the interpretation of the work, it hardly needs to be said that the production of a Goethe cannot be viewed in the same way as that of a Pindar. On the contrary, there was surely never a time before Goethe's when the thought was more foreign that the most essential contents of existence are capable of stamping their imprint on the world of things, indeed that without such imprinting they are incapable of fulfilling themselves. Kant's critical work and Besto's treatise on the elements, to the one dedicated to the meaning and the other to the perception of the experience of their times, testify in very different yet equally conclusive ways to the poverty of their material contents. In this crucial feature of the German, if not of the entire European Enlightenment, an indispensable precondition of Kant's life work, on the one hand, and of Goethe's productivity, on the other, can be glimpsed. For at the exact moment when Kant's work was completed and a map through the bare woods of reality was sketched, the Goethean quest for the seeds of eternal growth began. There came that direction of classicism which sought to grasp not so much the ethical and historical as the mythic and philological. Its thought did not bear on the evolving ideas but on the formed contents preserved in life and language. After Herder and Schiller, it was Goethe and Wilhelm von Humboldt who took the lead. 3 If the renewed material content available in the literary works of Goethe's old age escaped his contemporaries whenever it did not call attention to itself, as in the Divan, this stemmed from the fact that, utterly unlike the corresponding phenomenon in the life of antiquity, the very search for such a thing was foreign to them. How clearly the most sublime spirits of the Enlightenment had a premonition of the Contentgehalt or an insight into the matter sach, yet how incapable even they were of raising themselves to the perception of its material content Sachgehalt, becomes compellingly clear with regard to marriage. It is marriage, as one of the most rigorous and objective articulations of the content of human life, that in Goethe's Elective of Midas attests, also for the first time, to the author's new meditation, turned toward the synthetic perception of the material contents. Kant's definition of marriage in the Metaphysics of Morals, which is now and again remembered solely as an example of a rigoristic stereotype or a curiosity of his senile late period, is the most sublime product of a ratio that, incorruptibly true to itself, penetrates infinitely deeper into the facts of the matter than sentimental ratiocination. Of course the material content itself, which yields only to philosophical perception or, more precisely, to philosophical experience, remains inaccessible to both, but whereas the latter leads into the abyss, the former attains the very ground where true knowledge is formed. Accordingly it defines marriage as the union of two persons of different sexes for the purpose of lifelong mutual possession of their sexual organs. The goal of begetting and rearing children may be a goal of nature for which the inclination of the sexes to one another was implanted, but it is not requisite for human beings who marry to make this their end in order for their union to be compatible with rights, for otherwise the marriage would dissolve of its own accord when procreation ceases. Of course, the philosopher made his gravest mistake when he supposed that from his definition of the nature of marriage, he could deduce its moral possibility, indeed its moral necessity, and in this way confirm its juridical reality. From the objective nature of marriage, one could obviously deduce only its depravity, and in Kant's case this is what it willy-nilly amounts to. That, however, is precisely the crucial point. Its content can never be deduced from the real matter sach, but instead must be grasped as the seal which presents this matter. Just as the form of a seal cannot be deduced from the material of the wax or from the purpose of the fastening, or even from the signet, in which one finds concave what in the seal is convex, and just as it can be grasped only by someone who has had the experience of sealing and becomes evident only to the person who knows the name that the initials merely indicate, so the content of the matter cannot be deduced by means of insight into its constitution or through an exploration of its 300 intended use, or even from a premonition of its content. Rather, it is graspable only in the philosophical experience of its divine imprint, evident only to the blissful vision of the divine name. In this way the achieved insight into the material content of subsisting things finally coincides with insight into their truth content. The truth content emerges as that of the material content. Nonetheless, the distinction between them and with it the distinction between the commentary and the critique of the works is not futile, insofar as the striving for immediacy is nowhere more misguided than here, where the study of the matter and its intended use, like the intuition of its content, must precede each and every experience. In such a materially real determination of marriage, Kant's thesis is perfect and, in the consciousness of its cluelessness, sublime. Or, amused by his theses, do we forget what precedes them? The beginning of that paragraph reads: Sexual commerce, commercium sexual, is the reciprocal use that one human being makes of the sexual organs and sexual capacities of another, usus membrorum et facultatem sexualium alterius. This is either a natural use, by which procreation of a being of the same kind is possible, or an unnatural use, and this unnatural use takes place either with a person of the same sex or with an animal of a non-human species. Thus Kant. If Mozart's The Magic Flute is put alongside this passage from the Metaphysics of Morals, they would seem to represent the most extreme and at the same time most profound views of marriage which the age possessed. For to the extent that this is possible in opera, The Magic Flute takes precisely conjugal love as its theme. This is something which even Cohen, in whose late study of Mozart's librettos the two works meet in so dignified a spirit, does not really seem to have recognized. For the subject of the opera is not so much the desires of the lovers as the steadfastness of husband and wife. They must go through fire and water not only to win each other but to remain united forever. Here, however much the spirit of Freemasonry had to dissolve all material bonds, the intuition into the content has found its purest expression in the feeling of fidelity. Is Goethe in elective affinities really closer than Kant or Mozart to the material content of marriage? One would have to deny this roundly if, in the wake of all the literary scholarship on Goethe, one were seriously determined to take Mittler's words on this subject as the writer's own. 5 Nothing authorizes this assumption, but it is only too understandable. After all, the vertiginous gaze looked for support in this world, which sinks away as if circling in a whirlpool. There were only the words of the grim blusterer, which readers were glad to be able to take just as they found them. Anyone who attacks the state of marriage, Mittler cried, who undermines this foundation of all moral society by word or deed, will have to reckon with me, or else, if I cannot better him, I will have nothing to do with him. Marriage. 301. Is both the base and the pinnacle of culture. It makes barbarians tame, and it gives the most cultivated of people an opportunity to demonstrate their gentleness. It must be indissoluble, it brings so much luck that individual misfortunes cannot be weighed against it. And why speak of misfortune? Misfortune is really impatience that comes over people from time to time, and then they like to see themselves as unlucky. If you let the moment pass, you will think yourself fortunate that something that has stood the test of time still exists. There is no sufficient reason for separation. The human condition is so highly charged with joy and sorrow that one cannot calculate what two spouses owe each other. It is an infinite debt that can be paid only in eternity. It may be unpleasant at times, I can well believe it, but that is right and proper. Are we not also married to our conscience, which we would often like to get rid of, since it is more disagreeable than any man or woman could ever be? 6. Here, even those who did not notice the cloven foot that strict moralist would have to reflect that it did not occur even to Goethe, who often proved to have few enough scruples when it came to rebuking dubious persons, to resort to glossing Mittler's words. On the contrary, it is highly significant that the man who expounds a philosophy of marriage is himself unmarried and appears as the lowest ranking of all the men of his circle. Whenever, on important occasions, Mittler gives his tongue free rein, his words are out of place, whether at the baptism of the newborn or in the last moments that Ottilie spends with her friends. And even if the tastelessness of his words is here perceptible enough in their effects, Goethe still concluded after Mittler's famous apology for marriage, he would have gone on speaking in this forceful way for a long time. R138. Such talk can indeed be indefinitely pursued talk which, in Kant's words, is a disgusting mishmash, patched together out of baseless humanitarian maxims and muddy, delusive juridical instincts. The uncleanness of it, that indifference to truth in the life of husband and wife should escape no one. Everything comes down to the claims of the statute. Yet in truth, marriage is never justified in law, that is, as an institution, but is justified solely as an expression of continuance in love, which by nature seeks this expression sooner in death than in life. For the writer, however, an imprint of the juridical norm in this work was indispensable. After all, he did not want, like Mittler, to establish a foundation for marriage but wished, rather, to show the forces that arise from its decay. Yet these are surely the mythic powers of the law, and in them marriage is only the execution of a decline that it does not decree. For its dissolution is pernicious only because it is not the highest powers that produce it. And solely in this disaster vexed into life lies the ineluctable horror of the proceedings. With this, however, Goethe in fact touched on the material content of marriage. For even if he was not so minded to show this in an undistorted way, his insight into the declining relationship remains powerful enough. In its decline it becomes, for the first time, the juridical. 302. One that Mittler holds it up to be. Yet it never occurred to Goethe, even if he never really did obtain pure insight into the moral constitution of this bond, to want to justify marriage by matrimonial law. For him, the morality of marriage was least free of doubt at its deepest and most secret level. Its opposite, which he wishes to portray through the conduct of the Count and the Baroness, is not so much immorality as nullity. This is shown precisely by the fact that they are conscious neither of the moral character of their present relationship nor of the juridical character of the ones they have abandoned. The subject of elective affinities is not marriage. Nowhere in this work are its ethical powers to be found. From the outset, they are in the process of disappearing, like the beach under water at flood tide. Marriage here is not an ethical problem, yet neither is it a social problem. It is not a form of bourgeois conduct. In its dissolution, everything human turns into appearance, and the mythic alone remains as essence. This is, of course, contradicted by a routine glance. According to it, no loftier spirituality is imaginable in a marriage than in one where even its disintegration is unable to detract from the customary behavior of those affected. But in the domain of civility, what is noble is bound to the relation of the person to his expression. Nobility is in question wherever the noble expression does not conform to the person. And this law, whose validity may not, of course, without gross error be described as unrestricted, extends beyond the domain of civility. If there are unquestionably areas of expression whose contents are valid regardless of who gives them a distinct stamp, if, indeed, these are the highest, the former binding condition nonetheless remains inviolable for the domain of freedom in the widest sense. To this domain belongs the individual imprint of propriety, the individual imprint of the spirit, everything that is called cultivation by/dung. This is manifested above all by persons who are on intimate terms. Does that manifestation truly conform to their situation? Less hesitation might produce a freedom, less silence clarity, less leniency the decision. Thus, cultivation keeps its value only where it is free to manifest itself. This is clearly shown by the novel's plot, as well. The principals, as cultivated human beings, are almost free of superstition. If now and again it comes out in Edward, then it is at the outset merely in the more likable form of his clinging to happy portents. Only the more banal character of Mittler, despite his complacent behavior, shows traces of that truly superstitious fear of evil omens. He alone is reluctant to walk on cemetery ground as he would on any other ground, held back not by a pious reluctance but by a superstitious one, while to the friends it does not appear either scandalous to stroll there or forbidden to do as they please. Without scruple, indeed without consideration, they line up the gravestones along the church wall and leave the levelled ground, wound through by a footpath, for the minister to sow clover in. One cannot imagine a more conclusive liberation from tradition than that liberation from the graves of 303. The ancestors, which, in the sense not only of myth but of religion, provide a foundation for the ground under the feet of the living. Where does their freedom lead those who act thus? Far from opening up new perspectives for them, it blinds them to the reality that inhabits what they fear. And this because these perspectives are unsuited to them. Nothing but strict attachment to ritual, which may be called superstition only when, torn from its context, it survives in rudimentary fashion, can promise these human beings a stay against the nature in which they live. Charged, as only mythic nature is, with superhuman powers, it comes menacingly into play. Whose might, if not that of mythic nature, calls down the minister who cultivates his clover on the land of the dead? Who, if not it, sets the embellished scene in a pallid light? For such a light, in the more literal or more circumscribed sense, pervades the entire landscape, which nowhere appears in sunlight. And never, even when so much is said about the estate, is there a discussion of its crops or of any rural business that serves not ornament but sustenance. The sole allusion of this sort, the prospect of the vintage, leads away from the scene of the action to the estate of the Baroness. All the more clearly does the magnetic power of the interior of the earth speak. Goethe said of it in his theory of color Die Farbenlehre, possibly around the same time, that to the attentive spectator nature is never dead or mute. It has even provided a confidant for the rigid body of earth, a metal whose least fragment tells us about what is taking place in the entire mass. Goethe's characters are in league with this power, and they are as pleased with themselves in playing with what lies below ground as in playing with what lies above. Yet what else, finally, are there inexhaustible provisions for its embellishment except a new backdrop for a tragic scene? Thus, a hidden power manifests itself ironically in the existence of the landed gentry. Its expression is born, as by the Tellurian element, by watery expanses. Nowhere does the lake deny its unholy nature under the dead plane of the mirroring surface. An older work of criticism speaks revealingly of the demonically terrible fate that holds sway over the summer lake. Water as the chaotic element of life does not threaten here in desolate waves that sink a man, rather, it threatens in the enigmatic calm that lets him go to his ruin. To the extent that fate governs, the lovers go to their ruin. Where they spurn the blessing of firm ground, they succumb to the unfathomable, which in stagnant water appears as something primeval. One sees the old might of it literally conjure them. For at the end, that union of the waters, as they gradually destroy the firm land, results in the restoration of the mountain lake that used to be located in the region. In all this it is nature itself which, in the hands of human beings, grows superhumanly active. Indeed, even the wind, which drives the canoe toward the plane trees, rises up, as the reporter of the Church News scornfully surmises, probably by order of the Star. Human beings must themselves manifest the violence of nature, for at no. 304. Point have they outgrown it. With respect to these characters, this fact constitutes the particular foundation of that more general understanding according to which the characters in a fiction can never be subject to ethical judgment. And, to be sure, not because such judgment, like that passed on human beings, would surpass all human discernment. Rather, the grounds of such judgment already forbid, incontrovertibly, its application to fictional characters. It remains for moral philosophy to prove in rigorous fashion that the fictional character is always too poor and too rich to come under ethical judgment. Such a judgment can be executed only upon real human beings. Characters in a novel are distinguished from them by being entirely rooted in nature. And what is crucial in the case of fictional characters is not to make ethical findings but rather to understand morally what happens. The enterprise of a soldier, and later, too, of a Bielszowski, remains foolish, to produce a confused moral judgment of taste which should never have dared to make an appearance at the first place it can snatch applause. When the figure of Edward does this, it is not out of gratitude to anyone. How much more profound than theirs, however, is the insight of Cohen, who according to the exposition in his Aesthetics believes it is absurd to isolate the figure of Edward from the totality of the novel. Edward's unreliableness, indeed coarseness, is the expression of fleeting despair in a lost life. In the entire disposition of this relationship, he appears exactly the way he characterizes himself to Charlotte, for in reality I depend on you alone. RL 17. To be sure, he is the plaything not of whims, which Charlotte in no way has, but of the final goal of elective affinities, toward which her central nature, with its undeviating center of gravity, strives, out and away from all vacillations. From the start, the characters are under the spell of elective affinities. But in Goethe's profound and prescient view, their wondrous movements form the ground not for an intensely inward spiritual harmony of beings but only for the particular harmony of the deeper natural strata. For it is these strata that are intended by what is slightly amiss in every one of their conjunctures. Certainly, Ottilie adapts herself to Edward's flute playing, but his playing is false. Certainly, when he reads with Ottilie, Edward puts up with something he forbids to Charlotte, but this is a bad habit. Certainly, he feels wonderfully entertained by her, but she keeps silent. Certainly, the two of them even suffer in common, but their affliction is only a headache. These characters are not natural, for children of nature in a fabulous or real state of nature are human beings. At the height of their cultivation, however, they are subject to the forces that cultivation claims to have mastered, even if it may forever prove impotent to curb them. These forces have given them a feeling for what is seemly, they have lost the sense for what is ethical. This is meant as a judgment not on their accessions but rather on their language. Feeling, but deaf, seeing, but mute, they go their way. Deaf to God and mute before the world. Rendering account. 305. Eludes them, not because of their actions but because of their being. They fall silent. Nothing links the human being more closely to language than does his name. Scarcely any literature, however, is likely to offer a narrative of the length of elective affinities in which there are so few names. This parsimony of name-giving can be interpreted otherwise than as a reference to Goethe's penchant for typical characters, the customary view. It belongs, rather, most intimately to the essence of an order whose members live out their lives under a nameless law, a fatality that fills their world with the pallid light of a solar eclipse. All names, with the exception of Mittler's, are simply Christian names. In the name Mittler a mediator one should see not playfulness, that is, an allusion on the part of the author, but rather a locution that designates with incomparable certainty the essence of the bearer. He must be considered as a man whose self-love allows no abstraction from the illusions that appear to be given to him by his name, which in this way degrades him. Besides his, there are 6 names in the narrative: Edward, Otto, Ottilie, Charlotte, Lucianie, and Nanny. But the first of these is, as it were, fake. It is arbitrary, chosen for its sound, a trait that can surely be perceived as analogous to the displacement of the tombstones. Furthermore, an omen attaches to the doubling of his name, because it is his initials, E.O., which determine that one of the drinking glasses from the Count's youth shall be a token of his good fortune in love. 7. The abundance of premonitory and parallel features in the novel has never escaped the critics. They have long considered these features to have been amply appreciated as the most obvious expression of the novel's character. Nevertheless, quite apart from its interpretation, the depth to which this expression penetrates the entire work does not appear ever to have been fully grasped. Only when it is viewed in the right light does one clearly see that what is at stake is neither a bizarre predilection of the author nor a simple increase in tension. Only then does the chief content of these features come more precisely into the light of day. It is a symbolism of death. One can see right at the outset that one must go forth to evil houses, reads a strange turn of phrase in Goethe. Possibly, it is of astrological origin, it is not in Grimm's dictionary. On another occasion the author referred to the feeling of de Reed that, with the moral decay in elective affinities, is supposed to arise in the reader. It is also reported that Goethe laid wait on how swiftly and irresistibly he brought about the catastrophe. In its most hidden features, the entire work is woven through by that symbolism. Yet only a sensibility that is intimately familiar with this symbolism can effortlessly take in its language, where only exquisite beauties are proffered to the naive understanding of the reader. In a few passages Goethe gave clues even to this latter kind of understanding, and by and large these have remained the only ones to be noticed. They are all connected with the 306 episode of the crystal glass, which, destined to shatter, is caught in mid-flight and preserved. It is a sacrifice to the building, a sacrifice that is rejected at the consecration of the house in which Audely will die. But here, too, Goethe adheres to his secret procedure by tracing back to Jou's exuberance the gesture that completes this ceremony. In a clearer way, a sepulchral admonition is contained in the words with a Masonic ring at the laying of the foundation stone: "It is a serious matter, and our invitation to you is a serious one, for this ceremony takes place in the depths of the earth. Here in this narrow, hollowed-out space you do us the honor of appearing as witnesses to our secret task." R133. From the preservation of the glass, greeted with JOY, arises the great theme of delusion. Edouard seeks by every means to safeguard precisely this sign of the rejected sacrifice. After the feast, he acquires it at a high price. With good reason an old review says, "How strange and frightening! As the unheeded omens all prove true, so this, the only one that is heeded, is found to be deceptive." And indeed, there is no lack of omens that go unheeded. The first 3 chapters of the second part are entirely filled with preparations and conversations about the grave. In the course of the latter ones, the frivolous, indeed banal interpretation of the dictum "Si nothing but good of the dead" is remarkable. I once heard someone ask why one speaks well of the dead unreservedly, but of the living always with a certain degree of hesitation. The answer was that we have nothing to fear from the dead, whereas the living could cross us at some future point. RL 78. Here, too, how a fate appears ironically to betray itself. Through this fate the speaker, Charlotte, learns how sternly 2 deceased persons block her way. The 3 days that prefigure death fall on the birthday celebration of the 3 friends. Like the laying of the foundation stone on Charlotte's birthday, the ceremony of the raising of the roof beams must take place, under inauspicious signs, on Audely's. No blessing is promised to the residents. Edouard's friend, however, peacefully consecrates the completed tomb on his birthday. In a quite distinctive way, Audely's relation to the emerging chapel, whose purpose is of course as yet unspoken, is set against Luciana's relation to the tombstone of Mausoleos. Audely's nature profoundly touches the builder, Luciana's effort on a related occasion to rouse his interest remains ineffectual. Here, the play is overt and the seriousness secret. Such hidden likeness which, when discovered, is all the more striking for having been hidden is also found in the theme of the little casket. This gift to Audely, which contains the fabric of her shroud, corresponds to the receptacle in which the architect keeps his finds from prehistoric graves. The first is acquired from tradespeople and fashion dealers, of the other, we are told that its contents, through the way in which they were arranged, took on a somewhat prettified air, that it could be looked at with the same enjoyment as the display cases of a fashion dealer. RL 79. 307. Things that correspond to one another in this manner in the instances above, they are all symbols of death, are likewise not simply explained, as R. M. Meyer tries to do, by the typology of Goethe's compositions. Rather, reflection hits the mark only when it recognizes that typicality as having the character of fate. For the eternal return of the Sami, as it stonily prevails over the most intimately varied feelings, is the sign of fate, whether it is self-identical in the life of many or repeats itself in the individual. Twice Edouard offers his sacrifice to destiny, first in the drinking glass, and thereafter even if no longer willingly in his own life. He recognizes this connection himself. A glass with our initials on it was tossed into the air at the foundation stone laying, but it did not break, someone caught it, and now I have it back. In just the same way, I said to myself after so many doubtful hours in this lonesome spot, I will take the place of that glass and make myself a token whether we may be united or not. I will go and seek death, not as one who has taken leave of his senses but as one who hopes to survive. R233. Likewise, in the depiction of the war into which he throws himself, that tendency toward the typical as an aesthetic principle has been rediscovered. But even here the question arises whether Goethe did not also treat the war in so general a manner because he had in mind the hated war against Napoleon. Be that as it may, what is to be grasped, above all, in that typicality is not only a principle of art but a theme of fateful being. Throughout the work the author has exfoliated this fateful kind of existence, which encompasses living natures in a single nexus of guilt and expiation. It is not, however, as Gundolf thinks, to be compared with the existence of plants. One cannot imagine a more precise contradiction to this. No, not by analogy with the relation of seed, blossom, and fruit is Goethe's conception of law, his notion of fate and character, in elective affinities to be conceived. Neither those of Goethe nor those of anyone else whose notions would be valid. For fate, see character is something else, does not affect the life of innocent plants. Nothing is more foreign to it. On the contrary, fate unfolds inexorably in the culpable life. Fate is the nexus of guilt among the living. This is the impression Zelter 8 got from this work when, comparing it with Die Mitschuldigen and the Accomplices, he remarks of the comedy, yet precisely for this reason it fails to evoke pleasure, because it knocks at everyone's door, because it also takes aim at the good, and so I compared it with elective affinities, where even the best have something to hide and must blame themselves for not keeping to the right path. The fateful cannot be more accurately characterized. And thus it appears in elective affinities, as the guilt which is bequeathed through life. Charlotte is delivered of a son. The child is born from a lie. As a sign thereof it bears the features of the captain and Ottilie. As the offspring of a lie, it is condemned to death. For only truth is essential. The guilt for his death must 308 fall to those who, by failing to master themselves, have not atoned for the guilt of the child's inwardly untrue existence. These are Ottilie and Edward. This is how the natural philosophical ethical schema that Goethe sketched for the final chapters would probably have run. This much is incontrovertible in Albert Bielszowski's conjecture. It responds wholly to the order of fate that the child, who enters it as a newborn, does not expiate the ancient rift but, in inheriting its guilt, must pass away. It is a question here not of ethical guilt, how could the child acquire it? But rather of the natural kind, which befalls human beings not by decision and action but by negligence and celebration. When they turn their attention away from the human and succumb to the power of nature, then natural life, which in man preserves its innocence only so long as natural life binds itself to something higher, drags the human down. With the disappearance of supernatural life in man, his natural life turns into guilt, even without his committing an act contrary to ethics. For now it is in league with mere life, which manifests itself in man as guilt. He does not escape the misfortune that guilt conjures upon him. In the way that every one of his velleities brings fresh guilt upon him, every one of his deeds will bring disaster upon him. The writer takes this up in the ancient fable of the man who endlessly importunes, the man who is fortunate, who gives too abundantly, binds a fatum indissolubly to himself. This, too, is the behavior of the deluded. When once man has sunk to this level, even the life of seemingly dead things acquires power. Gundolf quite correctly pointed out the significance of the thing-like in the events of the novel. The incorporation of the totality of material things into life is indeed a criterion of the mythic world. Among them, the first has always been the house. Thus, to the extent that the house approaches completion, fate closes in. The laying of the foundation stone, the celebration of the raising of the roof beams, and moving in mark just so many stages of decline. The house lies isolated, without a view of other dwellings, and it is occupied almost unfurnished. Charlotte, in a white dress, appears on its balcony, while she is away, to her woman friend. Consider, too, the mill at the shady bottom of the woods, where for the first time the friends have gathered together in the open air. The mill is an ancient symbol of the underworld. It may be that this derives from the pulverizing and metamorphosing nature of the act of milling. In this circle, the powers that emerge from the disintegration of the marriage must necessarily win out. For they are precisely those of fate. Marriage seems a destiny more powerful than the choice to which the lovers give themselves up. One must persevere there, where destiny more than choice places us. Among a people, in a city, with a prince, a friend, a wife to hold fast, relate everything to it, therefore to do everything, renounce. 309. Everything, and endure everything, that is valuable. This is how Goethe, in his essay on Winckelmann, formulates the contrast in question. Judged from the standpoint of destiny, every choice is blind and leads headlong into disaster. The violated law stands opposed to such choice, powerful enough to exact sacrifice for the expiation of the shattered marriage. In the mythic archetype of sacrifice, therefore, the symbolism of death fulfills itself through this destiny. Ottilie is predestined for it. As a reconciler, Ottila stands there in the splendid tableau vivant. She is the being rich in pain, the sad and grieving one, whose soul is pierced by the sword, says Br. Abeken in the review that the poet Goethe so much admired. Similarly, Carl Wilhelm Ferdinand Salger's equally leisurely essay, equally respected by Goethe, as he is indeed the true child of nature and at the same time its sacrifice. Yet the content of the course of events must have completely escaped both reviewers, because they started out not from the whole of the depiction but only from the nature of the heroine. Only in the first case does Ottilie's passing away emerge unmistakably as a sacrificial action. That her death is a mythic sacrifice if not in the author's intention, then surely in the more decisive one of his work is made evident by two things. First of all, it is contrary not only to the meaning of the novel's form to shroud in darkness the decision in which Ottilie's deepest being speaks as nowhere else, no, the immediate, almost brutal way its work takes effect seems foreign even to the tone of the novel. Furthermore, what that darkness conceals does emerge clearly from everything else, the possibility, indeed the necessity, of the sacrifice according to the deepest intentions of this novel. Thus, not only is it as a victim of destiny that Ottilie falls, much less that she actually sacrifices herself, but rather more implacably, more precisely, it is as the sacrifice for the expiation of the guilty ones. For atonement, in the sense of the mythic world that the author conjures, has always meant the death of the innocent. That is why, despite her suicide, Ottilie dies as a martyr, leaving behind her miraculous remains. Nowhere, certainly, is the mythic the highest material content, but it is everywhere a strict indication of it. As such, Goethe made it the basis of his novel. The mythic is the real material content of this book. Its content appears as a mythic shadow play staged in the costumes of the age of Goethe. It is tempting to set such a surprising conception against Goethe's own thoughts on his work. Not as though the path of critique should be staked out in advance by the author's statements, yet the more critique removes itself from them, the less will it want to evade the task of understanding them, too, on the basis of the same hidden jurisdictions as the work. The sole principle of such an understanding, of course, cannot lie in these spheres. Biographical considerations, which do not enter at all into commentary and critique, have their place here. Goethe's remarks about this 310 work are also motivated by his effort to meet contemporary judgments. Hence, a glance at these would be appropriate, even if a much more immediate interest than that indicated by this reference did not direct attention to them. Among contemporary voices, the ones that have little weight, mostly the voices of anonymous judices, are those which greet the work with the conventional respect that even at that time was owed to everything of Goethe's. The important judgments are those of a distinctive stamp that are preserved under the name of prominent individual commentators. They are not for this reason atypical. Rather, foremost among such writers were precisely those who dared to say outright what lesser ones, solely out of respect for the author, refused to admit. Nevertheless, Goethe sensed the attitude of his audience, and from bitter, unaltered recollection reminds Zelter in 1827 that, as he probably will remember, readers had reacted to his elective affinities as if to the robe of Nessus. 9 Dumbfounded, dazed, as if stunned, readers stood before a work in which they believed they were obliged only to look for help in escaping the confusions of their own lives, without selflessly wanting to become immersed in the essence of another's life. The judgment in Madame de Staël's on Germany is representative of this. One cannot deny that there is in this book a profound understanding of the human heart, but it is a discouraging one. Life is presented as a thing of indifferent value, however one regards it, sad when one gets to the bottom of it, pleasant enough when one evades it, prone to moral ills, which one must cure if one can and of which one must die if one cannot. Something similar seems to be indicated more expressly in Villon's laconic turn of phrase, taken from a letter, whose addressee, a woman, is unknown. I confess to you, my friend, that I have read this truly terrifying work not without feeling sincere concern. 10. The concrete motives behind a rejection, which might hardly have become conscious in readers who were mildly put off, come glaringly to light in the verdict of the Church. The obviously pagan tendencies of the work could not escape its more gifted fanatics. For although the author sacrificed all the happiness of the lovers to those dark powers, an unerring instinct would feel the lack of a divine, transcendental aspect in the consummation. The lovers' decline in this life, after all, could not be enough. What was to guarantee that they would not triumph in a higher one? Indeed, wasn't this precisely what Goethe seemed to wish to suggest in his concluding words? For this reason, F. H. Jacobi calls the novel evenly ascension of wicked desires. In his Protestant Church newspaper, Just a year before Goethe's death, Hungstenberg delivered what is surely the broadest criticism of all. His irritated sensibility, to whose rescue came no wit of any sort, offered a model of malicious polemic. All this, however, trails far behind Werner. 12 Zacharias Werner, who at the moment of his conversion was least likely to lack a flair for the somber ritualistic tendencies in this sequence of events, sent to 311. Goethe, simultaneously with the news of his conversion, his sonnet Elective Affinities, a piece of prose, which, in letter and poem, Expressionism would be unable to match even 100 years later with anything more fully achieved. Goethe perceived rather late what confronted him and let this noteworthy document conclude their correspondence. The enclosed sonnet reads: Elective affinities. Past graves and tombstones, which, beautifully disguised, await that certain prey, winds the path to Eden's garden where the Jordan and the Acheron unite. Erected on quicksand, Jerusalem wants to appear towering. Only the hideous tender Cnixies 13 who have already waited 6,000 years, long to purify themselves in the lake, through sacrifice. There comes a divinely insolent child. The angel of salvation bears him, son of sins. The lake swallows everything. Woe is us, it was a jest. Does Helios then mean to set the earth on fire? No. He only burns lovingly to embrace it. You may love the demigod, trembling heart. Precisely from such mad, undignified praise and blame, one thing seems to come to light, that Goethe's contemporaries were aware not through insight but by feeling of the mythic content of the work. The situation has changed today, since the 100-year tradition has done its work and almost buried the possibility of original understanding. Today, if a work of Goethe's strikes its reader as strange or hostile, benumbed silence will soon enough take possession of him and smother the true impression with undisguised joy. Goethe welcomed the two who raised their voices, however faintly, against the common judgment. Soldier was one, a Bacon the other. As far as the well-meaning words of the latter are concerned, Goethe did not rest until they were put in the form of a critique, which was published in a visible place. For in them he found emphasized the human element that the work so deliberately puts on display. No one more than Wilhelm von Humboldt seemed to have his vision of the basic content so dimmed by this. He made the strange judgment, above all I feel the lack of fate and inner necessity in it. Goethe had two reasons for not following the conflict of opinion in silence. He had his work to defend, that was one. He had its secret to keep, that was the other. Together they serve to give his explanation a 312. Character quite different from that of interpretation. It has an apologetic strain and a mystifying strain, which unite splendidly in its main brief. One could call it the fable of renunciation. In it Goethe found the support he needed to deny knowledge a deeper access. At the same time, it could also serve as the reply to many a Philistine attack. Goethe made a series of statements in a conversation reported by Riemer, 14, and these henceforth determined the traditional image of the novel. There he says, the struggle of morality with affection is displaced behind the scenes, and one sees that it must have gone on before. The persons conduct themselves like persons of distinction, who for all their inner division still maintain external decorum. Moral struggles never lend themselves to aesthetic representation. For either morality triumphs or it is defeated. In the first instance, one does not know what was represented or why; in the second, it is ignominious to be its spectator. For in the end, one moment or another must indeed give the sensual the preponderance over the moral, and precisely to this moment the spectator does not accede but demands an even more striking one, which some other, a third person, keeps eluding. The more moral he himself is in such representations, the sensual must always gain the upper hand, but punished by fate, that is, by moral nature, which salvages its freedom through death. Thus, Werther must shoot himself after he has allowed sensuality to gain the upper hand over him. Thus, Ottilie must suffer, and Edward, too, once they have given free rein to their inclination. Only now does morality celebrate its triumph. Goethe was fond of insisting on these ambiguous sentences, as well as on every sort of Draconianism, something he loved to emphasize in conversation on this matter, since atonement for the juridical trespass in the violation of marriage, the mythical inculpation, was so abundantly provided through the downfall of the hero. Except that, in truth, this was not atonement arising from the violation but rather redemption arising from the entrapment of marriage. Except that despite these remarks, no struggle between duty and affection takes place either visibly or secretly. Except that here the ethical never lives triumphantly but lives only in defeat. Thus, the moral content of this work lies at much deeper levels than Goethe's words lead one to suspect. Their evasions are neither possible nor necessary. For his reflections are not only inadequate in their opposition between the sensual and the moral but obviously untenable in their exclusion of the inner ethical struggle as an object of poetic construction. Indeed, what else would remain of the drama, of the novel itself? But in whatever way the content of this poetic work might be grasped morally, it does not contain a fabula docet, 15, and it is not touched on, even from afar, with the feeble exhortation to renounce, with which from the beginning learned criticism levelled off its abysses and peaks. Moreover, Alfred Mazières has already correctly noted the Epicurean tendency that Goethe lends to this attitude. Therefore, the 313 confession from the correspondence with a child strikes much deeper, and one allows oneself only reluctantly to be persuaded that Bettina, for whom in many respects the novel was alien, may possibly have made it up. 16 Bettina says that H.R. Goethe gave himself the task of gathering, in this invented destiny, as in a funerary urn, the tears for many a lost opportunity ver sans. One does not, however, call what one has renounced something one has missed or lost. Hence, it was probably not renunciation that was of the first importance to Goethe in so many relations in his life but rather his having neglected to do things ver somnis. And when he recognized the irretrievability of what he had thus let slip, the irretrievability of what he had neglected, only then did renunciation offer itself to him, if only as a last attempt still to embrace in feeling what was lost. That may also have pertained to Minaher Sleep. 17 To wish to gain an understanding of elective affinities from the author's own words on the subject is wasted effort. For it is precisely their aim to forbid access to critique. The ultimate reason for this is not the inclination to ward off foolishness but the effort to keep unperceived everything that denies the author's own explanation. With respect to the technique of the novel, on the one hand, and the circle of motifs, on the other, their secret was to be kept. The domain of poetic technique forms the boundary between an exposed upper layer and a deeper, hidden layer of the works. What the author was conscious of as his technique, what contemporary criticism had also already recognized in principle, certainly touches on the concrete realities in the material content, yet it forms the boundary opposite its truth content, of which neither the author nor the critics of his time could be entirely conscious. These are necessarily noticeable in the technique, which, in contrast to the form, is decisively determined not through the truth content but rather through the material contents alone. Because for the author the representation of the material contents is the enigma whose solution is to be sought in the technique. Thus, through technique, Goethe could assure himself of stressing the mythic powers in his work. Their ultimate significance had to escape him, as it did the Zeitgeist. The author sought, however, to keep this technique as his artistic secret. He appears to allude to this when he says that the novel was worked out according to an idea. The latter may be understood as an idea about technique. Otherwise the postscript that calls into question the value of such a procedure would hardly be intelligible. It is, however, perfectly understandable that the infinite subtlety which the richness of relation in the book concealed could at one time appear doubtful to the author. I hope that you shall find in it my old manner. I have put many things in it, and hidden much in it. May this open secret give pleasure to you, too. Thus writes Goethe to Zelter. In the same sense, he insists on the thesis that there was more in the work than anyone would be capable of assimilating at a single reading. They 314. Destruction of the drafts, however, speaks more clearly than anything else. For it could hardly be a coincidence that not even a fragment of these was preserved. Rather, the author had evidently quite deliberately destroyed everything that would have revealed the purely constructive technique of the work. If the existence of the material contents is in this way concealed, then the essence of those contents conceals itself. All mythic meaning strives for secrecy. Therefore, Goethe, sure of himself, could say precisely of this work that the poetized Das Gedicht, like the event Das Geschehen, asserts its rights. Such rights are here indeed owed, in the sarcastic sense of the word, not to the poetic work but rather to the poetized, to the mythic material layer of the work. In awareness of this, Goethe was able to abide unapproachably, not above, to be sure, but in his work, according to the words that conclude Humboldt's critical remarks, but that is not the sort of thing one can actually say to him. He has no freedom with respect to his own things and grows silent at the slightest reproach. This is how Goethe in old age stands vis-à-vis all criticism, as Olympian. Not in the sense of the empty epithetone ornans, or handsome-looking figure, that the moderns give him. This expression it is ascribed to Jean-Paul characterizes the dark, deeply self-absorbed, mythic nature that, in speechless rigidity, indwells Goethean artistry. As Olympian, he laid the foundation of the work and with scant words rounded out the dome. In the twilight of his artistry, the eye meets that which is most hidden in Goethe. Features and connections that do not emerge in the light of everyday reflection become clear. And once again it is thanks to them alone that the paradoxical appearance of the preceding interpretation increasingly disappears. Thus, a fundamental motive for Goethean research into nature emerges only here. This study rests upon an ambiguity sometimes naive, sometimes doubtless more meditated in the concept of nature. For it deignates in Goethe at once the sphere of perceptible phenomena and that of intuitable archetypes. At no time, however, was Goethe able to give an account of this synthesis. Instead of resorting to philosophical investigation, his studies seek in vain through experiments to furnish empirical evidence for the identity of both spheres. Since he did not define true nature conceptually, he never penetrated to the fruitful center of an intuition that bade him seek the presence of true nature as or phenomenon in its appearances, something he presupposed in works of art. Salger notes that this particular connection exists precisely between elective affinities and Goethean research in the natural sciences, a connection also emphasized in the author's advertisement. Salger writes, "The theory of color has to a certain extent surprised me. God knows, I had formed beforehand no definite expectation at all. For the most part, I believed I would find mere experiments in it. Now, there is a book in which nature has become alive, human, and companionable. I think it also sheds light on elective affinity." 315. Ties. The genesis of the theory of color is also chronologically close to that of the novel. Goethe's studies in magnetism everywhere intrude quite distinctly into the work itself. This insight into nature, with which the author believed he could always accomplish the verification of his works, completed his indifference toward criticism. There was no need of it. The nature of the phenomena was the standard, the relation of every work to it was something one could read off it. But on the basis of the double meaning in the concept of nature, the phenomena as archetype build too often turned into nature as model build. This view would never have grown powerful if, in the resolution of the posited equivocation, Goethe had grasped that only in the domain of art do the phenomena as ideals present themselves adequately to perception, whereas in science they are replaced by the idea, which is capable of illuminating the object of perception but never of transforming it in intuition. The phenomena do not exist before art, they subsist within it. By rights, they can never provide standards of measurement. If, in this contamination of the pure domain and the empirical domain, sensuous nature already appears to claim the highest place, its mythic face triumphs in the comprehensive totality of its appearances. It is, for Goethe, only the chaos of symbols. For it is as such that the phenomena appear in his work jointly with the others, as the poems in the collection God and the World Gott und Welt so clearly illustrate. Nowhere did the author ever attempt to found a hierarchy of the phenomena. The abundance of their forms presents itself to his spirit no differently than the confused universe of sounds presents itself to the ear. One might properly insert into this analogy a description that he gives of it in scientific studies, because it, like little else, reveals so clearly the spirit in which he regards nature. Let us shut our eyes, let us open our ears and sharpen our sense of hearing. From the softest breath to the most savage noise, from the simplest tone to the most sublime harmony, from the fiercest cry of passion to the gentlest word of reason, it is nature alone that speaks, revealing its existence, energy, life, and circumstances, so that a blind man to whom the vast world of the visible is denied may seize hold of an infinite living realm through what he can hear. If, then, in this most extreme sense, even the word of reason can be reckoned to the credit of nature, it is no wonder that, for Goethe, the empire of the phenomena could never be entirely clarified by thought. With this tenet, however, he deprived himself of the possibility of drawing up limits. Without distinctions, existence becomes subject to the concept of nature, which grows into monstrosity, as the fragment of 1780 teaches us. And even in advanced old age, Goethe declared his allegiance to the theses of this fragment nature in scientific studies, whose concluding passage reads, "As he has brought me here, she will lead me away. I trust myself to her. She may do as she wants with me. She will not hate her work. It is not I who has spoken of her. No, what is 316 true and what is false, all this she has spoken. Hers is the blame, hers the glory. In this world view lies chaos. To that pass at last leads the life of the myth, which, without master or boundaries, imposes itself as the sole power in the domain of existence. The rejection of all criticism and the idolatry of nature are the mythic forms of life in the existence of the artist. That in Goethe they acquire utmost suggestiveness may be gathered from the sobriquet Th Olympian. It designates at the same time the luminous element in the essence of the mythic. But corresponding to it is something dark that, in the gravest way, has cast a shadow on the existence of man. Traces of this can be seen in poetry and Twr at Dichtung. Yet the least of it came through Goethe's confessions. Only the concept of the daemonic stands, like an unpolished monolith, on their plane. With this concept, Goethe introduced the last section of his autobiographical work. In the course of this biographical recital, we have seen in detail how the child, the boy, the youth tried to approach the metaphysical by various paths, first affectionately looking to natural religion, then attaching himself lovingly to the positive one, next testing his own abilities by withdrawing into himself, and at last joyously yielding to the universal faith. While meandering in the spaces between these areas, seeking and looking about, he encountered some things that seemed to fit into none of these categories, and he became increasingly convinced that it was better to divert his thoughts from vast and incomprehensible subjects. He believed that he perceived something in nature, whether living or lifeless, animate or inanimate, that manifested itself only in contradictions and therefore could not be expressed in any concept, much less in any word. It was not divine, for it seemed irrational, not human, for it had no intelligence, not diabolical, for it was beneficent, and not angelic, for it often betrayed malice. It was like chance, for it lacked continuity, and like providence, for it suggested context. Everything that limits us seemed penetrable by it, and it appeared to do as it pleased with the elements necessary to our existence, to contract time and expand space. It seemed only to accept the impossible and scornfully to reject the possible. This essence, which appeared to infiltrate all the others, separating and combining them, I called demonic, after the example of the ancients and others who had perceived something similar. I tried to save myself from this fearful thing. 1-8. One need hardly point out that these words, more than 35 years later, express the same experience of the incomprehensible ambivalence in nature that was expressed in the famous fragment. The idea of the demonic, which is again found as a conclusion in the Egmont quotation from Poetry and Tr. and at the beginning of the first stanza of Primal Words, Orphic Urwort, Orphis, accompanies Goethe's vision all his life. It is this which emerges in the idea of fate in elective affinities, and if mediation between the two were needed, then that, too, which for millennia has been closing the circle, is not lacking in Goethe. The primal words refer plainly. 317. The memoirs of his life, allusively to astrology as the canon of mythic thinking. Poetry and Tr. concludes with the reference to the demonic and begins with a reference to the astrological. And his life does not appear to have entirely escaped astrological reflection. Goethe's horoscope, as it was drawn up half playfully and half in earnest in Franz Boll's Sternglaube und Sterngettung, belief in an interpretation of the stars, Leipzig and Berlin, 1918, refers for its part to the clouding of this existence. And the fact that the ascendant closely follows Saturn and thereby lies in the wicked Scorpio casts some shadows onto this life, the zodiacal sign considered enigmatic, in conjunction with the hidden nature of Saturn, will cause at least a certain reserve in old age, but also, and this anticipates what follows, as a zodiacal creature that crawls on the ground, in which the telluric planet Saturn stands, that strong worldliness, which clings in grossly loving zest, I with clinging tendrils to the earth. I sought to save myself from this terrible bane. Mythic humanity pays with fear for intercourse with demonic forces. In Goethe, such fear often spoke out unmistakably. Its manifestations are to be taken out of the anecdotal isolation in which they are recollected, almost reluctantly, by the biographers, and are to be put into the light of a reflection that of course shows terribly clearly the power of primeval forces in the life of this man who, however, could not have become the greatest writer of his nation without them. The fear of death, which includes all other fears, is the most blatant. For death most threatens the formless panarchy of natural life that constitutes the spell of myth. The author's aversion to death and to everything that signifies it bears all the features of the most extreme superstition. It is well known that no one was ever allowed to speak in his presence of anyone's death, but less well known that he never came near the deathbed of his wife. His letters reveal the same sentiment toward the death of his own son. Nothing is more characteristic than the letter in which he reports the loss to Zelter and the truly demonic close, and so, onward over graves. In this sense, the truth of the words attributed to the dying Goethe gains credence. In them, mythic vitality finally opposes its impotent desire for light to the near darkness. The unprecedented cult of the self that marked the last decades of his life was also rooted in this attitude. Poetry and Truth, the Daybooks, and Yer Buchstag und Geschäft, the edition of his correspondence with Schiller, the care he devoted to the correspondence with Zelter are so many efforts to frustrate death. More clearly still, everything he says of the survival of the soul speaks of that heathen concern which, instead of keeping immortality as a hope, demands it as a pledge. Just as the idea of immortality belonging to myth was shown to be an incapacity to die, so, too, in Goethe's thought, immortality is not the journey of the soul to its homeland but rather a flight from one boundlessness into another. Above all, the conversation after the death of Wieland, a conversation reported by U.D. Falk, wants to understand immortality in 318. Accordance with nature, and also, as if to emphasize the inhuman in it, wants to concede it only and most truly to great spirits. No feeling is richer in variations than fear. Anxiety in the face of death is accompanied by anxiety in the face of life, as is a fundamental tone by its countless overtones. Tradition moreover neglects, passes over in silence, the Baroque play of fear in the face of life. Its concern is to set up a norm in Goethe. With this it is far removed from noting the struggle between forms of life that he carried out in himself, a struggle he concealed too deeply within himself. Whence the loneliness in his life and, now painful and now defiant, his falling silent. Gervinus' description of the early Weimar period, in his study Über den Gothischen Briefwechsel on Goethe's Korrespondenz, shows how soon this sets in. 19 Gervinus was the first among all the others to call attention to these phenomena in Goethe's life, and he did so in the surest manner. He was perhaps the only one to intuit their importance, no matter how erroneously he judged their value. Hence, neither Goethe's taciturn withdrawal into himself during the later period, nor his concern, exaggerated into paradox, for the material contents of his own life, escapes him. Out of them both, however, speaks the fear of life, from reflection speaks the fear of its power and breadth, the fear of its flight from the embrace that would contain it. In his text, Gervinus establishes the turning point separating the work of the old Goethe from that of the earlier periods. He situates it in the year 1797, the time of the projected journey to Italy. In a letter to Schiller written at the same time, Goethe deals with objects that without being wholly poetic had awakened in him a certain poetic mood. He says, I have therefore precisely observed the objects that produce such an effect and noted to my surprise that they are actually symbolic. The symbolic, however, is that in which the indissoluble and necessary bonding of truth content to material content appears. The same letter continues. If with the further progress of the journey, one were henceforth to direct one's attention not so much to what is strange as to what is significant, then one would ultimately have to reap a fine harvest for oneself and others. While still here, I want to try to note what I can of the symbolic, but especially to practice in foreign places that I am seeing for the first time. If that should succeed, then one would necessarily, without wanting to pursue the experience on a vast scale, yet by going into depth at every place, at every moment, to the extent it was granted to one, still carry away enough booty from familiar lands and regions. One really might say, Gervinus continues, this is almost universally the case in his later poetic products, and that in them he measures experiences that he had formerly presented in sensuous breadth, as art requires, according to a certain spiritual depth, whereby he often loses himself in the abyss. Schiller very acutely sees through this new experience, which is so mystery. 319. Usly veiled. A poetic demand without a poetic mood and without a poetic object would seem to be his case. Indeed, what matters here, if the object is to signify something to him, is much less the object itself than the soul gamut. And nothing is more characteristic of classicism than this striving, in the same phrase, both to grasp and to relativize the symbol. It would be the spirit that here draws the boundary, and here, too, as everywhere, he can find the commonplace and the brilliant only in the treatment and not in the choice of material. What those two places meant for him, he thinks, every street, bridge, and so on would have meant to him in an excited mood. If Schiller had been able to divine the practical consequences of this new mode of vision in Goethe, he would hardly have encouraged him to devote himself entirely to it, because through such a view of objects an entire universe would be introduced into the singular. And so the immediate consequence is that Goethe begins to accumulate bundles of files, into which he puts all official papers, newspapers, weeklies, clippings from sermons, theatre programs, decrees, price lists, and so forth, adds his comments, confronts them with the voice of society, adjusts his opinion accordingly, once again files away the new lesson, and in so doing hopes to preserve materials for future use. This already fully anticipates the later solemnity developed to an utterly ridiculous point with which he holds diaries and notes in the highest esteem, and considers the most miserable thing with the pathetic mien of the wisdom seeker. From then on, every metal bestowed on him, every piece of granite bestowed by him, is for him an object of the highest importance, and when he drills rock salt which Frederick the Great, despite all his orders had not succeeded in finding, he sees in this I know not what miracle and sends a symbolic knife point full of it to his friend Zelter in Berlin. There is nothing more characteristic of this later mental disposition, which develops steadily as he grows older, than the fact that he makes it his principle to contradict with zeal the old nil admirari and, instead, to admire everything, to find everything significant, marvelous, incalculable. In this attitude, which Gervinus portrays so unsurpassingly and without exaggeration, admiration certainly has its portion, but so does fear. The human being petrifies in the chaos of symbols and loses the freedom unknown to the ancients. In taking action, he lands among signs and oracles. They were not lacking in Goethe's life. Such a sign showed him the way to Weimar. Indeed, in Poetry and Truth, he recounted how, while on a walk, torn between his calling to poetry and his calling to painting, he set up an oracle. Fear of responsibility is the most spiritual of all those kinds of fear to which Goethe's nature subjected him. It is a foundation of the conservative position that he brought to the political, the social, and in his old age probably the literary, too. It is the root of the missed opportunities in his erotic life. That it also determined his interpretation of elective affinities is certain. For it is this work of art that sheds light on the foundations of his own life, foundations which, because his confession does not betray them, 320. Also remain concealed from a tradition that has not yet freed itself from the spell of that life. This mythic consciousness may not, however, be addressed with the trivial flourish under which one was often pleased to perceive a tragic dimension in the life of the Olympian. The tragic exists only in the being of the dramatic persona, that is to say, the person enacting or representing himself, never in the existence of a human being. And least of all in the quietest being of a Goethe, in whom such self-dramatizing moments are scarcely to be found. And so what counts for this life, as for every human life, is not the freedom of the tragic hero in death but rather redemption in eternal life. 2. Therefore, since all around the summits of time are heaped, around clearness, and the most loved live near, growing faint on most separate mountains, give us innocent water, then, oh, give us pinions, most faithful in mind, to cross over and to return. Hölderlin. If every work is able, like elective affinities, to shed light on the life and essence of the author, then the usual sort of reflection falls all the more short of this the more it believes it adheres to it. For if an edition of a classic author only rarely fails to stress in its introduction that its content, more than that of almost any other book, is understandable solely in terms of the author's life, then this judgment already basically contains the proton pseudos 20 of the method that seeks to represent the development of the work in the author by the cliché of an essential image and an empty or incomprehensible lived experience. This proton pseudos in almost all modern philology, that is, in the kind that is not yet determined by the study of word and subject matter SACHE, is calculated, in proceeding from the essence and from the life, if not quite to derive the poetic work as a product of them, nevertheless to make it more accessible to the lazy understanding. To the extent, however, that it is unquestionably appropriate to erect knowledge on the basis of what is certain and demonstrable, then wherever insight addresses itself to content and essence, the work must by all means stand in the foreground. For nowhere are these more lastingly, more distinctively, and more comprehensibly evident than in the work. That even there they appear quite difficult enough, and to many people forever inaccessible, may be a sufficient reason for these people to base the study of the history of art not on precise insight into the work but on the study of the author and his 321 relations, but it cannot induce the critic to give credence to them, let alone to follow them. Rather, he will keep in mind that the sole rational connection between creative artist and work of art consists in the testimony that the latter gives about the former. Not only does one gain knowledge of the essence of a human being through his outward manifestations, and in this sense the works, too, are a part of his essence, no, such knowledge is determined first and foremost by the works. Works, like deeds, are non-derivable, and every reflection that acknowledges this principle in general so as to contradict it in particular has given up all pretension to content. What in this way escapes banal representation is not only insight into the value and mode of works but, equally, insight into the essence and life of their author. All knowledge of the essence of the author, according to his totality, his nature, is from the outset rendered vain through neglect of the interpretation of the work. For if this, too, is unable to render a complete and final intuition of the essence, which for various reasons is indeed always unthinkable, then, when the work is disregarded, the essence remains utterly unfathomable. But even insight into the life of the creative artist is inaccessible to the traditional biographical method. Clarity about the theoretical relation of essence and work is the basic condition of every view of the artist's life. Until now so little has been accomplished in this respect that psychological categories are generally considered the best means of insight, even though nowhere so much as here is one obliged to renounce every inkling of the true material content so long as such terms remain in vogue. For this much can be asserted, the primacy of the biographical in the picture one forms of the life of a creative artist, that is, the depiction of his life as that of a human being, with that double emphasis on what is decisive and what is undecidable in the ethical sphere, would have a place only where knowledge of the fathomlessness of the origin excludes each of his works, delimited according to their value and their content, from the ultimate meaning of his life. For if the great work does not take shape in ordinary existence, if, indeed, it is even a guarantee of the purity of ordinary existence, ultimately it is still only one among its various elements. And thus the work can clarify the life of the artist only in a wholly fragmentary way, more in its development than its content. The complete uncertainty as to the significance that works can have in the life of a human being has led to this. Peculiar types of content are attributed to the life of creative artists, reserved for it and justified in it alone. Such a life is not only supposed to be emancipated from all moral maxims, no, it is supposed to partake of a higher legitimation and be more distinctly accessible to insight. No wonder that for such a view every genuine life content, which always comes forth in the works as well, carries very little weight. Perhaps this view has never been more clearly displayed than with regard to Goethe. In this conception, according to which the life of creative artists would 322 rule over autonomous contents, the trivial habit of thought accords so precisely with a much deeper thought that one might presume the first to be merely a deformation of the latter an original sort, which only recently came to light again. If, in fact, in the traditional view, work, essence, and life are mingled equally without definition, then the former, original view explicitly attributes unity to these three. In this way it constructs the apparence of the mythic hero. For in the domain of myth, essence, work, and life in fact form the unity that is otherwise assigned to them only in the mind of the lax literatus. There the essence is daemon, life, fate, and the work, which gives a distinct stamp only to the two of them, living form. There the work simultaneously contains the ground of essence and the content of life. The canonical form of mythic life is precisely that of the hero. In it the pragmatic is at the same time symbolic, in it alone. In other words, the symbolic form and with it the symbolic content of human life are rendered intelligible in the same manner. But this human life is actually superhuman and hence different from the truly human, not only in the existence of its form but, more decisively, in the essence of its content. For while the hidden symbolism of the latter is based in binding fashion just as much on the individual dimension as on the human dimension of what is alive, the manifest symbolism of the heroic life attains neither to the sphere of individual particularity nor to that of moral uniqueness. The type, the norm, even if superhuman, distinguishes the hero from the individual, his role as representative separates him from the moral uniqueness of responsibility. For he is not alone before his God, rather, he is the representative of mankind before its gods. In the moral domain, all representation is of a mythic nature, from the patriotic one for all to the sacrificial death of the Redeemer. In the heroic life, typology and representation culminate in the concept of the task. The presence of this task and of its evident symbolism distinguishes the superhuman from the human life. It characterizes Orpheus, who descends into Hades, no less than the Hercules of the 12 tasks, the mythic bard as much as the mythic hero. One of the most powerful sources of this symbolism flows from the astral myth. In the superhuman type of the Redeemer, the hero represents mankind through his work on the starry sky. The primal words of the Orphic poem apply to him: it is his daemon the sun-like one, his Tyche, the one that is as changeable as the moon, his fate, ineluctable like the astral Ankh. Even Eros does not point beyond them, only Elpis does. 2:1 And so it is no accident that the author came across Elpis when he sought something close to the human in the other primal words, no accident that, among them all, Elpis alone was found to need no explanation, yet no accident, too, that not Elpis but rather the rigid canon of the other four furnished the scheme for Gundulph's Gerda. Accordingly, the question of method that is posed to biographical study is less doctrinaire. 323. Than this mode of deduction would allow one to surmise. For in Gundulph's book, after all, the attempt has been made to portray Gerda's life as a mythic one. Not only does this conception demand consideration because mythic elements operate in the existence of this man, but it demands it all the more in the contemplation of a work elective affinities to which, because of its mythic moments, it could appeal. For if the conception succeeds in corroborating this claim, it would be impossible to isolate the layer in which the meaning of that novel autonomously reigns. Where the existence of no such special domain can be proved, we are dealing not with a literary work of art but solely with its precursor, magical writing. And so every close reading of a work by Goethe, but most especially of elective affinities, depends on the repudiation of this attempt. With that, insight is at once conducted into a luminous kernel of redemptive content, something which in elective affinities, as everywhere else, eludes that position. The canon that corresponds to the life of the demigod appears in a peculiar displacement in the conception of the poet that is proclaimed by the George school. This school assigns to the poet, like the hero, his work as a task, hence, his mandate is considered divine. From God, however, man receives not tasks but only exactions, and therefore before God no privileged value can be ascribed to the poetic life. Moreover, the notion of the task is also inappropriate from the standpoint of the poet. The literary work of art in the true sense arises only where the word liberates itself from the spell of even the greatest task. Such poetry does not descend from God but ascends from what in the soul is unfathomable, it has a share in man's deepest self. Since the mission of poetry seems, for the George Circle, to stem directly from God, not only does this mission grant to the poet an inviolable though merely relative rank among his people, but, on the contrary, it grants to him a thoroughly problematic supremacy simply as a human being and hence grants problematic supremacy to his life before God, to whom, as a superman, he appears to be equal. The poet, however, is a more provisional manifestation of human essence than the saint, not, as might be supposed, in the sense of degree but in the sense of type. For in the essence of the poet, the relation of the individual to the communal life of his people is determined, in the essence of the saint, the relation of the human being to God. From the abyss of thoughtless linguistic confusion a second, no less important error adheres confusingly and fatally to the heroizing attitude of the members of the George Circle, as they supply the basis for Gundulph's book. 22 Even if the title of Creator certainly does not belong to the poet, it has already devolved upon him in that spirit which does not perceive the metaphorical note in it, namely, the reminder of the true Creator. And indeed the artist is less the primal ground or creator than the origin or form giver buildner, and certainly his work is not at any price his creature but 324. Rather his form builda. To be sure, the form, too, and not only the creature, has life. But the basis of the decisive difference between the two is this: only the life of the creature, never that of the formed structure gegebildeten, partakes, unreservedly, of the intention of redemption. In whatever way figurative language may speak of the creativity of the artist, therefore, creation is able to unfold the virtues that is most its own, namely, that of cause not through his works but solely through creatures. Hence, that unreflective linguistic habit which draws edification from the word creator leads one automatically to consider not the works but rather the life as the product that most belongs to the artist. Yet whereas the fully articulated structure, whose form is struggle, represents itself in the life of the hero by virtue of his complete symbolic transparency, the life of the poet, like the life of any other man, scarcely displays an unambiguous task, any more than it displays an unambiguous and clearly demonstrable struggle. A form must still be conjured up, however, and the only one that offers itself, on the far side of the form that lives in battle, is the form that petrifies in literature. So triumphs the dogma which, having enchanted the work into life, now through a no less seductive error allows it, as life, to petrify back into work, and which purposes to grasp the much vaunted form of the poet as a hybrid of hero and creator, in whom nothing further can be distinguished, yet about whom, with a show of profundity, anything can be affirmed. The most thoughtless dogma of the Goethe cult, the most jejune confis Zion of the adepts, asserts that among all the works of Goethe the greatest is his life. Gundolf's Goethe took this up. Accordingly, Goethe's life is not rigorously distinguished from that of the works. Just as the poet, in an obviously paradoxical image, once termed colors the deeds and sufferings of light, Gundolf, in an extremely murky perception, turns Goethe's life into this light, which would ultimately be no different in kind from his colors, his works. This position achieves two things for him: it eliminates every moral concept from the horizon, and, at the same time, by attributing to the hero as creator the form which goes to him as victor, it achieves the level of blasphemous profundity. Thus, he says that in elective affinities Goethe beruhd over the juridical procedures of God. But the life of a man, even that of a creative artist, is never that of the creator. It cannot be interpreted any more than the life of the hero, who gives form to himself. In such a perspective, Gundolf produces his commentary. For it is not with the faithful attitude of the biographer that the material content of this life is grasped, something which indeed must be done precisely for the sake of what has not been understood in it, nor is it grasped with the great modesty of authentic biographism, as the archive containing the documents, by themselves undecodable, of this existence. Instead, material content and truth content are supposed to stand in plain daylight and, as in the life of the hero, correspond to each other. Only the material content of the life lies 325 open, however, and its truth content is hidden. Certainly the particular trait and the particular relation can be illuminated, but not the totality unless it, too, is grasped as a merely finite relation. For, in itself, it is infinite. Therefore, in the realm of biography, there is neither commentary nor critique. In violation of this principle, two books which might, moreover, be termed the antipodes of the literature on Goethe strangely encounter each other, the work by Gundolf and the presentation by Baumgartner. Whereas the latter undertakes to fathom the truth content directly, without, however, having the slightest inkling of the place where it is buried, and hence must pile one critical failure upon another to an inordinate extent, Gundolf plunges into the world of the material contents of Goethe's life, in which, to be sure, he can only allegedly present their truth content. For human life cannot be considered on the analogy of a work of art. Yet Gundolf's critical principle for dealing with sources bespeaks the fundamental determination to produce such disfigurement. If, in the hierarchy of sources, the works are always placed in first position, and the letter, not to mention the conversation, is subordinated to them, then this stance is solely explicable from the fact that the life itself is seen as a work. For only with respect to such an entity the work does the commentary based on sources of this kind possess a higher value than that based on any other. But this happens only because, through the concept of the work, a strictly circumscribed sphere of its own is established, one which the life of the poet is unable to penetrate. If that hierarchy was perhaps an attempt to distinguish materials that were originally written from those that were initially oral, then this, too, is the crucial question only for genuine history, while biography, even where it makes the highest claim to content, must keep to the breadth of a human life. To be sure, at the beginning of his book, the author emphatically rejects the interests of biography, yet the lack of dignity which often goes with present-day biographical writing should not allow one to forget that a canon of concepts underlies it, concepts without which every historical reflection on a human being ultimately falls into vacuousness. No wonder, then, that with the inner formlessness of this book a formless type of poet takes shape, one which calls to mind the monument sketched by Bettina, in which the enormous forms of this venerated man dissolve into shapelessness, into hermaphroditism. This monumentality is a fabrication, and to speak in Gundulph's own language, it turns out that the image which arises from the impotent Logos is not so unlike the one fashioned by immoderate Eros. Only persistent interrogation of its method can make headway against the chimerical nature of this work. Without this weapon, it is wasted effort to try conclusions with the details, for they are armored in an almost impenetrable terminology. What emerges from this is the meaning, fundamental to all knowledge, of the relation between myth and truth. This 326 relation is one of mutual exclusion. There is no truth, for there is no unequivocalness and hence not even error in myth. Since, however, there can just as little be truth about it, for there is truth only in objective things. Second, just as objectivity Sachlichkeit lies in the truth, there is, as far as the spirit of myth is concerned, only a knowledge of it. And where the presence of truth should be possible, it can be possible solely under the condition of the recognition of myth, that is, the recognition of its crushing indifference to truth. Therefore, in Greece genuine art and genuine philosophy, as distinct from their inauthentic stage, the theurgic begin with the departure of myth, because art is not based on truth to any lesser extent than is philosophy, and philosophy is not based on truth to any greater extent than is art. So unfathomable, however, is the confusion instituted by the conflation of truth and myth that, with its hidden efficacy, this initial distortion threatens to shield almost every single sentence of Gundulph's work from critical suspicion. Yet the whole craft of the critic here consists in nothing else but catching hold, like a second Gulliver, of a single one of these Lilliputian sentencelets, despite its wriggling sophisms, and examining it in one's own time. Only in marriage were united all the attractions and repulsions that arise from the suspension of man between nature and culture, from this human duality, that with his blood he borders on the beast, with his soul, on divinity. Only in marriage does the fateful and instinctual union or separation of two human beings, through the procreation of a legitimate child, become, in pagan language, a mystery, and, in Christian language, a sacrament. Marriage is not only an animal act but also a magical one, an enchantment. A formulation that is distinguished from the mentality of a fortune cookie motto only by the bloodthirsty mysticism of its wording. How securely, by contrast, stands the Kantian explanation, whose strict allusion to the natural component of marriage sexuality does not obstruct the path to the logos of its divine component fidelity. For what is proper to the truly divine is the logos. The divine does not ground life without truth, nor does it ground the right without theology. On the contrary, the common feature of all pagan vision is the primacy of cult over doctrine, which most surely shows itself as pagan in being exclusively esoteric. Gundulf Scerta, this ungainly pedestal for his own statuette, reveals in every sense a person initiated in an esoteric doctrine, who only out of forbearance suffers philosophy's struggle over a mystery, the key to which he holds in his hands. Yet no mode of thinking is more disastrous than that which bewilderingly bends back into the myth the very thing that has begun to grow out of it, and which, of course, through this imposed immersion in monstrosity, would at once have sounded an alert in any mind for which a sojourn in a tropical wilderness 23 is unacceptable, a sojourn in a jungle where words swing themselves, like chattering monkeys, from branch to branch, from bombast to bombast 24 in order not to have to touch. 327. The ground which betrays the fact that they cannot stand, that is, the ground of logos, where they ought to stand and give an account of themselves. But they avoid this ground with so much show because in the face of every sort of mythic thinking, even one surreptitiously obtained, the question of truth comes to naught in it. According to this sort of thinking, in fact, it is of no importance if the blind earth stratum of mere material content is taken for the truth content in Goethe's work, and if, instead of purifying, using an idea like that of fate, truthful content by means of knowledge, it is spoiled by sentimentality, with a nous that empathizes with that knowledge. Thus, along with the fake monumentality of the Goethean image appears the counterfeit legitimacy of the knowledge of that image, and the investigation of the logos of this knowledge, aided by insight into the infirmity of its method, encounters the verbal pretension of the knowledge and thus strikes its heart. Its concepts are names, its judgments, formulas. For in this knoll edge, language the radiance of whose ratio even the poorest wretch has not yet been able to extinguish entirely is precisely the thing that has to spread a darkness which it alone could illuminate. With this, the last shred of belief in the superiority of this work to the Goethe literature of the older schools must vanish. This work which an intimidated philology approved as its legitimate and greater successor, not solely on account of its own bad conscience but also because it was unable to take the measure of the work with its stock concepts. Nevertheless, the almost unfathomable perversion of the mode of thinking of this work does not withdraw from philosophical meditation an endeavour which even then would pronounce sentence on itself, if it did not wear the depraved appearance of success. Wherever an insight into Goethe's life and work is in question, the mythic world, however visibly it may come to light in them, too cannot provide the basis of knowledge. A particular mythic moment may very well be an object of reflection, on the other hand, where it is a matter of the essence and the truth in the work and in the life, the insight into myth, even in its concrete relations, is not final. For neither Goethe's life nor any one of his works is fully represented in the domain of myth. If, in so far as it is a question of the life, this is warranted simply by his human nature, the works teach it in detail, to the extent that a struggle which was kept secret in life emerges in the last of them. And only in the works does one encounter mythic elements in the content and not just in the subject. They can indeed be regarded, in the context of this life, as valid testimony of its final course. They testify not only, and not at the deepest level, to the mythic world in Goethe's existence. For there is in him a struggle to free himself from its clutches, and this struggle, no less than the essence of that world, is attested to in Goethe's novel. In the tremendous ultimate experience of the mythic powers, in the knowledge that reconciliation with them cannot be obtained except through the constancy of sacrifice, Goethe revolted against them. If 328. He made a constantly renewed attempt during the years of his manhood, an attempt undertaken with inner despondency, yet with an iron will to submit to those mythic orders. Wherever they still rule, indeed, for his part to consolidate their rule, in just the way this is done by one who serves the powerful, this attempt broke down after the final and most difficult submission of which he was capable, after his capitulation in the more than 30-year struggle against marriage, which struck him as the threatening symbol of arrest by the mythic powers. And a year after his marriage, which had forced itself on him at a time of fateful pressure, he began Elective Affinities, with which he then registered his protest, a protest that unfolded ever more powerfully in his later work, against the world with which he had concluded the pact in the years of his manhood. Elective Affinities constitutes a turning point in this body of work. With it begins the last series of his productions, from no one of which he was able to detach himself completely, because until the end their heartbeat was alive in him. Whence one understands the gripping diary entry of 1820 stating that he be eager to read Elective Affinities, and understands as well the wordless irony of a scene reported by Heinrich Laub. A lady addressed Goethe on the subject of Elective Affinities: "I do not approve of this book at all, Herr von Goethe, it is truly immoral and I do not recommend it to any woman." Thereupon Goethe kept a serious silence for a while, and finally, with a good deal of emotion, replied, "I am sorry, for it is my best bouquet." That last series of works attests to and accompanies his purification, which was no longer allowed to be a liberation. Perhaps because his youth had often taken all too swift flight from the exigencies of life into the domain of literature, by a terribly punishing irony, made poetry the tyrant of his life. Goethe bent his life to the hierarchies that made it the occasion of his poetry. This is the moral significance of his meditation in old age on the objective contents. Truth in poetry, West-Östlicher Divan West-Easterly Divan, and the second part of Faust became the three great documents of such masked penance. The historicizing of his life, as it was entrusted first to Truth in poetry and later to the daily and annual notebooks, had to prove and invent how much this life had been an phenomenon of a life full of poetic content, full of themes and opportunities for the poet. The occasion of poetry, of which we are speaking here, is not only something different from the lived experience which modern convention puts at the basis of poetic invention, but is the exact opposite of it. The thesis that is continually handed down through histories of literature, the cliché that Goethe's poetry had been an occasional poetry, means that his poetry was a poetry of experience, with regard to the last and greatest works. Therefore, the thesis speaks the opposite of the truth. For the occasion provides the content, and the lived experience leaves only a feeling behind. Related and similar to the connection between these two is the link between the words genius and genie. On the lips of the moderns, the latter ulti. 329. Mately amounts to a title which, no matter how they position themselves, will never be suited to catching in its essential character the relation of a human being to art. The word genius succeeds in this, and Hölderlin's verses vouch for it. Are not many of the living known to you? Does not your foot stride upon what is true, as upon carpets? Therefore, my genius, only step naked into life, and have no care. Whatever happens, let it all be opportune for you. This is precisely the ancient vocation of the poet, who from Pindar to Meleager, from the Isthmian games to the hour of love, found only sundry high, but as such always worthy, occasions for his bardic song, which he therefore never thought to base on experience. And so the concept of lived experience is nothing but a paraphrase of that lack of consequence in poetry, a lack of consequence longed for also by that most sublime, cause still just as cowardly, Philistinism which, robbed of the relation to truth, is unable to rouse responsibility from its sleep. In his old age, Goethe had penetrated profoundly enough into the essence of poetry to feel with horror the absence of every occasion for poetry in the world that surrounded him, yet want to stride solely and forever upon that carpet of truth. It was late when he stood on the threshold of German Romanticism. He was not allowed any more than Hölderlin was access to religion, no matter what the form of conversion, no matter what the turning toward community. Goethe abhorred religion in the early Romantics. But the laws that they vainly sought to satisfy by converting, and thus by extinguishing their lives, kindled in Goethe, who also had to submit to these laws, the highest flame of his life. It burned away the dross of every passion, and thus in his correspondence, up to the end of his life, he was able to keep his love for Marianne 25 so painfully close that more than a decade after the time in which their affection for each other declared itself, he could compose what is perhaps the most powerful poem of the Divan, no longer on a leaf of silk I write symmetric rhyme s. And the final phenomenon of this literature that governed his life, and indeed ultimately even the duration of his life, was the conclusion to Faust. If in the series of these works from his old age Elective of Midas is the first, then a purer promise, no matter how darkly the myth holds sway in it, must already be visible there. But in a treatment like Gundolf's, it will not come to light. As little as that of other authors does Gundolf's take account of the novella Die Wunderlichen Nachbarskinder, the curious tale of the childhood sweethearts. Elective Affinities itself was originally planned as a novella in the orbit of Wilhelm Meister's apprenticeship, but its growth forced it out of that orbit. The traces of its original formal conception, however, are preserved, despite 330. Everything that made the work become a novel. Only Goethe's consummate mastery, which is here at its height, was able to prevent the inherent tendency of the novella from bursting the novel form. The conflict appears to be subdued and the unity attained with violence, in that he ennobles, so to speak, the form of the novel through that of the novella. The compelling artistic device that made this possible, and which imposed itself equally imperiously from the side of the content, lies in the author's refusal to summon the reader's sympathy into the center of the action itself. The fact that the action remains in effect so thoroughly inaccessible to the immediate intention of the reader, as is most clearly illuminated by the unsuspected death of Ottilie, betrays the influence of the novella form upon that of the novel, and it is precisely in the presentation of this death that a break, too, most vividly betrays itself, when, finally, that center of the action, which in the novella permanently closes itself off, makes itself felt with doubled force. 26 It may be part of the same formal tendency, as R. M. Meyer has already pointed out, that the story likes to arrange groups. And, to be sure, the story's pictorialness is fundamentally unpainterly, it may be called plastic, perhaps stereoscopic. This, too, appears novella-like. For if the novel, like a maelstrom, draws the reader irresistibly into its interior, the novella strives toward distance, pushing every living creature out of its magic circle. In this way, despite its breadth, Elective Affinities has remained novella-like. 27 In its effectiveness of expression, it is not superior to the actual novella contained in it. In it a boundary form has been created, and by virtue of this fact it stands further removed from other novels than those novels stand from one another. In Wilhelm Meister and in Elective Affinities, the artistic style is thoroughly determined by the fact that we feel the storyteller everywhere. Absent here is the formal artistic realism, which makes events and human beings depend entirely on themselves so that they produce their effect strictly as immediate presences, as if from the stage. Instead, they are really a story sustained by the storyteller standing in the background, palpable. Goethe's novels unfold inside the categories of the storyteller. Cited is the word Simmel uses elsewhere for this style. 28 But whatever the explanation for this phenomenon, which does not appear further analyzable to Simmel, in Wilhelm Meister, in Elective Affinities it stems from Goethe's preserving je loosely for himself exclusive rule within the life circle of his literary work. Such restrictions upon the reader are the hallmarks of the classic form of the novella. Boccaccio gives his own novellas a frame, Cervantes writes a prologue for his. Thus, however much in Elective Affinities the form of the novel calls attention to itself, it is precisely this emphasis and exaggeration of type and contour that betray it as novella-like. Nothing could make more inconspicuous the remaining residue of ambiguity than the insertion of a novella, which, the more the main work stood out against it as a pure example of its kind, the more it had to be made to 331 appear similar to a true novel. This is based the significance of the composition The Curious Tale of the Childhood Sweethearts, which is meant to count as a model novella even where consideration is restricted to its form. Furthermore, Goethe wanted to establish this tale not less than the novel, indeed to a certain extent even more as exemplary. For although the event which it reports is conceived in the novel itself as a real one, the story is nonetheless characterized as a novella. It is meant to be considered a novella just as rigorously as the main work is meant to be considered a novel. In the clearest way, the thus conceived lawful character of its form, namely, the untouchability of the center, that is to say, the mystery as an essential characteristic, stands out in bold relief. For in it, the mystery is the catastrophe, which, as the animating principle of the story, is conducted into its center, while in the novel the significance of the catastrophe, the concluding event, remains phenomenal. The enlivening power of this catastrophe, although so much in the novel corresponds to it, is so difficult to fathom that to an unguided reader the novella appears no less independent yet also hardly less enigmatic than Die Pilgerin de Toren, The Foolish Pilgrim. But in this novella a brilliant light holds sway. From the outset everything, sharply contoured, is at a peak. It is the day of decision shining into the dusk-filled Hades of the novel. Hence, the novella is more prosaic than the novel. It confronts the novel in prose of a higher degree. To this corresponds the genuine anonymity of its characters and the partial, undecided anonymity of those of the novel. While in their life seclusion prevails, which completes the guaranteed freedom of their actions, the characters in the novella come forth closely surrounded on all sides by their human environment, their relatives. Although in the novel Ottilie relinquishes, at the urging of her beloved, not only the medallion of her father but even the memory of her home in order to consecrate herself wholly to love, in the novella even those who are united do not feel themselves independent of the paternal blessing. This small difference most deeply characterizes the couples. For it is certain that the lovers step out maturely from the ties with their parental home, and no less certain that they transform its inner power, for if just one of them were to remain by himself caught up within it, the other, with his love, would carry him on out past it. If, in another way, there is any such thing for lovers as a sign, then it is this, that for both of them not only the abyss of sex but even that of family has closed. In order for such a loving vision to be valid, it may not withdraw weak-spiritedly from the sight, let alone the knowledge, of one's parents, which is what Edouard imposes on Ottilie. The power of lovers triumphs by eclipsing even the full presence of the parents in the beloved. How much they are able in their radiance to release each other from all ties is shown in the novella by the image of the garments in which the children are scarcely recognized any more by their parents. The lovers in 332. The novella enter into relations not only with them but also with the rest of their human environment. And whereas for the novel's characters independence only seals all the more rigorously the temporal and local circumstances of their subjection to fate, for the novella's characters it holds the most invaluable guarantee that, with the climax of their own distress, their companions in travel run the risk of foundering. What this says is that even the greatest extremity does not expel the two young lovers from the circle of their own people, whereas the lifestyle of the characters in the novel, perfect in its form, can do nothing against the fact that, until the sacrifice occurs, each and every moment excludes them more inexorably from the community of the peaceful. The lovers in the novella do not obtain their freedom through sacrifice. That the girl's fatal leap does not have that meaning is indicated by the author in the most delicate and precise manner. For this alone is her secret intention when she throws the garland wreath to the boy, to assert that she does not want to die in beauty, be wreathed in death like a sacrifice. The boy, whose mind is only on steering, testifies for his part that, whether knowingly or not, he does not have a share, as if it were a sacrifice, in any such deed. Because these human beings do not risk everything for the sake of a falsely conceived freedom, no sacrifice falls among them, rather, the decision befalls within them. In fact, freedom is as clearly removed from the youth's saving decision as is fate. It is the chimerical striving for freedom that draws down fate upon the characters in the novel. The lovers in the novella stand beyond both freedom and fate, and their courageous decision suffices to tear to bits a fate that would gather to a head over them and to see through a freedom that would pull them down into the nothingness of choice. In the brief instance of their decision, this is the meaning of their action. Both dive down into the living current, whose beneficent power appears no less great in this event than the death-dealing power of the still waters in the other. Through an episode in the latter, the strange masquerade in the wedding clothes found by the two young people is fully illuminated. For there, Nanny refers to the shroud prepared for Ottilie as her bridal gown. Hence, it is surely permitted to explicate accordingly that strange feature of the novella, and even without the mythic analogies that can probably be discovered to recognize the wedding vestments of these lovers as transformed burial shrouds henceforth immune to death. The complete security of existence, which at the end opens itself to them, is also otherwise indicated. Not only because their garb conceals them from their friends, but above all through the great image of the boat landing at the place of their union, the feeling is aroused that they no longer have a fate and that they stand at the place where the others are meant to arrive someday. With all this, it can certainly be considered incontrovertible that this novella is of decisive importance in the structure of elective affinities. Even 333. If only in the full light of the main story that all its details are revealed, the ones mentioned proclaim unmistakably that the mythic themes of the novel correspond to those of the novella as themes of redemption. Thus, if in the novel the mythic is considered the thesis, then the antithesis can be seen in the novella. Its title points to this. It is precisely to the characters in the novel that those neighbors' children must seem most serious, and it is those characters, too, who then turn away from them with deeply hurt feelings. A hurt that, in accordance with the secret matter of the novella, one that was, perhaps, in many respects even hidden from Goethe, motivate him in an external way without thus robbing this matter of its inner significance. Whereas the characters of the novel linger more weakly and more mutely, though fully life-sized in the gaze of the reader, the united couple of the novella disappears under the arch of a final rhetorical question, in the perspective, so to speak, of infinite distance. In the readiness for withdrawal and disappearance, is it not bliss that is hinted at, bliss in small things, which Goethe later made the sole motif of the new Melusine? 29. 3. Before you know the bodies on this star, I shape you dreams among eternal stars. Stephen George. The umbrage taken at every critique of art that supposedly stands too close to the work, by those who do not find in that critique an afterimage of their own self-complacent reveries, testifies to so much ignorance of the essence of art that a period for which the rigorously determined origin of art is becoming ever more vivid does not owe this complaint to refutation. Yet an image that speaks home truths to sentimentality in the most straightforward way is perhaps allowed. Let us suppose that one makes the acquaintance of a person who is handsome and attractive but impenetrable, because he carries a secret with him. It would be reprehensible to want to pry. Still, it would surely be permissible to inquire whether he has any siblings and whether their nature could not perhaps explain somewhat the enigmatic character of the stranger. In Just this way critique seeks to discover siblings of the work of art. And all genuine works have their siblings in the realm of philosophy. It is, after all, precisely these figures in which the ideal of philosophy's problem appears. The totality of philosophy, its system, is of a higher magnitude of power than can be demanded by the quintessence of all its problems taken together, because the unity in the solution of them all cannot be obtained by questioning. If, that is to say, it were possible to obtain the very unity in the solution to all problems as the answer to a question, then with respect to the question seeking this unity, a new question 334 would immediately arise, on which the unity of its answer together with that of all the others would be founded. It follows that there is no question which, in the reach of its inquiry, encompasses the unity of philosophy. The concept of this non-existent question seeking the unity of philosophy by inquiry functions in philosophy as the ideal of the problem. Even if, however, the system is in no sense attainable through inquiry, there are nevertheless constructions which, without being questions, have the deepest affinity with the ideal of the problem. These are works of art. The work of art does not compete with philosophy itself, it merely enters into the most precise relation to philosophy through its affinity with the ideal of the problem. And to be sure, according to a lawfulness grounded in the essence of the ideal as such, the ideal can represent itself solely in a multiplicity. The ideal of the problem, however, does not appear in a multiplicity of problems. Rather, it lies buried in a manifold of works, and its excavation is the business of critique. The latter allows the ideal of the problem to appear in the work of art in one of its manifestations. For critique ultimately shows in the work of art the virtual possibility of formulating the work's truth content as the highest philosophical problem. That before which it stops short, however, as if in awe of the work, but equally from respect for the truth, is precisely this formulation itself. That possibility of formulation could indeed be realized only if the system could be the object of inquiry and thereby transform itself from an appearance of the ideal into the existence of the ideal, an existence that is never given. As such, however, it says simply that the truth in a work would be known not as something obtained in answer to a question, to be sure, but as something obtained on demand. If, therefore, one may say that everything beautiful is connected in some way to the true, and that the virtual site of the true in philosophy can be determined, then this is to say that in every true work of art an appearance of the ideal of the problem can be discovered. Hence, one comes to see that, from the moment reflection raises itself up from the foundations of the novel to the vision of its perfection, philosophy not myth is called upon to guide it. With this, the figure of Ottilie steps forth. It is, after all, in this figure that the novel appears most visibly to grow away from the mythic world. For even though she falls victim to dark powers, it is still precisely her innocence which, in keeping with the ancient requirement that the sacrificial object be irreproachable, forces on her this terrible destiny. To be sure, chastity, to the extent that it may arise from intellectuality, is not manifested in the figure of this girl, indeed, such untouchability, in Luciani, practically constitutes a fault. Nonetheless, her wholly natural behavior, despite the complete passivity that characterizes Ottilie in the erotic as well as in every other sphere, makes her as unapproachable as someone in a trance. In its impertinent way, Werner's sonnet also announces that the chastity of this child 335 harbors no consciousness. But is not its merit only all the greater? In the scenes in which Goethe shows her with the baby Jesus and with Charlotte's dead child in her arms, he indicates just how deeply chastity is rooted in her nature. Ottilie comes to both without a husband. The author, however, has said still more with this. For the living picture, which portrays the grace and, transcending all ethical rigor, the purity of the Mother of God, is precisely the artificial one. The one that nature offers only a little later shows the dead boy. And this is what unveils the true essence of that chastity, whose sacred infertility, in itself, in no way ranks higher than the impure turbulence of sexuality that draws the estranged spouses to each other, and whose privilege is valid only in delaying a union in which husband and wife would have to lose each other. In the figure of Ottilie, however, this chastity lays claim to far more. It evokes the semblance of an innocence of natural life. The pagan, if not indeed the mythic idea of this innocence, owes to Christianity at least its formulation, a formulation most extreme and fraught with consequences in the ideal of virginity. If the grounds of a mythic primal guilt are to be sought in the bare, vital drive of sexuality, then Christian thought finds its counterpart where that drive is furthest removed from drastic expression, in the life of the Virgin. But this clear, if not clearly conscious, intention includes an error full of grave consequence. To be sure, like natural guilt, there is also a natural innocence of life. The latter, however, is tied not to sexuality, not even in the mode of denial, but rather solely to its antipode, the spirit, which is equally natural. Just as the sexual life of man can become the expression of natural guilt, his spiritual life, based on the variously constituted unity of his individuality, can become the expression of natural innocence. This unity of individual spiritual life is character. Unequivocalness, as its essential constitutive moment, distinguishes it from the daemonism of all purely sexual phenomena. To attribute to a human being a complicated character can only mean, whether rightly or wrongly, to deny him character, whereas for every manifestation of bare sexual life the seal of its recognition remains the insight into the equivocalness of its nature. This is also confirmed in virginity. Above all, the ambiguity of its intactness is evident. For that which is considered the sign of inner purity is precisely what desire most welcomes. But even the innocence of unknowingness is ambiguous. For on its basis affection passes willy-nilly over into desire, which is felt as sinful. And precisely this ambiguity returns in an extremely characteristic manner in the Christian symbol of innocence, the lily. The severe lines of the plant, the whiteness of the calyx, are owing to numbingly sweet scents that are scarcely still vegetal. The author has also given Ottilie this dangerous magic of innocence, which is most intimately related to the sacrifice celebrated by her death. For the very fact that she appears innocent in this manner prevents her from escaping the spell of that consummation. Not purity but its semblance spreads itself out with such 336 innocence over her form. And the untouchableness of that semblance places her out of reach of her lover. The same sort of semblance-like nature is also hinted at in Charlotte's being, which only appears to be completely pure and irreproachable, while in truth her infidelity to her friend disfigures it. Even in her appearance as mother and housewife, in which passivity befits her very little, she strikes one as phantom-like. Yet nobility presents itself in her only at the price of this indefiniteness. Hence, at the deepest level, she is not unlike Ottilie, who among the phantoms is the sole semblance. In general, then, one must, if one is to gain insight into this work, search for its key not in the contrast among the four partners but rather in the equally strong contrast that obtains between them and the lovers in the novella. The characters of the main story differ from one another less as individuals than as pairs. Does Ottilie's essence have its share in that genuine natural innocence which has as little to do with equivocal intactness as with blessed guiltlessness? Does she have character? Is her nature, not so much thanks to her own open-heartedness as by dint of her free and open expression, clear before our eyes? Rather, the opposite of all this characterizes her. She is reserved. More than this, nothing she says or does can deprive her of reserve. Plant-like muteness, which speaks so clearly from the Daphne motif of pleadingly upraised hands, lies about her being and darkens it even in the most extreme moments of distress, moments that, in the case of anyone else, place the person's being in a bright light. Her decision to die remains a secret until the end, and not only to her friends, it seems to form itself, completely hidden, in a manner incomprehensible to her, too. And this hiddenness touches the root of the morality of her decision. For if the moral world shows itself anywhere illuminated by the spirit of language, it is in the decision. No moral decision can enter into life without verbal form and, strictly speaking, without thus becoming an object of communication. That is why, in Ottilie's complete silence, the morality of the will to die that animates her becomes questionable. In truth, what underlies it is not a decision but a drive. Therefore, her dying is not as she seems ambiguously to express it sacred. If she herself recognizes that she has strayed from her path, then this phrase can in truth only be saying that death alone can save her from internal ruin. Death is thus very probably atonement, in the sense of fate, but not wholly absolution, which voluntary death can never be for human beings and which only the divine death imposed on them can become. Ottilie's death, like her virginity, is merely the last exit of the soul, which flees from ruin. In her death drive, there speaks the longing for rest. Goethe has not failed to indicate how completely it arises from what is natural in her. If Ottilie dies by depriving herself of food, then Goethe has also made it clear in the novel how often, even in happier times, food was repugnant to her. Ottilie's existence, which Gundolf calls sacred, is an 33:7. Unhallowed one, not so much because she trespassed against a marriage in dissolution as because in her seeming and her becoming, subjected until her death to a fateful power, she vegetates without decision. This her lingering, at once guilty and guiltless, in the precincts of fate lends her, for the fleeting glance, a tragic quality. Thus, Gundolf can speak of the pathos of this work, no less tragically sublime and shattering than that from which Sophocles' Oedipus arises. Before him André Frarne, Ois Poncet had already spoken in a similar vein in his shallow, bloated book on the Affinites electives. Yet this is the falsest of judgments. For in the tragic words of the hero, the crest of decision is ascended, beneath which the guilt and innocence of the myth engulf each other as an abyss. On the far side of guilt and innocence is grounded the here and now of good and evil, attainable by the hero alone, never by the hesitant girl. Therefore, it is empty talk to praise her tragic purification. Nothing more untragic can be conceived than this mournful end. But this is not the only place in which the speechless drive is revealed. Ottilie's life, too, seems to be without foundation when exposed to the luminous circle of moral orders. Yet only a complete lack of sympathy for this work appears to have opened the critic's eyes to it. Thus, it was reserved for the pedestrian common sense of a Julian Schmidt to raise the question that must have posed itself immediately to the unprejudiced reader of these events: there would have been nothing to say against it if passion had been stronger than conscience, but how is this silencing of conscience to be understood? Ottila commits a wrong, afterward she feels it very deeply, more deeply than necessary. But how does it come about that she does not feel it earlier? How is it possible that someone as well constituted and well brought up as Ottilie is supposed to be does not feel that by her behaviour toward Edouard she wrongs Charlotte, her benefactor's s? No insight into the innermost relations of the novel can invalidate the plain justice of this question. Misrecognizing its obligatory character leaves the essence of the novel in darkness. For this silencing of the moral voice is not to be grasped, like the muted language of the affects, as a feature of individuality. It is not a determination within the boundaries of human being. With this silence, the semblance has installed itself consumingly in the heart of the noblest being. And this curiously calls to mind the taciturnity of Minna Hersleb, who died insane in old age. All speechless clarity of action is semblance-like, and in truth the inner life of those who in this way preserve themselves is no less obscure to them than to others. Only in Audely's diary, ultimately, does her human life appear still to stir. The whole of her linguistically gifted existence is finally to be sought increasingly in these mute notations. Yet they, too, merely erect a monument for someone who has slowly died away. Their revelation of secrets that only death might unseal inures one to the thought of her passing away, and by announcing the 338 taciturnity of the living person, they also foretell the fact that she will become entirely mute. The semblance-like dimension, which governs the life of the girl who writes, penetrates even her spiritual, detached mood. For if it is the danger of the diary as such to lay bare prematurely the germs of memory in the soul and prevent the ripening of its fruits, the danger must necessarily become fatal when the spiritual life expresses itself only in the diary. Yet all the power of internalized existence stems finally from memory. It alone guarantees love a soul. It breathes in that Gutian recollection. You were in times lived through I my sister or my wife. And as in such association even beauty survives itself as memory, so in its blossoming, too, beauty is inessential without memory. The words of Plato's Phaedrus testify to this, but when one who is fresh from the mystery and who saw much of the vision beholds a god-like face or bodily form that truly expresses beauty, he is at first seized with shuddering and a measure of that awe which the vision inspired, then with reverence as if at the sight of a god, and but for fear of being deemed a madman, he would offer sacrifice to his beloved, as to the holy image of a deity. At this sight, his memory returns to that form of beauty, and he sees her once again enthroned by the side of temperance upon her holy seat. Audely's existence does not awaken such memory, in it beauty really remains what is foremost and essential. All her favourable impression comes exclusively from her appearance. Despite the numerous diary pages, her inner essence remains closed off. She is more reserved than any female figure of Heinrich von Kleist. With this insight, Julian Schmidt echoes an old critique that says with odd exactitude, this Audely is not an authentic child of the poet's spirit but is conceived in sinful fashion, in a doubled memory of Mignon 30 and an old picture by Masaccio or Giotto. Indeed, with Audely's figure the limits of epic vis-a-vis painting are overstepped. For the appearance of the beautiful as the essential content in a living being lies outside the sphere of epic material. Yet the appearance of the beautiful does stand at the center of the novel. For one does not overstate the case if one says that the belief in Audely's beauty is the fundamental condition for engagement with the novel. This beauty, as long as the novel's world endures, may not disappear, the coffin in which the girl rests is not closed. In this work, Goethe has left far behind the famous Homeric example of the epic depiction of beauty. For not only does Helen herself in her mockery of Paris appear in a more decisive manner than Audely ever does in her words, but above all, in the representation of Audely's beauty, Goethe has not followed the famous rule drawn from the admiring speeches of the old men gathered on the wall. Those distinctive epithets, which are bestowed on Audely even against the laws of novelistic form, serve only to remove her from the epic plane in which the writer reigns, and to transmit a strange vitality to her for which he is not responsible. Thus, the farther away she 339 stands from Homer's Helen, the closer she stands to Goethe's Helena. In ambiguous innocence and semblance-like beauty, like her, she stands, like her, in expectation of her expiatory death. And conjuration is also in play in her appearance. Confronting the episodic figure of the Greek woman, Goethe maintained perfect mastery, since he illuminated in the form of dramatic representation even the conjuration, and in this sense it seems hardly a matter of chance that the scene in which Faust was supposed to implore Persephone to give him Helena was never written. In elective affinities, however, the demonic principles of conjuration erupt into the very center of the poetic composition. For what is conjured is always only a semblance in Audely, a semblance of living beauty which strongly, mysteriously, and impurely imposed itself in the most powerful sense as material. Thus, the aura of Hades and what the author lends to the action is confirmed. He stands before the deep ground of his poetic gift like Odysseus with his naked sword before the ditch full of blood, and like him fends off the thirsty shades, in order to suffer only those whose brief report he seeks. This taciturnity is a sign of Audeley's ghostly origin. It is this origin that produces the peculiar diaphanousness, at times preciosity, in layout and execution. That formulaic quality, found primarily in the composition of the novel's second part, which in the end was significantly expanded, after the completion of the basic conception, comes out well marked in the style in its countless parallelisms, comparisons, and qualifications, with their suggestive proximity to the late Goethean manner. In this sense, Gors 31 declared to Arnim that a lot in elective affinities seemed to him as if highly polished rather than chiseled. An expression that might especially be applied to the maximenundrefl oxyonon maxims and reflections. Still more problematic are the features which can in no way be disclosed to the purely receptive intention, those correspondences which reveal themselves only to philological research that completely eschews aesthetics. In such correspondences the presentation encroaches, quite undeniably, upon the domain of incantatory formulas. That is why it so often lacks the ultimate immediacy and finality of artistic vivification, why it lacks form. In the novel this form does not so much construct figures, which often enough on their own authority insert themselves formlessly as mythic figures. Rather, it plays about them hesitantly in the manner of an arabesque, so to speak, it completes and with full justification dissolves them. One may view the effect of the novel as the expression of an inherent problematic. The latter distinguishes this novel from others that find the greatest part, if not always the highest stage of their effect, in the unself-conscious feelings of the reader, in exercising the most disconcerting influence upon those feelings. A turbid power, which in kindred spirits may rise to rapturous enthusiasm and in more remote spirits to sullen consternation, was always peculiar to this novel, only and incorruptible. 340. Rationality, under whose protection the heart might abandon itself to the prodigious, magical beauty of this work, is able to cope with it. Conjuration intends to be the negative counterpart of creation. It, too, claims to bring forth a world from nothingness. With neither of them does the work of art have anything in common. It emerges not from nothingness but from chaos. However, the work of art will not escape from chaos, as does the created world according to the idealism of the doctrine of emanations. Artistic creation neither makes anything out of chaos nor permeates it, and one would be just as unable to engender semblance, as conjuration truly does, from elements of that chaos. This is what the formula produces. Form, however, enchants chaos momentarily into world. Therefore, no work of art may seem wholly alive, in a manner free of spell-like enchantment, without becoming mere semblance and ceasing to be a work of art. The life undulating in it must appear petrified and as if spellbound in a single moment. That which in it has being is mere beauty, mere harmony, which floods through the chaos, and in truth, through this only and not the world, but, in this flooding through, seems only to enliven it. What arrests this semblance, spellbinds the movement, and interrupts the harmony is the expressionless Das Ausdruckslos. This life grounds the mystery, this petrification grounds the content in the work. Just as interruption by the commanding word is able to bring out the truth from the evasions of a woman precisely at the point where it interrupts, the expressionless compels the trembling harmony to stop and through its objection Einspruch immortalizes its quivering. In this immortalization the beautiful must vindicate itself, but now it appears to be interrupted precisely in its vindication, and thus it has the eternity of its content precisely by the grace of that objection. The expressionless is the critical violence which, while unable to separate semblance from essence in art, prevents them from mingling. It possesses this violence as a moral dictum. In the expressionless, the sublime violence of the true appears as that which determines the language of the real world according to the laws of the moral world. For it shatters whatever still survives as the legacy of chaos in all beautiful semblance, the false, errant totality, the absolute totality. Only the expressionless completes the work, by shattering it into a thing of shards, into a fragment of the true world, into the torso of a symbol. As a category of language and art and not of the work or of the genres, the expressionless can be no more rigorously defined than through a passage in Hölderlin's Anmerkungen zum Oedipus Annotations to Oedipus, whose fundamental significance for the theory of art in general, beyond serving as the basis for a theory of tragedy, seems not yet to have been recognized. The passage reads, F or the tragic transport is actually empty, and the least restrained thereby, in the rhythmic sequence of the representations wherein the transport presents itself, there becomes necessary what in poetic meter is called caesura, the pure word, the counter. 341. Rhythmic rupture, namely, in order to meet the onrushing change of representations at its highest point, in such a manner that not the change of representation but the representation itself very soon appears. The OCCI dental Genoan sobriety which Hölderlin, several years before he wrote this, conceived as the almost unattainable goal of all German artistic practice is only another name for that caesura, in which, along with harmony, every expression simultaneously comes to a standstill, in order to give free rein to an expressionless power inside all artistic media. Such power has rarely become clearer than in Greek tragedy, on the one hand, and in Hölderlin's hymnic poetry, on the other. Perceptible in tragedy as the falling silent of the hero, and in the rhythm of the hymn as objection. Indeed, one could not characterize this rhythm any more aptly than by asserting that something beyond the poet interrupts the language of the poetry. Here lies the reason a hymn will seldom, and with complete justification perhaps never, be called beautiful. If in that lyric it is the expressionless, in Goethe's it is the beautiful that comes forth to the limit of what can be grasped in the work of art. What stirs beyond this limit is, in one direction, the offspring of madness, and, in the other, the conjured appearance. In the latter direction, German poetry may not venture one step beyond Goethe without mercilessly falling prey to a world of semblance, whose most alluring images were evoked by Rudolf Borchardt. 32 Indeed, there is no lack of evidence that even the work of Borchardt's master did not always escape the temptation closest to the master's genius, that of conjuring the semblance. Thus, Goethe recalls the work on the novel with the words, "One is happy enough when in these agitated times one can take refuge in the depth of tranquil passions." If here the contrast of choppy surface and tranquil depth can only remind one fleetingly of a body of water, such a simile is found much more expressly in Zelter. In a letter dealing with the novel, he writes to Goethe, "What ultimately remains suited to it is a writing style like the clear element, whose fleet inhabitants swim pell-mell among one another and, twinkling or casting shadow, dart up and down without going astray or getting lost." What is thus expressed in Zelter's manner, a manner never sufficiently valued, clarifies how the formulaically spellbound style of the author is related to the spellbinding reflection in water. And beyond stylistics it points to the signification of that pleasure lake, and finally to the meaning of the entire work. Just as the semblance-like soul shows itself ambiguously in it, luring with innocent clarity and leading down below into the deepest darkness, water, too, partakes of this strange magic. For on the one hand, it is black, dark, unfathomable, but on the other hand, it is reflecting, clear, and clarifying. The power of this ambiguity, which had already been a theme of the Fisherman der Fischer 33, has become dominant in the essence of the passion in elective affinities. If the ambiguity thus leads into the novel's center, still it points back again to the mythic. 342. Origin of the novel's image of the beautiful life, and allows that image to be recognized with complete clarity. In the element from which the goddess Aphrodite arose, beauty appears truly to be at home. She is praised at flowing rivers and fountains. One of the Oceanides is named Sconfly/5 Beautiful Flow. 34 Among the Nereids the beautiful form of Galatea stands out, and numerous beautiful healed daughters arise from the gods of the sea. The mobile element, as it first of all washes round the foot of the walker, moistens the feet of the goddesses, dispensing beauty, and silver-footed Thetis always remains the model for the poetic imagination of the Greeks when they depict this part of the body in their creations. Hesiod does not attribute beauty to any man or to any god conceived as masculine. Here, too, beauty does not yet denote any sort of inner worth. It appears quite predominantly in the external form of the woman, connected to Aphrodite and the Oceanian forms of life. If, as Julius Walter says in his Aestheticum Altertum Aesthetics in Antiquity, the origin of a merely beautiful life, according to the indications of myth, thus lies in the world of harmonic chaotic wave motion. A deeper sensibility sought the origin of Audely there. Where Hung Stenberg thinks in a malicious way of Audely's en im Fischmeal and Werner gropingly imagines his Hide us tender sea nixies, there with incomparable sureness of touch Bettina von Arnim struck the inmost link, Youre in love with her, Goethe Ive suspected it for a long time already. That Venus surged out of the foaming sea of your passion, and after sowing a harvest of pearly tears, she vanishes back into it with supernatural radiance. With the semblance-like character that determines Audely's beauty, insubstantiality also threatens the salvation that the friends gain from their struggles. For if beauty is semblance-like, so, too, is the reconciliation that it promises mythically in life and death. Its sacrifice, like its blossoming, would be in vain, its reconciling a semblance of reconciliation. In fact, true reconciliation exists only with God. Whereas in true reconciliation the individual reconciles himself with God and only in this way conciliates other human beings, it is peculiar to semblance-like reconciliation that the individual wants others to make their peace with one another and only in this way become reconciled with God. This relation of semblance-like reconciliation to true reconciliation again evokes the opposition between novel and novella. For it is to this point that the bizarre quarrel which perplexes the lovers in their youth finally intends to reach, the point at which their love, because it risks life for the sake of true reconciliation, achieves this reconciliation and with it the peace in which their bond of love endures. Because true reconciliation with God is achieved by no one who does not thereby destroy everything or as much as he possesses in order only then, before God's reconciled countenance, to find it resurrected. It follows that a death. 343. Defying Liebe marks that moment when each one wholly alone for himself before God they make every effort for the sake of reconciliation. And only in such readiness for reconciliation, having made their peace, do they gain each other. For reconciliation, which is entirely supermundane and hardly an object for concrete depiction in a novel, has its worldly reflection in the conciliation of one's fellow men. How much noble consideration falls short of that tolerance and gentleness which, ultimately, only increases the distance in which the figures of the novel know themselves to stand. Since they always avoid quarreling openly, though Goethe did not balk at depicting excessiveness even in the violent deed of a young woman, conciliation must remain inaccessible to them. So much suffering, so little struggle. Hence the silencing of all affects. They never appear externally as enmity, revenge, envy, yet neither do they live internally as lament, shame, or despair. For how could the desperate actions of the unrequited compare with the sacrifice of Audely, a sacrifice that puts in God's hand not the most precious good but the most difficult burden, and anticipates his decree? Thus, her semblance is thoroughly lacking in all the annihilating character of true reconciliation, just as, insofar as possible, everything painful and violent remains remote from the manner of her death. And not with this alone does an impious providence inflict on those all too peaceable folk the threatening time of trouble. For what the author shrouds in silence 100 times can be seen quite simply enough from the course of things as a whole, that, according to ethical laws, passion loses all its rights and happiness when it seeks a pact with the bourgeois, affluent, secure life. This is the chasm across which the author intends, in vain, to have his figures stride with somnambulistic sureness upon the narrow path of pure human civility. That noble curbing and controlling is unable to replace the clarity that the author certainly knew just how to remove from himself, as well as from them. In this, Stifter is his perfect epigone. In the mute constraint that encloses these human beings in the circle of human custom, indeed of bourgeois custom, hoping there to salvage for them the life of passion, lies the dark transgression which demands its dark expiation. Basically they flee from the verdict of the law that still has power over them. If, to judge from appearances, they are exempted from it through their noble being, in reality only sacrifice can rescue them. Therefore, the peace that harmony ought to lend them does not fall to their lot, their art of life in the Goethean manner only makes the sultriness closer. For what reigns here is the quiet before a storm. In the novella, however, thunderstorm and peace prevail. While love guides the reconciled, only beauty, as a semblance of reconciliation, remains behind with the others. For those who truly love, the beauty of the beloved is not decisive. If it was beauty that first attracted them to each other, they will forget it again and again for greater splendors, in order, of course, to become conscious of. 344. It again and again, in memory, until the end. It is otherwise with passion. Every waning of beauty, even the slightest decline, makes it despair. Only for love is the beautiful woman the most precious boon, for passion, the most beautiful woman is the most precious. Passionate, then, is also the disapproval with which the friends turn away from the novella. For them the surrender of beauty is indeed unbearable. That wildness which disfigures the young woman in the novella is not Luciana's empty, destructive kind either, but rather the urgent, healing wildness of a more noble creature. However much grace is paired with it, it is enough to lend her something off-putting to rob her of the canonical expression of beauty. This young woman is not essentially beautiful. Audley is. In his own way, even Edouard is. Not for nothing is the beauty of this couple praised. Goethe himself not only expended beyond the limits of art all the conceivable power of his gifts to conjure this beauty, but with the lightest touch gives sufficient evidence for the reader to intuit that the world of this gentle veiled beauty is the center of the poetic work. In the name Haute he alludes to the saint who was the patron of those suffering from eye disease and to whom a convent on the Odilienberg in the Black Forest was dedicated. Goethe calls her a consolation for the eyes of the men who see her. Indeed, in her name one may also catch a hint of the mild light which is the blessing of sick eyes and in itself the hearth of all semblance. To this light he contrasted the radiance that shines painfully in the name and appearance of Luciana, and to her wide sunny circle he contrasted the secret lunar environment of Audley. Yet just as he places alongside Audley's gentleness not only Luciana's false wildness but also the true wildness of the child lovers, so the gentle shimmer of her being is placed in the middle between hostile brilliance and sober light. The furious attack described in the novella was directed against the eyesight of the beloved. The character of this love, which is averse to all semblance, could not be more rigorously intimated. Passion remains caught in its spell, and in itself it is unable to lend support, even in fidelity, to those who are inflamed. Subjected as it is to the beauty beneath every semblance, its chaotic side must break out devastatingly, unless a more spiritual element, which would be able to pacify the semblance, were to find its way to it. This is affection. In affection the human being is detached from passion. It is the law of essence that determines this, just as it determines every detachment from the sphere of semblance and every passage to the realm of essence, it determines that gradually, indeed even under a final and most extreme intensification of the semblance, the change comes about. Thus, passion appears, even in the emergence of affection, to turn completely and ever more than before into love. Passion and affection are the elements of all semblance like love, which reveals itself as distinct from true love not in the failure of feeling but rather uniquely in its helplessness. And so one must emphasize that it is not true love which reigns in Audley and Edouard. Love becomes perfect. 345. Only where, elevated above its nature, it is saved through God's intervention. Thus, the dark conclusion of love, whose daemon is Eros, is not a naked foundering but rather the true ransoming of the deepest imperfection which belongs to the nature of man himself. For it is this imperfection which denies to him the fulfillment of love. Therefore, into all loving that human nature alone determines, affection enters as the real work of Eros Thanatos, the admission that man cannot love. Whereas in all redeemed true love, passion, like affection, remains secondary, the history of affection and the transition of the one into the other makes up the essence of Eros. Of course, blaming the lovers, as Bielszowski ventures to do, does not lead to this result. Nonetheless, even his banal tone does not allow the truth to be misunderstood. Having intimated the misbehavior, indeed the unbridled selfishness of Edouard, he says further of Audley's unswerving love, now and again, we may encounter in life so abnormal a phenomenon. But then we shrug our shoulders and say we don't understand it. To offer such an explanation with regard to a poetic work is its gravest condemnation. In literature we want to and must understand. For the poet is a creator. He creates souls. To what extent this may be conceded will certainly remain extremely problematic. Yet it is unmistakable that those Goethean figures can appear to be not created geschaffen or purely constructed gebildet, but conjured gebannt. Precisely from this stems the kind of obscurity that is foreign to works of art and that can be fathomed only by someone who recognizes its essence in the semblance. For semblance in this poetic work is not so much represented as it is in the poetic representation itself. It is only for this reason that the semblance can signify so much, and only for this reason that the representation signifies so much. The collapse of that love is revealed more cogently this way: every love grown within itself must become master of this world in its natural exodus, the common, that is, strictly simultaneous, death, or in its supernatural duration, marriage. Goethe said this expressly in the novella, since the moment of shared readiness for death through God's will gives new life to the lovers, following which old rights lose their claim. Here he shows the life of the two lovers saved in precisely the sense in which marriage preserves it for the pious ones. In this pair he depicted the power of true love, which he prohibited himself from expressing in religious form. Opposed to this, in the novel, within this domain of life, is the double failure. While the one couple, in isolation, dies away, marriage is denied to the survivors. The conclusion leaves the captain and Charlotte like shades in limbo. Since the author could not let true love reign in either of the couples, it would have exploded this world. In the characters of the novella he supplied his work inconspicuously but unmistakably with its emblem. The norm of law makes itself master of a vacillating love. The marriage between Edward and Charlotte, even in its dissolution, brings death to such. 346. Love, because in it lies embedded, albeit in mythic disfigurement, the greatness of the decision to which choice is never equal. And thus the title of the novel pronounces judgment on them, a judgment of which Goethe was half unconscious, it seems. For in the advertisement that he wrote for the book, he seeks to rescue the concept of choice for moral thought. It seems that this strange title was suggested to the author by the experiments he conducted in the physical sciences. He may well have noticed that, in the natural sciences, ethical analogies are very often used to bring closer to the circle of human knowledge things far remote from it, and therefore he was very likely all the more inclined, in an ethical instance, to refer a chemical discourse of likenesses back to its spiritual origin, since, indeed, everywhere there is but one nature, and the traces of disturbing passionate necessity run incessantly through the serene empire of rational freedom, traces that can be entirely extinguished only by a higher hand, and perhaps not in this life. But more clearly than these sentences which appear to seek in vain God's empire, where the lovers dwell in that domain of serene freedom of reason, the bare word speaks. Affinity v Verwandtschaft is already, in and of itself, conceivably the purest word to characterize the closest human connection, as much on the basis of value as on that of motives. And in marriage it becomes strong enough to make literal what is metaphorical in it. This cannot be strengthened through choice, nor, in particular, would the spiritual dimension of such affinity be founded on choice. This rebellious presumption, however, is proved most incontrovertibly by the double meaning of the word "see hoist wl", which does not cease to signify both what is seized in the act and the very act of choosing. As always, that affinity becomes the object of a resolution, it strides over the stage of choice to decision. This annihilates choice in order to establish loyalty. Only the decision, not the choice, is inscribed in the book of life. For choice is natural and can even belong to the elements, decision is transcendent only because the highest legitimacy is not reserved for that love. It follows that the greater power inheres in this marriage. Yet the author never in the least wanted to attribute to the foundering marriage a right of its own. Marriage can in no sense be the center of the novel. On this point Hebel 11-2, like countless others, was completely in error when he wrote, in Goethe's Elective Affinities one aspect still remains abstract, the immense importance of marriage for the state and for humanity is, to be sure, indicated argumentatively but has not been made visible in the frame of representation, which would have been equally possible and would have greatly reinforced the impression of the entire work. And even earlier, in the preface to Maria Magdalene, I could not explain to myself how Goethe, who was an artist through and through, a great artist, could have committed in elective affinities such an offence against inner form, not unlike an absent-minded dissector who brings to the anatomical theatre an automaton instead of a 34/7 real body. He placed at the centre of his representation a marriage a priori empty, indeed immoral, like that between Edward and Charlotte, and treated and used this relation as if it were quite the opposite, a perfectly legitimate one. Apart from the fact that the marriage is not the centre of the action but rather the means, Goethe did not make it appear, and did not want to have it appear, in the form in which Hebel conceives it. For he would have sensed too deeply that a priori nothing at all could be said about them, their morality could prove to be only fidelity, their immorality only infidelity. Let alone that passion, for instance, could form its basis. Tritely but not incorrectly, Baumgartner, a Jesuit, says, they love each other but without that passion which, for sickly and sentimental souls, constitutes the sole charm of existence. But for this reason, conjugal fidelity is not less conditioned. Conditioned in both senses, by a necessary condition, as well as by a sufficient condition. The former lies in the foundation of decision. It is certainly not more arbitrary, because passion is not its criterion. Rather, this criterion resides all the more unambiguous and rigorous in the character of the experience preceding the decision. For only this experience is able to sustain the decision that, beyond all later occurrences and comparisons, reveals itself to the experiencing agent as essentially singular and unique, whereas every attempt by upright human beings to found decision on lived experience sooner or later fails. If this necessary condition of conjugal fidelity is given, then fulfillment of duty amounts to its sufficient condition. Only when one of the two can remain free of doubt as to whether it was there can the cause of the rupture in the marriage be stated. Only then is it clear whether the rupture is necessary a priori, whether, through reversal, salvation is still to be hoped for. And with this, that prehistory which Goethe devised for the novel comes forth as evidence of the most unerring feeling. Earlier, Edward and Charlotte already loved one another, yet despite this they entered into an empty marriage bond before uniting with each other. Only in this one way, perhaps, could the question remain in the balance, the question of where, in the life of both spouses, the blunder lies, whether in their earlier irresoluteness or in their present infidelity. For Goethe had to sustain the hope that a bonding which had already once been victorious was destined to last now, too. Yet the fact that this marriage could not, either as a juridical form or as a bourgeois one, confront the semblance that seduces it can hardly have escaped the author. Only in the sense of religion, in which marriages worse than this one have their inviolable subsistence, would this facility be given to it. Accordingly, the failure of all attempts at union is motivated particularly deeply by the fact that these attempts issue from a man who, with the authority of priestly consecration, has himself renounced the power and the law that alone could justify such things. Yet since union is no longer granted to the couple, at the end the question prevails, which, doing the work of exculpation, accompanies everything. 348. Wasn't that merely liberation from an undertaking which was misguided from the start? However that may be, these human beings are torn out of the path of marriage in order to find their essence under other laws. Sounder than passion yet not more helpful, affection likewise only brings about the ruin of those who renounce passion. But it does not drive the lonely ones to ruin like them. It tenaciously escorts the lovers in their descent, they reach the end conciliated. On this final path they turn to a beauty that is no longer arrested by semblance, and they stand in the domain of music. Goethe called the third poem of the trilogy, in which passion comes to rest, see Conciliation. It is the deible happiness of sounds and of love which here not at all as a fulfillment but rather as a first weak premonition, as the almost hopeless shimmer of dawn gleams to the tormented ones. Music, of course, knows conciliation in love, and for this reason the last poem of the trilogy alone bears a dedication, whereas the Leave Me Alone of Passion slips out from the elegy, both in its motto and in its conclusion. 36 Reconciliation, however, which remained in the domain of the worldly, had already thereby to unveil itself as semblance, and presumably to the passionate ones for whom it finally grew dim. The higher world, how it fades away before the senses. Their music hovers on angelic wings, and now the semblance promises for the first time to retreat entirely, now for the first time longs to grow dim and become perfect. The eye grows moist, feels in loftier longing eye the divine value of musical sounds as of tears. These tears, which fill one's eyes when one listens to music, deprive those eyes of the visible world. And thus is indicated that deep set of connections, which appears according to a fleeting remark to have guided Hermann Cohen, who in a manner akin to that of the aged Goethe was perhaps more sensitive than all the interpreters. Only the lyric poet, who comes to perfection in Goethe, only the man who sows tears, the tears of infinite love, could endow this novel with such unity. Of course, that is nothing more than a presentiment. From here, too, no path leads interpretation further. For this direction can be provided only by the knowledge that infinite love is much less than the simple one, which people say lasts beyond death, that it is affection which leads to death. But in this its essence has an effect, and the unity of the novel, if you will, is announced here. Affection, like the veiling of the image through tears in music, thus summons forth in conciliation the ruin of the semblance through emotion. For emotion is precisely that transition in which the semblance of beauty as the semblance of reconciliation once again dawns sweetest before its vanishing. Neither humor nor tragedy can verbally grasp beauty, beauty cannot appear in an aura of transparent clarity. Its most exact opposite is emotion. Neither guilt nor innocence, neither nature nor the beyond, can be strictly differentiated for beauty. In this sphere oddly appears, this veil must lie over her beauty. For the tears of emotion, in which the gaze grows 349. Veiled, are at the same time the most authentic veil of beauty itself. But emotion is only the semblance of reconciliation. And that deceptive harmony in the lover's flute playing, how unsteady and moving it is. Their world is wholly deserted by music. Thus it is that the semblance, which is linked to emotion, can become so powerful only in those who, like Goethe, are not from the beginning moved in their innermost being by music and are proof against the power of living beauty. To rescue what is essential in it is Goethe's struggle. In this struggle the semblance of this beauty grows more and more turbid, like the transparency of a fluid in the concussion by which it forms crystals. For it is not the little emotion, which delights in itself, but only the great emotion of shattering in which the semblance of reconciliation overcomes the beautiful semblance and with it, finally, itself. The lament full of tears, that is emotion. And to it as well as to the tearless cry of woe, the space of Dionysian shock lends resonance. The mourning and pain of the Dionysian, as the tears that are shed for the continual decline of all life, form gentle ecstasy. It is the life of the cicada, which, without food or drink, sings until it dies. Thus Bernoulli on the 141st chapter of Matriarchy, in which Bachofen discusses the cicada, the creature which, originally indigenous to the dark earth, was elevated by the mythic profundity of the Greeks into the association of Uranic symbols. 37 What else was the meaning of Goethe's meditations on Ottilie's departure from life? The more deeply emotion understands itself, the more it is transition. For the true poet, it never signifies an end. This is the precise implication when shock emerges as the best part of emotion, and Goethe means the same thing, albeit in a strange context, when he writes in On interpreting Aristotle's Poetics nach Lace zu Aristoteles Poetic, whoever, now, advances on the path of a truly moral inner development will feel and admit that tragedies and tragic novels in no way assuage the spirit but rather put the soul and what we call the heart in commotion and lead them toward a vague and indeterminate state. Youth loves this state and is therefore passionately inclined to such works. Emotion, however, will be a transition from the confused intuition and the path of a truly moral development only to the uniquely objective correlative of shock, to the sublime. It is precisely this transition, this going over, that is accomplished in the going under of the semblance. That semblance which presents itself in Audely's beauty is the one that goes under. It is not to be understood, however, as if external need and force bring about Audely's destruction, rather, her type of semblance itself is the basis for the imperative that the semblance be extinguished, and extinguished soon. This semblance is quite different from the triumphant one of dazzling beauty, which is that of Luciani or of Lucifer. And whereas the figure of Goethe's Helena and the more famous one of the Mona Lisa owe the enigma of their splendor to the conflict between these two kinds of semblance, the figure of Audely is governed throughout by only 350. The one semblance, which is extinguished. The writer has inscribed this into every one of her movements and gestures, so that ultimately she will in her diary, in the most melancholy as well as tender fashion increasingly lead the life of one who is dwindling away. Hence, what has revealed itself in Audely is not the semblance of beauty as such, which doubly manifests itself, but solely that one, the vanishing one which is her own. Yet this semblance, of course, opens up insight into the beautiful semblance as such and makes itself known for the first time in it. Therefore, to every view that takes in the figure of Audely, the old question arises whether beauty is semblance. Everything essentially beautiful is always and in its essence bound up, though in infinitely different degrees, with semblance. This union attains its highest intensity in that which is manifestly alive and precisely here, in a clear polarity between the triumphant semblance and the semblance that extinguishes itself. For everything living, the higher the quality of its life, the more this is so, is lifted up beyond the domain of the essentially beautiful. Accordingly, the essentially beautiful manifests itself, in its form, most of all as semblance. Beautiful life, the essentially beautiful, and semblance-like beauty, these three are identical. In this sense, the Platonic theory of the beautiful is connected with the still older problem of semblance, since, according to the Symposium, it first of all addresses physically living beauty. If this problem still remains latent in the Platonic speculation, it is because to Plato, a Greek, beauty is at least as essentially represented in the young man as in the young woman, but the fullness of life is greater in the female than in the male. Nonetheless, a moment of semblance remains preserved in that which is least alive, if it is essentially beautiful. And this is the case with all works of art, but least among them music. Accordingly, there dwells in all beauty of art that semblance, that is to say, that verging and bordering on life without which beauty is not possible. The semblance, however, does not comprise the essence of beauty. Rather, the latter points down more deeply to what in the work of art in contrast to the semblance may be characterized as the expressionless, but outside this contrast, it neither appears in art nor can be unambiguously named. Although the expressionless contrasts with the semblance, it stands in such a fashion of necessary relationship to the semblance that precisely the beautiful, even if it is itself not semblance, ceases to be essentially beautiful when the semblance disappears from it. For semblance belongs to the essentially beautiful as the veil and as the essential law of beauty, shows itself thus, that beauty appears as such only in what is veiled. Beauty, therefore, is not itself semblance, as banal philosophemes assert. On the contrary, the famous formula, in the extreme shallowness of Salger's final development of it, beauty is truth become visible, contains the most fundamental distortion of this great theme. Simmel likewise should not have taken this theorem so venially out of Goethe's sentences, which often recommend themselves to 351. The philosopher by virtue of everything except their literal wording. This formula which, since truth is not in itself visible and its becoming visible could rest only on traits not its own, makes beauty into a semblance, amounts in the end, quite apart from its lack of method and reason, to philosophical barbarism. For nothing else is signified when the thought is nourished in it that the truth of the beautiful can be unveiled. Beauty is not a semblance, not a veil covering something else. It itself is not appearance but purely essence, one which, of course, remains essentially identical to itself only when veiled. Therefore, even if everywhere else semblance is deception, the beautiful semblance is the veil thrown over that which is necessarily most veiled. For the beautiful is neither the veil nor the veiled object but rather the object in its veil. Unveiled, however, it would prove to be infinitely inconspicuous unshine bar. Here is the basis of the age-old view that that which is veiled is transformed in the unveiling, that it will remain like unto itself only underneath the veiling. Thus, in the face of everything beautiful, the idea of unveiling becomes that of the impossibility of unveiling. It is the idea of art criticism. The task of art criticism is not to lift the veil but rather, through the most precise knowledge of it as a veil, to raise itself for the first time to the true view of the beautiful. To the view that will never open itself to so-called empathy and will only imperfectly open itself to a purer contemplation of the naive, to the view of the beautiful as that which is secret. Never yet has a true work of art been grasped other than where it ineluctably represented itself as a secret. For that object, to which in the last instance the veil is essential, is not to be characterized otherwise. Since only the beautiful and outside it nothing veiling or being veiled can be essential, the divine ground of the being of beauty lies in the secret. So then the semblance in it is just this, not the superfluous veiling of things in themselves but rather the necessary veiling of things for us. Such veiling is divinely necessary at times, just as it is also divinely determined that, unveiled at the wrong time, what is inconspicuous evaporates into nothing, whereupon revelation takes over from secrets. Kant's doctrine, that the foundation of beauty is a relational character, accordingly carries through victoriously, in a much higher sphere than the psychological, its methodical tendencies. Like revelation, all beauty holds in itself the orders of the history of philosophy. For beauty makes visible not the idea but rather the latter's secret. For the sake of that unity, which veil and veiled compose in it, beauty can essentially be valid only where the duality of nakedness and veiling does not yet obtain, in art and in the appearances of mere nature. On the other hand, the more distinctly this duality expresses itself in order finally to confirm itself at the highest in man, the more this becomes clear. In veilless nakedness the essentially beautiful has withdrawn, and in the naked body of the human being are attained a being beyond all beauty the sublime and a work beyond all creations that of the Creator. The last of those saving. 352. Correspondences thereby opens itself up one in which, with incomparably rigorous precision, the delicately formed novella corresponds to the novel. When, in the novella, the youth unclothes the beloved, he does so not out of lust but for life's sake. He does not look betracted at her naked body, and just for that reason he perceives its majesty. The author does not choose his words idly when he says, he desire to save a life was all that mattered hier Iberwand die begeerd zu retten jed and ihr Betrachtung, R228. For, in love, looking is unable to dominate. It is not from the will to happiness which only fleetingly lingers unbroken in the rarest acts of contemplation, in the halcyon stillness of the soul that love has arisen. Its origin is the presentiment of a life of bliss. But where love as the bitterest passion frustrates itself, where in it the vita contemplativa is still the mightiest and where the view of the most splendid is more longed for than union with the beloved, this elective affinity's presence in the fate of Edouard and Ottilie. Accordingly, no feature of the novella is in vain. With regard to the freedom and necessity that it reveals vis-a-vis the novel, the novella is comparable to an image in the darkness of a cathedral, an image which portrays the cathedral itself and so in the midst of the interior communicates a view of the place that is not otherwise available. In this way it brings inside at the same time a reflection of the bright, indeed sober day. And if this sobriety seems sacred, shines sacredly, the most peculiar thing is that it is not so, perhaps, only for Goethe. For his literary composition remains turned toward the interior in the veiled light refracted through multicolored panes. Shortly after its completion, he writes to Zelter, "Wherever my new novel finds you, accept it in a friendly manner. I am convinced that the transparent and opaque veil will not prevent you from seeing inside to the form truly intended." This mention of veil was more to him than an image. It is the veil that again and again had to affect him where he was struggling for insight into beauty. 3 figures from his life work have grown out of this struggle, which shook him like no other. The figures are Mignon, Ottilie, and Helena. So let me seem till I become. Take not this garment white from me. I hasten from the joys of earth down to that house so fast and firm. There will I rest in peace a while, till opens wide my freshened glance. Then I will cast my dress aside, leaving both wreath and girdle there. 18. And Helena, too, abandons it, dress and veil remain in his arms. Goethe knows what was fabulated about the deception of this semblance. He has Faust warned in these words. Hold fast what of it remains to you. The rope, do not let go of it. 353. Demons are already tugging at the corners, would like to snatch it down into the underworld. Hold fast. It is no longer the goddess whom you lost, yet it is divine. 39. In contrast to these, however, the veil of Audely remains as her living body. Only in her case does the law, which manifests itself with the others more haltingly, express itself clearly. The more life disappears, the more disappears all beauty having the character of semblance, that beauty which is able to adhere uniquely to the living, until with the complete end of the one, the other, too, must vanish. Thus, nothing mortal is incapable of being unveiled. When, therefore, the maxims and reflections duly characterize the most extreme degree of such incapacity to unveil with the profound words, beauty can never become lucid about itself, God still remains, in whose presence there is no secret and everything is life. The human being appears to us as a corpse and his life as love, when they are in the presence of God. Thus, death has the power to lay bare like love. Only nature cannot be unveiled, for it preserves a mystery so long as God lets it exist. Truth is discovered in the essence of language. The human body lays itself bare, a sign that the human being itself stands before God. Beauty that does not surrender itself in love must fall prey to death. Audely knows her path to death. Because she recognizes it, prefigured, in the innermost region of her young life, she is not in action but in essence the most youthful of all the figures whom Goethe created. No doubt age lends a readiness to die, youth, however, is readiness for death. How hidden was the way in which Goethe said that Charlotte was very fond of living. Never in any other work did he give to youth what he granted it in Audely, the whole of life, in the way that, from its own duration, it has its own death. Indeed, one may say that if he was in truth blind to anything, it was precisely to this. If Audely's existence, in the pathos which distinguishes it from all others, nevertheless refers to the life of youth, then only through the destiny of her beauty could Goethe become conciliated with this view, to which his own being refused assent. For this there is a peculiar reference, to a certain extent constituting a source. In May 1, 809, Bettina sent Goethe a letter touching on the rebellion of the Tyroleans, a letter in which she says, "Yes, Goethe, during this time things took quite a different turn in me. Somber halls, which contain prophetic monuments of mighty heroes in death, are the center of my dark imaginings. Oh, do join with me in remembering the Tyroleans. It is the poet's glory that he secure immortality for the heroes." In August of the same year, Goethe wrote the final version of Part 2, Chapter 3, of Elective Affinities, where one reads in Audely's diary, "There is one grim notion held by ancient civilizations that 354 might seem terrifying to us. They imagined their forebears to be sitting in silent conversation on thrones arranged in a circle in large caves. If the newcomer entering were sufficiently worthy, they stood and bowed in welcome. Yesterday, while I was sitting in the chapel, I noticed that several carved seats had been placed in a circle opposite my own, and the thought seemed pleasant and agreeable to me. Why can you not sit still? I thought to myself. Sit silent and withdrawn for a long time, until at last the friends would come for whom you would stand and whom you would show to their places with a friendly bow." R185. It is easy to understand this allusion to Valhalla as an unconscious or knowing reminiscence of the passage in the letter from Bettina. For the affinity of mood of those short sentences is striking in Goethe the thought of Valhalla, striking, finally, how abruptly it is introduced into Audely's note. Would it not be a sign of the fact that, in those gentler words of Audely, Goethe had drawn closer to Bettina's heroic demeanor? Let one judge, after all this, whether it is truth or idle mystification when Gundulf maintains with sham frankness, the figure of Ottilie is neither the main character nor the real problem of elective affinities, and whether it makes any sense when he adds, but without the moment when Goethe saw that which in the work appears as Ottilie, it is very unlikely that the content would have been thickened or the problem formulated in these terms. For what is clear in all of this, if not one thing, that it is the figure indeed the name of Ottilie which spellbound Goethe to this world, so that he could truly rescue someone perishing, could redeem in her a loved one. He confessed as much to Sulpice Boissiri, who has recorded it with the wonderful words in which, thanks to his most intimate perception of the author, he at the same time alludes more deeply to the secret of Goethe's work than he might ever have been aware of. During the journey, we came to speak of elective affinities. He emphasized how rapidly and irresistibly he had brought on the catastrophe. The stars had risen, he spoke of his relation to Ottilie, of how he had loved her and how she had made him unhappy. At the end, his speeches became almost mysteriously full of foreboding in between, he would recite light-hearted verse. Thus, weary, stimulated, half full of foreboding, half asleep, we arrived in Heidelberg in the most beautiful starlight. If it did not escape this reporter how, with the rising of the stars, Goethe's thoughts steered themselves toward his work, Goethe himself was quite probably hardly aware, a fact to which his language attests how sublime beyond measure the moment was and how clear the warning of the stars. In such admonition, what had long ago faded away as lived experience or Leibniz persisted as traditional experience erfa. For in the symbol of the star, the hope that Goethe had to conceive for the lovers had once appeared to him. That sentence, which to speak with Hölderlin contains the caesura of the work and in which, while the embracing lovers seal their fate, everything pauses, reads, hope shot across the 355 sky above their heads like a falling star R239. They are unaware of it, of course, and it could not be said any more clearly that the last hope is never such to him who cherishes it but is the last only to those for whom it is cherished. With this comes to light the innermost basis for the narrator's stance. It is he alone who, in the feeling of hope, can fulfill the meaning of the event quite as Dante assumes in himself the hopelessness of the lovers, when, after the words of Francesca da Rimini, he falls as if a corpse fell. That most paradoxical, most fleeting hope finally emerges from the semblance of reconciliation, just as, at twilight, as the sun is extinguished, rises the evening star which outlasts the night. Its glimmer, of course, is imparted by Venus. And upon the slightest such glimmer all hope rests, even the richest hope comes only from it. Thus, at the end, hope justifies the semblance of reconciliation, and Plato's tenet that it is absurd to desire the semblance of the good suffers its one exception. For one is permitted to desire the semblance of reconciliation indeed, it must be desired, it alone is the house of the most extreme hope. Thus, hope finally wrests itself from it, and like a trembling question, there echoes at the end of the book that how beautiful in the ears of the dead, who, we hope, awaken, if ever, not to a beautiful world but to a blessed one. Oedipus remains the last of the primal words, the certainty of blessing that, in the novella, the lovers take home with them corresponds to the hope of redemption that we nourish for all the dead. This hope is the sole justification of the faith in immortality, which must never be kindled from one's own existence. But precisely because of this hope, those Christian mystical moments at the end are out of place, arising as they do in a manner unlike the way they arose in the Romantics from the striving to ennoble everything mythic at ground level. Hence, not this Nazarene essence but rather the symbol of the star falling over the heads of the lovers is the form of expression appropriate to whatever of mystery in the exact sense of the term indwells the work. The mystery is, on the dramatic level, that moment in which it juts out of the domain of language proper to it into a higher one unattainable for it. Therefore, this moment can never be expressed in words but is expressible solely in representation, it is the dramatic in the strictest sense. An analogous moment of representation in elective affinities is the falling star. The novel's epic basis in the mythic, its lyrical breadth in passion and affection, is joined by its dramatic crowning in the mystery of hope. If music encloses genuine mysteries, this world of course remains a mute world, from which music will never ring out. Yet to what is it dedicated if not redemption, to which it promises more than conciliation? This is inscribed in the tablet that Stefan George has placed over the house in Bonn in which Beethoven was born. Before you wage the battle of your star, I sing of strife and gains on higher stars. 356. Before you know the bodies on this star, I shape you dreams among eternal stars. The phrase before you know the bodies appears destined for a sublime irony. Those lovers never seize the body. What does it matter if they never gathered strength for battle? Only for the sake of the hopeless ones have we been given hope. Written in 1919–1922, published in Neue Deutsche Beitrage, 1924–1925. Translated by Stanley Korngold. Baudelaire 2. An image to characterize Baudelaire's way of looking at the world. Let us compare time to a photographer, earthly time to a photographer who photographs the essence of things. But because of the nature of earthly time and its apparatus, the photographer manages only to register the negative of that essence on his photographic plates. No one can read these plates, no one can deduce from the negative, on which time records the objects, the true essence of things as they really are. Moreover, the elixir that might act as a developing agent is unknown. And there is Baudelaire, he doesn't possess the vital fluid, either the fluid in which these plates would have to be immersed so as to obtain the true picture. But he alone, is able to read the plates, thanks to infinite mental efforts. He alone is able to extract from the negatives of essence a presentiment of its real picture. And from this presentiment speaks the negative of essence in all his poems. Underlying Baudelaire's writings is the old idea that knowledge is guilt. His soul is that of Adam, to whom Eve, the world, once upon a time offered the apple, from which he ate. Thereupon the Spirit expelled him from the garden. Knowledge of the world had not been enough for him, he wanted to know its good and evil sides as well. And the possibility of this question, which he was never able to answer, is something he bought at the price of eternal remorse remorse. His soul has this mythical prehistory, of which he knows, and thanks to which he knows more than others about redemption. He teaches us above all to understand the literal meaning of the word knowledge in the story of Eden. Baudelaire as literateur. This is the only vantage point from which to discuss his relationship with Jean Duval. For him as a literateur, the hedonistic and hieratic nature of the prostitute's existence came to life. 3. The ambiguity of fair is foul, and foul is fair. The witches mean it in the sense of mixing things up, and in this sense it can be understood only morally. But applied to the objects of Baudelaire's poetry it means not mixing but reversing, that is to say, it is to be imagined not in the sphere of morality but in that of perception. What speaks to us in his poetry is not the reprehensible confusion of moral judgment but the permissible reversal of perception. A school of writers who praise recent French poetry, but would be at a loss to distinguish clearly between La Morgue and La Forgue. The significance of the life legend Baudelaire imagined for himself. Fragment written in 1921–1922, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Comments on the problem of historical drama. It is a great error of the modern, unpoetic centuries, but one that has never been satisfactorily refuted, to demand of poets that they should be original in the sense that they should refrain from making use of the inventions and ideas of others. In our age, which is one in which art has been torn from its organic context, in which poets are isolated and denied any lively interaction with one another, such borrowings are deemed plagiarisms, whereas in all the truly great epics of poetry they have been common practice. The poet's isolation from the sources that flow into the works of others cuts him off from the roots from which he might derive a rich and healthy sustenance. It leads him to affect an independence, to snatch after novelty and originality, and here we have, alongside other causal factors, one reason for the depressing fact that the literatures of the present day are so completely lacking in inner unity and organic development. This is the belief of Graf Schack in Volume 3 of his Geschichte der dramatischen Literatur und Kunst in Spanien, History of Dramatic Literature and Art in Spain, which appeared in Berlin in 1846. 4 years later, Hebel published the first edition of his Herodes und Miriam, the play that, more than any other of the ones he wrote, makes use of a subject that is an integral part of world literature and that has never ceased to preoccupy the West, in an unbroken tradition extending from the religious dramas of the Middle Ages and the Jesuit drama down through the major national theatres, those of Italy, Spain, France, Germany, and England. This is a phenomenon sufficient to give force to Graf Schack's assertion, and to command more respect for it than commonly occurs. For it is scarcely deniable that the veritable flood of research into the history of subjects and motifs has 364. Hardly ever been accompanied by comparable insight into the value of such research. After all, it is not enough to show the influences that have led a writer in one direction or another, or occasionally to prove what model he rejected. The history of literary subjects is fraught with deeper and more general problems. The general theory of art cannot evade such questions as, is it really true, as is so often claimed, that what counts in art is not what is depicted but how it is presented? In other words, how can we explain that Goethe, a preeminent connoisseur of the plastic arts, could so often have been content to discuss paintings in terms of their subject matter? For if a work of art possesses the unity that all aesthetic theories have agreed is its outstanding defining characteristic, then it must be impossible in principle to distinguish the form from the content, let alone give one priority over the other. But they are distinguished from each other, nevertheless, when it comes to critical method, and here it is often asserted that the investigation of form and content can be completely successful so long as the analysis of each is carried out in isolation and to its logical conclusion. However, it is rarely admitted that the analysis of literary subjects has been carried out with such rigor, and such judgments may have been influenced by the fact that research into subject matter has generally remained on a fairly primitive and superficial level. Nevertheless, such an approach seems tailor-made for the comparison of plays with a common subject, and its claims will have been strengthened if the following observations, which take subject matter as their starting point, are able to throw light on the works under discussion, and even provide insight into their form. Subject matter has the same significance for the individual work as nature has for art. We can formulate 3 types of theory. 1. Nature has no meaning for art. This first idea has scarcely ever been advanced, it is untenable. Even a school like Cubism turned its back on the world of objects only in order to come closer to the space they inhabit. 2. The next alternative is to regard nature as the arsenal of the arts from which the latter may duly make a selection of pieces and fragments for new compositions. This is the eclecticism that has often been too casually imported into the artistic theory of classical and neoclassical periods. 3. The third theory, the oldest of all, is the Platonic and Aristotelian theory of mimesis. It teaches that art imitates nature and, rightly understood, is the direct opposite of eclecticism. It is not insignificant that Aristotle regarded the drama as the paradigm of this mimetic function of art, and he therefore analyzed tragedy as the specially constructed mimesis of an event. We need only recollect that what determined the subject matter of Greek tragedy was the world of saga in order to realize how little support such a definition gives to the naturalism that it seems to imply to the modern reader. After all, saga provided nothing more than the general framework for an action whose detailed form was understood and shaped by every landscape and every city in its own way. Hence, with every individual poetic reworking or variant of the original story, a new appraisal of the saga material entered into the mimesis of this fundamental end, if we may apply the term, ceremonial action that is represented by saga, whether this be the march of the Seven against Thebes, the death of Antigone, or the rescue of Admetus. And it remains to be seen whether any such mimesis represents an eloquent affirmation of the fate contained in the saga, or whether it is an often premature questioning of that fate. To anticipate our discussion, we would suggest that the latter is the case. The meaning of mimesis for Greek drama may be clear enough, but it leaves open the question whether the Aristotelian concept is capable of providing a general category of content criticism, that is to say, whether modern drama can be seen as mimesis. Our discussion shall be confined to historical drama. This is clearly distinct from tragedy, which is based on myth. The sequence of ceremonial images that form the nucleus of myth around which tragedy crystallizes cannot be expected in the realm of history. In tragedy, every simple yet incalculably profound interpretation of the saga material is capable of damaging the mythic world order and of undermining it prophetically with unassuming words. When confronted by history, however, the writer can be certain of nothing except that his duty is to establish the unity of source and interpretation. In each of its self-contained saga complexes, myth is meaningful in itself. Not so history. Hence, the original image of art is never history, for the original image you rebuild is the object of mimesis, not the model v or build, and consequently neither can history serve as such for the historical drama. On the contrary, we might say, to put it briefly, that the historical drama involves the representation of nature as something that embraces all the vicissitudes of history and triumphs in it. The nature of humanity, or rather the nature of things, is precisely the end result of historical drama. Where such an intention is absent, every historical subject disintegrates into an endless sequence of scenes that are no more than the impotent attempt to render the turbulence of history instead of nature, which incorporates historical events as established facts and makes them into genuine literary material. Nature presents the factual reality of historical events as fate. In fate lies concealed the latent resistance to the never-ending flow of historical development. Wherever there is fate, a piece of history has become nature. Hence, the task of the modern dramatist is to construct a necessary totality out of the plausible details that his historical sources offer him. In classical tragedy, the emphasis lies on the conflict with fate; in historical drama, on its representation. This consideration, which must be borne in mind in what follows, leads us back to Graf Schacht's statement, quoted earlier. If there are subjects that hint at the presence of fate within themselves, then it would be unworthy of the dramatist to let himself be inhibited purely by the mere fact of earlier. 366. Treatments. Any such inhibition would be all the more dangerous as it is by no means clear whether the dramatic suitability of certain subjects springs from their age or from the series of previous adaptations. For the longer such a list is, the more hints it will contain about the writer's true task. In a word, the older a given subject is and the more it has been worked on, the more it becomes the object of poetry, as opposed to the pretext for it. The new work takes the older ones as its starting point and builds on them, but it also enters into them and imitates them, to the point where the poet finds himself tempted to one extreme or the other, as was the case with Goethe in his Achilles. But the age of a given subject is not important only as a precondition of earlier cultivation. In addition, the older a story is, the more it appears to be colored by fate, and in this respect it is infinitely superior to any timeless or modern subject. For it is complete in itself, and may even act as a determining factor in the world we live in. And we are willing to acknowledge the power of fate far more readily in everything that determines us, rather than directly in our own lives. Indeed, we encourage the notion of fate for everything that predetermines our lives, whereas we reject it for our own existence. The validity of this law is much more easily discerned in the lives of nations than in the life of an individual. So if a subject is historically memorable, the interest in the manifestations of fate is much more evident. The dramatist takes greater interest in these manifestations than others do. Hebel, as we know, initially believed that insofar as the Herod story was concerned this interest had been fully satisfied by the account that Josephus provided d. 1. This is not the place to show that at the same time he was laboring under a fundamental delusion and that fate cannot adequately be represented either historically or in narrative form. It can be represented adequately only in drama. We must point out, however, that by mythologizing his source in this way, a consequence of his having kept so closely to Josephus' chronicle, and so converting it into a saga, Hebel laid the foundation for a catastrophic confusion of styles. In fact, this drama set itself a twofold task. It strove to construe fate in the spirit of modernity, and at the same time to judge fate in the Greek sense. In consequence, Hebel is able to do justice to neither if Herod's marriage is to present itself to the poet not just as the suitable motif for a novel but as a subject intensified by age, it must also satisfy the claims of history, as well as the intrinsic logic of the story, not in its exact observation of individual detail, perhaps, but in the style of the work as a whole. This must convincingly recreate the style of life in Roman Jerusalem in the early Christian era, if not from a modern standpoint then at least from some conceivable vantage point. Unless it achieves this, even the greatest adaptation will have something absurd about it. This marks the point where Calderon failed. In general, the contribution of criticism to the history of literary subjects is far from contemptible, but this kind of approach is particularly appropriate in the present discussion of Hebel's and Calderon's Herod plays, since it offers the securest foundation for a comparison of two works that in other respects are worlds apart. Even the storylines of the two works have very little in common, and beyond that they share only one feature, the economical paring down, one might even say the transparency of the story in their hands, in contrast to the treatment of the theme by the mass of other writers. These two authors have almost entirely dispensed with the characterization of Herod as a man gone berserk, which is what defines the Tetrarch in the majority of the religious and secular plays alike. Calderon's play has even less of the characterization than Hebel's does. This is all the more remarkable as Calderon supplemented Josephus with a chapbook, which was in fact his principal source, although Wolfgang von Wurzbach records the absence in Calderon of some of the main features of the story as it figures in the only chapbook of the period known in Spain. However that may be, the moderation of Calderon's Herod remains noteworthy, and his eccentricity flows entirely from a single profound passion, his love for Mariamne. For Herod had always been seen as a raving lunatic, not only in the chapbooks but in general. This is what determines the climax in the play, which should be regarded as the ancestor of all the secular Herod tragedies. 2 In 1565, 35 years before Calderon's birth, the Italian tragedian Lodovico Dolce published his play La Mariana. This work may be regarded as the true ancestor because in complete contrast to its only predecessor, Hans Sachs's Der Weiterich König Herod's Mad King Herod III, it had a profound influence on all the plays on this theme. Not, however, in its most inspired feature, which admittedly Dolce develops rather crudely. In his play, Herod, not unlike Othello, falls victim to an intrigue. With his trust in Mariamne still unimpaired, he gives her a chance to justify herself. But Mariamne, suddenly recollecting that Herod has murdered her brother Aristobulus, sees in this nothing but a pretext to get rid of her. She says as much, and all at once boundless hatred erupts between husband and wife. It is plain that this motif could not be used by Calderon. His is the first play in which Herod unambiguously occupies the leading role, and the problem of the character as he saw it was precisely to prevent Herod's jalousie from turning into hatred. Instead, he wished to ensure that it was always accompanied by passionate love. What Calderon, like many other adapters, did take from Dolce was, first, the dream or prophecy that anticipates the denouement, and, second, the title of his play. In Dolce, a mythological prologue introduces jealousy in person as the greatest monster. In his Geschichte des Dramas History of, English, Drama Klein 4 tries to show that Shakespeare knew Dolce's play. But his evidence is hardly compelling. Othello may have borrowed a few motifs from Dolce, but it is as far removed from the world of the Herod plays as one can possibly imagine. For in all these plays the catastrophe is brought about by the relationship between the spouses, whereas in Shakespeare they are united in death by their shared innocence. Shakespeare, then, abandons a dialectic that still predominates in the other plays. The subtlety of a story that leaves both married partners in the right, to use Hebel's phrase, inevitably proved too much for less talented writers including, ultimately, Hebel himself. When the depiction of jealousy ends in hatred and loses sight of jealousy's origins in love, all dramatic interest is forfeited. In the Herod plays, Calderon is perhaps the only dramatist to have overcome this dilemma. But in the majority of adaptations, this is not the issue on which the action has turned. In the Baroque period, above all, writers were influenced by motifs that were far older and more primitive. The Herod theme was at its most popular during the Baroque age. We may go so far as to say that it must have been predestined for an age that was struggling to free itself from the stereotype of the martyr tragedies. It is the very paradigm of the Haupt und Staatszeichen. 5 At the time, its use was not confined to drama. The work that Gryphius wrote in his youth, the Latin-language Herod Epic 6, shows clearly which aspects of the story fascinated the readers of his generation, the 17th-century sovereign, the pinnacle of creation, erupting in rage like a volcano and destroying himself, together with his entire court. Both on stage and in the plastic arts, a favorite way of depicting him was to show him overwhelmed by madness, with an infant in either hand, ready to smash them to death. Marino focused on the slaughter of the innocents in a poem which appeared in German in a translation by Brox as late as the 18th century. 7 A terrible secret surrounded this king, one that was not confined to this period. As a ranting tyrant, he was the emblem of a disordered creation, but before that he had been even more abhorrent to early Christendom as a kind of Antichrist. Tertullian is not alone in mentioning a sect of Herod's followers who worshipped him as the Messiah. This is the first reference to the afterlife of this figure in historical memory, and is important, although of course without any historical substance. For in all probability, the term Herodians alluded to the followers of the dynasty of Herod Antipater, or to the dynasty of the Romans in the 17th century or the beginning of the 18th. There are a number of relatively independent groups of plays on the Herod theme, which we have no need to discuss here in detail. After Dolce, the Italians, c. I Cognini, 8 Regini 9 Lally 10, mainly produced operatic versions that were probably influenced by Calderon. Later on, Gasparo Gozzi followed in the footsteps of Voltaire's Mariamne. It is not really possible to speak of a Spanish preoccupation with the Herod theme. Around the time of the first version of Calderon's play, Tirso de Molina's La Vida de Herodes appeared. 11 Octavian's love, which in Calderon is kindled at the sight of a picture, much like the lust of Mark Antony in Josephus, takes a quite eccentric turn in Molina, in whose play Herod falls passionately in love after catching sight of Mariamne's picture in the gallery of the King of Armenia. The motif of the encounter with the portrait of the beloved is suggested in Josephus and recurs in almost all the Herod plays. It is probably of Oriental origin. In Calderon it acquires a very particular meaning. Octavian has had a life-sized portrait of the apparently dead Mariamne painted from a miniature. In a scene in which Herod is approaching him from behind with a drawn dagger, the picture falls from the wall. As a premonition of disaster to come, the dagger strikes not the Roman but the picture of Mariamne. Calderon discovered this motif in the Spanish tradition, in Tirso de Molina and Salischo de Pollo, 12, but not in the context of the Herod story. The first version of Calderon's play appeared in 1636 under the title El Mayor Monstruo del Mundo, the greatest Monday stir in the world. It belongs, therefore, among the writer's early works. The second version, which he insisted was the only authentic one, was written around 1667. This second version, in which, toward the end, he protests against both the stage production and the printed version of the earlier play, had its premiere in 1667 in Madrid. It was performed in 1700 in Frankfurt on Main, and even earlier in Dresden. One may assume that it had an influence on the texts of German traveling theatre companies, texts that are now known only by their titles. After Hans Sachs, the first German Herod play was Johann Klisch's Herods der Kindermörder, Herod the Child Murderer, which appeared in Nuremberg in 1645. It derives not from Calderon but from the Herod's Infanticida of Heinz Seuss. 13 This play has acquired some literary notoriety, less from its own merits than from the splenetic criticism it attracted from Johann Elias Schlegel, 14, who was using the play to settle accounts with Harsdorfer, Klisch's protector. Of the English adaptations, we may mention Massinger, a 17th-century dramatist, with his Duke of Milan. 15 This play transposes Josephus' story to the court of Ludovico Sforza. As is well known, when it was produced in Germany in 1849 in Dean Hardstein's version, Hebel, secure in the knowledge that he had completed a Herod play of his own, subjected it to a merciless critique. Even the most superficial overview makes clear that the Herod story is a Baroque subject. And this is confirmed by the fact that almost all post-Baroque plays on this theme either remained uncompleted projects by major writers like Lessing and Grillparzer, or are simply unimportant, like the versions by Riegert or Stephen Phillips. Hebel himself is the most striking exception to this rule. Of all the plays on this theme, his is the only one worthy of detailed comparison with Calderon's. Until today, no notice has been taken of this in Germany. The explanation is obvious, even though it has rarely been made explicit. Calderon's play seemed to suffer so much from the comparison that critics preferred to ignore it. For the essential components all seem lacking: a logical plot, depth of psychological motivation, and a fitting atmosphere, faithful to its subject. 370. And there is so much in the play that critics would rather were not there at all: the stage props of the fate drama, such as the dagger and picture, Gonger-esque bombast, the sonnets inserted at intervals into the dramatic dialogue, women's choruses, and music. Of course, these are all obligatory components of Calderon's writing, and if the Herod play is something of an exception in his oeuvre, that cannot be said of these features. The exceptional status that Spaniards grant the work and that Gries 16 may endorse by having chosen it for translation, far from rendering it unworthy of comparison, elevates it to the first rank of his works. A Spanish author, Ity the editor of the Tesoro de Teatro Especial, mentions it first in a list of the 4 works that might represent the pinnacle of Spanish drama of the future. This much is plain: if German writers hesitate to take cognizance of the play in the course of their discussions of Hebel, the reason lies not in Calderon's inferiority but in the fact that the conventions within which he writes are, and have always been, so alien to German eyes. Unless we confront this alienness, no examination of individual plays is likely to prove profitable. In Germany, perhaps only one man has made the effort to gain an understanding of Calderon's barely accessible works: Goethe. Goethe's reading of Calderon should be approached not through Derer's worthless Book 17 but by quarrying the treasures of Schuckart's review of it. 18. Quite apart from their intrinsic worth, their historical value should not be overlooked by anyone who seeks an insight into Calderon's works from a German vantage point. Goethe's reading and not August Wilhelm Schlegel's. The famous 14th and 35th lectures on dramatic art and literature are anything but the indispensable discussions of the spirit of Calderon, despite the fact that they contain a number of important and apposite comments. On the contrary, they exalt Calderon without restraint and in such a high-handed manner that their lack of urbanity inevitably offends the informed reader. It is scarcely surprising, then, that Tieck, Graf Schack, and Klein, in their writings on Spanish drama, should distance themselves from Schlegel by coming out in support of Lope de Vega and regarding Calderon more or less as the poet of political decadence. Questionable though it may be to draw parallels between pragmatic history and literary history in this way, it is undeniable that in Germany Schlegel has done more to stimulate an interest in Calderon than to lay the foundations for a proper understanding of him. One feels tempted to assign Schlegel the role of a diplomat. And indeed anyone who considers more closely the intrigues surrounding the name of the great Spaniard at the beginning of the 19th century might easily imagine that he has migrated from the realm of literature into that of high politics. Everyone who was interested in Calderon strove to win over Schlegel to his point of view. But Gries was not the only one to receive no reply when he sent Schlegel the first volumes of his translation. Even the great quarrel between Boll von Faber, a German, and Joaquín de Mora in Spain, in which the former attempted to establish the literary merits of Calderon and denounce the superficial French theatre that was making inroads into Spain, did not persuade Schlegel to break his silence after he had been invited to side with his fellow countryman. 19 So jealously did he guard what he thought of as his exclusive right to disperse literary praise. An additional factor was that his own translations were greatly surpassed in quality by those of Gries, and that he was forced to share the role of cultural mediator with Wilhelm von Humboldt, at least so far as Goethe was concerned. Humboldt's letters from Spain also drew Goethe's attention to Calderon. And there is a well-known account of Goethe's public reading of El Príncipe Constant, the Constant Prince in Weimar, in which, toward the end, when the ghost of the dead prince marches at the head of his singing troops, Goethe was so moved that he hurled the book down on the table. In this context, Schuckardt has very perceptively reminded us of the Calderon-esque apotheosis of Egmont. For Goethe, this enthusiasm was the beginning of a struggle with the mind of the Spaniard which continued over a period of years and had many ups and downs. In the course of it, he produced ideas that are very indirect but that nevertheless have canonical importance for the relationship of German criticism to Calderon. If we are not mistaken, Goethe brought 3 highly developed gifts to this debate, in which he showed himself to be not just the equal of the Spaniard but also similar to him. These gifts, imagination, generosity of spirit, and a sense of artistry, allowed him to understand the alien genius more profoundly than was granted to any other German poet. Hebel lacked the 2 last qualities entirely. It is easy to see why Calderon always remained alien to him. In particular, there can scarcely have been another German writer of Hebel's quality who was so lacking as he in the sense of artistry. Whether this should be understood as praise or something else, it undoubtedly precludes any insight into Calderon. When it comes to grasping Calderon's nature as a writer, this element is more important than the critic's religious position. Goethe was as far removed from Catholicism as Hebel, but as an artist he knew with regard to both his own works and those of others that Catholicism might on occasion be allowed a certain role in the economy of the drama. In his initial, unqualified enthusiasm, he claimed that if poetry were to vanish from the earth he would be able to reconstitute it from El Príncipe Constant. This mood did not last, but as late as 1812 he could still in a passing remark place Calderon above Shakespeare. Goethe's reservations come still later, in connection with the abstruse, that is, the abstruse content, the Catholicism, and the abstruse form, by which he meant the theatrical pomp. It was this that he had in mind when he observed that Calderon had never influenced himself, but that he might have been a danger to Schiller. Yet even at this late stage, when he is attempting to make a definitive statement about his relationship to Calderon in the course of a review of La Higuera, daughter of air, he insists on a knowledge of the historical context in which the Spaniard wrote, not, let it be said, to make excuses for his limitations but in order to get a better grasp of his unlimited essence. For example, he says in his notes to his translation of Le Neveu de Rameau, we should just reflect on Calderon and Shakespeare. They could withstand scrutiny from even the highest aesthetic seat of judgment, and if any ingenious critic were stubbornly to accuse them of certain faults, they would be able to smile at him and point to a picture of the nation, the age for which they had worked, not simply as an excuse but because they could happily accommodate themselves to it in order to earn fresh laurels. 20. The question of what Calderon actually accommodated himself to has to be answered as the precondition for an understanding of his plays. It was the church and the court. Calderon was a man who enjoyed high spiritual and worldly honors, and what molded his drama was not the threat of censorship but the power of the ideas at work in those institutions. The sense in which this applied to the church has been brilliantly explained by Hermann Ulrici in his book Über Shakespeare's Dramatische Kunst und seine Verhältnis zu Calderon und Goethe on Shakespeare's dramatic art and its relation to Calderon and Goethe. 21. He states there that in Calderon, because of the assumed and actual reconciliation of the elements of conflict because, in short, man has already been redeemed by God. The plot has to be organized and man's desires and actions have to be brought into conflict with the divine order by means of particular circumstances in such a way that God's direct, external intervention acquires at least the appearance of necessity. Of course, the direct intervention of God that Ulrici presupposes is not always present, least of all in the Herod drama. The secret of Calderon's strange externally is not unlocked so easily. Nevertheless, Ulrici's case remains valid. What profane materials can still possess authentic dramatic interest in a world whose deepest ethical impulses, even down to the level of detail, think of the casuistry of the day, are irrevocably transcendental? However we may choose to answer this question at the level of detail, it is evident from the outset that in such dramas the element of play will be much more prominent than usual. At the same time, it is obvious that any understanding of these dramas will be frustrated by the attempt to regard them as tragedies. Ulrici, who did not have any alternative categories to work with, finally protested in some perplexity, in these plays, human nobility and greatness of character do not perish from their earthly fallibility and wrongness. Instead, in their struggle with the opposing power of evil and disaster, they are destroyed by their ethical and religious qualities. Tu Principi Constant, the subject of this statement, is a martyr drama. But even in the other plays, and especially the Herod drama, it should be possible to 373. Show that there can be no question of an authentic tragic guilt, which always entails a certain paradoxicality, or the genuine reinstatement of an ethical world order and so forth. Sadness accompanies the downfall of the high-minded husband, a sadness that would be boundless, were it not for the presence of that intentionality which Goethe deems an essential component of every work of art, and which manifests itself with an assertiveness that fends off mourning. A mourning game Trauerspiel, in short. And it is fitting that, at a time when Goethe was strongly influenced by Calderon, he should have tried to write a play on a subject from the age of Charlemagne, a play to which he gave the apocryphal subtitle A Mourning Drama Trauerspiel from the World of Christendom. When the drama of play is confronted with historical subjects, it finds itself compelled to develop the logic of fate as a game. This is the conflict that constitutes our romantic tragedy. Among modern writers, it was Schiller who struggled hardest to wrest the ultimate seriousness of classical tragedy, its true pathos, from subjects that have long ceased to have anything in common with the myths of true tragedy. Whereas Goethe inclined toward significant and well-founded mediations, Schiller's theatre sought to explore both the naturalistic and historical elements that still seemed viable for the dramatization of classical fate in the modern world. Both tendencies fizzled out subsequently, the one in the Hohenstaufen dramas of someone like Raupak 22, the other in fate dramas like Ibsen's Ghosts. For Schiller, the importance of the idea of freedom was that it seemed able, by a sort of reflex, to reveal history as fate. Yet how unsuccessful he was in evoking a truly classical seriousness in Maria Stuart or Die Jungfrau von Orleans. How operatic the opening scene of Wilhelm Tell is. And how paradoxical it is that his most radical attempt to appropriate classical fatality in Die Braut von Messina should have ended up in the heart of romantic fate tragedy and far from the spirit of Greece. When we contemplate these facts, we can see the justice of Goethe's remark that Calderon might have been a danger for Schiller. And in his turn, he may have had reason to feel secure when, at the end of the second part of Faust, he consciously and soberly adopted an approach that had partly imposed itself on Schiller against his will and partly irresistibly attracted him. In contrast, the fact that Hebel could ever be bracketed with Calderon must be a matter of some astonishment, and it is not adequately explained by Treitschke's remark that a wild imagination is intimately related to the aberrations of an over-refined intellect. 23. Despite all the similarities, Calderon's drama remains fundamentally different from Schiller's, thanks to a clearly defined romantic element and to the clearly defined consciousness that this implies. On the other hand, Graf Schack has discerned in Calderon the source of the fate tragedies of German Romanticism, and has even singled out the Herod play because it contains the first seeds of those chaotic works. However that may be, a recent treatise entitled Calder 6 NS Schicksalstragedien Calderon's Fate Tragedies 24 is too glib in its attempt to deny the problem of the fate tragedy any fundamental significance by asserting that the fate tragedy was defined as a literary genre in its own right only by German criticism and literature. The concept may indeed have been introduced by the critics, but the reality was not introduced by German literature. Even Behrens is forced to admit that Calderon's Herod play, in particular, does have an affinity with the fate tragedies of German Romanticism. And for all that, it is not less typical of Calderon. A glance at the plot soon brings us face to face with the outstanding features of the fate drama. It begins with a prophecy. Mariana complains to her husband about the prophecy of a magician, who foretells a twofold disaster: she will fall victim to the most terrible monster in the world, and Heracles will stab to death with his dagger the thing he holds most dear. The play is so constructed that once these words have been uttered, the audience never again loses sight of the dagger during the rest of the action. Heracles, who is relatively unconcerned about the prophecy, hurls his dagger into the sea, in order to proclaim his freedom. Cries of pain float up to him from there. The dagger has wounded the messenger who is bringing the news of Octaviano's victory over the fleet belonging to Marco Antonio's allies. Heracles, summoned to Memphis by Octaviano to explain himself, sees the life-size picture of his wife hanging above the door of the royal audience chamber. A miniature portrait that has fallen into the Aro man's hands as part of the spoils of war has caused Octaviano to fall in love with the woman depicted in it, Mariana. Her brother, Aristobolo, Octaviano's prisoner, who has a premonition of the disaster that will come to pass as a result of this passion, has said that she is dead but has not revealed her name. Octaviano has had a life-size copy made of the miniature. This picture has then been hastily mounted above the door. Heracles is greatly agitated by the sight of the picture, but since he is hard-pressed to defend himself, he does not have the opportunity to ask how the picture came to be there. Yet no shadow of suspicion falls on Mariana. If we were to choose from the plethora of felicitous passages in this play, it would have to be the scene in which the Tetrarch, disarmed by the sight of the painting whose subject is known to him alone, stands there a picture of distress before the arrogant conqueror who misinterprets the situation. Finally, as Octaviano turns to leave, he cannot resist insulting the king. Heracles is about to fall on him and stab him in the back. At that very moment the picture falls from the wall, and, as it lands between the two enemies, Heracles inadvertently thrusts the dagger into the image of Mariana. In the dungeon in Memphis, he gives Aristobolo's servant the order to kill Mariana, and the servant then escapes and goes to Jerusalem. There he is discovered by Mariana not, as in Josephus and Hebel, thanks to the servant's own behavior but through an intentionally external piece of motivation. They. 375. Servant, Tolomeo, quarrels with his girlfriend, and in a fit of jealousy she suspects that the letter containing the order is a secret love letter. Mariana witnesses the quarrel and snatches up the torn letter. She then reflects on its contents in the following words, which reveal the character of the work at a climactic moment. What message do these leaves contain? Their very first word is death. Honor is their second breath. And what do I see here, but Mariana? What does this mean? Help me, heavens! 3 little words say so much. Mariana, death, and honor. It says here, on the quiet. And here, dignity, here, requires. And here, striving, and here, I am dying. It goes on. But what need I doubt? The very folds in the paper, unfolding such crimes, show me how they all refer to one another. 0 Meadow. Upon thy green carpet let me piece them into one. Thus far the first 2 acts. Act 3 depicts Octaviano's entry into Jerusalem and his pardoning of the king in response to Mariana's pleadings, after he recognizes her as the original of the portrait. Her speech asking for mercy and her thanks contain hints that she is deeply impressed by the respect felt by the victor for her value and her beauty, in contrast to the disdain expressed toward her by the vanquished Herods. In the palace, after a very long monologue, she renounces Herods and disappears. In the entire play, there is only one conversation between husband and wife. It takes place at the beginning and concerns the prophecy. The abandoned Herods blames the innocent Tolomeo for the disaster, and threatens to kill him. Tolomeo flees to Octaviano, and, in order to explain his presence, tells him untruthfully that Herods is plotting to kill Mariana. Immediately, even though it is late in the evening, Octaviano rushes to Mariana's palace. He finds her with her women, about to undress for bed, and assaults her passionately. Mariana flees, with him in pursuit. The Tetrarch appears on the empty stage. He misinterprets the scene that appears before his eyes. On the floor lies the dagger which Octaviano had taken after Herods had tried to kill him and which Mariana had seized from him in order to kill herself rather than yield to him. She now returns, with Octaviano at her heels, whereupon Herod snatches up the dagger and falls upon his enemy, only to strike down his wife in the dark. He ends his own life by hurling himself into the sea. According to Behrens, it would have been natural to explain Mariana's 376 Death is the result of Herod's jealousy. Such a solution seems almost inescapable, and it is obvious that Calderon has done everything in his power to frustrate it in order to give the fate drama an appropriate conclusion. This statement goes to the heart of Calderon's play, but only so that this critic, like others, can push its meaning to one side as an incomprehensible quirk that has spoiled the logic of the play. Yet the structure of the play, as well as its great beauty, will reveal itself only to an observer who is able to gain insight into its conception of dramatic fate. Nothing could clarify this more than a glance at Sophocles' Oedipus Rex. At the center of both plays there is an oracle. In both, the oracle's prediction is fulfilled against the hero's will. In the case of Oedipus, it is revealed to him like a flash of lightning during his conversation with the shepherd as something that has long since come to pass. In contrast, the plot in Calderon remains attracted to the prophecy as if to a magnet from which it can never be pried loose. It is the stage props that bind the plot to the oracle. This is the criterion that distinguishes the authentic romantic fate drama from a classical tragedy, which in the last analysis repudiates fate. Indeed, it is not objects alone that assume the character of stage props in the modern play. Herodes does not kill his wife from jealousy, but it is through jealousy that she dies. It is through jealousy that Herodes is tied to fate, and fate makes use of it, the dangerously inflamed side of human nature, to bring about disaster and the portents of disaster in the same way that it makes use of inanimate nature in the form of daggers and pictures. What we have in Calderon's Herod play is not the ethical unfolding of a mythical action, as takes place in tragedy. Instead, we witness the representation of a natural process that unfolds without tension but with the force of fate. Yet precisely because the strange and truly monstrous jealousy of the Tetrarch is removed from the realm of morality, because the voice of fate has uttered its judgment, and enters the plot as a stage prop, it becomes possible for love to acquire space to unfold in all its splendor beside it. In The King, jealousy is overcome by love. Monstrous though his jealousy is, he has nothing of the monster about him. Calderon is unique in his ability to portray the most intense love in union with the most corrosive jealousy. Herod's doubts about Mariana's fidelity do not imply doubts about her love. For in an incomparable, indeed shattering turn of events, Calderon has shown us Mariana through Herod's eyes as being caught up in an unresolvable conflict. It is not for nothing that, following Josephus, Calderon emphasizes the wife's beauty, which plays only a trivial part in Hebel, with an almost opera-like intensity. Hence, in Calderon, Herod's complaint is not the lament of men married to fickle wives, but takes quite a different course. Woe to the cursed man! Woe to him 1,000 times! Who dared to call a woman of the greatest beauty his own? For his own wife should not have the highest repute, may she have no more than grace in all things, but not overwhelming magic. For beauty always threatened by danger is an ermine; if it does not defend itself, it dies; if it defends itself, its beauty is lost. 377. Mariana. And here, as elsewhere, Spanish ethics have become the agent for the transmission of enduring values, owes absolute fidelity only to the living. After Herod's death, his fortunate successor could lay claim to her along with the throne, and she might possibly serve that successor with the same sense of duty. If this means stressing the queen's extreme passivity, then the force of his jealousy strikes the Tetrarch with full force without its even occurring to him to insult his wife, or to doubt her love even for a moment. On the contrary, he is entirely certain of her love, as the poet emphasizes in the scene preceding the issuing of the order to kill her. Hurtful in another way, however, are the actions that flow from his jealousy. Yet despite this, how mild some of Mariana's comments on her husband's jealousy are. It may be possible to take yet a further step in our efforts to dispel the aura of the abstruse that surrounds this work. Such efforts will always revert to the question of the validity of the F8 tragedy. Without wishing to become involved in extensive debate about the concept of fate, we must emphasize one point above all others: fate does not involve the inescapable nexus of cause and effect as such. It will never be true, regardless of how often it is repeated, that the task of the dramatist is to present the audience with a plot governed by the logic of causality. How could art put itself in the position of supporting a hypothesis that lies at the heart of determinism? The only philosophical ideas that can enter into the structure of art are those which concern the meaning of existence. Doctrines about the facticity of the course of world events remain irrelevant to art, even where they concern its totality. Since the determinist view is a theory about the laws of nature, it cannot give shape to any work of art. But the authentic idea of fate, whose decisive feature is its assumption of the eternal validity of such determining, is different. This determinism need not operate through the laws of nature, though a miracle, too, can make its eternal meaning manifest. Such meaning does not lie in factual inevitability. The heart of the concept of fate lies, rather, in the conviction that it is guilt alone which makes causality the instrument of an inexorably approaching fate. Guilt in this context is always creaturely guilt, not unlike original sin, it is never the result of the moral fallibility of the human agent. Fate is the entleche of a process at whose center we find the guilty person. Outside the realm of guilt, fate loses all its 378 power. The center of gravity toward which the movement of fate unfolds is death. Death not as punishment but as atonement, as the expression of the fact that the guilt-ridden life is doomed to succumb to the law of natural life. In this sense, then, death in the fate drama is quite different from the victorious death of the hero of tragedy. And it is precisely this succumbing of the guilt-ridden life to the laws of nature that expresses itself in the unrestrained passions of the guilt-laden hero. The power that lifeless objects acquire in the vicinity of the guilty person during his lifetime is the harbinger of death. His passion sets the theater props in motion. These are, in essence, merely the seismographic needle that registers the human shocks. In the fate drama, human nature expresses itself through the passions, just as the nature of things expresses itself in chance, and both are governed by the general law of fate. The more wildly the needle vibrates, the more clearly this law emerges. In that respect, it is not a matter of indifference whether, as in so many German fate dramas, the hero is oppressed by a paltry instrument in the course of petty intrigues, or whether age-old motifs are allowed to speak, for example, the victim scorned, as represented by the dagger, or the magic embodied in the stabbed portrait. In this context, we see the validity of Schlegel's assertion that he knows of no dramatist who is able to poeticize the effects so well. Calderon was incomparable in this respect, because the effect was an internal necessity for the form he had made his own, the fate drama. To repeat, the world of fate was self-contained. It was the Blücher world in the strict sense, a world of the wretched or glorious creature where again and again the rules of fate to which every creature is subject were to confirm their validity in an astonishing and virtuosic way, admirum dei gloriam, and for the enjoyment of the spectators. Calderon's theoretical views, too, so far as we can infer them from statements in his plays, seem to point in this direction. It is no coincidence that a writer like Zacharias Werner should have tried his hand at the fate drama before seeking refuge in the Catholic Church. What appears to be the illusion of heathen worldliness is ultimately the complement of the religious mystery drama in the empire of Philip IV, where everything worldly throve so luxuriantly that it inevitably colonized the stage. But what attracted the theoretically inclined romantics so magnetically to Calderon to the extent that he might be regarded, despite their admiration for Shakespeare, as their own special dramatist is that he fulfilled to perfection one condition they strove for above all else. This was that infinity should be guaranteed through mere reflection. The entire Herod play is crisscrossed with the most absurd debates about human will and the power of fate. The action is playfully diminished by the reflections that Calderon's heroes always have at their fingertips. This enables them, so to speak, to twist and turn the entire order of fate in their hands like a ball so that you can examine it, now from this 379 side, now from that. What, after all, had been the ultimate goal of the Romantics if not to see genius, even when bound by the golden chains of authority, still irresponsibly absorbed in its own reflections? If this interpretation of Calderon's fate drama is valid, it does entail one strange conclusion: nature, as the epitome of all creatures, would have to have a real dramatic meaning. For the critic whose gaze remains fixed on the German drama of the past 2 centuries, this is hard to understand. It is admittedly easier for anyone who pauses to reflect on German dramatists who were contemporary with Calderon, particularly Gryphius. However that may be, the fact that nature occupied a striking position in the Spaniards' drama was a fact about which the most competent German critics agreed. Here, for example, are the words of August Wilhelm Schlegel. His poetry, whatever its object may apparently be, is an incessant hymn of joy on the majesty of the creation. He celebrates the productions of nature and human art with an astonishment always joyful and always new, as if he saw them for the first time in an unworn festal splendor. It is the first awakening of Adam, coupled with an eloquence and skill of expression, with a thorough acquaintance with the most mysterious relations of nature, such as high mental cultivation and mature contemplation alone can give. 25. In a similar vein, Goethe confessed in 1816 that the translations from Calderon transported him into a glorious land, surrounded by the sea, rich in blossoms and fruits, and illuminated by the clear light of the stars. Admittedly, he subsequently talks about him in quite different terms, remarking that Calderon is theatrical Bretterhaft and that he lacks any authentic observation of nature. In itself, this judgment is comprehensible. If we reflect, for example, on the account of the naval battle in the Herod drama, where the creation remains vividly present in all human passions and in all the fortuitous incidents of the plot as the vehicle of all natural life, it is easy to understand Goethe's displeasure. Although it should be added that there is perhaps not a single Calderon-esque extravagance that could not be found replicated at some point or other in the second part of Faust. We may add that in Calderon the social order and its representative, the court, likewise appear as a natural phenomenon at the highest stage of development. Herod's honor is its first law. With extraordinary boldness, the poet depicts the solidarity of the political and the natural order in creation, by showing how Herod seeks mastery of the world for the sake of his love and for that alone. From any other standpoint, this would diminish his majesty. But here this time magnifies it, since, by fusing with his love, his honor shows itself to be at one with creation. It is worth observing, incidentally, that Calderon rarely misses the opportunity to intensify the paradoxes of the national Spanish conception of honor, by showing them to be the expression of a baleful and irresistible manifestation of fate. 2. 380. Which created beings must bow like trees in a storm. The only means of salvation is through never-ending dialectical reflection. In this context, Behrens rightly observes, if the classical fate tragedy works through the crushing burden of suffering and if German romantic drama works through its ghostly atmosphere, then the corresponding characteristic in the Spanish dramatist is his intellectuality, the dominance of thought. The critic notes perceptively that this feature is proclaimed in the fact that the action of the plays normally takes place in daylight. The Herod tragedy is the exception here, and it is the intensified crudeness of this that may have influenced the German fate tragedy. This provides further confirmation of the distance we have traveled here from true tragedy, particularly if we are to believe René Le Bossuet's shrewd remark, as cited by Jean-Paul in the Aesthetics, that no tragedy should take place at night. No sharper light can be cast on the tragic drama or, more precisely, on fate dramas like Calderon's Herod play, since of course not every tragic drama is a fate drama, than the comparison with the typical historical drama that Hebel has provided in his treatment of this theme. The further we take the comparison, the more complete the insight we obtain. We can give only the broad outlines here, however. To begin with, we must state that it is unclear why critics assume that Hebel was acquainted with Calderon's play. Hebel himself does not mention it. The Calderon translation with which he is familiar is the one by Ernst Friedrich Georg Otto von der Malsburg, which does not contain this play. It is not very likely, to say the least, that Hebel would have missed the opportunity to contrast his own treatment of the subject with Calderon's. Calderon had fascinated him as an object of criticism. We might reasonably have expected him to discuss the play in the spirit of his earlier reviews of Calderon. For there can be no doubt that he would have found his annihilating condemnation of 1845 confirmed by this play. At that time he said of Aurora de Copacabana and La Sibylla de Orient the Sibyl of the East. It goes without saying that, in judging these plays, the standpoint I adopt is that of Christianity, Catholicism in particular, since they are meaningless from any other. But even considered in this light, they appear to me to be utterly worthless and without substance, for when poetry concerns itself with Mr. Ies, it should strive to give them meaning, that is to say, to humanize them. It should not imagine that it is achieving anything by waving a magic wand, so to speak, and causing one miracle to give birth to another. The plays under consideration here do not even provide a negative reason for such thoughts, for the view of Christianity they contain is so primitive and heathen, and so utterly lacking in ideas, that the problem is to know whether to simply dismiss them as grotesque or to castigate them as immoral. The picture is no different if we look at Hebel's other statements on Calderon, which in any case are not very numerous. To put our finger once. 381. Again what it was that made it impossible for Hebel to understand the Spanish dramatists, for his opinion of Lope de Vega did not differ significantly from his opinion of Calderon, and what it was that went to the heart of his own writings, we would have to say that he was unable to recognize any element of play either in drama or in art generally. Even comedy had nothing playful about it in his eyes. Nothing so clearly points to his outsider status or determines the place of his art, and it is no very distinguished one, as this fact. An oppressive earnestness has become the inalienable mark of his works. It determines his conception of historical drama and his theory of drama in general. For a solitary autodidact like Hebel, it was all too easy for his meditations to lead him to the conviction that the art of drama contained the key to reality as such. I am not referring here to the legitimate faith of the artist in his ability to grasp the essence of reality through his work. Nor am I accusing Hebel of overestimating himself personally. I am, rather, attempting to define his skewed and, if one may put it thus, uncomprehending and mistakenly monumental view of drama itself, which he thereby made into a special subject, albeit one that was all-inclusive. This pinpoints the absolute nullity of his pantragism, both as a term and as a reality, and, to repeat, it is a nonsense that arises from his autodidactic and limited cast of mind. This much is certain: Hebel's tragedies can claim a unique place in modern literature, thanks to the earnestness peculiar to him, an earnestness which is not relieved either by humor or even irony, but which characterizes his conviction that it constitutes a form that does justice to its historical context. We have suggested that Calderon took the large subject of the Herod drama and inserted it into a strictly defined space in order to allow fate to unfold playfully. And how incomparably Schiller displayed his understanding of art in Die Jung Frau von Orleans or W. Ehlenstein, when he made use of the marvelous and of the rule of the stars in a completely Calderon-esque spirit. For fate is postulated as a reality only in the inferior, unromantic fate tragedies. Though we must note that romantic is not used here in its historical sense, Romanticism has enough bad fate tragedies on its conscience that are not redeemed by any superior framework. On the other hand, where in authentic tragedy all playful elements are put to one side, we find not history, on which fate feeds, but myth, in which the dramatist prophetically deals a blow to the iron rule of fate. In contrast to this, Hebel's historical drama may be regarded as the attempt to reinterpret history, because of its inexorable causal conditioning, as the onward march of fate. But fate resides in the realm of teleology, not causality, and is therefore less likely to emerge from detailed motivation, however meticulous, than from the miraculous. Yet this is something that never became clear to a thinker caught up in the naturalism of the mid-19th century. And as a theoretician he never really understood the necessity of the fundamental reworking of content by form, a necessity that cannot be made good by even the most thorough. 382. Going immersion in that content. But the mistakes here are much more those of Hebel the theoretician than of Hebel the practicing dramatist, and no one has found in himself a more unfortunate interpreter than Hebel. This comment is one that will retain its validity so long as his admirers continue to borrow their arguments from his diaries. In the meantime, the problematic theory of historical necessity is not without its share of the blame for the woodenness of Hebel's Herod drama, a woodenness of which so many of his critics have been so painfully conscious. One of the first to draw attention to this was Emil Kuh, in a discussion that can scarcely be gainsaid. Two passionate people at odds with each other are pitted against each other, in conformity with the character of each, but despite the powerful emotions involved, this is achieved in such a manner that our sympathies shift from a position in which we are moved and persuaded to one in which we become psychological observers. The arguments and counter-arguments are put forward with an urgency that we cannot deny, but they cool our ability to identify with the poetry. Both Herodes and Mariamne address the problem and, as it were, articulate the tragic motif by name, and in drama this always has the effect of a dry east wind before which the hot flowers wilt and fade. It is true enough that the gift of letting oneself go, which seems to be the most precious dowry of every one of Shakespeare's characters, is seldom given to Hebels. In this respect, the figure of Joseph towers above all the others in this play. If the critic's task were to fill out the picture, there would be much to say in evidence. One point in particular must not be omitted, even though a very detailed discussion would be required to prove its accuracy. Hebel has failed in the indispensable task of demonstrating the noble qualities of his characters and of the conflicts in which they are enmeshed. Quite frequently, the most important events and situations are handled in an inexpressibly sterile way. One example is the scene of what was meant to be the glittering party thrown by Mariamne. The construction of the play hands over to the director tasks that should have been carried out by the author. An instance can be found in the final scenes, where both Heracles and Mariamne are partnered by the figure of Titus, who is very much a cardboard figure. This leads to a diminution in the dignity and remoteness of the aristocratic personages just when they are most needed to demonstrate that these are the very qualities which have engineered the catastrophe. The same holds good for Titus' short-winded protest during the court proceedings, and we are tempted to ask ourselves what speech Shakespeare might have given Titus to replace his "This is no true court. Forgive me." He turns to leave, v. 5, line 2919. And are the following lines of Heracles in keeping with the thrust of the play? With all your rigid defiance, which alone stands firm on earth where all does totter, with every fine day that I spent with you. 383. These lines speak the language of a bourgeois family quarrel. It might appear irresponsible to dwell on such lapses, were it not that the absence of nobility in the characters and speeches points to a fundamental flaw in the work. Take, for example, Mariamne's speech to Titus, "But one word more before going to sleep, I while my last chambermaid prepares my bed," v. 6, lines 2959-60. Nothing can remove from her confession the stain of an act of vengeance devoid of all passion. Her death is overshadowed by an ambiguous tone of resentment. Indeed, Hebel resorts explicitly to the same formula of resentment when, in reply to Titus' words, "I feel also much sympathy with him and your vengeance is too great for me," he makes her give the profoundly ignoble reply, v. 6, lines 3057-62. "Upon my own head be it. And to prove that it was not for the sake of life that the death of the sacrificial beast enraged me. I'll show you, I'll throw my life away." Enough. Hebel was a great enough writer to place upon his critics the obligation of interpreting his faults as aberrations from true conceptions. The play could not possibly have been clear in his mind right from the outset, given the distortions that a theory like his would have imposed on even the greatest genius. In actual fact, a careful study uncovers a motif that hovers somewhere in the background of the finished work but that may have been the original cause of his interest in the subject if indeed this motif is, as it appears, truly his own. We may question whether jealousy is as central to Hebel's play as it was for Calderon. The jealousy aroused by the murder of Aristobulus, and later on by the discovery of the order to have Mariamne murdered, should rather be seen as the pretext for the exposition of a different problem, one very characteristic of Hebel's way of seeing things. This is the question of whether it is ever legitimate for lovers to test each other's love, as both partners do in this play. Hebel himself appears to be undecided on the matter, since the catastrophic end to the tests seems to be ascribable both to the criminal nature of the tests and to the inhuman radicalism with which husband and wife carry them out. Furthermore, the important dramatic intention of criticizing the test of love is significantly undermined by the failure to explain Herod's initial uncertainty, particularly in the light of his murder of Aristobulus. Subjectively, this event lends plausibility to Heracles' wish to test Mariamne. Objectively, however, it means that we can see the negative end of the experiment in advance, and since the experiment is conducted by a man who is himself not free of guilt, it becomes almost indefensible, even subjectively. So Hebel has in effect cheated himself out of the real drama of the test of love, its necessary immorality and its necessary failure through the extremes of character and situation that he created. The problem that 384 may have inspired him in the most successful passages is that of the emergence of an undying hatred between the couple in consequence of the test of love. We see this in an outburst on Mariamne's part that shows hints both of Shakespearean power and of Strindbergian implacability. Death. Death. Death is among us. I unannounced, as he always comes. 4-8, lines 2526-27. This tragedy, whose subject may well appear to be a dramatist's mirage, reaches its climax in Hebel in a blazing upsurge of hatred. We cannot imagine where this might have led him, had it not been for his striving for a moderatist aesthetic of classical beauty, a pale imitation of which was more successfully achieved by his untalented contemporaries, but a true revival of which was inconceivable. The underlying vehemence in his plays did not escape the attention of those contemporaries. 26 Theodor Mondt calls his works the poetry of sexual fat-e. And Rudolf von Gottschall talks of a destructiveness that lies concealed beneath the veneer of architectonic structuring. Hebel is the greatest ethical revolutionary of all German poets, but he hides his moral Jacobinism beneath the artful mask of the tragedian. Every great tendency has to create its own form, the form in which it ceases to be known as tendentious literature. Perhaps all great dramatic forms have their origins in tendencies that have no direct connection with art. Hebel was full of such tendencies, but never ventured to write a play that was not guaranteed in advance by its form. This is why he clung to the historical drama, which he was concerned to write with the maximum of verisimilitude. But if history can lay claim to dramatic truth only as fate, then the attempt to write unromantic historical plays is doomed to failure. It is possible, however, that Hebel's most powerful tendencies remain to some extent unexpressed. He once confessed shyly to Gustav Chiani what was at stake: "My mood has significantly lightened, particularly since the conflicts that provided the impulse for my previous plays have become the topic of conversation in the streets and have been resolved historically. For the rotten state of the world weighed on me, as if I were the only one who suffered from it, and it seemed to me that art was not an unworthy medium to show how untenable it all was." In his early plays he went far beyond this rather tame formula, and for that reason Judith and Genevieve may perhaps prove to have the greatest vitality of all his works. Written in 1923, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Notes. 1. Flavius Josephus, De Hello Judaico, Book 7, I, 17-22, Flavius Josephus, Antiquitates Judaicae, Book 20, 15, 2-3, 6-7. C. Josephus, The Jewish War, Harmondsworth, Penguin, 1977, ch. 4, pages 80-96 trans. 385. 20. The following, see Marcus Landau, Die Dramen von Herods und Mariamne, Zeitschrift für Vergleichende Literaturgeschichte, NS 8, 189-5, 175-212 and 279-317, ASWEL-ASN. S. 9, 1-896-185-223. These articles are written in a casual tone and provide a sometimes unreliable account of the content of a large number of plays on the Herod theme. 3. Hans Sachs, Tragedia mit 15 Personen zu agieren, der Uterich König Herods, wie der Sendre sun und sen Gemahel umbracht, und hat 5 Actus, 1552. Hans Sachs, 1494-1576, Meistersinger and dramatist, wrote comedies and tragedies, many based on classical and biblical sources, as well as the Fastnachtspiel, or carnival plays, for which he is best known. Trans. 4. Julius Leopold Klein, Geschichte Englischen Dramas, Leipzig, 1876. 5. These plays, which emerged around 1700, were political dramas, concerned with the sudden fall of kings, dark conspiracies, and executions. Trans. 6. Andreas Gryphius, Herodis Furiet Rach Elis Lacrimi, 1634, idem, Dei Vendicis Impetus et Herodis int Iritus, 1635. 7. Jovan Battista Marino, 1569-1625, was an Italian Baroque poet. Barthold Heinrich Brox, 1680–1747, was a German poet and translator whose work, especially the collection of his poems titled Irdisches Vergnügen in God, Earthly Satisfaction in God, 1721–1748, reveals him as a transitional figure between the Baroque and the Enlightenment. Trans. 8. Ga Cicognini, Tu Magier Monstro def Mondo, Opera Tragica, Perugia, 1656. 9. J. B. Regini, La Follonia di Erode, Bologna, 1672. 10. Domenico Lalli, La Mariana, performed in Venice, 1724. 11. Terzo di Molina, La Vita de Herodes, 1636. 12. Damian Salas Jode. Pollo, La Prospera f Oportunidad f Famoso Rui López de Avalos. 13. Nicholas Heinzuz, 1656–1718, Dutch novelist and dramatist. Trans. 14. Johann Elias Schlegel, Nachricht und Beurteilung von Herodes dem Kindermörder, einem Trauerspiel. Johann Klages. In Beitrage zur kritischen Historie der deutschen Sprache, Poesie und Bedeutsamkeit, Vol. 7, 1741. Also in Johann Elias Schlegel, Werke, Part 3, ed. Johann Heinrich Schlegel, C. Copenhagen and Leipzig, 1764, pages 1–26. 15. Philip Massinger, The Duke of Me/Lane, 1623. 16. Don Pedro Calderón de la Barca, Schauspiel Dramas, Vol. 1, Trans. Johann Diedrich Gries, Berlin, 1815. 17. Goethe und Calderón, Gedenkblätter zur Calderón Feier Goethe and Calderón, Memorial Essays for the Calderón Celebration, ed. Edmund Dorer, Leipzig, 1881. 18. Hugo Schuckart, Romanisches und Keltisches, Gesammelt Aufsätze Romance and Celtic Literatures, Collected Essays, Strasbourg, 1886, pages 120–149. 19. C. Camille Pitolet, La Krl Calderonienne de Johann Nicolas Boll von Faber et José Joaquin de Mora, Paris, 1901. 20. C. Goethe, Gedenkausgabe der Werke, Brief und Gespräch Memorial Edition of the Works, Letters, and Conversations, ed. Ernst Beutler, Zurich and Stuttgart, 1964, vol. 15, pages 1034f. 21. Halley, 1839. 386. 22. Ernst Raupak, 1784–1852, a once popular, but now forgotten author of historical dramas. Die Hohenstaufen was a cycle of 16 plays dating from 1837. Trans. 23. Heinrich von Treitschke, Zeitgenössische Dichter, 3. Friedrich Hebel. Contemporary writers, 3. Friedrich Hebel, in Preuf 5 Ische Jahrbucher, ed. Rudolf Heim, 5 vols. Berlin, 1860, 6th issue, p. 559. 24. Peter Behrens, Calder 6 ns Skixelstragadine, Romanesque Forskungen 39, issue 1, November 1 921, 1-66. 25 August Wilhelm Schlegel, A Course of Lectures on Dramatic Art and Literature, trans. John Black, London, Edinburgh, and Dublin, Baldwick, Craddock, and Joy, 1815, vol. 2, p. 349 trans. 26 Ch. Wietzke, ed., Hebel in der Zeitgenössischen Kritik Hebel in the Eyes of His Contemporaries, in Deutsche Literaturdenkmale Day 18. UND 19. Jahrhund Erz, 3rd Seer, No. 23, Berlin, 1910. Also the article on Hebel in Konstantin von Wiglach, Biographisches Lexikon des Kaisertums Erster Reich Biographie Kell Lexikon of the Austrian Empire, Vienna, 1862. L. Eder to Fl or Ensch Rista in Rang. December 9, 1923. Dear Christian, my heartfelt thanks to you for the loyal and sympathetic way in which you have urged me to review my position in the light of my R. Epley. 1. I have taken your hint and contacted Frankfurt directly, and the fact that I received confirmation from them is something you can deduce from my recent silence. 2. Needless to say, the confirmation I have had was anything but official, but it came from Gottfried Salomon, who knows the situation, and I have to be content with that. The flow of proofs to me has recently ceased. Is this because I have already sent you my R. Epley or because the book is now ready to appear? I hope the latter is the case, since not only am I looking forward with some impatience to the prospect of being able to respond to it as a whole myself, but I have also managed, as much as I could, to raise the most eager expectations about it here as well. I cannot recollect whether I already mentioned in my last letter to you what a profound and positive impression Hofmannsthal made on me by his support for your manifesto. I only hope that he will be as good as his word. In my opinion, that would mean a lot for him and for our view of him. This morning I started to read the adaptation of Thomas Otway's V.E. Nice Preserved that he made some years ago. I am reading it in connection with my study of the tragic drama. Do you know it? In the meantime I have of course sent him my agreement, together with a copy of the Baudelaire, which has just appeared. It is the dubious prerogative of all those close to me. Anne. 388 Letter to Florence Christian Rang. That includes yourself first of all to have to wait a while for their copy. The impression is gaining ground that Richard Weissbach, thanks to a legal trick of the first order which it would be imprudent to describe in writing, is set to cheat me of the entire honorarium and almost all the free copies. The position will become clearer shortly. Once I had sent off my letter to Hofmannsthal, I began to wonder whether I had not expressed myself too formally, notwithstanding my respectful statements of gratitude. In particular, in my initial comments I decided to refrain from referring to the Heinel business, which he had not mentioned, lest I appear too insistent. 3. I trust I may ask you to raise the matter with him if the occasion arises, should he fail to mention it in due course to either of us. And I should like to ask you to resume, for a moment, your role as mediator in one further matter in your very next letter. This concerns the return of 1. The Argonauten essay 4 and 2. Especially the study of elective affinities, which I simply have to see once again before it goes to the printer. The fact is that I have neither a copy nor my own MS, and urgently need to consult parts of it for my present work. As to that present work, it is strange how in the last few days I have been wrestling with the very questions that according to your last letter have been preoccupying you. To be able to discuss them with you in person would be of infinite value to me, particularly since I have been suffering from a certain isolation arising from my situation and the topic of my work. I have been reflecting on the way in which works of art relate to historical life. In so doing, I proceed from the conviction that there is no such thing as art history. In human life, for example, not only does the concatenation of temporal events contain essential causal links, but we may also say that, were there no such links to constitute development, maturity, death, and similar categories, human life as such would not really exist. With works of art, on the other hand, the position is quite different. Art is in essence ahistorical. The attempt to insert the work of art into historical life does not open new perspectives into its inner existence, as is the case with the life of nations, where the same procedure points to the role of the different generations and other essential factors. The current preoccupations of art history all amount to no more than the history of contents or forms, for which works of art seem to provide merely examples or models. A history of the works of art themselves is not considered. They possess nothing that links them extensively and essentially. They have nothing comparable to the hereditary relationships between successive generations which supply the extensive and essential connections in the history of nations. The essential links between works of art remain intensive. In this respect, works of art resemble philosophical systems, since the history of philosophy is either an uninteresting history of dogmas or perhaps of philosophers, or else the history of problems. As such, it constantly threatens. Letter to Florens Christian Rang 389. To lose contact with extension in time and to pass over into a timeless, intensive process of interpretation. The specific historicity of works of art is likewise one that can be unlocked only in interpretations, not in a art history. For the process of interpretation brings to light connections between works of art that are timeless, yet not without a historical dimension. The same forces that become explosively and extensively temporal in the revealed world, that is, history, emerge intensively in the taciturn world, that is, the world of nature and art. Please forgive these skimpy and provisional thoughts. They are meant merely to lead me to where our ideas can meet. The ideas are stars, in contrast to the sun of revelation. They do not appear in the daylight of history, they are at work in history only invisibly. They shine only into the night of nature. Works of art, then, may be defined as the models of a nature that awaits no day, and thus no judgment day. They are the models of a nature that is neither the theatre of history nor the dwelling place of mankind. The redeemed night. In the context of these considerations, where criticism is identical with interpretation and in conflict with all current methods of looking at art, criticism becomes the representation of an idea. Its intensive infinity characterizes ideas as monads. My definition is, criticism is the mortification of the works. Not the intensification of consciousness in them, that is romantic. But their colonization by knowledge. The task of philosophy is to name the idea, as Adam named nature, in order to overcome the works, which are to be seen as nature returned Leibniz's entire way of thinking, his idea of the monad, which I adopt for my definition of ideas and which you evoke with your equation of ideas and numbers, since for Leibniz the discontinuity of whole numbers was of decisive importance for the theory of monads, seems to me to comprise the summa of a theory of ideas. The task of interpreting works of art is to concentrate creaturely life in ideas. To establish the presence of that life. Forgive me if not all of this is comprehensible. Your basic idea has certainly come through to me. In the last analysis, it can be summed up in the insight that all responsible human knowledge must take the form of interpretation and this form alone, and that ideas are the instruments of rigorous interpretation designed to establish that presence. The need now is for a theory of different kinds of texts. In the Symposium and the Timaeus, Plato defined the scope of the theory of ideas as the domain of art and nature. The interpretation of historical or sacred texts may not have been envisaged in any theory of ideas hitherto. If these musings were able, for all their sketchiness, to provoke you into making a response, I would be delighted. In any event, we shall have to have many discussions about the entire subject. The failure of Eugen Rosenstock now provides me with a belated justification of my earlier view of him. I was never comfortable with seeing his name on the title page. 5 Morally speaking, he 390 Letter to Florens Christian Rang has now deleted it himself. More warmest greetings to Helmuth and both of you, and from our household to yours. Yours, Walter. Unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Stages of intention. Intention. Thought. Perceive. Imagination. Objective intention. Object. Knowledge. Perception. Paradise Elysium. Symbol. The relation between works of art and the objects of perceiving and of the imagination has to be established. Works of art are objects neither of pure perception nor of pure imagination, they are objects of an intermediate intention. The hierarchy of stages of intention is to be understood in terms of the philosophy of history, not epistemologically. For that reason, the meaning of objects of the imagination should be considered in this context. An investigation into their objective status may also be appropriate here. The imagination is the intention of perception that is not based on the intention of knowledge. Dream, childhood. Pure objects of this intention are, as yet, not available. But there are yet other intentions of perception that can be so described: visionary powers, clairvoyance. Is there a logical progression from one question to the next? Justas there is from question to answer and answer to answer. The order of questions is in conflict with the Aristotelian principle of the conceptual pyramid. See Ampère Karl Mannheim, The Structural Analysis of 392. The Theory of Knowledge, Die Strukturanalyse der Erkenntnistheorie, in supplementary issue number 57 of Kantstudien, Berlin, 1922. Fragment written in 1922–1923, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Outline of the psychophysical problem. I. Mind and body Geist und Leib 1. They are identical, and distinct simply as ways of seeing, not as objects. The zone of their identity is marked by the term form Gestalt. At every stage of its existence, the form of the historical is that of mind and body combined. This combined mind and body is the category of its nous, its momentary manifestation as an ephemeral yet immortal being. Mind and body in the sense identified with body are the supreme formal categories of the course of world events, but not the categories of its eternal contents, which is how they are regarded by the George School. Our body, then, is not integrated into the historical process, but only dwells in it from time to time. Its modification from one form to the next is not the function of the historical process itself, but merely the particular, detached relation of a life to it. Thus, a body may be proper to reality in all its forms, but not as the substratum of its particular being, as our corporeal substance is. Instead, it manifests itself in the light of the historical nous. The embodied mind might most aptly be called genius ingenium. In general, we may say that everything real is a form insofar as it is regarded historically as meaningfully related to the historical totality in its now, its innermost temporal presence. All form can thus manifest itself in two identical modes, which may relate to each other as two opposite poles, as genius and as body. To spirit and corporeal substance gestund carper, whereas body and genius can be proper to the real because of its present relation to the historical process, but not to God himself. Spirit and the corporeal substance to which it belongs are based not on a relation but on existence as such. Corporeal substance is one of the realities that stand within the historical process itself. The distinction between it and the body can best be shown with reference to man. Everything that a human being can distinguish in himself as having his form as a totality, as well as such of his limbs and organs that appear to have a form, all that belongs to his body. All limitation that he sensuously perceives in himself belongs, as form, likewise to his body. It follows that the sensuously perceived individual existence of man is the perception of a relation in which he discovers himself. It is not, however, the perception of a substratum, of a substance of himself, as is the case with his corporeal substance, which represents such a substance sensually. The latter manifests itself, in contrast, in a twofold polar form, as pain and pleasure. In these two, no form of any sort, and hence no limitation, is perceived. If, therefore, we know about our corporeal substance only or chiefly through pleasure or pain, we know of no limitation on it. It is now advisable for us to look around among the modes of consciousness for those to which limitation is just as alien as the states of pain or pleasure, which at their most intense culminate in intoxication roche. Such states include those of perception. Admittedly, we must distinguish here between different degrees. The sense least bound by limitation is perhaps that of sight, which we might call centrifugal, in contrast to the more centripetal senses of taste and especially touch. Sight shows our corporeal substance to be, if not without limits, then at least with fluctuating, formless delimitations. Thus, we may say in general that what we know of perception we know of our corporeal substance, which in contrast to our body is extended but has no sharply delimited form. This corporeal substance is not, indeed, the ultimate substratum of our existence, but it is at least a substance in contrast to our body, which is only a function. Our corporeal substance is objective in a higher sense, and therefore must be more concerned with the clarification of the spiritual nature of living beings bound to and subservient to our corporeal substance than with the elucidation of the genius that is identical with the body. The difficult problem that now emerges is that the nature whose adherence to our corporeal substance has been asserted nevertheless strongly points to the limitation and individuality of the living being. That limited reality which is constituted by the establishment of a spiritual nature in a corporeal substance is called the person. The person is indeed limited, but is not formed. The uniqueness which one may in one sense attribute to it derives therefore not from itself but from the orbit of 395. Its maximum extension. This is how it stands, then, both with its nature and its corporeal substance. They are not limited by their form, but they are nevertheless limited by their maximum extension, the people. 3. Body and corporeal substance. Liebund Carper. Man's body and his corporeal substance place him in universal contexts. But a different context for each. With his body, man belongs to mankind, with his corporeal substance, to God. Both have fluctuating boundaries with nature, the expansion of both affects the course of the world, and for the profoundest reasons. The body, the function of the historical present in man, expands into the body of mankind. Individuality as the principle of the body is on a higher plane than that of single embodied individuals. Human ity as an individual is both the consummation and the annihilation of bodily life. Annihilation because with it the historical existence, whose function the body is, reaches its end. In addition to the totality of all its living members, humanity is able partly to draw nature, the non-living, plant, and animal, into this life of the body of mankind, and thereby into this annihilation and fulfillment. It can do this by virtue of the technology in which the unity of its life is formed. Ultimately, everything that subserves humanity's happiness may be counted part of its life, its limbs. Bodily nature advances toward its dissolution. That of corporeal substance, however, advances toward its resurrection. Here, too, the power to decide about this lies in the hands of man. For man, corporeal substance is the seal of his solitariness, and this will not be destroyed even in death because this solitariness is nothing but the consciousness of his direct dependence on God. What every man encompasses in the realm of perception, his pain and his greatest pleasure, is salvaged with him in the resurrection. This greatest pleasure has, of course, nothing to do with happiness. Pain is the ruling, pleasure the evaluative principle of human physicality. Hence, natural history contains the two great processes of dissolution and resurrection. For spirit and sexuality, nature and body. Carper. Spirit and sexuality are the two basic polar forces of human anatomy. Nature is not something that belongs especially to every individual body. Rather, it relates to the singularity of the body as the different currents that flow into the sea relate to each drop of water. Countless such drops are carried along by the same current. In like fashion, nature is the same, not indeed in all human beings but in a great many of them. Moreover, this nature is not just alike, it is in the full sense identical, one and the same. It is not constant, its current changes with the centuries, and a greater or lesser number of such currents are to be found simultaneously. Sexuality and spirit are the two vital poles of this natural life that flows into our physical being and becomes differentiated in it. Thus, originally, spirit, like sexuality, is something natural and appears through this process as something corporeal. The content of a life depends on the extent to which the living person is able to define its nature corporeally. In the utter decay of corporeality, such as we are witnessing in the West at the present time, the last instrument of its renewal is the anguish of nature, which can no longer be contained in life and flows out in wild torrents over the body. Nature itself is a totality, and the movement into the inscrutable depths of total vitality is fate. The movement upward from these inscrutable depths is art. But because total vitality has its conciliatory effect only in art, every other form of expression must lead to destruction. The representation of total vitality in life causes fate to end in madness. For all living reactivity is bound to differentiation, whose preeminent instrument is the body. This is an essential function of the body. Only the body can be viewed as an instrument with which to differentiate between the vital reactions and at the same time can be comprehended in terms of its psychic animation. All psychic energy can be differentially located in it, just as the old anthroposophy attempted this when it regarded the body as an analogue of the macrocosm. One of the body's most important organs of this differentiation is perception. The zone of perceptions also shows clearly the variability to which it is subject as a function of nature. If nature changes, the body's perceptions change, too. The body is a moral instrument. It was created to fulfill the commandments. It was fashioned at the creation according to this purpose. Even its perceptions indicate how far they draw the body away from its duty or bind it close. V. Pleasure and pain. In the physical differences between pleasure and pain, the metaphysical distinction between them may be discerned. Among these physical differences, two ultimately remain primary and irreducible. From the point of view of pleasure, it is its uniform, lightning character that separates it from pain. From the point of view of pain, its chronic and diverse character is what distinguishes it from pleasure. Only pain, never pleasure, can become the chronic feeling accompanying constant organic processes. It alone, and never pleasure, is capable of extreme differentiation according to the nature of the organ from which it proceeds. This is hinted at in language, since in German only the superlatives of sweetness or delight exist to express a maximum of pleasure, and of these, only the first is authentically and unambiguously sensuous. The least of the senses, then, the sense of taste, lends the description appropriate to its own positive experience to the 397. Expression of sensuous enjoyment of every kind. The position with express science of pain is quite different. With the words pan, hurt, agony, suffering wec very clearly what is only hinted at in such a word as delight in the realm of pleasure, namely, that in pain, without any recourse to metaphor, the sensuous words directly implicate the soul. This may be explained by the fact that the feelings of pain are incomparably more capable of expressing genuine diversity than the feelings of pleasure, which differ mainly in degree. Undoubtedly there is a connection between the fact that the feeling of pain applies more consistently to the whole nature of man and its ability to endure. This endurance, in turn, leads directly to the metaphysical differences between the two feelings, which both correspond to and explain the physical differences. Only the feeling of pain, both on the physical and metaphysical planes, is capable of such an uninterrupted flow, what might be termed a hematic treatment. Man is the most consummate instrument of pain. Only in human suffering does pain find its adequate expression, only in human life does it flow to its destination. Of all the corporeal feelings, pain alone is like a navigable river which never dries up and which leads man down to the sea. Pleasure, in contrast, turns out to be a dead end, wherever man tries to follow its lead. In truth, it is a premonition from another world unlike pain, which is a link between worlds. This is why organic pleasure is intermittent, whereas pain can be permanent. This comparison of pleasure and pain explains why the cause of pain is irrelevant for the understanding of a man's nature, whereas the source of his greatest pleasure is extremely important. For every pain, even the most trivial one, can lead upward to the highest religious suffering, whereas pleasure is not capable of any enhancement, and owes any nobility it possesses to the grace of its birth, that is to say, its source. 6. Nearness and distance. These are two factors that may be as important for the structure and life of the body as other spatial categories, up and down, right and left, etc. They are particularly prominent in the life of eros and sexuality. The erotic life is ignited by distance. On the other hand, there is an affinity between nearness and sexuality as regards distance. It would be instructive to compare Klage's studies on dreaming. 2 Even less well known than the effects of distance on physical contacts are those of nearness. The phenomena associated with these were probably repudiated and downgraded thousands of years ago. Furthermore, there is a precise relation between stupidity and nearness. Stupidity stems ultimately from too close a scrutiny of ideas, the cow staring at a nougat. But this all too close, mindless, examination of 398 Outline of the psychophysical problem. Ideas is the source of an enduring, and unintermittent, beauty. Thus transpires the relation of beauty and stupidity. Literature. Ludwig Klages, Vom Traumbewusstsein Dream Consciousness, Zeitschrift TFUR Pathopsychology 3, No. 4, 1919. GSUND Seal Mind and Soul, Deutsche Psychologie 1, No. 5, 1917, and 2, No. 6, 1919. VOMWE Sendebeu, Stsains The Nature of Consciousness, Leipzig. J. A. Barth, 1921. Mensch und Erde Man and the Earth, M. Munich and Jena, George Miller, 1920. Vom Kosmogenisken Eros and the Cosmos, Munich and Jena, George Miller, 1922. 6. Nearness and Distance, C. Antonyud. The less a man is imprisoned in the bonds of fate, the less he is determined by what lies nearest at hand, whether it be people or circumstances. On the contrary, a free man is in complete control of what is close to him, it is he who determines it. The things that determine his life with the force of fate come to him from a distance. He acts not with regard to what is coming, as if it might catch up with him, but with prudence toward what is distant, to which he submits. This is why interrogating the stars, even considering them allegorically, is more deeply founded than any brooding over what is to come. For the distant things that determine a man's life should be nature itself, and nature's influence is the more undivided, the purer he is. Nature may then frighten the neurotic with the smallest signs of her presence, and her stars may drive the demonic, but her profoundest harmonies and these alone influence only the pious. Moreover, the impact of nature falls not on people's actions but on their lives, which alone are subject to fate. It is here, not in the realm of action, that freedom has its home. For it is the power of freedom that releases the living human being from the influence of individual natural events, and lets him follow the guidance of nature as a whole in the conduct of his affairs. He is guided, but like a sleeper. The perfect man lives only in such dreams, from which he never wakes. For the more perfect a man is, the deeper is his sleep, the sounder and the more confined to a basic chord in his being. Hence, it is a sleep untouched by dreams that are provoked by sounds in his vicinity or by the voices of his fellow creatures, untouched by dreams in which the surf, the spheres, and the wind can be heard. This sea of sleep, deep in the foundations of human 399 nature, has its high tide at night. Every slumber indicates only that it washes ashore from which it retreats in waking hours. What remains are the dreams, however marvelously they are formed. They are no more than the lifeless remains from the womb of the depths. The living remains in him and secure in him, the ship of a waking life, and the fish is the silent booty in the nets of artists. Thus, in this way the sea is the symbol of human nature. As sleep in a deeper, figurative sense, it bears the ship of life on its current, which is accompanied from a distance by the wind and the stars. As slumber, it arises at night like the tide breaking on the shore of life, on which it leaves dreams lying the next day. Nearness and distance are, incidentally, no less important for dreams than for the erotic, but in an attenuated, degraded form. The difference is one that remains to be explored. In itself we see the greatest nearness in the dream, and also perhaps the furthest distance. As to the problem of the reality of dreams, we may assert that when we consider the relation of the dream world to waking life, we must make a sharp distinction between the relation of dreams to the actual world and their relation to the true world. In truth or in the Tiru world, dream and waking as such do not exist. At best, they may be the symbols on which such representations depend. For in the world of truth, the world of perception has lost its reality. Indeed, the world of truth may well not be the world of any consciousness. That is to say, the problem of the relation of dreaming to waking is a problem not of the theory of knowledge but of the theory of perception. Perceptions, however, cannot be true or false, and disagreements can arise only about the status of their meanings. The system of such possible meanings in general is human nature. The problem here, then, is what in human nature concerns the meaning of dreams and what in it concerns the meaning of waking perceptions. So far as knowledge is concerned, both are significant in exactly the same way, namely, as objects with regard to perception in particular. The usual questions about the superiority of one or another of these modes of perception on the grounds that it satisfies a greater number of criteria are senseless. This is because it would be necessary to demonstrate, 1. That the consciousness of truth as such exists, and, 2. That it is characterized by the fact that it can satisfy a relative majority of relevant criteria. In reality, 1. The comparison in such theoretical studies is meaningless, and, 2. For consciousness in general, only the relation to life, not the relation to truth, is relevant. And neither of the two modes of consciousness is truer to life, they merely have different meanings for it. A complete balance between nearness and distance in perfect love. You come flying, fascinated. Dante places Beatrice among the stars. But the stars could be close to him in Beatrice. For in the beloved, the forces of 400 outline of the psychophysical problem. Distance appear close to a man. In this way, distance and nearness are opposite poles in the life of Eros. This is why presence and separation are crucial in love. The spell is the magic of nearness. Eros is the binding element in nature whose energies run free wherever he is not in control. A great spirit, Socrates, is Eros, and like all spirits he is intermediate between the divine and the mortal. And what, I said, is his power? He interprets, she replied, between gods and men, conveying and taking across to the gods the prayers and sacrifices of men, and to men the commands and replies of the gods. He is the mediator who spans the chasm which divides them, and therefore in him all is bound together, and through him the arts of the prophet and the priest, their sacrifices, mysteries and charms, and all prophecy and incantation, find their way. For God mingles not with man, but through love all the intercourse and converse of the gods with man, whether awake or asleep, is carried on. Plato, Symposium, 3. The very type and primal phenomenon of binding, which is to be found in every particular bond, is that of nearness and distance. Therefore, it is the primordial work of Eros above all other things. There is a particular relation of distance and nearness in the sexes. For the man, the powers of distance are supposed to be the determining ones, whereas the powers of nearness enable him to determine others. Yearning is a state of being determined. What is the force that enables the man to influence the things near to him? It has been lost. Flight is the movement from yearning. What is the spellbinding movement that influences nearness? Spell and flight combine in the dream type of a low-level flight above the ground. Nietzsche's life is typical for someone who is determined wholly by distance. It is the fate of the highest among mature men. Because of the failure of the spellbinding power, they can do nothing to keep their distance. And whatever comes close to them is uncontrolled. For this reason, nearness has become the realm of the uncontrolled, something that assumes a terrible form with the extreme closeness of sexual relations in married couples, as Strindberg experienced. But when intact, Eros has binding, spellbinding power even in what is closest. Die Verlassenen, The Abandoned Ones, by Karl Kraus, is the counterpart to Goethe's Belust Yearning Selige Sehnsucht. In the latter, the movement of the wing and the flight, in the former, the spellbound silence of feeling. Goethe's poem is a powerful, continuous movement, Kraus's is prodigiously discontinuous, pausing in the middle stanza that separates the first and the last like a mysterious chasm. This abyss is the primordial fact that is experienced in every passionate, erotic intimacy. Fragment written in 1922 to 1923, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Even the sacramental migrates into myth. Even the sacramental migrates into myth. That is the fact underlying this strange situation. Two couples become acquainted, the bonds uniting them are loosened. Two of them, who had not known each other previously, are mutually attracted to each other. Very soon the other two also enter into the most intimate relationship. We gain the impression that simple matters are difficult and laborious so long as God is dealing with them, but no sooner does the devil intervene than even the most difficult problem can be easily and successfully resolved. The banal explanation for these developments is obvious. Yet even though explanations like he need to be comforted, being in the same situation, and the desire to get even do have some force, they completely fail to explain a situation that is so overwhelmingly and triumphantly beautiful, and that seems so remote from excuses and evasiveness. The flames flare up out of mirror magic, and flicker in the triumphant encounter of the abandoned couple. For in their case, love is not the prime mover, what decides them is the situation in which the ancient sacramental powers of a collapsing marriage seek to insinuate their way between them in the guise of mythical, natural forces. That, and not love, is the hidden, inner side of that symbiosis, the ostensibly identical situation in which the abandoned couple finds itself. The new mundane existence that is now their lot holds the sacrament of marriage exposed within itself. They see each other constantly, like a married couple. To the best of their ability, the former spouses promote the new relationship of the couple now turning away from them. Love, here, is nothing but the semblance of life. It is an illusion that adds to the blind, raging passion of the alchemists and also to the revealed, indeed exposed sacrament of love. The spirit of 403. The Black Mass lives here again, the sacrament takes the place of love, love replaces the sacrament. The spirit of satanic victory rules, and holds the mirror up to marriage. For Satan is a dialectician, and a kind of spurious success the semblance by which Nietzsche was deeply captivated betrays him, just as does the spirit of gravity. Fragment written ca 1923, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Individual Disciplines and Philosophy 1. It has to be shown that the contradictions by means of which the individual disciplines seek to discredit philosophy are to be found just as much in the individual disciplines themselves. At every point in them, moreover. Furthermore, they do not contradict the concept of truth, because there is no truth about an object. Truth is only in it. And the truth in an object may become manifest, depending on the time and the context, in fundamentally different forms that only appear to contradict each other, namely, with regard to a point of view about it, not however with regard to a point of view in it. 2. Our gaze must strike the object in such a way that it awakens something within it that springs up to meet the intention. Whereas the reporter who adopts the stance of the banal philosopher and specialized scientist indulges himself in lengthy descriptions of the object at which his gaze is directed, the intensive observer finds that something leaps out at him from the object, enters into him, takes possession of him, and something different, namely, the non-intentional truth speaks from out of the philosopher. 3. This language of the intentionless truth, that is to say, of the object itself, possesses authority. This authority of the mode of speaking is the yardstick of objectivity Sachlichkeit. It, not the empirical object, in which the intentionless truth subsists and against which it cannot measure itself, since it cannot discover the object outside itself. On the contrary, this authority stands in opposition to the conventional concept of objectivity because its validity, that of the non-intentional truth, is historical, that is to say, anything but timeless. It is bound to a particular historical base and changes with history. Timelessness must therefore be unmasked as an 405. Exponent of the bourgeois concept of truth. The authority we have described, then, contains within it a precise concept of time, since it comes and goes depending on the temporal constellation. But it does not come into being merely because an opinion is gradually declared to be correct and so becomes correct. On the contrary, it leaps into existence as the result of an immersion of the object in itself provoked by the external gaze. 4. This authority proves its worth by testing itself against forms of expression, even non-objective ones, as befits the legitimacy of every author ity. So much so, that the decisive factor at the moment becomes that meticulousness acriby which is the least objective tool of a broadly conceived philosophical methodology and also the guarantor of a sovereign mastery of all the methods for creating an authority that would eliminate this same meticulousness. This is how it should be understood in my work on the Baroque. Insofar as truth is intentionless, it seizes the whole inductive apparatus, which has now become external, and thrusts it back into the work. There, secure in the heart of the matter, it manipulates it playfully, at will in the interest of authority. 5. The objectivity of science, therefore, is of exactly the same type as the alleged objectivity of criticism. Fragment written in 1923, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Why do you collect books? Have the bibliophiles ever been invited to reflect on their own activities? How interesting the replies would be, the honest ones, at least. For only the uninitiated outsider could imagine that there is nothing worth hiding or glossing over here. Arrogance, loneliness, bitterness, those are the dark sides of many a highly educated and contented collector. Now and then, every passion lifts the veil on its demonic aspect. The history of book collecting might tell a few tales about this. With the best of them there is no sign of that in the collector's credo of Karl Hobrecher, whose great collection of children's books is now placed before the public with the appearance of this work. 1. Even a reader who might miss the evidence which is in this man's warm and refined character, or which is revealed on every page of his book, will see from a single moment's reflection that only a person who has held on to a childlike delight in this field, children's books, would have chosen it as the subject of a collection. That childlike pleasure is the origin of his library, and every such collection must have something of the same spirit if it is to thrive. A book, even a single page or a mere picture in an old-fashioned volume handed down from mother and grandmother, may suffice as the support around which the first tender shoots of this passion entwine. It doesn't matter if the cover is loose, or if pages are missing, or if clumsy hands have colored in some of the woodcuts. The search for a beautiful copy has its place, but is more likely here than elsewhere to break the neck of the pedant. And it is good that the patina that has been deposited by unwashed children's hands will keep the book snob at a distance. 25 years ago, when Hobrecher started his collection, old children's books were just so much waste paper. He was the first to provide them with a haven where, for the foreseeable future, they could feel safe from the paper mill. Of the several thousand that fill his shelves, there may be hundreds of which he possesses the only surviving copy. Even though he is the first archivist of children's books, he does not step before the public with a sense of dignity and official rank. He does not solicit respect for his work, but only invites us to share the beauty that it has revealed to him. The scholarly apparatus, in particular a bibliographic appendix of some 200 of the most important titles, is secondary. It will be welcome to the collector without distracting the non-scholar. Children's literature in German, the author tells us in his introduction to its history, began with the Enlightenment. With their emphasis on education, the philanthropists put their great humanitarian cultural program to the test. 2 If man was pious, good, and sociable by nature, it had to be possible to transform children, who were creatures of nature in its purest form, into the most pious, the best, and the most sociable beings of all. And since, in all forms of education inspired by theory, a grasp of practical technique tends to be discovered only at a late stage and the beginnings tend to be full of problematic admonitions, we find that children's books are likewise edifying and moralistic, and that they modulate the catechism, along with its interpretations, in the direction of deism. Hobrecher takes a stern view of these texts. It cannot be denied that they are often dry as dust, and even incomprehensible to children. But these faults, which have long since been overcome, are trifling compared to the follies fashionable today. thanks to supposed insights into the child's psyche, follies such as the depressingly distorted jolliness of rhyming stories and the pictures of grinning babies' faces supplied by God-forsaken, child-loving illustrators. Children want adults to give them clear, comprehensible, but not childlike books. Least of all do they want what adults think of as childlike. Children are perfectly able to appreciate serious matters, even when these may seem remote and indigestible, so long as they are sincere and come straight from the heart. For this reason, there may still be something to be said for some of those old-fashioned texts. At the beginnings of children's literature, we find, in addition to primers and catechisms, illustrated lexicons and illustrated alphabet books, or whatever name we wish to give to the Orbis Pictus of Amos Comenius. This genre, too, is one that the Enlightenment appropriated after its own fashion, as exemplified by Bastow's monumental Elementa work. 3. This book is a pleasure in many respects, even textually. For next to long-winded, encyclopedic learning which, in the spirit of its age, emphasizes the utility of all things from mathematics to tightrope walking, we find moral stories that are so graphic that they verge, not unintentionally, on the comic. Together with these two works, the later picture book For Children deserves a mention. Published in Weimar between 1792 and 1847 under the editorship of F. J. Burduck, it consists of 12 volumes, each with 100 colored copperplate illustrations. The care lavished upon the production of this picture encyclopedia shows the dedication with which people worked for children in those days. Nowadays most parents would be horrified at the suggestion that such precious books should be given to children. Yet in his preface Burduck does not hesitate to invite children to cut the pictures out. Finally, fairy tales and songs and, to a lesser degree, chapbooks and fables as well provide children's literature with its sources. Only the purest sources, of course. Recent novelistic writings for the young, writings that resemble a rootless excrescence full of more than dubious sap, have been inspired by a thoroughly modern prejudice. According to this prejudice, children are such esoteric, incommensurable beings that one needs quite exceptional ingenuity in order to discover ways of entertaining them. It is folly to brood pedantically over the production of objects, visual aids, toys, or books that are supposed to be suitable for children. Since the Enlightenment, this has been one of the mustiest speculations of the pedagogues. Their infatuation with psychology keeps them from perceiving that the world is full of the most unrivaled objects for children's attention and use. And the most specific. For children are particularly fond of haunting any site where things are being visibly worked on. They are irresistibly drawn by the detritus generated by building, gardening, housework, tailoring, or carpentry. In waste products they recognize the face that the world of things turns directly and solely to them. In using these things, they do not so much imitate the works of adults as bring together, in the artifact produced in play, materials of widely differing kinds in a new, intuitive relationship. Children thus produce their own small world of things within the greater one. The fairy tale is such a waste product, perhaps the most powerful to be found in the spiritual life of humanity, a waste product that emerges from the growth and decay of the saga. Children are able to manipulate fairy stories with the same ease and lack of inhibition that they display in playing with pieces of cloth and building blocks. They build their world out of motifs from the fairy tale, combining its various elements. The same is true of songs. And the fable in its proper form can be a spiritual product of wonderful profundity, but its value is seldom recognized by children. We may also question whether young readers admire the fable for the moral tagged on at the end, or whether they use it to school their understanding, as was the traditional wisdom and, above all, the desire of people who were strangers to the nursery. Children enjoy the spectacle of animals that talk and act like people far more than they enjoy any text burdened with good thoughts. Literature intended specifically for the young, we read elsewhere, be egan with a great fiasco, this much is certain. And, we may add, this situation still obtains to this day in a great many instances. One thing redeems even the most old-fashioned and self-conscious prod. Of that era, their illustrations. These were beyond the reach of philanthropic theories, so artists and children swiftly came to an understanding over the heads of the pedagogues. Yet it is not as if the artists had worked exclusively with children in mind. The collections of fables show that related formulas recur in the remotest places with larger or smaller variations. In like fashion, picture books go back even further, as we can see from the way in which, for example, illustrations of the Seven Wonders of the World can be traced back to the copper engravings of the 17th century, and perhaps to earlier times. We may perhaps venture to surmise that the illustrations of these works have some connection with the emblem books of the Baroque period. These are not such very different worlds as might be supposed. At the end of the 18th century, a type of picture book appeared. Such books show, on each page, a motley collection of objects without any pictorial connection between them. These are objects that begin with the same letter of the alphabet: apple, anchor, atlas, and so forth, and are accompanied by their equivalents in one or more foreign languages. The task of the artist in this situation is not unrelated to the problems faced by the graphic artists of the Baroque in designing pictographic combinations of allegorical objects. Both epochs produced ingenious and highly significant solutions. Nothing is more striking than the fact that the 19th century, which was compelled to sacrifice so much of the cultural capital of the preceding age in order to accommodate the huge growth in universal knowledge, nevertheless retained so many of the texts and illustrations of children's books. It is true that after 1810 such sophisticated works as the Viennese edition of Aesop's Fables, second edition, Heinrich Friedrich Müller, Vienna, N.D., a book I consider myself fortunate to be able to add to Haubrecher's list, cease to be produced. In general, refinement in drawing and coloring is not a feature in which the children's books of the 19th century are able to compete with their predecessors. Their charm lies partly in their primitive nature, in the fact that the documents of the time show how the old forms of production have to engage with the early stages of more modern techniques. After 1840 lithography became dominant, whereas earlier, in copper engravings, 18th century motifs are still frequently encountered. In the Biedermeier of the 1820s and 1830s, only the coloring is characteristic and novel. It seems to me that in that Biedermeier period, there is a preference for carmine, orange, and ultramarine. A brilliant green is also used. When set beside these glittering clothes, this sky blue azure, the vivid flickering flames of volcanoes and great conflagrations, what is left of the simple black and white copper engravings and lithographs which had been good enough for boring grown ups in the past. Where shall we again see such roses in bloom? Where are such rosy-cheeked apples and faces to be found? Where will we see such hussars in their green dolmans and madder red uniforms with yellow bands? Even the plain, mouse-grey top hat of the noble father and the pale yellow headscarf of the beautiful mother elicit our admiration. This resplendent, self-sufficient world of colors is the exclusive preserve of children's books. When in paintings the colors, the transparent or glowing motley of tones, interfere with the design, they come perilously close to effects for their own sake. But in the pictures in children's books, the object depicted and the independence of the graphic design usually exclude any synthesis of color and drawing. In this play of colors, the imagination runs riot. After all, the role of children's books is not to induct their readers directly into the world of objects, animals, and people, in other words, into so-called life. Very gradually their meaning is discovered in the outside world, but only in proportion as they are found to correspond to what children already possess within themselves. The inward nature of this way of seeing is located in the color, and this is where the dreamy life that objects lead in the minds of children is acted out. They learn from the bright coloring. For nowhere is sensuous, nostalgia-free contemplation as much at home as in color. But the most remarkable publications emerged in the 1840s, toward the end of the Biedermeier period, concurrently with the growth of technical civilization and that leveling of culture which was not unrelated to it. The dismantling of the hierarchical society of the Middle Ages was now complete. In the course of this process, the finest and best substances often sank to the bottom, and so it comes to pass that the keener observer is often able to rediscover them in the lower reaches of printed and graphic publications, such as children's books, when he might search for them in vain in the generally recognized documents of culture. The merging of all intellectual classes and modes of action becomes particularly clear in a bohemian figure from those days who unfortunately finds no place in Hobrecker's account, even though some of the most perfect children's books, albeit some of the rarest, owe their existence to him. I am thinking of Johann Peter Lyser, the journalist, poet, painter, and musician. The Fable Book of Fables by A. L. Grimm, with illustrations by Lyser, G. Rima, 1827, the Book der Märchen furt und Sony Gebildeterstende Book of Fairy Tales for the Sons and Daughters of the Educated Classes, L. Leipzig, 1834, text and illustrations by Lyser, and Lena's Märchenbuch Lena's Book of Fairy Tales, text by A. L. Grimm, illustrations by Lyser, G. Rima, N.D. These are three of his finest books for children. The color of their lithographs contrasts with the vivid coloring of Biedermeier books and fits much better with the careworn, emaciated features of many of its characters, the shadowy landscape and the fairy tale atmosphere, which is not without an ironic, satanic streak. The cheap sensationalism that forms the background against which this original art developed can be seen most strikingly in the many volumes of The 1001 Nights of the West, with its original lithograph S. This is an opportunistic hodgepodge of fairy tale, saga, local legend, and horror story, which was assembled from dubious sources and published in Meissen in the 1830s by F. W. Gutzk. The most uninteresting towns of central Germany, Meissen, Langens Alza, Potzschapel, Grimma, and Neuhaldensleben, appear to the collector in a magical topographic combination. School teachers may often have acted as writers and illustrators at the same time, and it is easy to imagine the sort of book that introduces the gods and goddesses of the Edda to the youth of Langens Alza in 32 pages and 8 lithographs. For Hobrecker, however, the focal point of interest is not so much here as in the 1840s to 1860s, especially in Berlin, where the graphic artist Theodor Hosmann applied his charming talents above all to the illustration of writings for young people. Even the less worked-on sheets have been given an identity by the cool, graceful coloring and a sympathetic astringency in the expressions of the figures, which will warm the heart of any native Berliner. Admittedly, the earlier, less schematic and less numerous works of the master will rank higher in the eyes of the connoisseur than the better-known ones, which can be recognized by their uniform format and the trademark of their publisher, Winckelmann and Sons of Berlin, and can be found in every second-hand bookshop. An example of the former can be found in the charming illustrations to Puppy Wunderhold the doll, an outstanding JEWEL of the Hobrecker collection. Alongside Hosmann, other artists active at the time include Johann Heinrich Ramberg, Adrian Ludwig Richter, Otto Spechter, and Franz Graf von Poxy, not to mention lesser talents. For children, a whole new world opens up in their black and white woodcuts. The original value of these woodcuts is not inferior to that of the colored prints, they are, in fact, their polar complement. The colored picture immerses the child's imagination in a dream state within itself. The black and white woodcut, the plain, prosaic illustration, leads him out of himself. The compelling invitation to describe, which is implicit in such pictures, arouses the child's desire to express himself in words. And describing these pictures in words, he also describes them by enactment. The child inhabits them. Their surface, unlike that of colored pictures, is not anali mita ngr either in itself or in the mind of the child. On the contrary, it seems incomplete and so can readily be filled out. Children fill them with a poetry of their own. This is how it comes about that children inscribe the pictures with their ideas in a more literal sense. They scribble on them. At the same time as they learn language, they also learn how to write, they learn hieroglyphics. The true meaning of these simple illustrated children's books is very different, then, from the tedious and absurd reasons that induced rationalist pedagogues to recommend them in the first place. Yet here, too, we see the truth of the old saying, Philistines are often right about something, but never for the right reasons. For no other pictures can introduce children to both language and writing as these. Can a truth that was expressed in the old primers when they first provided a picture to illustrate the words. Colored picture books as we now know them are an aberration. In the kingdom of monochrome pictures, children awaken, just as they dream their dreams in the realm of color. The debates about the most recent past are the most acrimonious in all of historiography. This holds true even in the harmless history of children's literature. Opinions will differ most when it comes to judging the children's books from the last quarter of the 19th century on. Although Hobrecher castigated the older literature for its hectoring didactic tone, he perhaps tended to overlook less obvious defects in more recent books. They were also perhaps further removed from his own concerns. A pride in our psychological insight into the internal life of the child, which can nowhere compete with the older pedagogical methods contained in such books as Jean-Paul's Lavana IV, has engendered a literature whose complacent courting of the modern public obscures the fact that it has sacrificed an ethical content which lent dignity even to the most pedantic efforts of neoclassical pedagogy. This ethical content has been replaced by a slavish dependence on the slogans of the daily press. The secret understanding between the anonymous craftsman and the childlike reader has vanished. Both writers and illustrators increasingly address children via the impure medium of acute contemporary anxieties and fashions. Cloying gestures, which are directed not at children but at decadent conceptions of children, have made their home in the illustrations. The format has lost its unpretentious refinement and has become too insistent. Amid all this kitsch, precious documents of cultural history are to be found, but they are still too new for our pleasure in them to be unalloyed. However that may be, Hobrecher's book itself, both in its contents and its appearance, is suffused with the charm of the best romantic children's books. Woodcuts, full-page color illustrations, silhouettes, and delicately colored pictures in the text make it a delightful family book which can give pleasure to adults, while even children could take it up in order to attempt to spell out the old texts or to use the pictures to copy. Only the collector will see a shadow fall over his pleasure. He fears that prices will rise. In exchange, he will be able to hope that a few volumes which might otherwise have been heedlessly destroyed will owe their survival to this work. Written in 1924, published in the Illustrierte Zeitung, 1924. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Naples. Written with Asgia Laces. Some years ago a priest was drawn on a cart through the streets of Naples for indecent offences. He was followed by a crowd hurling maledictions. At a corner, a wedding procession appeared. The priest stands up and makes the sign of a blessing, and the cart's pursuers fall on their knees. So absolutely, in this city, does Catholicism strive to reassert itself in every situation. Should it disappear from the face of the earth, its last foothold would perhaps be not Rome but Naples. Nowhere can this people live out its rich barbarism, which has its source in the heart of the city itself, more securely than in the lap of the Church. It needs Catholicism, for even its excesses are then legalized by a legend, the feast day of a martyr. This is the birthplace of Alfonso de Liguori, the saint who made the practice of the Catholic Church supple enough to accommodate the trade of the swindler and the whore, in order to control it with more or less rigorous penances in the confessional, for which he wrote a 3-volume compendium. Confession alone, not the police, is a match for the self-administration of the criminal world, the Camorra. So it does not occur to an injured party to call the police if he is eager to seek redress. Through civic or clerical mediators, if not personally, he ap proces a Camorrista. Through him, he agrees on a ransom. From Naples to Castellamare, the length of the proletarian suburbs, run the headquarters of the mainland Camorra. For these criminals avoid neighborhoods in which they would be at the disposal of the police. They are dispersed over the city and the suburbs. That makes them dangerous. The traveling citizen who gropes his way as far as Rome from one work of art to the next, as if along a stockade, loses his nerve in Naples. No more grotesque demonstration of this could be provided than in the convocation of an international congress of philosophers. It disintegrated without trace in the fiery haze of this city, while the 7th centennial celebration of the university whose tinny halo was supposed to be, in part, formed of that congress unfolded amid the uproar of a popular festival. Complaining guests, who had been summarily relieved of their money and identification papers, appeared at the secretariat. But the banal tourist fares no better. Even Baedeker cannot propitiate him. Here the churches cannot be found, the starred sculpture always stands in the locked wing of the museum, and the word mannerism warns against the work of the native painters. Nothing is enjoyable except the famous drinking water. Poverty and misery seem as contagious as they appear in descriptions aimed at children, and the foolish fear of being cheated is only a scanty rationalization for this feeling. If it is true, as Paladin said, one that the 19th century inverted the medieval, natural order of the vital needs of the poor, making shelter and clothing obligatory at the expense of food, such conventions have here been abolished. A beggar lies in the road propped against the sidewalk, waving his empty hat like a leave-taker at a station. Here poverty leads downward, just as 2,000 years ago it led down to the crypt. Even today, the way to the catacombs passes through a garden of agony. In it, even today, the disinherited are the leaders. At the Hospital San Gennaro dei Poveri, the entrance is through a white complex of buildings that one passes via 2 courtyards. On either side of the road stand benches for the invalids, who follow those going out with glances that do not reveal whether they are clinging to their garments with hopes of being liberated or with hopes of satisfying unimaginable desires. In the second courtyard, the doorways of the chambers have gratings, behind them cripples display their deformities, and the shock given to daydreaming passers-by is their joy. One of the old men leads, and holds the lantern close to a fragment of an early Christian fresco. Now he utters the centuries-old magic word Pompeii. Everything that the foreigner desires, admires, and pays for is Pompeii. Pompeii makes the plaster imitation of the temple ruins, the lava necklace, and the louse-ridden person of the guide irresistible. This fetish is all the more miraculous as only a small minority of those whom it sustains have ever seen it. It is understandable that the miracle-working Madonna enthroned there is receiving a brand new, expensive church for pilgrims. In this building, and not in that of the Vetii, Pompeii lives for the Neapolitans. And to it, again and again, swindling and wretchedness finally come home. Fantastic reports by travelers have touched up the city. In reality it is grey, a grey-red or ochre, a grey-white. And entirely grey against sky and sea. It is this, not least, that disheartens the tourist. For anyone who is blind to form sees little here. The city is craggy. Seen from a height not reached by the cries from below, from the Castel San Martino, it lies deserted in the dusk, grown into the rock. Only a strip of shore runs level, behind it, buildings rise in tiers. Tenement blocks of 6 or 7 stories, with staircases climbing their foundations, appear against the villas as skyscrapers. At the base of the cliff itself, where it touches the shore, caves have been hewn. As in the hermit pictures of the Trecento, a door is seen here and there in the rock. If it is open, one can see into large cellars, which are at the same time sleeping places and storehouses. Farther on, steps lead down to the sea, to fishermen's taverns installed in natural grottos. Dim light and thin music come up from them in the evening. As porous as this stone is the architecture. Building and action interpenetrate in the courtyards, arcades, and stairways. In everything, they preserve the scope to become a theatre of new, unforeseen constellations. The stamp of the definitive is avoided. No situation appears intended forever, no figure asserts it thus and not otherwise. This is how architecture, the most binding part of the communal rhythm, comes into being here, civilized, private, and ordered only in the great hotel and warehouse buildings on the quays, anarchic, embroiled, village-like in the center, into which large networks of streets were hacked only 40 years ago. And only in these streets is the house, in the Nordic sense, the cell of the city's architecture. In contrast, within the tenement blocks, it seems held together at the corners, as if by iron clamps, by the murals of the Madonna. No one orients himself by house numbers. Shops, wells, and churches are the reference points and not always simple ones. For the typical Neapolitan church does not ostentatiously occupy a vast square, visible from afar, with transepts, gallery, and dome. It is hidden, built-in. High domes are often to be seen only from a few places, and even then it is not easy to find one's way to them, impossible to distinguish the mass of the church from that of the neighboring secular buildings. The stranger passes it by. The inconspicuous door, often only a curtain, is the secret gate for the initiate. A single step takes him from the jumble of dirty courtyards into the pure solitude of a lofty, whitewashed church interior. His private existence is the Baroque opening of a heightened public sphere. For here his private self is not taken up by the four walls, among wife and children, but by devotion or despair. Side alleys give glimpses of dirty stairs leading down to taverns, where 3 or 4 men, at intervals, hidden behind barrels as if behind church pillars, sit drinking. In such corners, one can scarcely discern where building is still in progress and where dilapidation has already set in. For nothing is concluded. Porosity results not only from the indolence of the southern artisan, but also, above all, from the passion for improvisation, which demands that space end. 417. Opportunity be preserved at any price. Buildings are used as a popular stage. They are all divided into innumerable, simultaneously animated theatres. Balcony, courtyard, window, gateway, staircase, roof are at the same time stage and boxes. Even the most wretched pauper is sovereign in the dim, dual awareness of participating, in all his destitution, in one of the pictures of Neapolitan street life that will never return, and of enjoying in all his poverty the leisure to follow the great panorama. What is enacted on the staircases is an advanced school of stage management. The stairs, never entirely exposed, but still less enclosed in the gloomy box of the Nordic house, erupt fragmentarily from the buildings, make an angular turn, and disappear, only to burst out again. In their materials, too, the street decorations are closely related to those of the theatre. Paper plays the main part. Strips of red, blue, and yellow flypaper, altars of glossy-colored paper on the walls, paper rosettes on the raw chunks of meat. Then the virtuosity of the variety show. Someone kneels on the asphalt, a little box beside him, and it is one of the busiest streets. With colored chalk he draws the figure of Christ on the stone, below it perhaps the head of the Madonna. Meanwhile a circle has formed around him. The artist gets up, and while he waits beside his work for 15 minutes or half an hour, sparse, counted out coins fall from the onlookers onto the limbs, head, and trunk of his portrait. He gathers them up, everyone disperses, and in a few minutes the picture is erased by feet. Not the least example of such virtuosity is the art of eating macaroni with the hands. This is demonstrated to foreigners for remuneration. Other things are paid for according to tariffs. Vendors give a fixed price for the cigarette butts that, after a cafe closes, are culled from the chinks in the floor. Earlier, they were sought by candlelight. Alongside the leavings from restaurants, boiled cat skulls, and mussels, they are sold at stalls in the harbor district. Music parades about, not mournful music for the courtyards, but brilliant sounds for the street. A broad cart, a kind of xylophone, is colorfully hung with song texts. Here they can be bought. One of the musicians turns the organ while the other, beside it, appears with his collection cup before anyone who stops dreamily to listen. So everything joyful is mobile, music, toys, ice cream circulate through the streets. This music is both a residue of the last and a prelude to the next feast day. Irresistibly, the festival penetrates each and every working day. Porosity is the inexhaustible law of life in this city, reappearing everywhere. A grain of Sunday is hidden in each weekday. And how much weekday there is in this Sunday! Nevertheless, no city can fade, in the few hours of Sunday rest, more rapidly than Naples. It is crammed full of festal motifs nestling in the most inconspicuous places. When the blinds are taken down before a window, the effect is similar to that of flags being raised elsewhere. Brightly dressed boys fish in deep blue streams and look up at rouged church steeples. High above the streets, wash lines run, with garments suspended on them like rows of pennants. Faint suns shine from glass vats of iced drinks. Day and night the pavilions glow with the pale, aromatic juices that teach even the tongue what porosity can be. If politics or the calendar offers the slightest pretext, however, this secret, scattered world condenses into a noisy feast. And regularly it is crowned with a fireworks display over the sea. From July to September, an unbroken band of fire runs, in the evenings, along the coast between Naples and Salerno. Now over Sorrento, now over Minori or Praiano, but always over, stand fiery balls. Here fire is substance and shadow. It is subject to fashion and artifice. Each parish has to outdo the festival of its neighbor with new lighting effects. In these festivals, the oldest element of their Chinese origin, weather magic, in the form of the rockets that spread like kites, proves far superior to terrestrial splendors, the earthbound suns and the crucifix surrounded by the glow of St. Elmo's fire. On the shore, the stone pines of the Giardino Pubblico form a cloister. Riding under them on a festival night, you see a rain of fire in every treetop. But here, too, nothing is dreamy. Only explosions win an apotheosis popular favor. On Pied à Grata, the Neapolitans' main holiday, this childish joy in tumult puts on a wild face. During the night of September 7th, bands of men, up to 100 strong, roam through every street. They blow on gigantic paper cornets, whose orifices are disguised with grotesque masks. Violently if necessary, one is encircled, and from countless horns the hollow sound clamors in the ears. Whole trades are based on the spectacle. Newspaper boys drag out the names of their wares, Roma and the Corriere di Napoli, as though they were sticks of gum. Their trumpeting is part of urban manufacture. Trade, deeply rooted in Naples, borders on a game of chance and adheres closely to the holiday. The well-known list of the 7 deadly sins situated pride in Genoa, avarice in Florence. The old Germans were of a different opinion. Their term for what is known as Greek love was Florenzen, voluptuousness in Venice, anger in Bologna, greed in Milan, envy in Rome, and indolence in Naples. Lotteries, alluring and consuming as nowhere else in Italy, remain the archetype of business life. Every Saturday at 4 o'clock, crowds form in front of the house where the numbers are drawn. Naples is one of the few cities with its own draw. With the pawnshop and the lottery, the state holds the proletariat in a vice. What it advances to them in one hand it takes back in the other. The more discreet and liberal intoxication of try your luck, in which the whole family takes part, replaces that of alcohol. 419. And business life is assimilated to it. A man stands in an unharnessed carriage on a street corner. People crowd around him. The lid of the coachman's box is open, and from it the vendor takes something, singing its praises all the while. It disappears before one has caught sight of it into a piece of pink or green paper. When it is thus wrapped, he holds it aloft, and in a trice it is sold for a few sous/d. With the same mysterious gesture he disposes of one article after another. Are there lots in this paper? Cakes with a coin in every 10th one? What makes the people so covetous and the man as inscrutable as Maghrabi? He is selling toothpaste. A priceless example of such business manners is the auction. When, at 8 in the morning, the street vendor begins unpacking his goods, umbrellas, shirt fabric, shawls, presenting each item individually to his public, mistrustfully, as if he first had to test it himself, when, growing heated, he asks fantastic prices, and, while serenely folding up the large piece of cloth that he has spread out for 500 lire, drops the price at every fold, and finally, when it lies diminished on his arm, is ready to part with it for 50, he has been true to the most ancient fairground practices. There are delightful stories of the Neapolitans' playful love of trade. In a busy piazza, a fat lady drops her fan. She looks around helplessly, she is too unshapely to pick it up herself. A cavalier appears and is prepared to perform his service for 50 lire. They negotiate, and the lady receives her fan for 10. Blissful confusion in the storehouses. For here they are still one with the vendors' stalls, they are bazaars. The long passageway is favored. In a glass-roofed one, there is a toy shop, in which perfume and liqueur glasses are also on sale, that would hold its own beside fairy tale galleries. Like a gallery, too, is the main street of Naples, the Toledo. Its traffic is among the densest on earth. On either side of this narrow alley, all that has come together in the harbor city lies insolently, crudely, seductively displayed. Only in fairy tales are lanes so long that one must pass through without looking left or right, if one is to avoid falling prey to the devil. There is a department store the type that in other cities is the rich, magnetic center of consumerism. Here it is devoid of charm, outdone by the tightly packed multiplicity. But with a tiny offshoot rubber balls, soap, chocolates it re-emerges somewhere else among the stalls of the small-scale merchants. Similarly dispersed, porous, and commingled is private life. What distinguishes Naples from other large cities is something it has in common with the African kraal. Each private attitude or act is permeated by streams of communal life. To exist for the Northern European the most private of affairs is here, as in the kraal, a collective matter. So the house is far less the refuge into which people retreat than the inexhaustible reservoir from which they flood out. Life bursts not only from doors, not only into front yards, where people on chairs do their work, 420 Naples. They have the ability to make their bodies into tables. From the balconies, housekeeping utensils hang like potted plants. From the windows of the top floors come baskets on ropes, to fetch mail, fruit, and cabbage. Just as the living room reappears on the street, with chairs, hearth, and altar, so only much more loudly the street migrates into the living room. Even the poorest one is as full of wax candles, biscuit saints, sheaves of photos on the wall, and iron bedsteads as the street is of carts, people, and lights. Poverty has brought about a stretching of frontiers that mirrors the most radiant freedom of thought. There is no hour, often no place, for sleeping and eating. The poorer the neighborhood, the more numerous the eating houses. Those who can do so fetch what they need from stoves in the open street. The same foods taste different at each stall. Things are not cooked randomly but are prepared according to proven recipes. In the way that, in the window of the smallest trattoria, fish and meat lie heaped up for inspection, there is a nuance that goes beyond the requirements of the connoisseur. In the fish market, this seafaring people has created a marine sanctuary as grandiose as those of the Netherlands. Starfish, crayfish, cuttlefish from the Gulf waters, which teem with creatures, cover the benches and are often devoured raw with a little lemon. Even the banal beasts of dry land become fantastic. In the 4th or 5th stories of these tenement blocks, cows are kept. The animals never walk on the street, and their hoofs have become so long that they can no longer stand. How could anyone sleep in such rooms? To be sure, there are beds as many as the room will hold. But even if there are 6 or 7, there are often more than twice as many occupants. For this reason, one sees children late at night at 12, even at 2 still in the streets. At midday they then lie sleeping behind a shop counter or on a stairway. This sleep, which men and women also snatch in shady corners, is thus not the protected northern sleep. Here, too, there is interpenetration of day and night, noise and peace, outer light and inner darkness, street and home. This extends even into toys. With the pale, watery colors of the Munich Kindle, the Madonna stands on the walls of the houses. The child that she holds away from her like a scepter is to be found, just as stiff, wrapped and without arms or legs, in the form of a wooden doll in the poorest shops of Santa Lucia. With these toys, the urchins can hit whatever they like. The Byzantine savior still asserts himself today, a scepter and a magic wand even in their fists. Bare wood at the back, only the front is painted. A blue garment, white spots, red hem, and red cheeks. But the demon of profligacy has entered some of these dolls that lie beneath cheap notepaper, clothespins, and tin sheep. In the overpopulated neighborhoods, children are also soon acquainted with sex. But if their increase becomes devastating, if the father of a family dies or the mother. 421. Wastes away, close or distant relatives are not needed. A neighbor takes a child to her table for a shorter or longer period, and thus families interpene trade and relationships that can resemble adoption. The true laboratories of this great process of intermingling are the cafes. Life is unable to sit down and stagnate in them. They are sober, open rooms resembling the political people's cafe, the opposite of everything Viennese, of the confined, bourgeois, literary world. Neapolitan cafes are bluntly to the point. A prolonged stay is scarcely possible. A cup of excessively hot CAFFE espresso, this city is as unrivaled in hot drinks as in sherbets, spumoni, and ice cream, ushers the visitor out. The tables have a coppery shine, they are small and round, and a companion who is less than stalwart turns hesitantly on his heel in the doorway. Only a few people sit down here, briefly. 3 quick movements of the hand, and they have placed their order. The language of gestures goes further here than anywhere else in Italy. The conversation is impenetrable to anyone from outside. Ears, nose, eyes, breast, and shoulders are signaling stations activated by the fingers. These configurations return in their fastidiously specialized eroticism. Helping gestures and impatient touches attract the stranger's attention through a regularity that excludes chance. Yes, here his cause would be hopelessly lost, but the Neapolitan benevolently sends him away, sends him a few kilometers farther on to Mori. Vietera Napoli e poi Mori, he says, repeating an old pun. See Naples and die, says the foreigner after him. Written in 1925, published in the Frankfurter Zeitung, 1925. Translated by Edmund Jeffcott. Notes. 1. Joséphine Peladon, 1859–1918, French author whose works attempt a synthesis of the observation of nature with an interest in the mystical and the occult. Trans. Culum vitae. I was born on July 1, 1892. My parents are Emile Benjamin, a businessman, and his wife, Pauline, née Sean Flies. Both my parents are living. My religion is Judaism. I attended school in the gymnasium division of the Kaiser Friedrich School in Charlottenburg. My schooling there was interrupted for 2 years, when I was 14 and 15, a period that I spent as a boarder at the Haubinda School in Thuringia. I passed my final examinations at Easter 1912. I then studied at the universities of Freiburg im Breisgau, Berlin, Munich, and Bern. My chief interests were philosophy, German literature, and the history of art. Accordingly, the lectures I attended include those of Professors Kohn, Kluge, Rickert, and Whitkopf in Freiburg, Cassirer, Erdmann, Goldschmidt, Hermann, and Simmel in Berlin, Geiger, von der Leyen, and Wolf Flynn in Munich, and Haberlin, Erberts, and Main in Bern. In June 1919 I was awarded my doctorate summa cum laude at the University of Bern. The title of my dissertation was The Concept of Criticism in German Romanticism. I majored in philosophy and minored in modern German literary history and psychology. Since the center of gravity of my scholarly interests lies in aesthetics, my philosophical and literary studies have increasingly converged. A study of the Parnassians' theoretical ideas and tendencies regarding language led to an attempt at a translation of Baudelaire, the principal results of which are summed up in a preface on the theory of language, the task of the translator. From another angle, I have been concerned with the meaning of the connection between the beautiful and appearance shine in the realm of language. This was one of the motifs behind my study Geerth's elective affinities, which I intend to follow up with a study of the new Melusine. In a number. Curriculum Vitae 423. Of the sections of my treatise The Origin of German Trauerspiel, I have attempted to explore the implications of my arguments on language theory for the concrete study of literary history. In my extremely brief attempts to link a discussion of the problems of aesthetics with the great works of the German literary tradition, I see adumbrated the methods that my future studies will adopt. Written in 1925, unpublished in Benjamin's Lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Reflections on Humboldt. It goes without saying that Humboldt everywhere overlooks the magical side of language. In fact, he also overlooks its aspects relating to both mass psychology and individual psychology, in short, its anthropological dimension, especially in the pathological sense. His interest in language is confined to language as part of objective spirit, in Hegel's sense. One could say that insofar as the poetic side of language cannot fully be penetrated without contact with a realm that we may, if need be, call magical, Mallarmé has illuminated it best. This side of language is one that Humboldt fails to penetrate at all. For his limited views, see the Academy edition, p. 43-1. 1. Humboldt declares the word to be the most important component of language, vol. 4, p. 20. 2. It is for language what the individual is for the living world. Isn't there something arbitrary about this view? Mightn't we also compare the word to the index finger on the hand of language, or to the skeleton in relation to the human being as a whole? It is probably of some importance to show that Humboldt never allows anything nakedly dialectical to emerge in his thinking. What he writes is always mediated. There is something inflexible about Humboldt's style and mode of argumentation. See Steinthal on Humboldt's prose. 3 sentences such as the one in vol. 5, p. 2, line 16 from the top. Point 4. Humboldt talks of the subtle and never completely comprehensible interaction between thought and expression. See vol. 5, p. 7, line 6 etc., from the bottom. Written in 1925, unpublished in Benjamin's Lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Review of Bernoulli's Bachofen. Karl Albrecht Bernoulli, Johann Jacob Bachofen and the Natural Symbol, an AP Appreciation, Basel, Benno Schwab, 1924, 697 pages. There exists a book entitled Geschichte der klassischen Mythologie und Religionsgeschichte während des Mittelalters im Abend / und während der Neuzeit History of Classical Mythology and Religion during the Middle Ages in the West and in the Modern World. It was written by Otto Grupp, a learned scholar of note. In the course of its 250 pages, which relentlessly pursue the most eccentric mythographic speculations, there is not even a single mention of Bachofen. This is the extent to which it has become an unquestioned truth that the Basel scholar who wrote during the second half of the last century Grie über Symbolik der A/10 Symbolism of Graves in Antiquity, Das Mutterrecht Matriarchy, and Die Sage van Tanaquil the Saga of Tanaquil are his 3 principal works simply does not exist in the eyes of the official world of classical studies. 1. At best he is considered an outsider whose great learning and great fortune enabled him to indulge his private passion for the mysticism of antiquity. In contrast to this, it is common knowledge that his name is always mentioned where sociology, anthropology, and philosophy attempt to venture from the beaten track. References to Bachofen can be encountered in Engels, Weininger, and, recently, with particular emphasis, in Ludwig Klage's Point 2 the book Cosmogonis der Eros and the Cosmos by this great philosopher and anthropologist, a description which, despite Klage's himself, I prefer to the inadequate term psychologist, is the first to refer authoritatively to Bachofen's ideas. His book depicts the system of natural and anthropological data that served as the subsoil of the classical cult which Bachofen identifies. 427. As the patriarchal religion of Scythianism, the cult of the earth and the dead. In the first rank of the realities of a natural mythology, which Klages attempts in his studies to retrieve from an oblivion that has lasted thousands of years, he posits the true and effective existence of certain elements he calls images. It is only with the aid of these that a deeper world can be revealed to mankind in a state of ecstasy and can impinge through human agency on the mechanical world of the senses. These images, however, are souls, be they of things or people. The distant souls of the past form the world in which the primitives, whose consciousness is comparable to the dream consciousness of modern man, can receive their perceptions. Bernoulli's study of Bachofen is dedicated to Klages and attempts to transfer the entire breadth of Bachofen's world onto the grid of Klages' system in an orderly fashion. This enterprise is all the more productive since it simultaneously attempts to grapple with Klages and his doomed attempt to reject the existing technical, mechanized state of the modern world. In his discussion, he does not evade the challenge represented by the philosophical or rather theological center from which Klages directs his prophecy of doom with a force that forever puts the efforts of other critics of our culture in the shade, including those produced by the George Circle. But we cannot judge Bernoulli's campaign a total success, although we remain even more convinced of the need for it than he is. A satisfactory reckoning is still awaited. It would be deeply regrettable if the excessive scope of this book were to distract the philosophical reader's attention from the great importance of its central message. Unfortunately, Bernoulli succumbed to the temptation to include every issue of the day connected with Bachofen, however ephemeral. The result is that a suffocating boudoir atmosphere occasionally threatens to stifle his narrative. His polemical purpose may have justified a similar approach in his book on Overbeck and Nietzsche, but here it has become an irritant rooted in the same casual approach as his numerous stylistic lapses. These defects, however, should not be allowed to detract from the extraordinary merits of the book. It has been issued in a worthy edition by the Old Basel publishing house of Benno Schwab, which published a second edition of Matriarchy and which has provided Bernoulli's book with an affectingly beautiful portrait of Bachofen. N.S. Johann Peter Hebel. If today, on the centenary of his death, Johann Peter Hebel cannot be exhumed and recommended to the public as someone neglected, this is due much more to his own virtues than to those of posterity. 1 His overwhelming modesty would resist such a role, even posthumously. It cheated an entire century of the realization that the Schatzkästlein des Rheinischen Hausfreunds treasure chest of the Rhenish family friend is one of the purest achievements of the filigree craft of German prose. But if such a view appears novel or even paradoxical, the fault lies with that same 19th century, that posterity with its ghastly cultural arrogance, which has induced it to cast away the key to this treasure and consign it to children and peasants, because popular writers are supposedly inferior to even the most god-forsaken poet. Especially if their source flows in dialect. And dialect, it must be admitted, is a murky source, if it is stubborn enough to be sufficient unto itself, too vain to acknowledge the national literature, and blind toward the larger concerns of mankind. Hebel's enlightened humanism protects him from such vanity, however. Nothing could be further removed from a blinkered and provincial local art than the explicit cosmopolitanism of the settings of his tales. Moscow and Amsterdam, Jerusalem and Milan form the horizon of his world, at whose core as is just Liesegringen, Brassenheim, and Tuttlingen. This is the mark of all true spontaneous popular art. It articulates the exotic and monstrous with the same affection and in the same tone of voice that mark its descriptions of the affairs of its own home territory. The wide-eyed and observant gaze of this parson and philanthropist is able to find room for the whole universe inside the village economy, and Hebel tells of the planets, moon, and comets as a chronicler, I. 429. Not as a teacher. For example, he says of the moon, which he shows us, startlingly, as a landscape just as Chagall does in his famous picture, in any one place there, a day lasts roughly as long as about 2 of our weeks, and the same goes for the night, so that a night watchman must take great care not to lose track of the time when the clock strikes 223 or 309. After reading sentences like this one, it's not hard to guess that Jean Pauwf was this man's favorite writer. It is evident that such men are delicate empiricists, to quote Goethe's expression, because to their way of thinking everything factual is already theory, particularly since the local event, the anecdotal, the criminal, the amusing all contained a moral theorem and has a highly bizarre, scurrilous, and unpredictable connection with the larger reality. In his Lavana, Jean-Paul recommends brandy for babies and demands that they be given beer. Much less controversially, Hebel incorporates crimes, swindles, and other villainy as illustrative material in his popular calendars. And here, as in all his writings, the moral always appears where you least expect it. Everyone knows how the barber's boy in Segringen agrees to cut the beard of the Stranger from the army because no one else has the courage to do so. The soldier says, "If you cut me, I shall stab you to death." And then, at the end, the barber's boy replies, "Why, oh, you wouldn't have stabbed me, sir, because if you had twitched and I had nicked your face, I would have got in first. I would have slit your throat in a trice and run off as fast as my legs would carry me." This is Hebel's method of moralizing. Hebel took numerous rogues' tales from older sources. But the temperament of Firebrand Fred Heiner and Red Dieter that of the highwayman and swindler was all his own. As a boy he was notorious for his practical jokes, and there is a story about the adult Hebel and his meeting with Franz Joseph Gall, the famous early phrenologist who once visited Baden. Hebel was introduced to him and asked his opinion. Gall felt Hebel's head, but apart from some indistinct mumbling, he said nothing but very powerfully developed. Whereupon Hebel asked him, "Do you mean my thief's bum pee?" The extent to which Hebel's comic tales contain a strand of the demonic can be seen in the great lithographs that Dambacher used in 1842 to illustrate an edition of the Schwank des Rheinisken Hausfreunds comic tales from the Rhenish family friend. These uncommonly powerful illustrations are, as it were, the cart sharps and smugglers' secret marks which link Hebel's more innocent rogues gallery with the more sinister and terrifying petty bourgeois figures from Beichner's W. Otzek. For this parson who has no equal among German writers when it comes to the narration of incident, and whose repertoire encompassed the entire gamut of human experience, from the lowest horse trader to acts of the greatest generosity, was not the man to overlook the element of the demonic in bourgeois business life. His eye was sharpened by his theological schooling. Protestant discipline also had a direct impact on Hebel's prose style. Even though this is often understood too narrowly, it is indubitably the case that modern German prose exhibits a highly tense, highly dialectical relationship between two opposite poles, a constant one and a variable one. The first is the German of Luther's Bible, the second is dialect. The way in which the two coalesce in Hebel is the key to his mastery as an artist. But this is obviously much more than just a matter of language. Unverhoftswiedersehen, unexpected reunion, contains this incomparable description of the passing of 50 years during which a bride mourns the death of her beloved, a miner, in an accident. In the meantime the city of Lisbon in Portugal was destroyed by an earthquake, and the 7 Years' War came and went, and the Emperor Francis I died, and the Society of Jesus was banned, and Poland was partitioned, and the Empress Maria Theresa died, and Struensee III was executed, and America gained its freedom, and the combined French and Spanish forces failed to capture Gibraltar. The Turks locked up General Stein in the Veterani Cave in Hungary, and the Emperor Joseph died, too. King Gustav of Sweden conquered Russian Finland, and the French Revolution and the Long Wars broke out, and the Emperor Leopold II went to his grave. Napoleon conquered Prussia and the English bombarded Copenhagen, and the farmers sowed and reaped. The miller ground his corn, and the smiths hammered, and the miners dug for metal ore in their subterranean workshop. But in 1809, when the miners in Phelan, when he describes the passing of 50 years of mourning in this manner, we can see an experientially grounded Erfahren metaphysics at work, a metaphysics that matters more than anything experienced jeds let. In other cases, however, his unbounded artistic freedom is based on a use of language that is at times dictatorial, not unlike Goethe's in the second part of Faust. Such authority does not of course derive from the dialect pure and simple, which always remains diffident and lacking in authority, but probably comes from the tense and critical interplay between the traditional High German and the dialect. As with Luther, the impact of one on the other causes all sorts of wonderfully bizarre expressions to fly like wood shavings from a plane expressions that then enter the standard language. Then the man of good sense goes on his way and thinks good thoughts. And he can't see enough of the trees in bloom and the colorful meadows all around. Such sentences, and the Schatzkasseline is an almost uninterrupted succession of them, ought at long last to be made available in a complete edition that would be conceived neither as the pretext for fashionable illustrations nor as a cheap school prize, but as a monument of German prose. Such an edition, which we still do not have, would be an invaluable reference work. For it is a peculiarity of these tales by Hebel, and the seal of their perfection, that we see how easy it is to forget them. No sooner do you believe that you have fixed one in your mind than the richness of the text proves you wrong. A denouement which you can never really now, but which at best you can just learn by heart, quite frequently rewards you for all that has gone before. This piece is the legacy of the civil servant who is now in Dresden. After all, he sent the family friend a fine pipe bowl as a souvenir. There is a winged boy on it and a girl, and they are doing something together. But he'll be back again, that civil servant. This is the end of Die Probe, the test. Anyone who does not discover Hebel gazing out at him from such a sentence will not find him in any other. But to intervene in the story like this is not a sign of romanticism. It is, rather, in the style of the immortal Sterne. Written in 1926, published in the Westdeutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, 1926. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Not every writer benefits from being recommended. To speak of Hebel is difficult, to recommend him is superfluous, and to set him before the people, as is the custom, is reprehensible. One he will never fit into the ranks of the cultural grenadiers whom the German schoolmaster parades before his ABC marksmen. Hebel is a moralist, but his morality is not that which the business of the big bourgeoisie has established. That was just in the process of emerging in Hebel's day, and he took a very close look at it indeed, precisely because he knew all about business ethics. As the sworn expert of an age that operated with huge business risks, he evaluated this morality. For he had experienced the French Revolution as a grown man, and knew what it means when a nation withdraws credit en masse from its ruling class. No doubt he was on good terms with the best representatives of that ruling class, with the solid small businessmen, but for that very reason, he wanted to teach them the only method of accounting that brings happiness. With God is the expression that should stand in the folio edition of his Rheinischer Hausfreund Rhenish family friend, with its classical exemples of such pious calculations neatly set out in different categories for household use. Double entry bookkeeping, and it always comes out right. On the credit side, the everyday life of peasant and burgher, the possession of interest-bearing minutes, the paid-up capital of labor and guile. And on the debit side, the day of judgment, the one that is not counted in minutes, that has no glory to disperse, and no damnation, but only the heartfelt, homey tranquility that apportions true, historical security to the most private things of life, for with the passage of time, a person's location in his generation provides a sense of security, much as a hearth does in space. Both to the right and to the left, Hebel has undeniably provided an equal balance. His morality does not preach, it is the straight line at the bottom, drawn with the long ruler. Once you have arrived at that point, you can turn the light out and sleep the sleep of the just. No writer of short stories could be freer of Mood. The present of all his works is not the years 1760 to 1826, the time in which his characters live is not numbered in years. Just as theology, for Hebel was a theologian, and even a member of an ecclesiastical committee, thinks of history in generations, in the same way Hebel perceives in all the activities of his characters the generation that had to blunder about in the crises that broke out in the Revolution of 1789 in France. In his Scoundrels and Ne'er-do-wells, there are echoes of Voltaire, Condorcet and Diderot. The unspeakably vile cleverness of his Jews has no more of the Talmud in it than of the spirit of Moses Hess, the somewhat later predecessor of the Socialists. Conspiracy was not alien to Hebel. Of course, the secret society of this man, whose simple but formless life is opaque to the outside gaze, was not political in nature. On the contrary, his paroudia en nature, his love of the mountains, his entire nature mysticism with its boyish fascination with secret scripts and its altar in the mountains, with him as the high priest, the pseudo-King Peter I of Assmanshausen, all that reminds us of the frivolous activities of pre-revolutionary Rosicrucians. The fact that Hebel was able to say and think great or important things only incidentally, though this was a strength of his stories, also led to vacillation and weakness in his life. Even his contributions to the calendar of the Rheinischer Hausfreunde arose under an external compulsion about which he constantly grumbled. But that did not prevent him from preserving a sense of proportion as to what was great and what was small. If he was never able to speak of one without at the same time including the other in a highly complex and imbricated manner, his realism was always powerful enough to preserve him from that mystical glorification of the small and the petty which sometimes became a weakness in Stifter. Point 2. He not only loved Jean Paul, whose writing is related to his, but also Goethe. 3. Schiller, on the other hand, he could not read. This meek and pious author of dialect poems and catechisms can still show modern school teachers his cloven hoof in Andries Hofer, with which the Schicksalein of 1827 concludes. In this story he gives a stern, even sarcastic account of the Tyrolese uprising. When confronted with Goethe's lack of patriotism, the German literary historian cannot but react with something of the embarrassment he feels after a lost world war. In truth, however, both writers are only expressing the same unwavering respect for actual power relationships, and it may be added that, when confronted with these, naivete on moral issues is the least permissible attitude of all. According to this basic principle, Hebel duly recorded daily life in town and village. In his business transactions, only cash payment is allowed. He declines to honor the check of irony, but his humor collects huge sums in pennies. He is exemplary in his storytelling as a whole, as well as inexhaustible in every detail. One of his stories opens with the words, "It is well known that once upon a time an old mayor of Wasselnheim complained to his wife that his French would bring him to an early grave." This expression "well known" is enough to fill in the sterile gulf that separates history from private life in the mind of every Philistine. To say nothing of that 20-line historical excursus in Unverhoftswiedersehen, an unexpected reunion which contains the whole of Hebel in a nutshell. Hebel's artistry is as nondescript as emperors and victories appear to be in those 20 lines of world history. It is all difficult to evaluate, right down to the level of linguistic detail, for the use of dialect seems to swathe its power in a veil of mystery rather than provide a source of energy. The minute scale of his work is the guarantee of his survival in even the most alien environment. A bishop's crozier that is handed down in a family from one generation to the next may one day be thrown away because it has become as great an embarrassment as a Jacobin's bonnet rouge. But no one will throw away that inconspicuous brooch on which a crozier is crossed with a bonnet rouge. Written in 1926, published in Die literarische Welt, 1926. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. The world of children's books, a soft green glow in the evening red. C. F. Heinel. In one of Andersen's tales, there is a picture book that cost H. Alpha King DOM. In it everything was alive. Tee birds sang, and people came out of the book and spoke. But when the princess turned the page, Tee leaped back in again so that there should be no disorder. Pretty and unfocused, like so much that Andersen wrote, this little invention misses the crucial point by a hair's breadth. The objects do not come to meet the picturing child from the pages of the book, instead, the gazing child enters into those pages, becoming suffused, like a cloud, with the riotous colors of the world of pictures. Sitting before his painted book, he makes the Taoist vision of perfection come true. He overcomes the illusory barrier of the book's surface and passes through colored textures and brightly painted partitions to enter a stage on which fairy tales spring to life. Hoa, the Chinese word for painting, is much like qua, meaning attach. You attach 5 colors to the objects. In German, the word used is anlegen, you apply colors. In such an open, color-bedecked world where everything shifts at every step, the child is allowed to join in the game. Draped with colors of every hue that he has picked up from reading and observing, the child stands in the center of a masquerade and joins in, while reading, for the words have all come to the masked ball, are joining in the fun and are whirling around together, like tinkling snowflakes. Prince is a word with a star tied to it, said a boy of 7. When children think up stories, they are like theater producers who refuse to be bound by SNZ. This is easily proved. If you give children 4 or 5 specific words and ask them to make a short sentence on the spot, The most amazing prose comes to light, thus, not a glimpse into but a guide to children's books. At a stroke, the words throw. 436. On their costumes and in the twinkling of an eye they are caught up in a battle, love scenes, or a brawl. This is how children write their stories, but also how they read them. And there are rare, impassioned ABC books that play a similar sort of game in pictures. Under Plate A, for example, you will find a higgledy-piggledy still life that seems very mysterious until you realize what is happening and what apple, ABC book, ape, airplane, anchor, ark, arm, armadillo, aster, and axe are all doing in the same place. Children know such pictures like their own pockets, they have searched through them in the same way and turned them inside out, without forgetting the smallest thread or piece of cloth. And if, in the colored engraving, children's imaginations can fall into a reverie, the black and white woodcut or the plain prosaic illustration draws them out of themselves. Just as they will write about the pictures with words, so, too, will they write them in a more literal sense, they will scribble on them. Unlike the colored pictures, the surface of the black and white illustration seems to be incomplete and hence in need of additions. So children imaginatively complete the illustrations. At the same time as they learn language from them, they also learn writing, hieroglyphic S. It is in this spirit that the first words learned are supplemented with line drawings of the objects they refer to, e.g., it. The genuine worth of such straightforward picture books is far removed from the rationalist crudeness that caused them to be recommended in the first place. The way the child makes itself a little home, explores its picture landscape with its eyes and finger, can be seen in this paradigmatic nursery rhyme from an old picture book, Steckenpferd und Puppy Stick Horse and Doll, by J. P. Witch, Nordlingen, 1843. In front of the little town, there sits a little dwarf, behind the little dwarf, there stands a little mountain, from the little mountain, there flows a little stream, on the little stream, there floats a little roof, beneath the little roof, there stands a little room, inside the little room, there sits a little boy, behind the little boy, there stands a little bench, on the little bench, there rests a little chest, in the little chest, there stands a little box, in the little box, there lies a little nest, in front of the little nest, there stands a little cat, that's a lovely little place, I'll make a note of that. In a less systematic, more whimsical and boisterous way, children play with puzzle pictures in which they set out in pursuit of the thief, the lazy pupil, or the hidden teacher. Though such pictures may seem related to those drawings full of contradictions and impossibilities which nowadays are used for tests, these are likewise really only a masquerade, exuberant, impromptu games in which people walk upside down, stick their arms and 437 legs between tree branches, and use a house roof as a coat. These carnivals overflow even into the more serious space of ABC books and reading primers. In the first half of the last century, Paul Renner in Nuremberg published a set of 24 sheets in which the letters were introduced in disguise, as it were. F appears as a Franciscan, C as a clerk, P as a porter. The game was so popular that variations on these old motifs have survived to this day. Last, the rebus rings in the Ash Wednesday of this carnival of words and letters. It is the unmasking, from the midst of the resplendent procession, the motto the gaunt figure of reason gazes out at the children. The rebus, a word that, curiously, was formerly traced back to rever instead of to res, has the most distinguished origins. It descends directly from the hieroglyphics of the Renaissance, and one of its most precious books, the Hypnerotomachia Polyphili, may be described as its letters patent. It was perhaps never so widely known in Germany as in France, where around 1840 there was a fashion for charming picture collections in which the text was printed in the form of picture writing. Even so, German children, too, had delightful educational rebus books. By the end of the 18th century at the latest, we see the publication of Sittenspreich des Books Jesus Sirach F2R Kinder und Junglut aus Alien Standen mit Bildern welch die Vornehmsten Wörter Austriac and moral sayings from the Book of Ecclesiasticus for children and young people of all classes, with pictures that express the most important words. The text is delicately engraved in copper, and wherever possible all the nouns are represented by small, beautifully painted illustrative or allegorical pictures. As late as 1842, Benedictus Gotthelf Teubner published a Kleine Bibel F2R Kinder Little Bible for Children, with 460 illustrations. And in children's books, even children's hands were catered to just as much as their minds or their imaginations. There are the well-known pull-out books, which have degenerate the most and seem to be the most short-lived as a genre, just as the books themselves never last for long. A delightful example was the Livre Juju, which was published by Janet in Paris, presumably in the 1840s. It is the story of a Persian prince. All the incidents of his adventures are illustrated, and each joyful episode where he is rescued can be made to appear with the wave of a magic wand, by moving the strip at the side of the page. Similar to these are the books in which the doors and curtains in the pictures can be opened to reveal pictures behind them. And finally, just as a novel has been written about the doll you can dress up, Isabel/ens v Rundlungen oder das Mädchen in six Gestalten, ein Unterhaltensbuch F2R Mädchen mit sieben kolorierten beweglichen Kupfern Isabella's Transformations, or The Girl with Six Outfits, an entertaining book for girls, with 7 colored pictures that move, published in Vienna. So, too, you now find in books those beautiful games in which little cardboard figures can be attached by means of invisible slits in the board and can be. Figure 1 Aesop's Fables, 2nd edition. Published by Heinrich Friedrich Müller, bookseller, Kohlmarkt 1218, Vienna, no date. Collection of Walter Benjamin. Rearranged at will. This means that you can change a landscape or a room according to the different situations that arise in the course of the story. For those few people who as children or even as collectors have had the great good fortune to come into possession of magic books or puzzle books, all of the foregoing will have paled in comparison. These magic books were ingeniously contrived volumes that displayed different series of pictures according to the way one flicked through the pages. The person in the know can go through such a book 10 times, and will see the same picture on page after page, until his hand slips, and now it is as if the entire book were transformed, and completely different pictures make their appearance. 439. Books such as these, like the quarto from the 18th century in the hands of the present writer, seem to contain nothing but a flower vase, or again a grinning devil, or some parrots, followed by all black or all white pages, windmills, court jesters, or pierrots. Another one has a series of toys, sweets for a well-behaved child, or, again, when you turn it round, a series of punishments and frightening faces for the child who has been naughty. The heyday of children's books, in the first half of the 19th century, was not just the product of an educational philosophy, which was in some respects superior to that of today, but also emerged simply as an aspect of the bourgeois life of the day. In a word, it was created by the Biedermeier period. Even the smallest towns contained publishers whose most ordinary products were as elegant as the modest house furniture of the time, in the drawers of which their books lay untouched for a century. This is why there are children's books not just from Berlin, Leipzig, Nuremberg, and Vienna, for the collector, works published in Meissen, Grimme, Gotha, Pima, Plauen, Magdeburg, and Neuhaldensleben have a much more promising ring. Illustrators were at work in almost all of those towns, though the 441 majority have remained unknown. From time to time, however, one of them is rediscovered and receives a biographer. This was the case with Johann Peter Lyser, the painter, musician, and journalist. A. L. Grimm's Fabelbuch Book of Fables, G. Rima, 1827, with Lyser's illustrations, the Buch der Märchen furt und Sony Gebildeterstende Book of Fairy Tales for Daughters and Sons of the Educated Classes, Leipzig, 1834, with text and illustrations by Lyser, and Lena's Märchenbuch Lena's Book of Fairy Tales, G. Rima, N.D., with text by A. L. Grimm and illustrations by Lyser, contain his most beautiful work for children. The coloring of these lithographs pales beside the fiery coloring of the Biedermeier period, and matches better the haggard and often careworn figures, the shadowy landscape, and the fairy tale atmosphere which is not without an ironic, satanic streak. The craftsmanship in these books was fully committed to the ordinary life of the petty bourgeoisie. It was not there to be enjoyed but was to be used like cooking recipes or proverbs. It represents a popular, even childlike variant of the dreams that assumed their most exaggerated forms in the works of the Romantics. This is why Jean-Paul is their patron saint. 1 The central German fairy world of his stories has found expression in their pictures. No writing is closer to their unpretentiously colorful world than his. For his genius, like that of color itself, is based on fantasy, not creative power. When you look at colors, the intuitions of fantasy, in contrast to the creative imagination, manifest themselves as a primal phenomenon. All form, every outline that man perceives, corresponds to something in him that enables him to reproduce it. The body imitates itself in the form of dance, the hand imitates and appropriates it through drawing. But this ability finds its limits in the world of color. The human body cannot produce color. It does relates to it not creatively but receptively, through the shimmering colors of vision. Anthropologically, too, sight is the watershed of the senses because it perceives color and form simultaneously. And so, on the one hand, the body is the organ of active relations, the perception of form and movement, hearing and voice. On the other hand, there are the passive relations. The perception of color belongs to the realms of smell and taste. Language itself synthesizes this group into a unity in words like looking, smelling, tasting, which apply intransitively to objects and transitively to human beings. In short, pure color is the medium of fantasy, a home among clouds for the spoiled child, not the strict canon of the constructive artist. Here is the link with its sensuous, moral effect which Goethe understood entirely in the spirit of the Romantics. In their illumination and their obscurity, the transparent colors are without limits, just as fire and water can be regarded as their zenith and nadir. The relation of light to transparent color is, when you come to look into it deeply, infinitely fascinating, and when the colors flare up, merge into one another. 443. Arise anew, and vanish. It is like taking breath in great pauses from one eternity to the next, from the greatest light down to the solitary and eternal silence in the deepest shades. The opaque colors, in contrast, are like flowers that do not dare to compete with the sky, yet are concerned with weakness, that is to say, white, on the one side, and with evil, that is to say, black, on the other side. It is these, however, that are able to produce such pleasing variations and such natural effects that ultimately the transparent colors end up as no more than spirits playing above them and serve only to enhance them. 2. With these words, the supplement to the theory of color does justice to the sensibilities of these worthy colorists and hence to the spirit of children's games themselves. Just think of the many games that are concerned with pure imaginative contemplation, soap bubbles, parlor games, the watery color of the magic lantern, watercoloring, decals. In all of these, the color seems to hover suspended above the objects. Their magic lies not in the colored object or in the mere dead color, but in the colored glow, the colored brilliance, the ray of colored light. At the end of its panorama, the glimpse into the world of children's books culminates in a rock covered with bead or flowers. Leaning on a sky-blue goddess, the poet lies there with his melodious hands. What the muse whispers to him, a winged child sitting next to him puts into a drawing. Scattered around are a harp and a lute. Dwarves fiddle and toot in the depths of the mountain, while in the sky the sun is setting. This is how Lyser once painted the landscape, and the eyes and cheeks of children poring over books are reflected in the glory of the sunset. Written in 1926, published in Die Literarische Welt, 1926. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. One-Way Street. This street is named Aeschylaces Street after her who as an engineer cut it through the author. Filling station. The construction of life is at present in the power far more of facts than of convictions, and of such facts as have scarcely ever become the basis of convictions. Under these circumstances, true literary activity cannot aspire to take place within a literary framework. This is, rather, the habitual expression of its sterility. Significant literary effectiveness can come into being only in a strict alternation between action and writing. It must nurture the inconspicuous forms that fit its influence in active communities better than does the pretentious, universal gesture of the book in leaflets, brochures, articles, and placards. Only this prompt language shows itself actively equal to the moment. Opinions are to the vast apparatus of social existence what oil is to machines. One does not go up to a turbine and pour machine oil over it, one applies a little to hidden spindles and joints that one has to know. Breakfast room. A popular tradition warns against recounting dreams the next morning on an empty stomach. In this state, though awake, one remains under the spell of the dream. For washing brings only the surface of the body and the visible motor functions into the light, while in the deeper strata, even during the morning ablutions, the grey penumbra of dream persists and, indeed, in the solitude of the first waking hour, consolidates itself. He who shuns contact with the day, whether for fear of his fellow men or for the sake of inward composure, is unwilling to eat and disdains his breakfast. He thus avoids a rupture between the nocturnal and the daytime worlds, a precaution justified only by the combustion of dream in a concentrated morning's work, if not in prayer. Otherwise this avoidance can be a source of confusion between vital rhythms. In this condition, the narration of dreams can bring calamity, because a person still half in league with the dream world betrays it in his words and must incur its revenge. To express this in more modern terms, he betrays himself. He has outgrown the protection of dreaming naivete, and in laying hands on his dream visages without thinking, he surrenders himself. For only from the far bank, from broad daylight, may dream be addressed from the superior vantage of memory. This further side of dream is attainable only through a cleansing analogous to washing, yet totally different. By way of the stomach. The fasting man tells his dream as if he were talking in his sleep. The hours that hold the figure and the form have run their course within the house of dream. Cellar. We have long forgotten the ritual by which the house of our life was erected. But when it is under assault and enemy bombs are already taking their toll, what enervated, perverse antiquities do they not lay bare in the foundations? What things were interred and sacrificed amid magic incantations, what horrible cabinet of curiosities lies there below, where the deepest shafts are reserved for what is most commonplace. In a night of despair, I dreamed I was with my best friend from my school days, whom I had not seen for decades and had scarcely ever thought of at that time, tempestuously renewing our friendship and brotherhood. But when I awoke, it became clear that what despair had brought to light like a detonation was the corpse of that boy, who had been immured as a warning, that whoever one day lives here may in no respect resemble him. Vestibule. A visit to Goethe's house. I cannot recall having seen rooms in the dream. It was a perspective of whitewashed corridors like those in a school. Two elderly English lady visitors and a curator are the dream's extras. The curator requests us to sign the visitor's book lying open on a desk at the farthest end of a passage. On reaching it, I find as I turn the pages my name already entered in big, unruly, childish characters. Dining hall. In a dream I saw myself in Goethe's study. It bore no resemblance to the one in Weimar. Above all, it was very small and had only one window. The 446 side of the writing desk abutted on the wall opposite the window. Sitting and writing at it was the poet, in extreme old age. I was standing to one side when he broke off to give me a small vase, an urn from antiquity, as a present. I turned it between my hands. An immense heat filled the room. Goethe rose to his feet and accompanied me to an adjoining chamber, where a table was set for my relatives. It seemed prepared, however, for many more than their number. Doubtless there were places for my ancestors, too. At the end, on the right, I sat down beside Goethe. When the meal was over, he rose with difficulty, and by gesturing I sought leave to support him. Touching his elbow, I began to weep with emotion. For men. To convince is to conquer without conception. Standard clock. To great writers, finished works weigh lighter than those fragments on which they work throughout their lives. For only the more feeble and distracted take an inimitable pleasure in closure, feeling that their lives have thereby been given back to them. For the genius each caesura, and the heavy blows of fate, fall like gentle sleep itself into his workshop labor. Around it he draws a charmed circle of fragments. Genius's application. Come back. All is forgiven. Like someone performing the giant swing on the horizontal bar, each boy spins for himself the wheel of fortune from which, sooner or later, the momentous lot shall fall. For only that which we knew or practiced at 15 will one day constitute our attraction. And one thing, therefore, can never be made good, having neglected to run away from one's parents. From 48 hours exposure in those years, as if in a caustic solution, the crystal of life's happiness forms. Manorially furnished 10-room apartment. The furniture style of the second half of the 19th century has received its only adequate description, and analysis, in a certain type of detective novel at the dynamic center of which stands the horror of apartments. The arrangement of the furniture is at the same time the site plan of deadly traps, and the suite of rooms prescribes the path of the fleeing victim. That this kind of detective novel begins with Poe at a time when such accommodations hardly yet existed is no counter-argument. For without exception they 447. Great writers perform their combinations in a world that comes after them, just as the Paris streets of Baudelaire's poems, as well as Dostoevsky's characters, existed only after 1900. The bourgeois interior of the 1860s to the 1890s with its gigantic sideboards distended with carvings, the sunless corners where potted palms sit, the balcony embattled behind its balustrade, and the long corridors with their singing gas flames fittingly houses only the corpse. Oh, and this sofa the ant cannot but be murdered. The soulless luxury of the furnishings becomes true comfort only in the presence of a dead body. Far more interesting than the Oriental landscapes in detective novels is that rank Orient inhabiting their interiors, the Persian carpet and the ottoman, the hanging lamp and the genuine dagger from the Caucasus. Behind the heavy, gathered kilim tapestries, the master of the house has orgies with his share certificates, feels himself the Eastern merchant, the indolent pasha in the caravanserai of Ogios enchantment, until that dagger in its silver sling above the divan puts an end, one fine afternoon, to his siesta and himself. This character of the bourgeois apartment, tremulously awaiting the nameless murderer like a lascivious old lady her gallant, has been penetrated by a number of authors who, as writers of detective stories and perhaps also because in their works part of the bourgeois pandemonium is exhibited, have been denied the reputation they deserve. The quality in question has been captured in isolated writings by Conan Doyle and in a major work by A.K. Green. And with The Phantom of the Opera, one of the great novels about the 19th century, Gaston Leroux has brought the genre to its apotheosis. Chinese curios. These are days when no one should rely unduly on his competence. Strength lies in improvisation. All the decisive blows are struck left-handed. At the beginning of the long downhill lane that leads to the house of whom I visited each evening, is a gate. After she moved, the opening of its archway henceforth stood before me like an ear that has lost the power of hearing. A child in his nightshirt cannot be prevailed upon to greet an arriving visitor. Those present, invoking a higher moral standpoint, admonish him in vain to overcome his prudery. A few minutes later he reappears, now stark naked, before the visitor. In the meantime he has washed. The power of a country road when one is walking along it is different from the power it has when one is flying over it by airplane. In the same way, the power of a text when it is read is different from the power it has when it 448 is copied out. The airplane passenger sees only how the road pushes through the landscape, how it unfolds according to the same laws as the terrain surrounding it. Only he who walks the road on foot learns of the power it commands, and of how, from the very scenery that for the flyer is only the unfurled plain, it calls forth distances, belvederes, clearings, prospects at each of its turns like a commander deploying soldiers at a front. Only the copied text thus commands the soul of him who is occupied with it, whereas the mere reader never discovers the new aspects of his inner self that are opened by the text, that road cut through the interior Jungle forever closing behind it, because the reader follows the movement of his mind in the free flight of daydreaming, whereas the copier submits it to command. The Chinese practice of copying books was thus an incomparable guarantee of literary culture, and the transcript a key to China's enigma. Gloves. In an aversion to animals, the predominant feeling is fear of being recognized by them through contact. The horror that stirs deep in man is an obscure awareness that something living within him is so akin to the disgust-arousing animal that it might be recognized. All disgust is originally disgust at touching. Even when the feeling is mastered, it is only by a drastic gesture that overleaps its mark. The nauseating is violently engulfed, eaten, while the zone of finest epidermal contact remains taboo. Only in this way is the paradox of the moral demand to be met, exacting simultaneously the overcoming and the subtlest elaboration of man's sense of disgust. He may not deny his bestial relationship with the creature, the invocation of which revolts him, he must make himself its master. Mexican Embassy. Ne passé jamais devant un fait tic de bois, un bod d'air, un idole mexicain sans me dire, c'est peut-être le vrai Dieu. I never pass by a wooden fetish, a gilded Buddha, a Mexican idol without reflecting, perhaps it is the true God. Charles Baudelaire. I dreamed I was a member of an exploring party in Mexico. After crossing a high, primeval jungle, we came upon a system of above-ground caves in the mountains. Here, a religious order had survived from the time of the first missionaries till now, its monks continuing the work of conversion among the natives. In an immense central grotto with a gothically pointed roof, Mass was celebrated according to the most ancient rites. We joined the ceremony and witnessed its climax, toward a wooden bust of God the 449. Father, fixed high on a wall of the cave, a priest raised a Mexican fetish. At this, the divine head turned thrice in denial from right to left. To the public, please protect and preserve these new plantings. What is solved? Do not all the questions of our lives, as we live, remain behind us like foliage obstructing our view? To uproot this foliage, even to thin it out, does not occur to us. We stride on, leave it behind, and from a distance it is indeed open to view, but indistinct, shadowy, and all the more enigmatically entangled. Commentary and translation stand in the same relation to the text as style and mimesis to nature, the same phenomenon considered from different aspects. On the tree of the sacred text, both are only the eternally rustling leaves, on that of the profane, the seasonally falling fruit. He who loves is attached not only to the faults of the beloved, not only to the whims and weaknesses of a woman. Wrinkles in the face, moles, shabby clothes, and a lopsided walk bind him more lastingly and relentlessly than any beauty. This has long been known. And why? If the theory is correct that feeling is not located in the head, that we sentiently experience a window, a cloud, a tree not in our brains but rather in the place where we see it, then we are, in looking at our beloved, too, outside ourselves. But in a torment of tension and ravishment. Our feeling, dazzled, flutters like a flock of birds in the woman's radiance. And as birds seek refuge in the leafy recesses of a tree, feelings escape into the shaded wrinkles, the awkward movements and inconspicuous blemishes of the body we love, where they can lie low in safety. And no passer-by would guess that it is just here, in what is defective and censurable, that the fleeting darts of adoration nestle. Construction site. It is folly to brood pedantically over the production of objects, visual aids, toys, or books that are supposed to be suitable for children. Since the Enlightenment, this has been one of the mustiest speculations of the pedagogues. Their infatuation with psychology keeps them from perceiving that the world is full of the most unrivaled objects for children's attention and use. And the most specific. For children are particularly fond of haunting any site where things are being visibly worked on. They are irresistibly drawn by the detritus generated by building, gardening, housework, tailoring, or carpentry. In waste products they recognize the face that the world of things turns directly and solely to them. In using these things, they do not so much imitate the works of adults as bring together, in the artifact. 450. Produced in play, materials of widely differing kinds in a new, intuitive relationship. Children thus produce their own small world of things within the greater one. The norms of this small world must be kept in mind if one wishes to create things specially for children, rather than let one's adult activity, through its requisites and instruments, find its own way to them. Ministry of the Interior. The more antagonistic a person is toward the traditional order, the more inexorably he will subject his private life to the norms that he wishes to elevate as legislators of a future society. It is as if these laws, nowhere yet realized, placed him under obligation to enact them in advance, at least in the confines of his own existence. In contrast, the man who knows himself to be in accord with the most ancient heritage of his class or nation will sometimes bring his private life into ostentatious contrast to the maxims that he unrelentingly asserts in public, secretly approving his own behavior, without the slightest qualms, as the most conclusive proof of the unshakable authority of the principles he puts on display. Thus are distinguished the types of the anarcho-socialist and the conservative politician. Flag. How much more easily the leave-taker is loved. For the flame burns more purely for those vanishing in the distance, fueled by the fleeting scrap of material waving from the ship or railway window. Separation penetrates the disappearing person like a pigment and steeps him in gentle radiance. At half-mast, when a person very close to us is dying, there is, we dimly apprehend, something in the months to come that much as we should have liked to share it with him could happen only through his absence. We greet him, at the last, in a language that he already no longer understands. Imperial Panorama. At over through the German inflation 2. I in the stock of phraseology that lays bare the amalgam of stupidity and cowardice constituting the mode of life of the German bourgeois. The locution referring to impending catastrophe "things can't go on like this" is particularly noteworthy. The helpless fixation on notions of security and property deriving from past decades keeps the average citizen from perceiving the quite remarkable stabilities of an entirely new kind that underlie the 451. Present situation. Because the relative stabilization of the pre-war years benefited him, he feels compelled to regard any state that dispossesses him as unstable. But stable conditions need by no means be pleasant conditions, and even before the war there were strata for whom stabilized conditions were stabilized wretchedness. To decline is no less stable, no more surprising, than to rise. Only a view that acknowledges downfall as the sole reason for the present situation can advance beyond enervating amazement at what is daily repeated, and perceive the phenomena of decline as stability itself and rescue alone as extraordinary, verging on the marvelous and incomprehensible. People in the national communities of Central Europe live like the inhabitants of an encircled town whose provisions and gunpowder are running out and for whom deliverance is, by human reasoning, scarcely to be expected, a situation in which surrender, perhaps unconditional, should be most seriously considered. But the silent, invisible power that Central Europe feels opposing it does not negotiate. Nothing, therefore, remains but to direct the gaze, in perpetual expectation of the final onslaught, on nothing except the extraordinary event in which alone salvation now lies. But this necessary state of intense and uncomplaining attention could, because we are in mysterious contact with the powers besieging us, really call forth a miracle. Conversely, the assumption that things cannot go on like this will one day confront the fact that for the suffering of individuals, as of communities, there is only one limit beyond which things cannot go: annihilation. To a curious paradox, people have only the narrowest private interest in mind when they act, yet they are at the same time more than ever determined in their behavior by the instincts of the mass. And mass instincts have become confused and estranged from life more than ever. Whereas the obscure impulse of the animal, as innumerable anecdotes relate, detects, as danger approaches, a way of escape that still seems invisible, this society, each of whose members cares only for his own abject well-being, falls victim with animal insensibility but without the insensate intuition of animals as a blind mass, to even the most obvious danger, and the diversity of individual goals is immaterial in face of the identity of the determining forces. Again and again it has been shown that society's attachment to its familiar and long since forfeited life is so rigid as to nullify the genuinely human application of intellect, forethought, even in dire peril. So that in this society the picture of imbecility is complete, uncertainty, indeed perversion, of vital instincts, and impotence, indeed decay, of the intellect. This is the condition of the entire German bourgeoisie. 3. All close relationships are lit up by an almost intolerable, piercing clarity in which they are scarcely able to survive. For on the one hand, money 452 stands ruinously at the center of every vital interest, but, on the other, this is the very barrier before which almost all relationships halt, so, more and more, in the natural as in the moral sphere, unreflecting trust, calm, and health are disappearing. For not without reason is it customary to speak of innate misery. What is most damaging in the display of it, a practice started under the dictates of necessity and making visible only 1,000th part of the hidden distress, is not the onlooker's pity or his equally terrible awareness of his own impunity, but his shame. It is impossible to remain in a large German city, where hunger forces the most wretched to live on the banknotes with which passers-by seek to cover an exposure that wounds them. Poverty disgraces no man. Well and good. But they disgrace the poor man. They do it, and then console him with the little adage. It is one of those that may once have been true but have long since degenerated. The case is no different with the brutal dictum, if a man does not work, neither shall he eat. When there was work that fed a man, there was also poverty that did not disgrace him, if it arose from deformity or other misfortune. But this deprivation, into which millions are born and hundreds of thousands are dragged by impoverishment, does indeed bring disgrace. Filth and misery grow up around them like walls, the work of invisible hands. And just as a man can endure much in isolation but feels justifiable shame when his wife sees him bear it or suffers it herself, so he may tolerate much so long as he is alone, and everything so long as he conceals it. But no one may ever make peace with poverty when it falls like a gigantic shadow upon his countrymen and his house. Then he must be alert to every humiliation done to him, and so discipline himself that his suffering becomes no longer the downhill road of grief but the rising path of revolt. Yet there is no hope of this so long as each blackest, most terrible stroke of fate, daily and even hourly discussed by the press, set forth in all its illusory causes and effects, helps no one uncover the dark powers that hold his life in thrall. 6. To the foreigner who is cursorily acquainted with the pattern of German life and who has even briefly travelled about the country, its inhabitants seem no less bizarre than an exotic race. A witty Frenchman has said, "A German seldom understands himself. If he has once understood himself, he will not say so. If he says so, he will not make himself understood." This comfortless distance was increased by the war, but not merely through the real and legendary atrocities that Germans are reported to have committed. Rather, what completes the isolation of Germany in the eyes of other Europeans, what really engenders the attitude that, in dealing with the Germans, they are dealing with Hottentots, as it has been aptly put, is the violence. 453. Incomprehensible to outsiders and wholly imperceptible to those imprisoned by it, with which circumstances, squalor and stupidity here subjugate people entirely to collective forces, as the lives of savages alone are subjected to tribal laws. The most European of all accomplishments, that more or less discernible irony with which the life of the individual asserts the right to run its course independently of the community into which it is cast, has completely deserted the Germans. 7. The freedom of conversation is being lost. If, earlier, it was a matter of course in conversation to take interest in one's interlocutor, now this is replaced by inquiry into the cost of his shoes or of his umbrella. Irresistibly intruding on any convivial exchange is the theme of the conditions of life, of money. What this theme involves is not so much the concerns and sorrows of individuals, in which they might be able to help one another, as the overall picture. It is as if one were trapped in a theatre and had to follow the events on the stage whether one wanted to or not, had to make them again and again, willingly or unwillingly, the subject of one's thought and speech. 8. Anyone who does not simply refuse to perceive decline will hasten to claim a special justification for his own continued presence, his activity and involvement in this chaos. There are as many exceptions for one's own sphere of action, place of residence, and moment of time as there are insights into the general failure. A blind determination to save the prestige of personal existence rather than, through an impartial disdain for its impotence and entanglement, at least to detach it from the background of universal delusion, is triumphing almost everywhere. That is why the air is so thick with life theories and world views, and why in this country they cut so presumptuous a figure, for almost always they finally serve to sanction some utterly trivial private situation. For just the same reason the air is teeming with phantoms, mirages of a glorious cultural future breaking upon us overnight in spite of all, for everyone is committed to the optical illusions of his isolated standpoint. 9. The people cooped up in this country no longer discern the contours of human personality. Every free man appears to them as an eccentric. Let us imagine the peaks of the high Alps silhouetted not against the sky but against folds of dark drapery. The mighty forms would show up only dimly. In just this way a heavy curtain shuts off Germany's sky, and we no longer see the profiles of even the greatest men. Warmth is ebbing from things. Objects of daily use gently but insistently repel us. Day by day, in overcoming the sum of secret resistances, not only the overt ones that they put in our way, we have an immense labor to 454. Perform. We must compensate for their coldness with our warmth if they are not to freeze us to death, and handle their spiny forms with infinite dexterity if we are not to bleed to death. From our fellow men we should expect no succor. Bus conductors, officials, workmen, salesmen, they all feel themselves to be the representatives of a refractory material world whose menace they take pains to demonstrate through their own surliness. And in the denaturing of things, a denaturing with which, emulating human decay, they punish humanity, the country itself conspires. It gnaws at us like the things, and the German spring that never comes is only one of countless related phenomena of decomposing German nature. Here one lives as if the weight of the column of air that everyone supports had suddenly, against all laws, become in these regions perceptible. Any human movement, whether it springs from an intellectual or even a natural impulse, is impeded in its unfolding by the boundless resistance of the outside world. A shortage of houses and the rising cost of travel are in the process of annihilating the elementary symbol of European freedom, which existed in certain forms even in the Middle Ages, freedom of domicile. And if medieval coercion bound men to natural associations, they are now chained together in unnatural community. Few things will further the ominous spread of the cult of rambling as much as the strangulation of the freedom of residence, and never has freedom of movement stood in greater disproportion to the abundance of means of travel. 12. Just as all things, in an irreversible process of mingling and contamination, are losing their intrinsic character while ambiguity displaces authenticity, so is the city. Great cities whose incomparably sustaining and reassuring power encloses those who work within them in an internal Trussberg Frieden and lifts from them, with the view of the horizon, awareness of the ever-vigilant elemental forces are seen to be breached at all points by the invading countryside. Not by the landscape, but by what is bitterest in untrammeled nature, ploughed land, highways, night sky that the veil of vibrant redness no longer conceals. The insecurity of even the busy areas puts the city dweller in the opaque and truly dreadful situation in which he must assimilate, along with isolated monstrosities from the open country, the abortions of urban architectonics. 13. Noble indifference to the spheres of wealth and poverty has quite forsaken manufactured things. Each thing stamps its owner, leaving him only the choice of appearing a starveling or a racketeer. For although even true luxury can be permeated by intellect and conviviality and so forgotten, the luxury goods swaggering before us now parade such brazen solidity that all the mind's shafts break harmlessly on their surface. 455. 14. The earliest customs of peoples seem to send us a warning that, in accepting what we receive so abundantly from nature, we should guard against a gesture of avarice. For we are unable to make Mother Earth any gift of our own. It is therefore fitting to show respect in taking, by returning a part of all we receive before laying hands on our share. This respect is expressed in the ancient custom of the libation. Indeed, it is perhaps this immemorial practice that has survived, transformed, in the prohibition on gathering forgotten ears of corn or fallen grapes, these reverting to the soil or to the ancestral dispensers of blessings. An Athenian custom forbade the picking up of crumbs at the table, since they belonged to the heroes. If society has so denatured itself through necessity and greed that it can now receive the gifts of nature only rapaciously, that it snatches the fruit unripe from the trees in order to sell it most profitably, and is compelled to empty each dish in its determination to have enough, the earth will be impoverished and the land will yield bad harvests. Underground works. In a dream, I saw barren terrain. It was the marketplace at Weimar. Excavations were in progress. I, too, scraped about in the sand. Then the tip of a church steeple came to light. Delighted, I thought to myself, a Mexican shrine from the time of pre-animism, from the Anaquivitsli. I awoke laughing. Anna equals Ava, 6 equals Vi, wits joke equals Mexican church. Coiffure for easily embarrassed ladies. 3,000 ladies and gentlemen from the Kurfürstendamm are to be arrested in their beds one morning without explanation and detained for 24 hours. At midnight a questionnaire on the death penalty is distributed to the cells, a questionnaire requiring its signatories to indicate which form of execution they would prefer, should the occasion arise. Those who hitherto had merely offered their unsolicited views in all conscience would have to complete this document to the best of their knowledge. By first light the hour that in olden times was held sacred but that in this country is dedicated to the executioner, the question of capital punishment would be resolved. Caution, steps. Work on good prose has 3 steps, a musical stage when it is composed, an architectonic one when it is built, and a textile one when it is woven. 456. Attested auditor of books. Just as this era is the antithesis of the Renaissance in general, it contrasts in particular with the situation in which the art of printing was discovered. For whether by coincidence or not, printing appeared in Germany at a time when the book in the most eminent sense of the word, the Book of Books, had, through Luther's translation, become the people's property. Now everything indicates that the book in this traditional form is nearing its end. Mallarmé, who in the crystalline structure of his manifestly traditionalist writing saw the true image of what was to come, was in the coup d'etat the first to incorporate the graphic tensions of the advertisement in the printed page. The typographic experiments later undertaken by the Dadaists stemmed, it is true, not from constructive principles but from the precise nervous reactions of these literati, and were therefore far less enduring than Mallarmé's, which grew out of the inner nature of his style. But for this very reason they show the contemporary relevance of what Mallarmé, monadically, in his Hermetic Room, had discovered through a pre-established harmony with all the decisive events of our times in economics, technology, and public life. Script having found, in the book, a refuge in which it can lead an autonomous existence, is pitilessly dragged out into the street by advertisements and subjected to the brutal heteronomies of economic chaos. This is the hard schooling of its new form. If centuries ago it began gradually to lie down, passing from the upright inscription to the manuscript resting on sloping desks before finally taking itself to bed in the printed book, it now begins just as slowly to rise again from the ground. The newspaper is read more in the vertical than in the horizontal plane, while film and advertisement force the printed word entirely into the dictatorial perpendicular. And before a contemporary finds his way clear to opening a book, his eyes have been exposed to such a blizzard of changing, colorful, conflicting letters that the chances of his penetrating the archaic stillness of the book are slight. Locust swarms of print, which already eclipse the sun of what city dwellers take for intellect, will grow thicker with each succeeding year. Other demands of business life lead further. The card index marks the conquest of three-dimensional writing, and so presents an astonishing counterpoint to the three-dimensionality of script in its original form as rune or knot notation. And today the book is already, as the present mode of scholarly production demonstrates, an outdated mediation between two different filing systems. For everything that matters is to be found in the card box of the researcher who wrote it, and the scholar studying it assimilates it into his own card index. But it is quite beyond doubt that the development of writing will not indefinitely be bound by the claims to power of a chaotic academic and commercial activity. Rather, quantity is approaching the moment of a qualitative leap when writing, advancing ever more deeply into the graphic regions of its new eccentric figurativeness, will suddenly take 457. Possession of an adequate material content. In this picture writing, poets, who will now as in earliest times be first and foremost experts in writing, will be able to participate only by mastering the fields in which, unobtrusively, it is being constructed, statistical and technical diagrams. With the founding of an international moving script, poets will renew their authority in the life of peoples, and find a role awaiting them in comparison to which all the innovative aspirations of rhetoric will reveal themselves as antiquated daydreams. Teaching aid. Principles of the WEIDT-OMI, or How to Write Fat Books I. The whole composition must be permeated with a protracted and wordy exposition of the initial plan. IL terms are to be included for conceptions that, except in this definition, appear nowhere in the whole book. 3. Conceptual distinctions laboriously arrived at in the text are to be obliterated again in the relevant notes. 4. For concepts treated only in their general significance, examples should be given. If, for example, machines are mentioned, all the different kinds of machines should be enumerated. Everything that is known a priori about an object is to be consolidated by an abundance of examples. 6. Relationships that could be represented graphically must be expounded in words. Instead of being represented in a genealogical tree, for example, all family relationships are to be enumerated and described. 7. Numerous opponents who all share the same argument should each be refuted individually. The typical work of modern scholarship is intended to be read like a catalogue. But when shall we actually write books like catalogues? If the deficient content were thus to determine the outward form, an excellent piece of writing would result, in which the value of opinions would be marked without their being thereby put on sale. The typewriter will alienate the hand of the man of letters from the pen only when the precision of typographic forms has directly entered the conception of his books. One might suppose that new systems with more variable typefaces would then be needed. They will replace the pliancy of the hand with the innervation of commanding fingers. A period that, constructed metrically, afterward has its rhythm upset at a single point yields the finest prose sentence imaginable. In this way array of 458. Light falls through a chink in the wall of the alchemist's cell, to light up gleaming crystals, spheres, and triangles. Germans, drink German beer. The mob, impelled by a frenetic hatred of the life of the mind, has found a sure way to annihilate it in the counting of bodies. Given the slightest opportunity, they form ranks and advance into artillery barrages and department stores in marching order. No one sees further than the back before him, and each is proud to be thus exemplary for the eyes behind. Men have been adept at this for centuries in the field, but the parade march of penury, standing in line, is the invention of women. Post no bills. The writers each sneak in 13 theses. Anyone intending to embark on a major work should be lenient with himself and, having completed a stint, deny himself nothing that will not prejudice the next. To talk about what you have written, by all means, but do not read from it while the work is in progress. Every gratification procured in this way will slacken your tempo. If this regime is followed, the growing desire to communicate will become in the end a motor for completion. In your working conditions, avoid everyday mediocrity. Semi-relaxation, to a background of insipid sounds, is degrading. On the other hand, accompaniment by an etude or a cacophony of voices can become as significant for work as the perceptible silence of the night. If the latter sharpens the inner ear, the former acts as touchstone for a diction ample enough to bury even the most wayward sounds. Avoid haphazard writing materials. A pedantic adherence to certain papers, pens, inks is beneficial. No luxury, but an abundance of these utensils is indispensable. V. Let no thought pass incognito, and keep your notebook as strictly as the authorities keep their register of aliens. 6. Keep your pen aloof from inspiration, which it will then attract with magnetic power. The more circumspectly you delay writing down an idea, the more maturely developed it will be on surrendering itself. Speech conquers thought, but writing commands it. 7. Never stop writing because you have run out of ideas. Literary honor requires that one break off only at an appointed moment, a mealtime, a meeting, or at the end of the work. 8. Fill the lacunae in your inspiration by tidily copying out what you have already written. Intuition will awaken in the process. 9. Nulla dies sine linea 3, but there may well be weeks. 459. X. Consider no work perfect over which you have not once sat from evening to broad daylight. XL. Do not write the conclusion of a work in your familiar study. You would not find the necessary courage there. 12. Stages of composition, idea-style writing. The value of the fair copy is that in producing it you confine attention to calligraphy. The idea kills inspiration, style fetters the idea, writing pays off style. 13. The work is the death mask of its conception. 13 Theses against snobs. A snob in the private office of art criticism. On the left, a child's drawing, on the right, a fetish. Snob, Picasso might as well pack it in. I. The artist makes a work. The primitive man expresses himself in documents. Il. The artwork is only no document is, as such, incidentally a document. Work of art. 3. The artwork is a masterpiece. The document serves to instruct. 4. With artworks, artists learn with documents, a public is their craft. Educated. V. Artworks are remote from one, all documents communicate another in their perfection. Through their subject matter. 6. In the artwork, content, and in documents the subject form are one, meaning G. halt. Matter is wholly dominant. Vil. Meaning is the outcome of subject matter is the outcome experience. Of dreams. 8. In the artwork, subject matter the more one loses oneself in a is ballast J. Eat by document, the denser the contemplation. Subject matter grows. 9. In the artwork, the formal law forms are merely dispersed in is central. Documents. X. The artwork is synthetic, and the fertility of the document energy center. Demands, analysis. XL. The artwork intensifies itself, a document overpowers only under the repeated gaze. Through surprise. 12. The masculinity of works lies the document's innocence gives in assault. It cover. 13. The artist sets out to conquer the primitive man, barricades memes himself behind subject matter. 460. The critics teach in 13 Theses. I. The critic is the strategist in the literary struggle. 2. He who cannot take sides must keep silent. 3. The critic has nothing in common with the interpreter of past cultural epochs. 4. Criticism must speak the language of artists. For the concepts of the cynical are slogans. And only in slogans is the battle cry heard. V. Objectivity must always be sacrificed to partisanship, if the cause fought for merits this. 6. Criticism is a moral question. If Goethe misjudged Hölderlin and Kleist, Beethoven and Jean-Paul for his morality and not his artistic discernment was at fault. 7. For the critic, his colleagues are the higher authority. Not the public. Still less, posterity. 8. Posterity forgets or acclaims. Only the critic judices in the presence of the author. 9. Polemics mean to destroy a book using a few of its sentences. The less it has been studied, the better. Only he who can destroy can criticize. Genuine polemics approach a book as lovingly as a cannibal spices a baby. 11. Artistic enthusiasm is alien to the critic. In his hand, the artwork is the shining sword in the battle of minds. 12. The art of the critic in a nutshell, to coin slogans without betraying ideas. The slogans of an inadequate criticism peddle ideas to fashion. 13. The public must always be proved wrong, yet always feel represented by the critic. Number 13. Tries jeus un plaisir cruel de émeritor sur ce nombre. 13. Stopping at this number, I felt a cruel pleasure. Marcel Proust. Le replacement vierge du livre, encore, près un sacrifice don't sign a la tranche rouge des anciens tomes, / introduction d'un arme, ou coupe papier, pour établir la prise de possession. The tight-folded book, virginal still, awaiting the sacrifice that bloodied the red edges of earlier volumes, the insertion of a weapon, or pauper knife, to effect the taking of possession. Stéphane Mallarmé. I books and harlots can be taken to bed. 2 books and harlots interweave time. They command night as day, and day as night. 461. 3. No one can tell from looking at books and harlots that minutes are precious to them. But closer acquaintance shows what a hurry they are in. As our interest becomes absorbed, they, too, are counting. 4. Books and harlots have always been unhappily in love with each other. Books and harlots, both have their type of man, who lives off them as well as harasses them. In the case of books, critics. 6. Books and harlots in public establishments for students. 7. Books and harlots, seldom does one who has possessed them witness their end. They are apt to vanish before they expire. 8. Books and harlots are fond of recounting, mendaciously, how they became what they are. In reality, they did not often notice it themselves. For years one follows Teehee heart wherever it leads, and one day a corpulent body stands soliciting on the spot where one had lingered merely to studi live. 9. Books and harlots love to turn their backs when putting themselves on show. Books and harlots have a large progeny. XL books and harlots, old hypocrites young whores. How many books that were once notorious now serve as instruction for youth? 12. Books and harlots have their quarrels in public. 13. Books and harlots, footnotes in one are as banknotes in the stockings of the other. Ordnance. I had arrived in Riga to visit a woman friend. Her house, the town, the language were unfamiliar to me. Nobody was expecting me, no one knew me. For 2 hours I walked the streets in solitude. Never again have I seen them so. From every gate a flame darted, each cornerstone sprayed sparks, and every streetcar came toward me like a fire engine. For she might have stepped out of the gateway, around the corner, been sitting in the streetcar. But of the two of us, I had to be, at any price, the first to see the other. For had she touched me with the match of her eyes, I would have gone up like a powder keg. First aid. A highly convoluted neighborhood, a network of streets that I had avoided for years, was disentangled at a single stroke when one day a person dear to me moved there. It was as if a searchlight set up at this person's window dissected the area with pencils of light. 462. Interior decoration. The Tractatus is an Arabic form. Its exterior is undifferentiated and unobtrusive, like the fa-aids of Arabian buildings, whose articulation begins only in the courtyard. So, too, the articulated structure of the Tractatus is invisible from the outside, revealing itself only from within. If it is formed by chapters, they have not verbal headings but numbers. The surface of its deliberations is not enlivened with pictures, but covered with unbroken, proliferating arabesques. In the ornamental density of this presentation, the distinction between thematic and excursive expositions is abolished. Stationers. Ferris Map. 5-1 Know someone who is absent-minded. Whereas the names of my suppliers, the location of my documents, the addresses of my friends and acquaintances, the hour of a rendezvous are at my fingertips, in this person political concepts, party slogans, declarations, and commands are firmly lodged. She lives in a city of watchwords and inhabits a neighborhood of conspiratorial and fraternal terms, where every alleyway shows its color and every word has a password for its echo. List of wishes. Does not the read the world I with sweetness fill? I may no less gracious word I flow from my quill. 6. This follows be lest yearning celiger send such like a pearl that has rolled from a freshly opened oyster shell. Pocket diary. Few things are more characteristic of the Nordic man than that, when in love, he must above all and at all costs be alone with himself, must first contemplate, enjoy his feeling in solitude before going to the woman to declare it. Paperweight placed a la Concorde, the obelisk. What was carved in it 4,000 years ago today stands at the center in the greatest of city squares. Had that been foretold to the pharaoh, what a feeling of triumph it would given him. The foremost Western cultural empire would one day bear at its center the memorial of his rule. How does this apotheosis appear in reality? Not one among the tens of thousands who pass by pauses, not one among the tens of thousands who pause can read the inscription. In such a way does all fame redeem its pledges, and no oracle can match its guile. For the immortal stands like this obelisk, regulating the spiritual traffic that surges thunderously about him, and the inscription he bears helps no one. 463. Fancy goods. The incomparable language of the death is head, total expressionlessness the black of the eye sockets coupled with the most unbridled expression the grinning rows of teeth. Someone who, feeling abandoned, takes up a book, finds with a pang that the page he is about to turn is already cut, and that even here he is not needed. Gifts must affect the receiver to the point of shock. When a valued, cultured, and elegant friend sent me his new book and I was about to open it, I caught myself in the act of straightening my tie. He who observes etiquette but objects to lying is like someone who dresses fashionably but wears no shirt. If the smoke from the tip of my cigarette and the ink from the nib of my pen flowed with equal ease, I would be in the Arcadia of my writing. To be happy is to be able to become aware of oneself without fright. Enlargements. Child reading. You are given a book from the school library. In the lower classes, books are simply handed out. Only now and again do you dare express a desire. Often, in envy, you see coveted books pass into other hands. At last, your wish was granted. For a week you were wholly given up to the soft drift of the text, which surrounded you as secretly, densely, and unceasingly as snow. You entered it with limitless trust. The peacefulness of the book that enticed you further and further. Its contents did not much matter. For you were reading at the time when you still made up stories in bed. The child seeks his way along the half-hidden paths. Reading, he covers his ears, the book is on a table that is far too high, and one hand is always on the page. To him, the hero's adventures can still be read in the swirling letters like figures and messages in drifting snowflakes. His breath is part of the air of the events narrated, and all the participants breathe it. He mingles with the characters far more closely than grown-ups do. He is unspeakably touched by the deeds, the words that are exchanged, and, when he gets up, he is covered over and over by the snow of his reading. 464. Belated child. The clock over the school playground seems as if damaged on his account. The hands stand at tardy. And as he passes in the corridor, murmurs of secret consultation come from the classroom doors. The teachers and pupils behind them are friends. Or all is silent, as if they were waiting for someone. Inaudibly, he puts his hand to the door handle. The spot where he stands is steeped in sunlight. Violating the peaceful hour, he opens the door. The teacher's voice clatters like a mill wheel, he stands before the grinding stones. The voice clatters on without a break, but the mill workers now shake off their load to the newcomer. 10, 20 heavy sacks fly toward him, these he must carry to the bench. Each thread of his jacket is flower white. Like the tread of a wretched soul at midnight, his every step makes a clatter, and no one notices. Once arrived at his seat, he works quietly with the rest until the bell sounds. But it avails him nothing. Pilfering child through the chink of the scarcely open larder door, his hand advances like a lover through the night. Once at home in the darkness, it gropes toward sugar or almonds, raisins, or preserves. And just as the lover embraces his girl before kissing her, the child's hand enjoys a tactile tryst with the comestibles before his mouth savors their sweetness. How flatteringly honey, heaps of currants, even rice yield to his hand. How passionate this meeting of two who have at last escaped the spoon. Grateful and tempestuous, like someone who has been abducted from the parental home, Strawberry Jam, unencumbered by bread rolls, abandons itself to his delectation and, as if under the open sky, even the butter responds tenderly to the boldness of this wooer who has penetrated her boudoir. His hand, the juvenile Don Juan, has soon invaded all the cells and spaces, leaving behind it running layers and streaming plenty, virginity renewing itself without complaint. Child on the carousel, the platform bearing the docile animals moves close to the ground. It is at the height which, in dreams, is best for flying. Music starts, and the child moves away from his mother with a jerk. At first he is afraid to leave her. But then he notices how brave he himself is. He is ensconced, like the just ruler, over a world that belongs to him. Tangential trees and natives line his way. Then, in an orient, his mother reappears. Next, emerging from the jungla, comes a treetop, exactly as the child saw it thousands of years ago just now on the carousel. His beast is devoted, like a mute Aryan he rides his silent fish 7 or a wooden Zeus bowl carries him off like an immaculate Europa. The eternal recurrence of all things has long become child's wisdom, and life a primeval frenzy of domination, with the booming orchestrion as the crown wells at the center. As the music slows, space begins to stammer and the trees to come to their senses. The carousel 465 becomes uncertain ground. And his mother appears, the much-hammered stake about which the landing child winds the rope of his gaze. Untidy sea-hilled each stone he finds, each flower he picks, and each butterfly he catches is already the start of a collection, and every single thing he owns makes up one great collection. In him this passion shows its true face, the stern Indian expression that lingers on, but with a dimmed and manic glow, in antiquarians, researchers, bibliomaniacs. Scarcely has he entered life than he is a hunter. He hunts the spirits whose trace he scents in things. Between spirits and things, years pass in which his field of vision remains free of people. His life is like a dream, he knows nothing lasting, everything seemingly happens to him by chance. His nomad years are hours in the forest of dream. To this forest he drags home his booty, to purify it, secure it, cast out its spell. His dresser-drawers must become arsenal and zoo, crime museum and crypt. To tidy up would be to demolish an edifice full of prickly chestnuts that are spiky clubs, tinfoil that is hoarded silver, bricks that are coffins, cacti that are totem poles, and copper pennies that are shields. The child has long since helped at his mother's linen cupboard and his father's bookshelves, while in his own domain he is still a sporadic, warlike visitor. Child hiding, he already knows all the hiding places in the apartment, and returns to them as if to a house where everything is sure to be just as it was. His heart pounds, he holds his breath. Here he is enclosed in the material world. It becomes immensely distinct, speechlessly obtrusive. Only in such a way does a man who is being hanged become aware of the reality of rope and wood. Standing behind the doorway curtain, the child himself becomes something floating and white, a ghost. The dining table under which he is crouching turns him into the wooden idol in a temple whose 4 pillars are the carved legs. And behind a door, he himself is the door, wears it as his heavy mask, and like a shaman will bewitch all those who unsuspectingly enter. At all cost, he must avoid being found. When he makes faces, he is told that all the clock has to do is strike, and his face will stay like that forever. The element of truth in this, he finds out in his hiding place. Anyone who discovers him can petrify him as an idol under the table, weave him forever as a ghost into the curtain, banish him for life into the heavy door. And so, at the seeker's touch, he drives out with a loud cry the demon who has so transformed him. Indeed, without waiting for the moment of discovery, he grabs the hunter with a shout of self-deliverance. That is why he does not tire of the struggle with the demon. In this struggle, the apartment is the arsenal of his masks. Yet once each year in mysterious places, in their empty eye sockets, in their fixed mouths presents lie. 466. Magical experience becomes science. As its engineer, the child disenchants the gloomy parental apartment and looks for Easter eggs. Antiques. Medallion in everything that is with reason called beautiful, appearance has a paradoxical effect. Prayer wheel only images in the mind vitalize the will. The mere word, by contrast, at most inflames it, to leave it smoldering, blasted. There is no intact will without exact pictorial imagination. No imagination without innervation. Now breathing is the latter's most delicate regulator. The sound of formulas is a canon of such breathing. Hence the practice of yoga meditation, which breathes in accord with the holy syllables. Hence its omnipotence. Antique SP in one thing is reserved to the greatest epic writers, the capacity to feed their heroes. Old map in a love affair, most people seek an eternal homeland. Others, but very few, eternal voyaging. The latter are melancholics, who believe that contact with Mother Earth is to be shunned. They seek the person who will keep the homeland's sadness far away from them. To that person they remain faithful. The medieval complexion books understood the yearning of this human type for long journeys. The following experience will be familiar: if one is in love, or just intensely preoccupied with another person, his portrait will appear in almost every book. Moreover, he appears as both protagonist and antagonist. In stories, novels, and novellas, he is encountered in endless metamorphoses. And from this it follows that the faculty of imagination is the gift of interpolating into the infinitely small, of inventing, for every intensity, an extensiveness to contain its new, compressed fullness, in short, of receiving each image as if it were that of the folded fan, which only in spreading draws breath and flourishes, in its new expanse, the beloved features within it. Relief one is with the woman one loves, speaks with her. Then, weeks or months later, separated from her, one thinks again of what was talked of then. And now the motif seems banal, tawdry, shallow, and one realizes that it was she alone, bending low over it with love, who shaded and sheltered it before us, so that the thought was alive in all its folds and crevices like a 467. Relief. Alone, as now, we see it lie flat, bereft of comfort and shadow, in the light of our knowledge. Or so only he who can view his own past as an abortion sprung from compulsion and need can use it to full advantage in every present. For what one has lived is at best comparable to a beautiful statue that has had all its limbs broken off in transit, and that now yields nothing but the precious block out of which the image of one's future must be hewn. Watchmaker and jeweler. He who, awake and dressed, perhaps while hiking, witnesses the sunrise, preserves all day before others the serenity of one invisibly crowned, and he who sees daybreak while working feels at midday as if he himself has placed this crown upon his head. Like a clock of life on which the seconds race, the page number hangs over the characters in a novel. Where is the reader who has not once lifted to it a fleeting, fearful glance? I dreamed that I was walking a newly hatched private tutor conversing collegially with Roth, through the spacious rooms of a museum where he was the curator. While he talks in an adjoining room with an employee, I go up to a glass display case. In it, next to other, lesser objects, stands a metallic or enameled, dully shining, almost life-size bust of a woman, not unlike Leonardo's Flora in the Berlin Museum. The mouth of this golden head is open, and over the lower teeth jewelry, partly hanging from the mouth, is spread at measured intervals. I was in no doubt that this was a clock dash, dream motifs, blushing for shame Shamroth, the morning hour has gold in its mouth Morgenstund hat gold im Mund, the early bird catches the war la tête, avec l'homme de sa crinière sombre et de ses bijoux précieux, sur la table de nuit, Come on Renancule, I repose the head, heaped with its dark mane I and its precious jewels, I on the night table, like a ranunculus, I rests Baudelaire. Arc lamp. The only way of knowing a person is to love that person without hope. Logia. Geranium. Two people who are in love are attached above all else to their names. 468. Carthusian carnation. To the lover, the loved one appears always as solitary. Asphodel. Behind someone who is loved, the abyss of sexuality closes like that of the family. Cactus bloom. The truly loving person delights in finding the beloved, arguing, in the wrong. Forget-me-not. Memory always sees the loved one smaller. Foliage plant. In the event an obstacle prevents union, the fantasy of a contented, shared old age is immediately at hand. Lost and found office. Articles lost. What makes the very first glimpse of a village, a town, in the landscape so incomparable and irretrievable as the rigorous connection between foreground and distance. Habit has not yet done its work. As soon as we begin to find our bearings, the landscape vanishes at a stroke, like the facade of a house as we enter it. It has not yet gained preponderance through a constant exploration that has become habit. Once we begin to find our way about, that earliest picture can never be restored. Articles found. The blue distance which never gives way to foreground or dissolves at our approach, which is not revealed spread-eagled and long-winded when reached but only looms more compact and threatening, is the painted distance of a backdrop. It is what gives stage sets their incomparable atmosphere. Stand for not more than 3 cabs. I stood for 10 minutes waiting for an omnibus. I entran. Paris soir. La Liberté, a newspaper vendor called incessantly in an unvarying tone behind me. Elle entran. Paris soir. La Liberté, a 3-cornered cell in a hard labor prison. I saw before me how bleak the corners were. I saw in a dream a house of ill repute. A hotel in which an animal is spoiled. Practically everyone drinks only spoiled animal water. I dreamed in these words, and at once woke with a start. Extremely tired, I had thrown myself on my bed in my clothes in the brightly lit room, and had immediately, for a few seconds, fallen asleep. 469. In tenement blocks, there is a music of such deathly sad wantonness that one cannot believe it is intended for the player. It is music for the furnished rooms, where on Sundays someone sits amid thoughts that are soon garnished with these notes, like a bowl of overripe fruit with withered leaves. Monument to a warrior. Karl Kraus. Nothing more desolating than his acolytes, nothing more God-forsaken than his adversaries. No name that would be more fittingly honored by silence. In ancient armor, wrathfully grinning, a Chinese idol, brandishing a drawn sword in each hand, he dances a war dance before the burial vault of the German language. Merely one of the epigones that live in the old house of language, he has become the sealer of its tomb. Keeping watch day and night, he endures. No post was ever more loyally held, and none was ever more hopelessly lost. Here stands one who, like a Danaide, fetches water from the ocean of tears of his contemporaries, and from whose hands the rock which is to bury his enemies rolls like that of Sisyphus. What more helpless than his conversion? What more powerless than his humanity? What more hopeless than his battle with the press? What does he know of the powers that are his true allies? But what vision of the new seers bears comparison with the listening of this shaman, whose utterances even a dead language inspires? Whoever conjured up a spirit as Kraus did in the Forsaken Die Verlassenen, ate as if be lust yearning Selig sen such tea had never been composed. Helpless as only spirits' voices are when summoned up, a murmur from the chthonic depths of language is the source of his soothsaying. Every sound is incomparably genuine, but they all leave us bewildered, like messages from the beyond. Blind like the Manes, Langage calls him to vengeance, as narrow-minded as spirits that know only the voice of the blood, who care not what havoc they wreak in the realm of the living. But he cannot err. Their commands are infallible. Whoever runs into him is condemned already. In his mouth, the adversary's name itself becomes a judgment. When his lips part, the colorless flame of wit darts forth. and no one who walks the paths of life would come upon him. On an archaic field of honor, a gigantic battleground of bloody labor, he rages before a deserted sepulchre. The honors at his death will be immeasurable, and the last that are bestowed. Fire alarm! The notion of the class war can be misleading. It does not refer to a trial of strength to decide the question who shall win, who be defeated, or to a struggle whose outcome is good for the victor and bad for the vanquished. To think in this way is to romanticize and obscure the facts. 470. Whether the bourgeoisie wins or loses the fight, it remains doomed by the inner contradictions that in the course of development will become deadly. The only question is whether its downfall will come through itself or through the proletariat. The continuance or the end of 3,000 years of cultural development will be decided by the answer. History knows nothing of the evil infinity contained in the image of the two wrestlers locked in eternal combat. The true politician reckons only in dates. And if the abolition of the bourgeoisie is not completed by an almost calculable moment in economic and technical development, a moment signaled by inflation and poison gas warfare, all is lost. Before the spark reaches the dynamite, the lighted fuse must be cut. The interventions, dangers, and tempi of politicians are technical, not chivalrous. Travel souvenirs. At Trani.9, the gently rising, curved Baroque staircase leading to the church. The railing behind the church. The litanies of the old women at the Ave Maria, preparing to die first class. If you turn around, the church verges like God himself on the sea. Each morning the Christian era crumbles the rock, but between the walls below, the night falls always into the four old Roman quarters. Alleyways like air shafts. A well in the marketplace. In the late afternoon, women around it. Then, in solitude, archaic plashing. Nav, the beauty of the tall sailing ships is unique. Not only has their outline remained unchanged for centuries, but they appear in the most immutable landscape, at sea, silhouetted against the horizon. Ver sails Fa8. It is as if this chateau had been forgotten where hundreds of years ago it was placed par ordre du roi for only 2 hours as the movable scenery for a eerie ten of its splendor. It keeps none for itself, giving it undivided to that royal condition which it concludes. Before this backdrop, it becomes a stage on which the tragedy of absolute monarchy was performed like an allegorical ballet. Yet today it is only the wall in the shade of which one seeks to enjoy the prospect into blue distance created by Le Notre. 11. Heidelberg Castle ruins jutting into the sky can appear doubly beautiful on clear days when, in their windows or above their contours, the gaze meets passing clouds. Through the transient spectacle it opens in the sky, destruction reaffirms the eternity of these ruins. Seville, Alcazar, an architecture that follows fantasy's first impulse. It is undetected by practical considerations. These rooms provide only for dreams and festivities their consummation. Here dance and silence become. 471. The leitmotifs, since all human movement is absorbed by the soundless tumult of the ornament. Marseille's cathedral. On the sunniest, least frequented square stands the cathedral. This place is deserted, despite the fact that near its feet are La Joliette, the harbour, to the south, and a proletarian district to the north. As a reloading point for intangible, unfathomable goods, the bleak building stands between quay and warehouse. Nearly 40 years were spent on it. But when all was complete, in 1893, place and time had conspired victoriously in this monument against its architects and sponsors, and the wealth of the clergy had given rise to a gigantic railway station that could never be opened to traffic. The Fa8 gives an indication of the waiting rooms within, where passengers of the first to fourth classes, though before God they are all equal, wedged among their spiritual possessions as if between suitcases, sit reading hymn books that, with their concordances and cross-references, look very much like international timetables. Extracts from the railway traffic regulations in the form of pastoral letters hang on the walls, tariffs for the discount on special trips in Satan's luxury train are consulted, and cabinets where the long-distance traveler can discreetly wash are kept in readiness as confessionals. This is the Marseilles religion station. Sleeping cars to eternity depart from here at mass times. Fribourg Minster. The special sense of a town is formed in part for its inhabitants and perhaps even in the memory of the traveller who has stayed there by the timber and intervals with which its tower clocks begin to chime. Moscow, St. Basil's. What the Byzantine Madonna carries on her arm is only a life-size wooden doll. Her expression of pain before a Christ whose childhood remains only suggested, represented, is more intense than any she could display with a realistic image of a boy. Boscotrices. 12. The distinction of the forest of stone pines, its roof is formed without interlacements. Museo Nazionale. Archaic statues offer in their smiles the consciousness of their bodies to the onlooker, as a child holds out to us freshly picked flowers untied and unarranged. Later art laces its expressions more tightly, like the adult who binds the lasting bouquet with cut grasses. Florence, Baptistry on the Portal, The Spes Hope by Andrea de Pisano. Sitting, she helplessly extends her arms toward a fruit that remains beyond her reach. And yet she is winged. Nothing is more true. 472. Sky. As I stepped from a house in a dream, the night sky met my eyes. It shed intense radiance. For in this plenitude of stars, the images of the constellations stood sensuously present. A lion, a maiden, a scale and many others shone palely down, dense clusters of stars, upon the earth. No moon was to be seen. Optician. In summer, fat people are conspicuous, in winter, thin. In spring, attention is caught, in bright sunshine, by the young foliage, in cold rain, by the still leafless branches. After a convivial evening, someone remaining behind can see at a glance what it was like from the disposition of plates and cups, glasses and food. First principle of wooing, to make oneself sevenfold, to place oneself sevenfold about the woman who is desired. In the eyes we see people to the lees. Toys. Cut-out models' booths have docked like rocking boats on both sides of the stone jetty on which the people jostle. There are sailing vessels with lofty masts hung with pennants, steamers with smoke rising from their funnels, barges that keep their cargoes long stowed. Among them are ships into which one vanishes, only men are admitted, but through hatchways you can see women's arms, veils, peacock feathers. Elsewhere exotic people stand on the deck, apparently trying to frighten the public away with eccentric music. But with what indifference is it received? You climb up hesitantly, with the broad rolling gate used on ships' gangways, and so long as you are aloft you realize that the whole is cut off from the shore. Those who re-emerge from below, taciturn and benumbed, have seen, on red scales where dyed alcohol rises and falls, their own marriage come into being and cease to be. The yellow man who began wooing at the foot of this scale, at the top of it deserted his blue wife. In mirrors they have seen the floor melt away beneath their feet like water, and have stumbled into the open on rolling stairways. The fleet has brought unrest to the neighborhood, the women and girls on board have brazen airs, and everything edible has been taken aboard in the land of idle luxury. One is so totally cut off by the ocean that everything is encountered here as if all at once for the first and the last time. Sea lions, dwarfs, and dogs are preserved as if in an ark. Even the railway has been 473. Brought in once and for all, and circulates endlessly through a tunnel. For a few days the neighborhood has become the port of a South Sea island, its inhabitants savages swooning in covetous wonderment before the things that Europe tosses at their feet. Ta regrets the landscapes of shooting ranges in fairground booths ought to be described collectively as a corpus. There is, for example, a polar waste against which are set bundles of white clay pipes, the targets, radiating like spokes. Behind this, and before an unarticulated strip of woodland, two foresters are painted, while right at the front, like movable scenery, are two sirens with provocative breasts, painted in oil colors. Elsewhere pipes bristle from the hair of women who are seldom painted with skirts, usually in tights. Or they protrude from a fan the women spread in their hands. Moving pipes revolve slowly in the further regions of the clay pigeon booths. Other stands present theatricals directed by the spectator with his rifle. If he hits the bullseye, the performance starts. On one occasion there were 36 such boxes, and above the stage of each was written what they held in store: Jeanne d'Arc en prison, El Hospitalet, Les Rues de Paris. On another booth, Execution Capitale. In front of the closed gate a guillotine, a judg in a black robe, and a priest holding a crucifix. If the shot hits the mark, the gate opens and out comes a board on which the miscreant stands between two policemen. He places his neck automatically under the blade and is decapitated. In the same way, Leda/Isis du mariage. A penurious interior is revealed. The father is seen in the middle of the room. He is holding a child on his knee and, with his free hand, rocking a cradle containing another. L'enfer, when its gates part, a devil is seen tormenting a wretched soul. Next to him, another is dragging a priest toward a cauldron in which the damned must stew. Le bon prison, a door with a jailer in front of it. When the target is hit, he pulls a bell cord. The bell rings, the door opens. Two convicts are seen manhandling a big wheel. They seem to have to turn it. Yet another constellation, a fiddler with his dancing bear. When you shoot successfully, the bow moves. The bear beats a drum with his paw and lifts one leg. One thinks of the fairy tale of the brave little tailor, and could also imagine Sleeping Beauty awakened with a shot, Snow White freed of the apple by a shot, or Little Red Riding Hood released by a shot. The shot breaks in magically upon the existence of the puppets with that curative power that hews the heads from monsters and reveals them to be princesses. As is the case with the great door without an inscription, if you have hit the mark it opens, and before red plush curtains stands a Moor who seems to bow slightly. He holds a golden bowl before him. On it lie 3 pieces of fruit. The first opens, a tiny person stands inside it and bows. In the second, 2 equally diminutive puppets revolve in a dance. The third did not open. Below, in front of the table on 474, which the remaining scenery stands, a small horseman with the inscription: Root mince mind road. If you hit the bullseye, there is a bang and the rider somersaults with his horse, but stays needless to say in the saddle. Stereoscope Riga. The daily market, a huddling city of low wooden booths, stretches along the Jetty, a broad, dirty stone embankment without warehouse buildings, by the waters of the Dvina. Small steamers, often showing no more than their funnels above the quay wall, have put in at the blackish dwarf town. The larger ships are moored downstream. Grimy boards are the clay-grey foundation on which, glowing in the cold air, sparse colors melt. At some corners one can find all year round, alongside huts for fish, meat, boots and clothes, petty bourgeois women with the colored paper rods that penetrate as far as the west only at Christmas time. Like being scolded by the most loved voice, such are these rods. For a few centimes, multicolored chastising switches. At the end of the jetty, fenced off and only 30 paces from the water, are the red and white mounds of the apple market. The apples on sale are packed in straw, those sold lie without straw in the housewives' baskets. A dark red church rises beyond, outshone in the fresh November air by the cheeks of the apples. Several shops for boat tackle and small houses near the Jetty. Ropes are painted on them. Everywhere you see wares depicted on signboards or on house walls. One shop in the town has cases and belts larger than life on its bare brick walls. A low corner house with a shop for corsets and millinery is decorated with ladies' faces complete with finery, and severe bodices painted on a yellow ochre ground. Protruding from it at an angle is a lantern with similar pictures on its glass panes. The whole is like the fa/8 of a fantasy brothel. Another house, likewise not far from the harbour, has sugar sacks and coal in grey and black relief on a grey wall. Somewhere else, shoes rain from horns of plenty. Ironmongery is painted in detail: hammers, cogs, pliers, and the tiniest screws on one board that looks like a page from an outmoded child's painting book. The town is permeated with such pictures. Between them, however, rise tall, desolate, fortress-like buildings evoking all the terrors of Tsarism. Not for sale a mechanical cabinet at the fair at Lucca. The exhibition is accommodated in a long, symmetrically divided tent. A few steps lead up to it. The signboard shows a table with a few motionless puppets. You enter the tent by the right-hand opening and leave it by the left. In the bright interior, 2 tables extend toward the back. They touch with their inner edge, so that only a narrow space is left in which to walk round. Both tables are low and glass-covered. On them stand the puppets, 20 to 25 centimeters high, on average, while in their lower concealed part the clockwork that drives them ticks audibly. A narrow raised board for children. 475. Runs along the sides of the tables. There are distorting mirrors on the walls next to the entrance. Princely personages are to be seen. Each of them makes a particular gesture, one a spacious, inviting movement with the right or left arm, another a swiveling of his glassy eyes, some roll their eyes and move their arms at the same time. Here stand Franz Joseph, Pius IX, enthroned and flanked by 2 cardinals, Queen Elena of Italy, the Sultaness, Wilhelmine on horseback, a small Napoleon III, and an even smaller Victor Emmanuel as Crown Prince. Biblical figurines follow, then the Passion. Herod orders the slaughter of the infants with manifold movements of the head. He opens his mouth wide while nodding, extends, and lets fall his arm. 2 executioners stand before him, one freewheeling with a cutting sword, a decapitated child under his arm, the other, on the point of stabbing, stands motionless but for his rolling eyes. And 2 mothers are there, one endlessly and gently shaking her head like a depressive, the other raising her arms slowly, beseechingly the nailing to the cross. It lies on the ground. The hirelings hammer in the nails. Christ nods, Christ crucified, slaked by the vinegar-soaked sponge, which a soldier offers him in slow jerks and then instantly withdraws. Each time, the Saviour slightly raises his chin. From behind, an angel bends over the cross with a chalice for blood, holds it in front of the body and then, as if it were filled, removes it. The other table shows genre pictures. Gargantua with dumplings. A plate full in front of him, he shovels them into his mouth with both hands, alternately lifting his left arm and his right. Each hand holds a fork on which a dumpling is impaled. An alpine maiden spinning 2 monkeys playing violins. A magician has 2 barrel-like containers in front of him. The one on the right opens, and the top half of a lady's body emerges. The one on the left opens, from it rises half-length a man's body. Again the right-hand container opens and now a ram's skull appears with the lady's face between its horns. Then, on the left, a monkey presents itself instead of the man. Then it all starts again from the beginning. Another magician, he has a table in front of him on which he holds beakers upside down in each hand. Under them, as he alternately lifts one and then the other, appears now a loaf or an apple, now a flower or dice. The magic well, a farm boy stands at a well, shaking his head. A girl draws water, and the unfaltering thick stream of glass runs from the well mouth. The enchanted lovers, a golden bush or a golden flame parts in 2 wings. Within are seen 2 puppets. They turn their faces toward each other and then away, as if looking at each other in confused astonishment. Below each figure a small label. The whole dating back to 1862. Polyclinic. The author lays the idea on the marble table of the café. Lengthy observation, for he makes use of the time before the arrival of his glass, the lens. 476. Through which he examines the patient. Then, deliberately, he unpacks his instruments, fountain pens, pencil, and pipe. The numerous clientele, arranged as in an amphitheater, make up his clinical audience. Coffee, carefully poured and consumed, puts the idea under chloroform. What this idea may be has no more connection with the matter at hand than the dream of an anesthetized patient has with the surgical intervention. With the cautious lineaments of handwriting, the operator makes incisions, displaces internal accents, cauterizes proliferations of words, inserts a foreign term as a silver rib. At last, the whole is finely stitched together with punctuation, and he pays the waiter, his assistant, in cash. This space for rent. Fools lament the decay of criticism. For its day is long past. Criticism is a matter of correct distancing. It was at home in a world where perspectives and prospects counted and where it was still possible to adopt a standpoint. Now things press too urgently on human society. The unglouded, I know I has become a lie, perhaps the whole naive mode of expression sheer incompetence. Today the most real, mercantile gaze into the heart of things is the advertisement. It tears down the stage upon which contemplation moved, and all but hits us between the eyes with things as a car, growing to gigantic proportions, careens at us out of a film screen. And just as the film does not present furniture and fa/aids in completed forms for critical inspection, their insistent, jerky nearness alone being sensational, the genuine advertisement hurls things at us with the tempo of a good film. Thereby a matter of factness is finally dispatched, and in the face of the huge images spread across the walls of houses where toothpaste and cosmetics lie handy for giants, sentimentality is restored to health and liberated in American style, just as people whom nothing moves or touches any longer are taught to cry again by films. For the man in the street, however, it is money that affects him in this way, brings him into perceived contact with things. And the paid reviewer, manipulating paintings in the dealer's exhibition room, knows more important if not better things about them than the art lover viewing them in the gallery window. The warmth of the subject is communicated to him, stirs sentient springs. What, in the end, makes advertisements so superior to criticism? Not what the moving red neon sign says but the fiery pool reflecting it in the asphalt. Office equipment. The boss's room bristles with weapons. The apparent comfort that disarms those entering is in reality a hidden arsenal. A telephone on the desk shrills at every moment. It interrupts you at the most important point and gives 477. Your opponent time to contrive an answer. Meanwhile, snatches of conversation show how many matters are dealt with here that are more important than the one under discussion. You say this to yourself, and slowly begin to retreat from your standpoint. You begin to wonder who it is they are talking about, and hear with fright that your interlocutor is leaving Tomorrow for Brazil. Soon you feel such solidarity with the firm that when he complains of a migraine on the telephone, you regret it as a disturbance of business, rather than welcoming it as an opportunity. Summoned or unsummoned, the secretary enters. She is very pretty. And whether her employer is either indifferent to her charms or has long clarified his position as her admirer, the newcomer will glance over at her more than once, and she knows how to turn this to advantage with her boss. His personnel are in motion, producing card indexes in which the visitor knows himself to be entered under various rubrics. He starts to tire. The other, with the light behind him, reads this off the dazzlingly illuminated face with satisfaction. The armchair, too, does its work. You sit in it tilted as far back as at the dentist's, and so finally accept this discomfiting procedure as the legitimate state of affairs. This treatment, too, is followed sooner or later by a liquidation. Mixed cargo, shipping and packing. In the early morning I drove through Marseilles to the station, and as I passed familiar places on my way, and then new, unfamiliar ones or others that I remembered only vaguely, the city became a book in my hands, into which I hurriedly glanced a few last times before it passed from my sight for who knows how long into a warehouse crate. Closed for alterations. In a dream, I took my life with a gun. When it went off, I did not wake up but saw myself lying for a while as a corpse. Only then did I wake. Augias self-service restaurant. This is the weightiest objection to the mode of life of the confirmed bachelor. He eats by himself. Taking food alone tends to make one hard and coarse. Those accustomed to it must lead a Spartan life if they are not to go downhill. Hermits have observed, if for only this reason, a frugal diet. For it is only in company that eating is done justice. Food must be divided and distributed if it is to be well received. No matter by whom. Formerly, a beggar at the table enriched each banquet. The splitting up and giving are all important, not sociable conversation. What is surprising, on the other 478 hand, is that without food conviviality grows precarious. Playing host levels differences, binds together. The Count of Saint-Germain fasted before loaded tables, and by this alone dominated conversation. When all abstain, however, rivalries and conflict ensue. Stamp shop. To someone looking through piles of old letters, a stamp that has long been out of circulation on a torn envelope often says more than a reading of dozens of pages. Sometimes you come across stamps on postcards and are unsure whether you should detach them or keep the card as it is, like a page by an old master that has different but equally precious drawings on both sides. There are also, in the glass cases of cafes, letters with insufficient postage, pilloried before all eyes. Or have they been deported, and forced to wait in this case for years, languishing on a glass Salas y Gomez? 13 letters that remain long unopened take on a brutal look, they are disinherited, and malignantly plot revenge for long days of suffering. Many of them later figure in the windows of stamp dealers, as entires branded over and over with postmarks. As is known, there are collectors who concern themselves only with postmarked stamps, and it would not be difficult to believe them the only ones who have penetrated the secret. They confine themselves to the occult part of the stamp, the postmark. For the postmark is the night side of stamps. There are ceremonious ones that place a halo about the head of Queen Victoria, and prophetic ones that give Humbert XIV a martyr's crown. But no sadistic fantasy can equal the black practice that covers faces with wheals, and cleaves the land of entire continents like an earthquake. And the perverse pleasure in contrasting this violated stamp body with its white lace-trimmed tulle dress, the serrated border. The pursuer of postmarks must, like a detective, possess information on the most notorious post offices, like an archaeologist the art of reconstructing the torsos of the most foreign place names, and like a Kabbalist an inventory of dates for an entire century. Stamps bristle with tiny numbers, minute letters, diminutive leaves, and eyes. They are graphic cellular tissue. All this swarms about and, like lower animals, lives on even when mutilated. This is why such powerful pictures can be made of pieces of stamps stuck together. But in them, life always bears a hint of corruption to signify that it is composed of dead matter. Their portraits and obscene groups are littered with bones and riddled with worms. 479. Do the color sequences of the long sets perhaps refract the light of a strange sun? Did the postal ministries of the Vatican or Ecuador capture rays unknown to us? And why are we not shown the stamps of the superior planets? The 1,000 gradations of fire red that are in circulation on Venus, and the 4 great gray shades of Mars, and the unnumbered stamps of Saturn? On stamps, countries and oceans are merely the provinces and kings merely the hirelings of numbers that steep them in their colors at will. Stamp albums are magical reference books, the numbers of monarchs and palaces, of animals and allegories and states, are recorded in them. Postal traffic depends on their harmony as the motions of the planets depend on the harmony of the celestial numbers. Old Grecian stamps showing only 1 or 2 large figures in an oval. They look like those first photos from which, in black lacquered frames, relatives we never knew look down on us, figure-shaped great-aunts or forefathers. Thurn und Taxis, too, has the big figures on its stamps. There, they are like the bewitched numbers of taximeters. 15 One would not be surprised, one evening, to see the light of a candle shining through them from behind. But then there are small stamps without perforations, without any indication of currency or country. In a tightly woven spider's web, they bear only a number. These things are perhaps truly without a fate. Script on Turkish piastre stamps is like the slanted, altogether too dandyish, too gleaming breastpin in the tie of a sly, only half-Europeanized merchant from Constantinople. They number among the postal parvenus, the large, badly perforated, garish formats of Nicaragua or Colombia, which deck themselves out like banknotes. Extra postage stamps are the spirits among stamps. They are unaltering. The changes of monarchs and forms of government pass over them without trace, as if over phantoms. The child looks toward far-off Liberia through an inverted opera glass. There it lies behind its little strip of sea with its palms, just as the stamps show it. With Vasco da Gama, he sails around a triangle which is as isosceline as hope and whose colors change with the weather. A travel brochure for the Cape of Good Hope. When he sees the swan on Australian stamps, it is always, even on the blue, green, and brown issues, the black swan that is found only in Australia and that here glides on the waters of a pool as on the most Pacific Ocean. 480. Stamps are the visiting cards that the great states leave in a child's room. Like Gulliver, the child travels among the lands and peoples of his postage stamps. The geography and history of the Lilliputians, the whole science of the little nation with all its figures and names, is instilled in him in sleep. He takes part in their transactions, attends their purple assemblies, watches the launching of their little ships, and celebrates with their crowned heads, enthroned behind hedges, Ju Biles. There is, it is known, a stamp language that is to flower language what the Morse alphabet is to the written one. But how long will the flowers continue to bloom between the telegraph poles? Are not the great artistic stamps of the post-war years, with their full colors, already the autumnal asters and dahlias of this flora? Stefan, a German and not by chance a contemporary of Jean Paul, planted this seed in the summery middle of the 19th century. It will not survive the 20th. Si parla Italiano. I sat at night in violent pain on a bench. Opposite me on another, two girls sat down. They seemed to want to discuss something in confidence and began to whisper. Nobody except me was nearby, and I would not have understood their Italian however loud it had been. But now I could not resist the feeling, in face of this unmotivated whispering in a language inaccessible to me, that a cool dressing was being applied to the painful place. Technical aid. Nothing is poorer than a truth expressed as it was thought. Committed to writing in such a case, it is not even a bad photograph. And the truth refuses, like a child or a woman who does not love us, facing the lens of writing while we crouch under the black cloth, to keep still and look amiable. Truth wants to be startled abruptly, at one stroke, from her self-immersion, whether by uproar, music, or cries for help. Who could count the alarm signals with which the inner world of the true writer is equipped? And to write is nothing other than to set them angling. Then the sweet odalisque rises with a start, snatches whatever first comes to hand in the melee of her boudoir, her cranium, wraps it around her, and almost unrecognizable flees from us to other people. But how well constituted she must be, how healthily built, to step in such a way among them, contorted, rattled, and yet victorious, captivating. 481. Hardware. Quotations in my work are like wayside robbers who leap out, armed, and relieve the idle stroller of his conviction. The killing of a criminal can be moral but never its legitimation. The provider for all mankind is God, and the state his deputy. The expressions of people moving about a picture gallery show ill-concealed disappointment that only pictures hang there. Tax advice. Beyond doubt, a secret connection exists between the measure of goods and the measure of life, which is to say, between money and time. The more trivial the content of a lifetime, the more fragmented, multifarious, and disparate are its moments, while the grand period characterizes a superior existence. Very aptly, Lichtenberg suggests that time whiled away should be seen as made smaller, rather than shorter, and he also observes, a few dozen million minutes make up a life of 45 years and a bit more. 1/6 When a currency in use is worth so little that a few million units of it are insignificant, life will have to be counted in seconds, rather than years, if it is to appear a respectable sum. And it will be frittered away like a bundle of banknotes. Austria cannot break the habit of thinking in florins. Money and rain belong together. The weather itself is an index of the state of this world. Bliss is cloudless, knows no weather. There also comes a cloudless realm of perfect goods, on which no money falls. A descriptive analysis of banknotes is needed. The unlimited satirical force of such a book would be equaled only by its objectivity. For nowhere more naively than in these documents does capitalism display itself in solemn earnest. The innocent cupids frolicking about numbers, the goddesses holding tablets of the law, the stalwart heroes sheathing their swords before monetary units, are a world of their own, ornamenting the fa-ade of hell. If Lichtenberg had found paper money in circulation, the plan of this work would not have escaped him. Legal protection for the needy. Publisher, my expectations have been most rudely disappointed. Your work makes no impression on the public, you do not have the slightest drawing. 482. Power. And I have spared no expense. I have incurred advertising costs. You know how highly I think of you, despite all this. But you cannot hold it against me if even I now have to listen to my commercial conscience. If there is anyone who does what he can for authors, I am he. But, after all, I also have a wife and children to look after. I do not mean, of course, that I hold you accountable for the losses of the past years. But a bitter feeling of disappointment will remain. I regret that I am at present absolutely unable to support you further. Author, sir, why did you become a publisher? We shall have the answer by return mail. But permit me to say one thing in advance. I figure in your records as number 27. You have published 5 of my books, in other words, you have put your money 5 times on number 27. I am sorry that number 27 did not prove a winner. Incidentally, you took only coupled bets. Only because I come next to your lucky number 28 now you know why you became a publisher. You might just as well have entered an honest profession, like your esteemed father. But never a thought for the morrow such as youth. Continue to indulge your habits. But avoid posing as an honest businessman. Don't feign innocence when you've gambled everything away, don't talk about your 8-hour workday, or your nights, when you hardly get any rest. Truth and fidelity before all else, my child. And don't start making scenes with your numbers. Otherwise you'll be thrown out. Doctor's Night Bell. Sexual fulfillment delivers the man from his secret, which does not consist in sexuality but which in its fulfillment, and perhaps in it alone, is severed not solved. This secret is comparable to the fetters that bind him to life. The woman cuts them, and the man is free to die because his life has lost its secret. Thereby he is reborn, and as his beloved frees him from the mother's spell, the woman literally detaches him from Mother Earth, a midwife who cuts that umbilical cord which is woven of nature's mystery. Madame Arion, second courtyard on the left. He who asks fortune-tellers the future unwittingly forfeits an inner intimation of coming events that is 1,000 times more exact than anything they may say. He is impelled by inertia, rather than by curiosity, and nothing is more unlike the submissive apathy with which he hears his fate revealed than the alert dexterity with which the man of courage lays hands on the future. For presence of mind is an extract of the future, and precise awareness of the present moment is more decisive than foreknowledge of the most. 483. Distant events. Omens, presentiments, signals pass day and night through our organism like wave impulses. To interpret them or to use them, that is the question. The two are irreconcilable. Cowardice and apathy counsel the former, lucidity and freedom the latter. For before such prophecy or warning has been mediated by word or image, it has lost its vitality, the power to strike at our center and force us, we scarcely know how, to act accordingly. If we neglect to do so, and only then, the message is deciphered. We read it. But now it is too late. Hence, when you are taken unawares by an outbreak of fire or the news of a death, there is in the first mute shock a feeling of guilt, the indistinct reproach, were you really unaware of this? Didn't the dead person's name, the last time you uttered it, sound differently in your mouth? Don't you see in the flames a sign from yesterday evening, in a language you only now understand? And if an object dear to you has been lost, wasn't there hours, days before an aura of mockery or mourning about it that gave the secret away? Like ultraviolet rays, memory shows to each man in the book of life a script that invisibly and prophetically glosses the text. But it is not with impunity that these intentions are exchanged, that unlived life is handed over to cards, spirits, stars, to be in an instant squandered, misused, and returned to us disfigured. We do not go unpunished for cheating the body of its power to meet the fates on its own ground and triumph. The moment is the cotton yoke beneath which fate must bow to the body. To turn the threatening future into a fulfilled now, the only desirable telepathic miracle, is work of bodily presence of mind. Primitive epochs, when such demeanor was part of man's daily husbandry, provided him with the most reliable instrument of divination, the naked body. Even the ancients knew of this true practice, and Scipio, stumbling as he set foot on Carthaginian soil, cried out, spreading his arms wide as he fell, the watchword of victory, Teneo te, terra africana. 17 What would have become a portent of disaster he binds bodily to the moment, making himself the factotum of his body. In just such mastery, the ancient ascetic exercises of fasting, chastity, and vigil have for all time celebrated their greatest victories. Each morning the day lies like a fresh shirt on our bed, this incomparably fine, incomparably tightly woven fabric of pure prediction fits us perfectly. The happiness of the next 24 hours depends on our ability, on waking, to pick it up. Costume wardrobe. A bearer of news of death appears to himself as very important. His feeling even against all reason makes him a messenger from the realm of the dead. For the community of all the dead is so immense that even he who 484 only reports death is aware of it. Ad plures ire was the Latin's expression for dying. 18. At Bellinzona I noticed 3 priests in the station's waiting room. They were sitting on a bench diagonally opposite mine. In rapt attention I observed the gestures of the one seated in the middle, who was distinguished from his brothers by a red skullcap. While he speaks to them, his hands are folded in his lap, and only now and then is one or the other very slightly raised and moved. I think to myself, his right hand must always know what the left is doing. Is there anyone who has not once been stunned, emerging from the metro into the open air, to step into brilliant sunlight? And yet the sun shone just as brightly a few minutes earlier, when he went down. So quickly has he forgotten the weather of the upper world. And as quickly the world in its turn will forget him. For who can say more of his own existence than that it has passed through the lives of 2 or 3 others as gently and closely as the weather? Again and again, in Shakespeare, in Calderon, battles fill the last act, and kings, princes, attendants, and followers enter, fleeing. The moment in which they become visible to spectators brings them to a standstill. The flight of the dramatis personae is arrested by the stage. Their entry into the visual field of non-participating and truly impartial persons allows the harassed to draw breath, bathes them in new air. The appearance on stage of those who enter fleeing takes from this its hidden meaning. Our reading of this formula is imbued with expectation of a place, a light, a footlight glare, in which our flight through life may be likewise sheltered in the presence of onlooking strangers. Betting office. Bourgeois existence is the regime of private affairs. The more important the nature and implications of a mode of behavior, the further removed it is from observation here. Political conviction, financial situation, religion, all these seek hideouts, and the family is the rotten, dismal edifice in whose closets and crannies the most ignominious instincts are deposited. Mundane life proclaims the total subjugation of eroticism to privacy. So wooing becomes a silent, deadly serious transaction between 2 persons alone, and this thoroughly private wooing, severed from all responsibility, is what is really new in flirting. In contrast, the proletarian and the feudal type of man resemble each other in that, in wooing, it is much less the woman than their competitors that they overcome. In this, they respect the woman far 485 more deeply than in her freedom, being at her command without cross-examining her. The shift of erotic emphasis to the public sphere is both feudal and proletarian. To be seen with a woman on such and such an occasion can mean more than to sleep with her. Thus, in marriage, too, value does not lie in the sterile harmony of the partners, it is as the eccentric offshoot of their struggles and rivalries enacted elsewhere that, like the child, the spiritual force of marriage is manifest. Stand-up beer hall. Sailors seldom come ashore. Service on the high seas is a holiday by comparison with the labor in harbors, where loading and unloading must often be done day and night. When a gang is then given a few hours shore leave, it is already dark. At best, the cathedral looms like a dark promontory on the way to the tavern. The alehouse is the key to every town. To know where German beer can be drunk is geography and ethnology enough. The German seaman's bar unrolls the nocturnal map of the city. To find the way from there to the brothel, to the other bars, is not difficult. Their names have crisscrossed the mealtime conversations for days. For when a harbor has been left behind, one sailor after another hoists like little pennants the nicknames of bars and dance halls, beautiful women and national dishes, from the next harbor. But who knows whether he will go ashore this time? For this reason, no sooner is the ship declared and moored than tradesmen come aboard with souvenirs, chains and picture postcards, oil paintings, knives, and marble figurines. The city sights are not seen but bought. In the sailors' chests, the leather belt from Hong Kong is juxtaposed with a panorama of Palermo and a girl's photo from Stettin. And their real habitat is exactly the same. They know nothing of the hazy distances in which, for the bourgeois, foreign lands are enshrouded. What first asserts itself in every city is, first, service on board, and then German beer, English shaving soap, and Dutch tobacco. Imbued to the marrow with the international norms of industry, they are not the dupes of palms and icebergs. The seaman is sated with proximity, and only the most exact nuances speak to him. He can distinguish countries better by the preparation of their fish than by their building styles or landscapes. He is so much at home in detail that the ocean routes where he cuts close to other ships, greeting those of his own firm with howls from the ship's horn, become noisy thoroughfares where you have to give way to traffic. He lives on the open sea in a city where, on the Marseilles Cannebière, a port-said bar stands diagonally opposite a Hamburg brothel, and the Neapolitan Castel dell'Ovo is to be found on Barcelona's Plaza Catalunya. For officers, their native town still holds pride of place. But for the ordinary sailor or the stoker, the people whose transported labor power maintains contact with the commodities in the hull of the ship. 486. The interlaced harbors are no longer even a homeland, but a cradle. And listening to them, one realizes what mendacity resides in voyaging. No vagrants. All religions have honored the beggar. For he proves that in a matter both as prosaic and holy, banal and regenerating, as the giving of alms, intellect and morality, consistency and principles are miserably inadequate. We deplore the beggars in the South, forgetting that their persistence in front of our noses is as justified as a scholar's before a difficult text. No shadow of hesitation, no slightest wish or deliberation in our faces escapes their notice. The telepathy of the coachman who, by accosting us, makes known to us our previously unsuspected inclination to board his vehicle, and of the shopkeeper who extracts from his junk the single chain or cameo that could delight us, is of the same order. To the planetarium. If one had to expound the teachings of antiquity with utmost brevity while standing on one leg, as did Hillel that of the Jews, it could only be in this sentence: they alone shall possess the earth who live from the powers of the cosmos. Nothing distinguishes the ancient from the modern man so much as the farmer's absorption in a cosmic experience scarcely known to later periods. Its waning is marked by the flowering of astronomy at the beginning of the modern age. Kepler, Copernicus, and Tycho Brahe were certainly not driven by scientific impulses alone. All the same, the exclusive emphasis on an optical connection to the universe, to which astronomy very quickly led, contained a portent of what was to come. The ancients' intercourse with the cosmos had been different, the ecstatic trance roche. For it is in this experience alone that we gain certain knowledge of what is nearest to us and what is remotest from us, and never of one without the other. This means, however, that man can be in ecstatic contact with the cosmos only communally. It is the dangerous error of modern men to regard this experience as unimportant and avoidable, and to consign it to the individual as the poetic rapture of starry nights. It is not, its hour strikes again and again, and then neither nations nor generations can escape it, as was made terribly clear by the last war, which was an attempt at new and unprecedented commingling with the cosmic powers. Human multitudes, gases, electrical forces were hurled into the open country, high-frequency currents coursed through the landscape, new constellations rose in the sky, aerial space and ocean depths thundered with propellers, and everywhere sacrificial shafts were dug in Mother Earth. This immense wooing of the 487 cosmos was enacted for the first time on a planetary scale, that is, in the spirit of technology. But because the lust for profit of the ruling class sought satisfaction through it, technology betrayed man and turned the bridal bed into a bloodbath. The mastery of nature, so the imperialists teach, is the purpose of all technology. But who would trust a cane wielder who proclaimed the mastery of children by adults to be the purpose of education? Is not education, above all, the indispensable ordering of the relationship between generations and therefore mastery, if we are to use this term, of that relationship and not of children? And likewise technology is the mastery of not nature but of the relation between nature and man. Men as a species completed their development thousands of years ago, but mankind as a species is just beginning his. In technology, a physis is being organized through which mankind's contact with the cosmos takes a new and different form from that which it had in nations and families. One need recall only the experience of velocities by virtue of which mankind is now preparing to embark on incalculable journeys into the interior of time, to encounter their rhythms from which the sick shall draw strength as they did earlier on high mountains or on the shores of southern seas. The lunaparks are a prefiguration of sanatoria. The paroxysm of genuine cosmic experience is not tied to that tiny fragment of nature that we are accustomed to call nature. In the nights of annihilation of the last war, the frame of mankind was shaken by a feeling that resembled the bliss of the epileptic. And the revolts that followed it were the first attempt of mankind to bring the new body under its control. The power of the proletariat is the measure of its convalescence. If it is not gripped to the very marrow by the discipline of this power, no pacifist polemics will save it. Living substance conquers the frenzy of destruction only in the ecstasy of procreation. Written 1923–1926, published in 1928. Translated by Edmund Jeffcott.